Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 1459 to Chapter 1531. Above Jade Bamboo Mountain. In front of the Sky Marshal vessel. With the dragon pearl in its mouth, the green stone dragon's strength skyrocketed. Li Xianxia was already tired of playing with the dragon pearl. Since he had no use for it, he gave it back to the green stone dragon. Li Xianxia had quite a number of dragon pearls in his hands. Naturally, they were different. A mere dragon pearl was nothing in his eyes. After playing with it for a while, Li Xianxia realized that the green stone dragon's dragon pearl was too weak. "I don't like this mountain. Smash it to smithereens for me," Li Xianxia said calmly. The green stone dragon's eyes lit up. This kind of unscrupulous act of sabotage, with a powerful backer behind him, was simply too satisfying. At this moment, Xianxia Mountain on Jade Bamboo Mountain. Sensing the arrival of a giant dragon and the fact that it had damaged his formation with a single claw, he was naturally shocked. In front of a bamboo house, a figure in a green robe was standing. He quickly operated the formation plate in front of him, manipulating the illusory formation above Jade Bamboo Mountain. After nearly 300 years of perfecting it, it wasn't just for leeching. Moreover, he had previously said that no one would be able to break his formation. If his array formation was broken just as he finished speaking, wouldn't he lose a lot of face? Where did this ignorant junior come from? How dare you ruin my show? Xianxia Mountain was extremely angry. Then, under the operation of the array in front of him, the bamboo leaves on the huge green bamboo mountain fluttered. Each leaf also formed an extremely sharp aura, and in front of the green dragon, they also transformed into a giant dragon made of bamboo leaves. Its sharp claws flew. With a casual swipe of its claws, it could easily cut everything in front of it into pieces. Xianxia Mountain didn't know where the green stone dragon in front of him came from. It couldn't be a real giant dragon. However, with his strength, Xianxia Mountain was confident that he could deal with a real giant dragon. There was no need to worry at all. The appearance of the bamboo leaf dragon made Qing Shilong's eyes widen. Where did this fella in front of him come from? How dare he bring out such a thing to embarrass himself? Immediately, he spat out a stream of dragon breath. Boom! The terrifying flames instantly burned the bamboo leaf dragon in front of him to nothing. In just one round, the strength of the azure stone dragon was not something that a fake imitation could compare to. Li Yan and the other two saw the shocking scene from below. The huge bamboo leaf dragon formed by the formation of the green bamboo mountain was actually killed by this huge green dragon in an instant? That's a real dragon. Li Yan's eyes flashed, and she cried out in surprise. She couldn't believe her eyes. The blue stone dragon before his eyes was actually a member of the legendary colossal dragon clan, Giant Dragon. Where did this thing come from? It was simply inconceivable to the three of them. Is that a flying boat? Xiao Zhao's eyes looked through the direction of the bluestone dragon and saw the Tianwu boat hovering in the sky behind the bluestone dragon. The Tianwu boat was still tall. It formed a small black dot in the sky. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it clearly. After all, everyone's attention was attracted by the bluestone dragon. It really is. When Li Yan saw the Tianwu boat, she knew that it was not simple. She used to be the pilot of the flying boat. Even now, she still retained this skill. But now, she didn't need to do it personally. Just this eagle battleship alone had been updated to the 3rd generation. Moreover, it had spent a lot of money to train this new generation of pilots. Now, it could be said that the operation was getting easier and faster. Having piloted a battleship before, Li Yan knew that the Tianwu boat in front of her was not simple when she saw it. Just this aura alone was displayed here. It was dazzling. Its young master. Xiao Zhao was pleasantly surprised. Who else would appear at Green Bamboo Mountain at this time? Moreover, in the entire Xingyan dynasty, how many people could defeat Zhong Xianshan? How many people could find a giant dragon to help them? She believed that only one person could do it. That person was her young master, Evil Lord Li Xianxia. This person was full of legends from head to toe. The bluestone dragon easily tore the giant dragon formed by the bamboo leaves into pieces. Where did this fate come from? In front of the bluestone dragon's sharp claws, it naturally couldn't resist at all. After tearing it apart, the bluestone dragon stopped. After all, the order it received was to destroy the entire green bamboo mountain. Immediately, the bluestone dragon roared. It crashed into the green bamboo mountain. Boom! In an instant, a scene that could be said to be earth-shattering appeared. Li Yan and the other two were lifted up by a force in an instant. Their bodies involuntarily rose into the air and then landed on the Tianwu boat, which was close to 1,000 meters in the sky. Young master! When Xiao Zhao saw Li Zongjiu, he shouted in surprise. Yes. Li Zongjiu nodded. Yunqi also bowed respectfully to Li Zongjiu. Then, everyone obediently stood behind Li Zongjiu. At this time, the bluestone dragon had also completely destroyed the green bamboo mountain. The bamboo forest, which stretched for tens of thousands of miles, was completely destroyed at this moment. Xianxia, who was on the green bamboo mountain, was almost driven crazy by the scene in front of him. Oh my god! Oh my god, the formation that I painstakingly set up for 300 years was destroyed by you. Xianxia roared to the sky. He was furious and unwilling to accept this result. However, the bluestone dragon in the sky didn't listen to his roar and continued to attack. Boom! The bluestone dragon destroyed the green bamboo mountain over and over again at an extremely fast speed. With a sweep of its tail, everything in its path was instantly destroyed. However, the bluestone dragon didn't attack Xianxia. As a giant dragon that had cultivated for hundreds of years, he knew very well that Li Zongjiu wouldn't let the person in front of him go so easily. He would definitely torture the person in front of him. Therefore, the bluestone dragon's main focus was to destroy the green bamboo mountain. Enough! Stop it right now! Xianxia suddenly threw out a set of flying swords. At the same time, he threw out a huge cauldron. Boom! The huge cauldron and the flying swords rushed towards the bluestone dragon. When Li Zongjiu saw the huge cauldron, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. The revered green origin cauldron. When Li Zongjiu saw the giant green cauldron, he reached out his hand without hesitation and grabbed the supreme green cauldron out of thin air. It really is. When Li Zongjiu saw the revered green origin cauldron, he carefully inspected it and confirmed that it was indeed his cauldron. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also obtained this cauldron. However, because the revered green origin cauldron wasn't very convenient to use, it was a very powerful existence. Li Zongjiu also knew about this in his previous life. He himself couldn't exert the power of the revered green origin cauldron. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly hid the revered green origin cauldron. After all, in his previous life, Li Zongjiu had obtained countless treasures. It was normal for him to miss out on some. Give me back my revered green origin cauldron. The cauldron in his hand had actually been snatched away by someone. Clearly, the latter was quite anxious. He immediately roared loudly and asked Li Zongjiu to return the cauldron to him. However, the green stone dragon in front of him was also quite ferocious. It easily destroyed the flying swords formation. Bring that old man to me, Li Zongjiu said. The green stone dragon had also completely destroyed the green bamboo mountain. It had been completely reduced to ruins. You worked hard to build it for 300 years, but in the hands of the green stone dragon, it was completely destroyed in just 3 minutes. Hearing Li Zongjiu's command, the bluestone dragon immediately flapped its wings and grabbed at Xianxia. Xianxia also let out a low roar, his eyes filled with madness. You want to catch me? You think you can? Xianxia was also a peak supreme. Although he hadn't reached the honorable realm, he was a peak 9th grade sovereign. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. As an alchemist, it wasn't difficult for him to use elixirs to increase his cultivation. Seeing the bluestone dragon coming at him, Xianxia also moved. Xianxia also moved his body. His elemental energy instantly turned into raging flames and blasted towards Qing Shilong. However, this kind of flame was equivalent to a pile of small flames in front of the bluestone dragon. Although the bluestone dragon's strength was average, it was still in existence of the absolute saint realm. With a wave of its claws, it smashed the small flames in front of it. Then, the bluestone dragon leaped and swayed. It instantly appeared in front of Xianxia. With a curl of its tail, it easily curled Xianxia up. At the same time, a terrifying amount of yuan energy was injected into Zhong Xuanshan's body, sealing the latter's yuan energy. If the bluestone dragon wanted to, it could use its tail to strangle Zhong Xianshan to death. Zhong Xianshan was then tossed onto the deck of the Tianwu ship like a piece of wood by the bluestone dragon. The bluestone dragon was still circling around the Tianwu ship. Everyone was deeply shocked by the massive aura of the dragon. Was this the legendary giant dragon? Where did the young master get it from? What a huge one! Zhong Xianshan fell to the ground with a loud thud. His bones were almost falling apart. Li Zongjiu looked at Zhong Xianshan, who was sitting on the ground, and couldn't help but sneer. And here I thought you were tough. Seems like you don't have long to live and need these bamboos to prolong your life. That's why you don't dare to leave this mountain. With just a glance, Li Zongjiu could see through Zhong Xianshan. Upon hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Zhong Xianshan shuddered. Zhong Xianshan stared at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. How? How did you know? To Zhong Xianshan, this was something that was impossible. How could Li Zongjiu know about it? Furthermore, he had seen through him with just a single glance. There's a longevity formation in the Supreme Green Origin Cauldron. Unfortunately, this longevity formation can only last you for 100 years at most. When that time comes, you'll die. This bamboo forest can provide you with vitality, but you can only last for 200 years at most. Li Zongjiu shook his head. Throw him back. A person who is about to die is not fit to teach in our Tianzong Academy. Li Zongjiu then waved his hand. Taifai stepped forward. Zhong Xianshan, who had just woken up, immediately got to his feet and raised his hand. Wait. Zhong Xianshan was a shrewd old man. How could he not know that Li Zongjiu must possess an unparalleled power? Otherwise, how could he have gotten his hands on this giant dragon? He could have made the giant dragon obey his orders. Not to mention his own array, his green cauldron, and the condition of his body. How could Li Zongjiu see through him with just a glance? In fact, Zhong Xianshan had done many studies to see if there was anyone on this continent who could provide him with the path to longevity. He knew very well that his life was coming to an end. There was no way he could avoid it. In fact, Zhong Xianshan had gone through many hardships to reach the Eldritch Wilderness. But after going through it once, he realized that his alchemy skills were already top-notch. Apart from the dangers in the Eldritch Wilderness, there was nothing special about it. The only difference was that the meta beasts were a little stronger. He had stayed there for a period of time before returning to the Xingyan dynasty. After all, that place was too dangerous. In fact, if not for the bamboo forest formation on Emerald Bamboo Mountain and the Supreme Green Origin Cauldron, which had been set up to cultivate immortality, Zhong Xianshan would have lost its vitality. Perhaps he had already died 300 years ago. Therefore, Zhong Xianshan had no intention of leaving the mountain. In this world, there was indeed no one who had the ability to reconstruct life and regain the power of life. Therefore, Zhong Xianshan had thought that he might as well enjoy the rest of his life here. Who would have thought that it would be completely destroyed by Li Zongjiu? As for the origin of the evil lord, Li Zongjiu, naturally, the latter had already looked for it. Initially, he had heard of this kid. He thought that the latter was just lucky and obtained a little opportunity to improve his strength. However, such a person would disappear in a short time. After all, the tide of this continent couldn't be overturned so easily. Anyone who tried to stop the tide would be smashed into smithereens by the tide of the continent. As such, Zhong Xianshan did not pay much attention to Li Zongjiu. Until now, Li Zongjiu had appeared in front of him. Zhong Xianshan immediately connected all the information he had gathered about Li Zongjiu in his mind. Terrifying. This was a terrifying existence. In fact, even now, Zhong Xianshan did not know the depth of Li Zongjiu's strength. Previously, his Supreme Green Cauldron had been taken away by the other party. In the blink of an eye, Zhong Xianshan felt that his connection with the Supreme Green Cauldron had been severed. Who else in this world could do such a thing? Coupled with his current situation, he had been seen through by the other party almost instantly. Zhong Xianshan had never told anyone about the condition of his body. How did Li Zongjiu know about it? It must be that the other party's skills were far above his own. That was why he could do such a thing. Evil Lord. As long as you can find a way to extend my life, I will be willing to teach in the medicine matter of the Sky sect. It seemed like a deal had been struck. Right now, Xianxia did not have many years left to live. Once his jade bamboo mountain array was destroyed, his lifespan would decrease even faster. Furthermore, he would basically be a cripple by the end of it. Even the slightest movement would deplete his life. Therefore, if Li Zongjiu could help him extend his life, even if they wanted him to come out of seclusion and impart the art of alchemy, it would not be impossible. However, it was obvious that Zhong Xianshan thought too highly of him. He had also misjudged Li Zongjiu's temper. How many days has this old man trapped you? Li Zongjiu ignored Zhong Xuanshan's question. When Xiao Zhao heard that Zhong Xianshan had agreed to leave the mountain, his eyes lit up. He could not wait to pull Zhong Xianshan up. To be able to invite Zhong Xianshan was a dream come true. Besides Li Zongjiu, Zhong Xuanshan's alchemy skills were the best in the world. If they could invite this person, the medicine manor of the Sky Sect Academy would surpass the Heavenly Dawn medicine manor. Naturally, it was Xiao Zhao's wish to bring the Sky Sect Academy to greater heights. However, when he heard Li Zongjiu's question, Xiao Zhao immediately regained his senses. It seems to be 5 days. Although he did not know why Li Zongjiu asked this question, he recalled that he had recalled 2 days ago. But thinking back, he was trapped for 2 days, and when Li Yan came, he was trapped for another 3 days. A total of 5 days. At first, we waited for 2 days. Yunqi added. Then it's been 7 days. Li Zongjiu calculated and said. What are you trying to do? Zhong Xianshan suddenly had a bad feeling. He could not figure out what Li Zongjiu was trying to do, but this feeling made him feel a little uncomfortable. Since you've imprisoned my people for 7 days, I'll return the favor. I'll imprison you for 70 years. That's fair enough. Li Zongjiu said. Sometimes, killing a person was not necessarily the greatest punishment for them. What they wanted was not being given to them. That was the greatest punishment, making it so that they would never be able to obtain it. Imprison him for 70 years, that would only leave him with 100 years of life. If he were to be imprisoned for 70 years, would he still be alive when he came out? If he were to be imprisoned, wouldn't that be worse than death? Li Zongjiu ignored Zhong Xuanshan's doubtful gaze. With a casual wave of his hand, he tossed Zhong Xianshan into the Chaos Yuan Bell. No. As Zhong Xianshan was trapped within the primordial bell, he finally understood that Li Zongjiu was not joking. Li Zongjiu was really going to trap him inside for 70 years. This was worse than death. But now, Zhong Xianshan was trapped within the world of the Chaos Yuan Bell in the blink of an eye. When Zhong Xianshan arrived, he could feel the strong sealing power around him. He knew that there was no way he could get out. Furthermore, the power that was flowing around him was extremely frightening. This power was so strong that even a strand of hair could pierce through him. Therefore, he did not dare to move at all. Not only that, but Zhong Xianshan also saw many giant dragons not far away. They were all people who were trapped in the world of the Chaos Yuan Bell. Seeing such a scene, how could Zhong Xianshan remain calm? What the hell is this place? Zhong Xianshan had been cultivating for so many years, but he had never seen such a scene. He had been to so many places in the Xinggu continent, but he had never seen such a dangerous place. Other than that, there was nothing here. Instead, he had to be on tenterhooks. If he was not careful, he would lose his life. Let me out. Let me out. Zhong Xianshan was indeed thinking too highly of himself. Li Zongjiu did not care about this old man at all. Who cared about his background? Didn't he know what true respect was? If he didn't even know respect, what could he do even if his cultivation was strong? Therefore, Li Zongjiu decided to teach Zhong Xianshan a lesson. At the very least, Zhong Xianshan would learn to respect Li Zongjiu for the next 30 years. Young master, this man is the #1 alchemist in the entire Xinggu continent apart from you. Xiao Zhao was afraid that Li Zongjiu would kill him on impulse. After all, Li Zongjiu might do something like that as well. Li Zongjiu would not care too much about other people's business. I didn't kill him. I kept him alive. Li Zongjiu said. It's been hard on you guys. In the future, just bring people and smash their territory. I don't believe that they won't bow down. Xiao rolled his eyes at Li Zhongzhou's words. He couldn't use such a method for everything, could he? Now that Zhong Xianshan had been taken away by Li Zhongzhou, all his previous efforts had been in vain. However, Xiao thought that if Li Zhongzhou was willing to listen to his advice and get Zhong Xianshan out after his anger had subsided, everything would be fine. Young master, we have 8,000 students in the Tianzong Academy now. Dean Lan Yuyan has repeatedly instructed us to invite this alchemist over. It won't be too late to punish him after we have nurtured the best alchemists. Young master, why don't you stay behind and teach them personally? Xiao's eyes shifted to Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou couldn't be bothered to care about these things. How could he let such a thing happen to him? I don't have that much time. Young master, why don't you trap Zhong Xianshan in the Tianzong Academy for 70 years and not let him go out? Let him atone for his crimes. How about that? Xiao hurriedly said. To Li Zhongzhou. It was just one less person to kill. However, since Xiao had spoken, if it weren't for Xiao presiding over the White Deer Mansion for so many years, who knew how desolate it would have become? Alright, we'll talk about it when we get back. Locking him up for a while is enough for him. After Qing Shilong finished doing all this, he obediently returned to his seat and pulled the emperor towards Sacred Flame Imperial City. Boom! The Tianwu boat broke through the sky. The people on the boat were also feeling the strength of the Qing Shilong. Pulling such a large boat, it could fly so quickly. It really lived up to its name as a giant dragon. As for where Li Zhongzhou got this Qing Shilong from, they did not ask. They did not ask. After all, this was Li Zhongzhou's own matter. With this kind of strength, it was not strange for him to do this kind of thing. After Li Zhongzhou and the others left, more than 20 li away from Chuizhu Mountain, there were a few figures who were riding fast. On both sides of the horses were heavy luggage. It was clear that they had traveled without regard to wind and rain. Up ahead is the legendary Chuizhu Mountain. It is said that as long as one can bring a pill that can prolong one's life, there is a chance that one will be accepted as a disciple by the supreme expert on Chuizhu Mountain. This person's strength is definitely stronger than that Li Zhongzhou. Is that true? Our Hu clan almost went bankrupt in order to obtain such a pill. The people following behind him also had grave expressions on their faces. With things as they were, there was no way out. The people in front of them were members of the Hu family. Previously, they were awe-inspiring and controlled the Green Dragon Army for many years. Even the Xingyan dynasty's imperial family could not do anything to the Green Dragon Army. The position of the commander of the Green Dragon Army had always been decided internally by the Hu family. They were very arrogant. Later on, they offended Li Zhongzhou. Under pressure from many sides, these people of the Hu family directly moved to the south to oversee the north. But after being deployed, these people of the Hu family were clearly targeted by the imperial family. This was an excellent opportunity. In just a short 2 years, the Hu family had basically broken away from the center of power of the Green Dragon Army. As long as Emperor Xingyan found an excuse, he would be able to kill them all. Therefore, before that day really came, he had to find a new way. When they heard that there was a supreme being expert living in seclusion on Jade Bamboo Mountain 300 years ago, the members of the Hu family knew that their chance had come. Of course, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity so easily. Therefore, he did not hesitate to spend a lot of money. He had practically emptied out the entire Hu clan in order to gather such a large sum of money. In the end, he had managed to obtain such a pill from a desolate sect. It was said that it took a lot of effort to get in touch with this desolate age sect. Just this round trip alone cost a lot of money. If they couldn't settle this matter, they would be in big trouble. This was their only chance. Remember, the Hu family cannot lose. We have to let everyone know that the Hu family will definitely get back what they've lost. No one can take away anything that belongs to the Hu family. However, when the 6 of them arrived at Jade Bamboo Mountain, they saw something. There was no Jade Bamboo Mountain in front of him. There was one at discarded Bamboo Mountain. There were pieces of bamboo everywhere. Obviously, it had been destroyed by someone. When they saw this scene, they knew very well what had happened. It was obvious that this emerald bamboo mountain had been wrecked by someone not long ago. The members of the Hua family repeatedly looked at the map in their hands. The map is right. This is the place. We didn't go the wrong way. How could this be? How could this be? The members of the Hua family never expected this. They had traveled thousands of miles and even found many ways to avoid the eyes of the White Deer Mansion. Perhaps Li Zhongjiu had forgotten about the Hua family, but Xiao Zhao and the White Deer Mansion would never forget about the Hua family. They would definitely keep an eye on the Hua family's movements. In order to avoid them, they had disguised themselves and even rode a horse in a big circle. However, they did not expect that when they finally arrived at their destination, they were still a step too late. The huge jade bamboo mountain had been completely destroyed. This was obviously not the work of an ordinary person. Could it be that the people of White Deer residence knew about it, so they destroyed the green bamboo mountain in advance? A young member of the Hua family couldn't help but say in a trembling voice. Impossible. An elder of the Hua family hurriedly said. How could a mere White Deer Mansion have such an ability? It must be known that the person on Jade Bamboo Mountain had already become a supreme being 300 years ago. Even the imperial family had to treat him with respect. It was impossible for a mere White Deer Mansion to deal with him. Even the people of the White Deer Mansion did not have such an ability. When it came to this point, it could be said to be extremely sonorous and advantageous. But other than the White Deer Mansion, who else has such an ability? After one person asked the question, everyone fell silent. Obviously, they couldn't find the answer to this matter at all. How could someone do something like this? Only the person from the White Deer Mansion could do it. If the person from the White Deer Mansion has really returned, then our Hua family really has no hope. In front of the huge ruins of Jade Bamboo Mountain, the 6 ambitious members of the Hua family were completely annihilated at this moment. They no longer had any confidence that this matter had anything to do with the White Deer Mansion. If even the White Deer Mansion couldn't do it, then no one in the entire Xingyan dynasty could do it. Could it be that the heavens really want to destroy our Hua family? Rumble, dark clouds appeared in the sky. A heavy rain came without warning. It happened to be the 6 people in front of Jade Bamboo Mountain. They were all awakened by the rain. But everything seemed to become even more blurry in the heavy rain. Li Zhongjiu naturally didn't know. The Hua family had not given up on their evil intentions. They actually wanted to find someone to deal with him. If the Hua family found out, the person they wanted to ask for help had already been locked up by Li Zhongjiu. They would die of anger on the spot. However, this was also equivalent to solving a problem. At the very least, after the Hua family felt such despair, they no longer dared to resist. All the other families would fall into decline. This was a very normal thing. Li Zhongjiu and the others returned to the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Then, they directly summoned Zhong Xianshan, who was trapped in the chaotic Yuan Bell. Plop. When Zhong Xianshan landed on the ground, his entire body was truly in a pitiful state. Xiao Zhao looked at Zhong Xianshan, who was covered in wounds. His heart skipped a beat. What in the world was going on? Where did the young master lock him up? If he had locked him up normally, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state, right? Spare me, spare me. Evil Lord, spare me. After Zhong Xianshan appeared, he tried to defend himself. Even though no one was beating him up, he was so flustered that it was as though he had been beaten up by a group of people. Then, when he saw Li Zhongjiu and the others sitting in front of him, he naturally started begging for mercy. There was no longer any trace of his arrogance from before. That arrogant attitude of his from before was gone as well. Everyone could see that even a top-notch figure like him could only kneel down and beg for mercy in front of Li Zhongjiu. Do you know your sins? Li Zhongjiu asked. I know I'm wrong, I know I'm wrong. I'll do anything you ask of me. As long as you don't let me enter that place, everything else is negotiable. Zhong Xianshan pleaded. Just based on that attitude of his, no one dared to believe what was happening. For such a huge reversal to happen right under their noses, one could say that this was the first time they had seen something like this. Even after living for so long, they had never seen something like this before. Both Yunqi and Li Yun had truly witnessed the prowess of this man before them. But in the hands of Li Zongjiu, he had cowered in less than half a day. And with such a sincere attitude at that. Just what sort of an existence was this Chaos Yuan Bell in the hands of the young master? Even though these people were curious, they did not dare to head over to check it out. If even Zhong Xianshan was afraid of it, it must be an extremely horrifying place. Even though Zhong Xianshan was strong, he was nothing in the face of those dozens of dragons. After being beaten up badly, he would naturally behave himself once he came out. Right now, the Chaos Yuan Bell was under the control of Li Zongjiu. Since Xiao Zhao wanted Zhong Xianshan to live, Li Zongjiu could also guarantee that the latter would not die. But this physical pain was inevitable. My young master is magnanimous. If you admit your mistake, you will be punished with a position in the Sky Sect Academy. You will enjoy the treatment of a normal instructor. You will be teaching for 70 years and will not be allowed to leave the Sky Sect Academy. Also, if you do not do your best during the teaching process, the young master will lock you back at any time. Xiao Zhao added. Upon hearing that he was going to be taken back, Zhong Xianshan shuddered. He did not dare to say any more nonsense and nodded repeatedly. Evil Lord, don't worry. Everyone, don't worry. Seeing that Zhong Xianshan had agreed, Xiao Zhao immediately smiled. Mr. Zhong, please rise. This was the speed of the change in attitude. This made Zhong Xianshan feel overwhelmed by the unexpected favor he had received. It was already praiseworthy that Li Zongjiu did not kill him. But Xiao Zhao was still so kind to him. Who were these people? Alright, since everything is settled, I will go and cultivate. Qin Shilong, you stay here and listen to Xiao Zhao's instructions. Li Zongjiu said. Yes, master. Please rest assured. Even though Li Zongjiu returned the Dragon Ball to Qin Shilong did not intend to leave. Why? Li Zongjiu was the one who defeated the evil dragon god. What kind of existence was this? It was hard for ordinary people to understand. It could be said that the evil dragon god had basically ruled Dragon Island except for the dragon prison. To be able to escape from death. How could the latter not be grateful to Xiao Zhao? If not for the fact that Xiao Zhao had taken a liking to his strength, he might have really been locked up by Li Zongjiu within the chaotic Yuan Bell, suffering a fate worse than death. Zhong Xianshan finally understood what it was like. It was hard to believe that such a strong person could exist. Even in the Eldritch Wilderness, such a person would definitely be a top existence. How did he end up here? Why would he be willing to stay in this city? What Zhong Xianshan did not know was that Li Zongjiu had already been in the Eldritch Wilderness for a long time. How many people in the Eldritch Wilderness did not know the name of the evil lord? The only thing to blame was that Zhong Xuanshan's information was too outdated. Li Zongjiu continued his seclusion. His research on the evil dragon's eye was still ongoing. The trials within the evil dragon's eye could be said to be pretty tough. Even though Li Zongjiu was fully focused each time, he was still crushed in an instant. However, as the number of times he was tortured increased, Li Zongjiu was not someone to be trifled with. In a situation where there was no pattern, he was able to find a breakthrough point. Although the final outcome was more or less the same. However, Li Zongjiu himself was also improving. In just half a month's time, Li Zongjiu had already successfully withstood 20,000 attacks in this trial. Before he was crushed by the 20,000th attack, he had successfully dodged a move. Li Zongjiu did not know what level of improvement this was. In order to understand more about the evil dragon's eye, Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the evil dragon god. Within the boundless infernal realm, Li Zongjiu summoned the evil dragon god in front of him. In front of his hell, the evil dragon god was nothing more than a puppet that could come and go as he wished. The evil dragon god didn't have any freedom to speak of, and there was no chance for it to rise again. This was because Li Zongjiu wouldn't let it rise again. You, kill me if you can. I would rather die than be humiliated. When the evil dragon god saw Li Zongjiu, he clenched his teeth in hatred. In this boundless hell, he was constantly reincarnated. He couldn't do anything else. He was like a cripple. He was like a puppet toy placed on a fixed track. He was completely useless. The only thing he could maintain was a clear mind. Li Zongjiu had purposely given it to him. Let him clearly experience his own boundless hell, let him feel it properly, and let him have a good time. You talk too much. Li Zhongjiu didn't have that much time to interrogate the evil dragon god. He directly reached out and snatched the memories hidden in the evil dragon god's mind. The evil dragon god's body stiffened in place. Li Zhongjiu opened the evil dragon god's memories in front of him. It was as if a light screen was spread out in front of him, and everything he saw was displayed on it. Found it. Li Zhongjiu found the part related to the evil dragon eye and read it. He learned from the evil dragon god's memories. The evil dragon god in front of him was only able to withstand about 8,000 attacks. As for the evil dragon eye, there wasn't any useful information. However, he had some understanding of the evil dragon eye's origin. This brat had suddenly found it in an unknown corner of Dragon Island. According to his estimations, there must be other parts of the heavenly dragon here. However, the evil dragon god had already spent a lot of energy to find this evil dragon eye. At the same time, if he wanted to explore other places, he already felt like he would be devoured. Moreover, this place was also very close to the dragon race's ancestral dragon graveyard. This was also why the evil dragon god was so anxious to get rid of the dragon penitentiary and obtain the power within the ancestral dragon eye. Because the evil dragon god knew that there must be something even more powerful in the ancestral dragon graveyard. As long as he could obtain the power within, he would be able to become the king of all races. Does this fool have a brain? If your ancestor could become the king of all races, how could he be reduced to being buried on Dragon Island? Li Zhongjiu was extremely disdainful. In his opinion, the person in front of him had no brain at all. What your ancestor couldn't do when he was alive, how could you do it after he died? You're just finding an excuse for your greed. This kind of person was truly shameless. But from the looks of it, there should be some treasures on Dragon Island. Speaking of treasures, that Longji still owes me something. Li Zhongjiu wouldn't forget about these things. After all, they weren't cheap. Now that Li Zhongjiu had reached the level where he could withstand 20,000 attacks, he needed to tidy up a little. If he blindly carried on stubbornly, it might backfire. Only by having a balance between tension and relaxation could he better improve his strength. Although I'd been killed so many times, it's not like I didn't gain anything. At least my current grasping ability is 3 times stronger than before. Li Zhongjiu was also secretly surprised. If it was the original owner of the evil dragon eye, how powerful would he be? It was simply unimaginable. After he died, just the ability of one eye was enough to kill Li Zhongjiu countless times. At his peak. Sky Dragon, Upper Realm, Li Zhongjiu raised his head and looked at the sky. He had also tried to fly out of the clouds, but he had never succeeded. After ascending to a certain height, he would be restricted by a force, and it would be very difficult for him to break through. If he wasn't careful, he would be strangled by the power of heaven and earth. Even after reaching the absolute saint realm, he still couldn't reach it. But if there was a higher level world, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't have the slightest doubt. In fact, he even thought that this was something to be expected. Otherwise, how could he explain it? Sacred Martial Realm's ape race powerhouse, with just a light palm, the other party could easily destroy everything on the sacred martial continent. This was such a terrifying strength. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu saw this scene. So now, Li Zhongjiu was also eager to improve his strength. He had read the 9 Lineages heavenly book in the sacred martial realm. Li Zhongjiu also knew about it. The power of the 9 Lineages heavenly book could be stacked. When you snatched the heavenly book of another race, you could use it to strengthen yourself. The ape race must have snatched the heavenly book of the fallen race. The current ape race might have at least 2 heavenly books. If they pursued power, sooner or later, they would kill their way to the sacred martial realm and cause trouble for the human race. With the current strength of the human race, Heavenly Saint Kuanpeng couldn't even withstand a single palm attack. There was really no chance to speak of. Li Zhongjiu didn't want to be the guardian of the human race. As long as his family wasn't threatened, it would be fine. He would rather stay in such a place forever. But trouble would come knocking on his door sooner or later. Li Zhongjiu was very clear about this. Only when he grasped absolute strength would the trouble disappear automatically. This was without a doubt. When you were strong enough to not be afraid of any trouble, it was equivalent to no trouble. Thinking back to the ape race's hand. Li Zhongzhou's eyes became more determined. Inside the White Deer Mansion, Longji was chatting with Xiao Zhao. But while they were chatting on the way, Instructor Ling Yan from the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor had also arrived. When he saw that there was actually an additional graceful woman in the White Deer residence, whose every frown and smile was filled with a mature and alluring aura, the expression in his eyes clearly changed. Xiao Zhao, who is this? Ling Yan used to be Li Zhongzhou's instructor, even though it was only in name. But Ling Yan always used this name to come to the White Deer Mansion. Most of the time, he came to discuss some teaching plans or to carry out some joint projects with the Heavenly Sect Academy. In short, his purpose was self-evident. It was to make the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor more competitive. Recently, the Heavenly Sect Academy suddenly had an expert in the field of elixir pills. Even their mansion master couldn't help but visit the Heavenly Sect Academy. Ling Yan knew that the person the Heavenly Sect Academy invited this time was not simple. So Ling Yan wanted to investigate the situation and see if he could invite this person to give a lecture at the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. At least, he still needed to maintain his reputation. Everyone wanted to promote the development of the education field. In addition, with this layer of relationship, Ling Yan was confident that the White Deer Mansion would not be so stingy. But when he saw Long Ji, Ling Yan couldn't help but focus all his attention on Long Ji. This is Instructor Long Ji, the tactical combat instructor that the Heavenly Sect Academy just hired. Xiao Zhao said. Tactical combat instructor? Ling Yan couldn't help but look at the beautiful Long Ji in front of him. With Long Ji's posture, not to mention tactical combat, it would be a problem if she could even wield a weapon. But this weapon was very powerful. Ling Yan felt a little ashamed. But to say that this Long Ji could become a combat instructor, Ling Yan really didn't believe it. And the reason why Xiao Zhao knew Long Ji's power. It was because of Qing Shilong's performance. Xiao Zhao had seen Qing Shilong's strength. But in front of Long Ji, Qing Shilong was completely like a puppy. He didn't have any temper at all. He couldn't even lift his head in front of Long Ji. Miss, do you want to exchange a few moves with me to test my strength? Long Ji said with a trace of provocation in the corner of her eyes. Long Ji was able to come to the Sacred Flame Imperial City this time. She had to persuade the second warden to temporarily put down the plan to kill Li Zhongzhou. After all, Li Zhongzhou was not someone to be trifled with. Moreover, Li Zhongzhou had made a special contribution to the dragon tribe. If she wanted to make up for her mistake, she would not have to kill Li Zhongzhou in such a hurry. Even if she mobilized the entire Dragon Island, she might not be able to hurt Li Zhongzhou at all. Moreover, the current situation of Dragon Island was quite serious. If she had to divide her forces to deal with Li Zhongzhou, she would be asking for trouble in the Draconic Penitentiary. The second warden was not stupid. However, if he did not say it at that time, he would lose all his prestige as the second warden. Therefore, he still had to say it. However, if he really wanted to fight with Li Zhongzhou, he naturally had no chance of winning. Now, Long Ji understood. Therefore, she beat him at his own game. She suggested to appease Li Zhongzhou for the time being. When someone was strong enough to kill Li Zhongzhou, it would not be too late to punish him. Long Ji did this because she had no choice. At least this way, she could ensure that the people in the Draconic Penitentiary would not be so impulsive for the time being. I'm a gentleman. I don't know how to fight and kill. Ling Yan said proudly. Then, she flipped her hair. However, Long Ji did not move an inch. Moreover, Long Ji's hair was also red like Ling Yan's. Moreover, Long Ji's hair color was even more vibrant. Xiao Zhao sighed helplessly as she watched the fight between the two of them. Clearly, this kind of thing happened frequently and it wasn't strange at all. After all, his young master's charm was too great. After hearing that Li Zhongzhou had returned, even Miss Song Jieyu had been visiting for several days. If this was before, Xiao Zhao would not believe it at all. He would even think that the Song Jieyu in front of him was a fake. She actually came to visit in person, and several times in a row. How could such a situation occur? Her previous mistress was very ambitious. And now, he had become the person with the greatest authority in the Song family. Apart from the patriarch, Song Jieyu's subordinates were the strongest. It was because of one reason. He was working with White Deer Mansion. Xiaoxiao was naturally not a heartless person. What's more, her ability was also because of the young Mrs. many times of nurturing, which allowed her, Xiaoxiao, to have today's ability. Of course, they would do more for their old customers. As long as there was a reasonable project, they would cooperate. Song Jiayu had a small share, while the White Deer Mansion had a large share. Of course, it was not that she was unreasonable, but the situation was like this. Ordinary people would have to spend a lot of money to build a relationship with the White Deer Mansion. The market was like this now. There was no personal relationship to speak of. Since Xiaoxiao was working for Li Zongjiao now, he naturally had to put all his focus on the White Deer Mansion. Haha, I won't disturb you. Where do I live? Not only did Long Ji become the tactical combat instructor of Tianzong Academy, but she also became a guest elder of the White Deer Mansion. Since she was a guest elder, she naturally lived in the White Deer Mansion. Nangong Wuji's identity was also a guest elder. After all, Li Zongjiao did not stay in the White Deer Mansion for long periods of time. Naturally, he needed some top experts to become guest elders. Of course, it wasn't an easy task to join the White Deer residences and become a guest elder. It wasn't as if you could enter just because you had sufficient strength. You still had to go through layers of tests. After all, it was not an exaggeration to call the White Deer Mansion the #1 mansion in the world. For example, the Mirror Emperor Master was not recruited by the White Deer Mansion to become a guest elder. It could be seen that the White Deer Mansion attached great importance to the guest elder test. What, he is actually a guest elder? Ling Yan was also quite surprised when he saw this. This meant that she had reached the sky in one step. He did not expect this woman to be so lucky. Could it be that she had some unspeakable secret with Li Zongjiao? Ling Yan's eyes lit up. Since Li Zongjiao could have some unspeakable secret with others, then... Ahem. Xiaoxiao saw that Ling Yan seemed to have sunk into endless reverie and could not help but cough twice. Was he going to forget himself at this time? Immediately, Ling Yan woke up and realized that he seemed to have lost his composure. Damn it, this woman was actually so arrogant and so strong. Ling Yan was also quite jealous. What's so lively about? Li Zongjiao walked in from outside and saw the three women here. Long Ji was also here. His gaze first fell on Long Ji. You're here. If you didn't come, I would have gone there personally. Yes, yes. Li Zongjiao said lightly. When Li Zongjiao went to find you personally, then this matter would be troublesome. It would not be so easy to solve it casually. A mere Dragon King's treasure house was not enough to deal with Li Zongjiao. But now that the other party had come personally, it was fine. At least she was tactful. Long Ji did not dare to forget about Evil Lord's matter. This time I was specially ordered by the Great Master to bring this thing and present it to Evil Lord. Long Ji did not dare to be too casual in front of Li Zongjiao now. She knew Li Zongjiao's true strength. Someone who could directly kill the evil dragon god, such a ruthless person was definitely not to be trifled with. If she did, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Ji presented an extremely exquisite ring to Li Zongjiao. This ring contained everything from the Fire Dragon tribe's patriarch's treasure house. Not a single thing was missing. Since she had already taken out so many things, then there was no need to do any other unnecessary tricks. Otherwise, after being exposed, wouldn't it be even more awkward? The relationship between the Dragon Island and Li Zongjiao would become even more tense. Li Zongjiao took the ring. After scanning it with his mental power, he threw the ring to Xiaoxiao. Use the things inside as you see fit. Li Zongjiao handed over most of the stolen storage rings to Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao was also used to it. He thought that Long Ji brought some treasures to build a relationship with him. It was a very normal thing. However, when Xiaoxiao's spiritual power was injected into the storage ring, it didn't react at all. Immediately, he was shocked by the contents of the storage ring. This, Xiaoxiao couldn't believe his eyes. Then, he used his mental power to scan it again. There were no less than 5 divine weapons inside. Any one of these items was enough to shake the heavens and earth. It was unbelievable. Such precious things. Divine weapons were also a kind of rating for weapons. But now, there were basically no divine weapons. Because they couldn't be forged. Therefore, many things could only be passed down from generation to generation. However, with the passage of time, many divine artifacts had lost their original sharpness. The unparalleled sword was a divine weapon. But to truly display the power of a divine weapon, one needed to master the power of the unparalleled sword. Other people simply couldn't display the power of the unparalleled sword. Young master, these things are too. Xiaoxiao wanted to say something, but Li Zhongjie waved his hand. You can do as you see fit. Li Zhongjie would be a little interested in these things in the past. But now, he basically had no interest in them. It was useless even if he wanted them. He had enough weapons. At most, he would use them to arm his family. In this aspect, he believed that Xiaoxiao would take care of it. After all, the original intention of establishing the White Deer Mansion was to protect the Li family. As the sharpest spear of the Li family outside, it was enough to eliminate any danger. But the most surprised person was Long Ji. She didn't take the wrong ring just now. It contained the lifetime collection of the Fire Dragon tribe's chief. Even on this dragon island, people would scramble for this ring like a flock of ducks. They couldn't wait to fight for it. However, Li Zhongjie only took a glance at it before tossing it to his maid. In Long Ji's opinion, Xiaoxiao was just Li Zhongjie's maid. It was just that this maid was put in an important position. Wasn't he too careless, or could it be that Li Zhongjie didn't care about the items of the Fire Dragon tribe's patriarch? Otherwise, the treasures in this ring were enough for anyone to become a peak supreme being. The wealth and treasures in this ring were enough to last a lifetime. It was just that terrifying. Li Zhongjie didn't care at all and directly threw the ring to Xiaoxiao. Even if Xiaoxiao was a little selfish and hid some of it, it would be enough for her to make a meteoric rise. Could it be that this girl's relationship with Evil Lord wasn't very simple? She must be someone he trusted very much to be put in such an important position. Fortunately, he didn't offend Xiaoxiao before he came. Long Ji was very good at judging people. At first glance, she could tell that Xiaoxiao's aura wasn't simple. After a simple conversation, she realized that Xiaoxiao's temperament was extraordinary, so she also treated her as an equal. Why aren't you leaving? Li Zhongjie looked at Long Ji in front of him. The latter didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. Miss Long Ji has just become a guest of our White Deer Mansion and is willing to take on the role of Sky Sect Academy's tactical combat instructor. Xiaoxiao quickly said. In that case, tactical combat suits you quite well. Li Zhongjie nodded. As if he approved of Long Ji, Li Zhongjie then looked at Ling Yan. Why are you here too? Ling Yan wasn't happy to hear this. What do you mean by being here too, as if I'm not supposed to be here? You know, I used to be your class teacher. Of course, if this boast was made public, it was likely that many people wouldn't believe it. They would even think that Ling Yan had a problem in his head and was suffering from some kind of delusional disorder. However, if one were to carefully trace back Li Zhongjie's growth process, they would discover that there was indeed such a small period of time in the Heavenly Dawn medicine matter. Of course, it was hard to explain this matter clearly. It wouldn't do to treat it as a big deal. Fortunately, Li Zhongjie had a good relationship with Ling Yan. After all, Ling Yan was easy to get along with. At least back then, he had stood up for Li Zhongjie and Kuan Erishur. I heard that a great god has come to your Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Isn't it just nice for the two of you to come to our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor to give a lecture and promote the cultural exchange between our two great academies? Ling Yan immediately said to Li Zhongjie. As long as Li Zhongjie agreed, everything would be easy to handle. Since there was such a good opportunity to block Li Zhongjie, Ling Yan naturally wouldn't let it go. I don't think so. That guy is now in a state of being punished. Li Zhongjie knew that Ling Yan must be talking about Zhong Xianshan. Who would have thought that this Zhong Xianshan would have such a great reputation? It had only been a short while since he had been captured and there were already people who wanted to snatch him away. However, since they had already said that Zhong Xianshan would be leaving the Sky Sect Academy for the next 70 years unless Heavenly Star Academy went bankrupt, he couldn't leave. Rules were rules. If it was other people's rules, Li Zhongjie could break them if he wanted to. However, if it was Li Zhongjie who set the rules, it wouldn't be so easy to break them. You're too disloyal. You're just going to give a lecture and make a guest appearance. What's the big deal? Our Heavenly Star Medicine Manor won't snatch your people. Ling Yan immediately said excitedly. He was actually rejected by Li Zhongjiu. However, he suddenly remembered that Li Zhongjiu had said that the other party could not leave the Tianzong Academy. How about this? I'll bring the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's disciples to your Sky Sect Academy to listen to your lessons. Hee, it's settled then. I'll arrange it right away. Ling Yan also knew that Li Zhongjiu was very principled, and he wouldn't change what he said, no matter if it was good or bad. He didn't give Li Zhongjiu and the others a chance to go back on their words. He jogged all the way out. It was as if he was still pleased with the success of his scheme. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If such an expert were to give a lecture, how could the scale of the lecture be small? Fortunately, he was quick-witted. Why do I have a strange feeling? Li Zhongjiu frowned. Although he didn't really manage things, what did Ling Yan say just now? He wanted to bring the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's disciples directly to the Tianzong Academy to listen to his lessons? Young master, don't worry. This matter will be handled by Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao said. Looking at Li Zhongjiu, he seemed to be at a loss, but in fact, the Tianzong Academy was going to make a fortune. They were afraid that the other party would hide their disciples and not bring out some good disciples. The Tianzong Academy would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to thoroughly display their strength. They would show it in front of these students. Then, these disciples would know how to choose in the future. They didn't expect that the signboard of Zhongshan Mountain would be so useful here. It was a good little trick. Of course, I'll leave it to you. I'll go out for a walk. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand and said. These trivial matters. He naturally wouldn't waste time to deal with them. Li Zhongjiu also needed to spend more time on his own cultivation. He didn't need to worry about these things. In the secular world, there were many people who had been tied down by these things because they coveted power. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't have such a tie at all. After all, Li Zhongjiu didn't care about things like power at all. That was why he had such a free and easy cultivation realm. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate until now. After all, it was a new life. Not everyone could understand the choice of things. In fact, sometimes, this cultivation talent didn't have much to do with it. It just depended on whether one could focus. If one could focus, then it was equivalent to success. Many disciples of big families were quite talented, but in the process of cultivation, they were thinking about fighting for power all day long. Although they seemed to be focused on cultivation, no one knew what kind of things were going on in the dark. Therefore, it led to the slow progress of their cultivation and it was easy for them to go berserk. Li Zhongjiu had never experienced these things, so there was nothing much to say. After strolling and relaxing in the sacred Flame Royal City, Li Zhongjiu went to a restaurant and ordered a delicious boiled fish. The chefs in the city were indeed unique in terms of their culinary skills. However, he didn't know that there was a place called the God of Cooking Department among the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy. He didn't know if the dishes made by this department were delicious. After eating a big meal, he wandered aimlessly on the streets. The current sacred Flame Royal City was stable and prosperous. There wasn't a single beggar on the streets and alleys. After all, the White Deer Mansion and headquarters were here. How could they let this place be shabby? In comparison, the current sacred Flame Royal City was even more famous than Heaven and Earth Sacred City. After all, this was the former imperial capital and now the #1 mansion in the world was here. The famous 4 great academies were also established here. Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Imperial Martial Pavilion, Azure Sea Academy, Sky Sect Academy, Purple Pill Academy and 4 Seas Medicine Manor had already moved away. After all, the competition in this place was too strong and they couldn't compete with those big families. They had obediently moved to Heaven and Earth Sacred City. At least in Heaven and Earth Sacred City, these 2 academies were more or less competitive. There was a wishing river in the sacred Flame Royal City. Almost every night, there would be countless people releasing wishing lanterns there. However, it was just a scam by a businessman. As soon as you released your wishing lantern, someone downstream would pick it up. It was mainly for the sake of auspiciousness. Therefore, this wishing river itself was quite famous. Today, there were still many people releasing their own wishing lanterns in front of the wishing river. Li Zhongjiu happened to be walking by the river. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Then, there was a splash. A woman who was squatting by the river suddenly had her head bitten off by a black shadow that flew out from the river. Only her body was left squatting on the ground. Blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. It almost splashed 3 meters high. Then, the headless corpse slowly fell into the river. Immediately, the river splashed a few more times. Fresh blood gushed out from the ground. When they saw such a bloody scene, how could the surrounding ordinary people endure it? Such a shocking scene immediately caused the crowd to be in chaos. Screams could not be heard. The frightened crowd kept retreating. However, there were more people. Some people, in their panic, missed a step and were directly pushed from the bridge into the river. Now, some kind of monster had appeared in the river. It actually came specially. If they fell in, they would definitely die. Splash, splash, a few people directly fell into the river. Then, they were quickly drowned by the river. They didn't even have the chance to struggle. It was as if they were directly dragged into the water by something terrifying. Li Zhongjiu saw that under the river, there seemed to be something moving at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, they looked extremely strange. Within a 1-meter radius of them, it was pitch black, and they couldn't see anything clearly. It was time to swallow up the few rays of light in the water. Abyss Clan? After seeing this, Li Zhongjiu was surprised. The abyssal race had actually found this place. Shouldn't the abyssal race appear in the sea? However, as long as there was water, the abyssal race would be able to reach it. The city guards are here. Li Zhongjiu didn't make a move. Just now, many people died in an instant. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to make a move, he could naturally save them. However, he didn't have to do it. Everyone's life and death were predestined. Li Zhongjiu had the ability to change the life and death of others. However, it didn't mean that he had to do it all the time. In this way, it was equivalent to directly grafting the cause and effect of others' life and death onto himself. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu had such an epiphany in his heart. When this epiphany appeared, Li Zhongjiu was immediately surprised. Strange, why would I have such a thought? Li Zhongjiu didn't know where this thought came from. It seemed to be actively generated in his mind. Everyone, leave the river. There was no lack of experts in the city guards. Before, Li Zhongjiu also cultivated Wang Ding and the others. According to the current situation, Wang Ding was now the commander of the city guards. Wang Ding. In the crowd, Li Zhongjiu also saw Wang Ding, who was dressed in martial attire, rushing towards him. There was a kind of expert behind him. He seemed to have been prepared for the situation that had just unfolded. He directly ordered his men to line up on the shore. Then, he used a kind of extremely fast nail gun with a rope hanging on it. Boom, they exploded into the river. Whoosh! The flying spears immediately broke through the water and plunged downwards rapidly. However, these spears were made of steel and could not cause any damage to the Abyssal clan below. There were also some terrifying Abyssal clan members who used their sharp claws to pierce the surface of the water directly towards the people on the shore. Many soldiers were directly penetrated by the sharp spikes of the Abyssal clan members. Ah, save me, save me! Seeing this, Wang Ding leaped up and slashed at the spikes released by the Abyssal clan members. Boom! However, Wang Ding could not cut off the strange spikes of the Abyssal clan members even though he was at the Yuan Emperor realm. Suddenly, a strong rebounding force hit him. Boom! Wang Ding was knocked back to the shore. The Abyssal clan members who were pierced by the spikes were directly brought into the river and turned into a pool of blood in just a moment. What? Damn monster, give me back my brother! Wang Ding said as he prepared to continue his attack. However, this time, the abyssal monsters in the river had already set their sights on Wang Ding. After all, among so many experts present, Wang Ding was the only one who felt a trace of pressure. Swoosh, a mysterious spike quickly extended out, looking like an elongated bone. It rushed towards Wang Ding at an extremely fast speed. Protect the commander! The bodyguard beside Wang Ding hurriedly shielded him behind him. This kind of dedication in times of need had been honed long ago, and there was no need for additional commands. However, just as the black bone spike was about to approach, a surging sword aura suddenly swept over from afar. At the same time, there was an arrow with a little blue light on it. Swoosh, ding, the arrow hit the black bone spike instantly. Immediately, the blue light on the arrow turned into a terrifying icy power. It poured out crazily and completely froze the black bone spur in front of him. At the same time, a sword aura descended. It instantly cut off the black bone spike. Boom, the power of the sword aura was not strong and was only at the Yuan Emperor realm. However, it could cause a better effect than Wang Ding's previous attack. After all, Wang Ding's previous attack did not have any effect. Frozen river surface. A handsome young man with a sharp sword in his hand appeared in the sky. Following the young man's command, he looked at the bridge not far away. She was tall and slender, and she held an azure bow in her hand. Her eyes were sharp. He knocked an arrow on his bow and shot it toward the river without hesitation. Boom, immediately, an icy blue power froze the surface of the river into extremely thick ice. The surface of the river was instantly frozen. It seemed that the danger was temporarily under control. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Wang Ding's reaction wasn't slow either. He immediately commanded the city guards to clear out the remaining citizens. If they continued to stay here, they would definitely be in danger. Keep your eyes on the river. Use the mountain-piercing crossbows. Wang Ding ordered. After arranging a series of matters, he went to meet the two young heroes who had just made a move. Where did you two come from? Tell me your names. As the commander of the city guards, Wang Ding had an official position. Naturally, he wouldn't be so polite to ordinary people. Moreover, the two young men in front of him looked like they were still wet behind the ears. It was normal for them to have some tricks up their sleeves. However, he couldn't let these young men think that they were invincible. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Azure Ocean Academy, Ji Fu. Azure Ocean Academy, Chen Feng. Greetings, sir. The two of them were polite and not arrogant. However, this was only on the surface. Although they said that they were greeting, their actions were very honest. They didn't make any movements. They even purposely showed off in front of Wang Ding, as if they wanted to say that they helped him settle this matter. So it's the two of you. In Wang Ding's eyes, there was a look of realization. He thought that they were some young men who weren't afraid of death. Who knew that they were here to poke their nose into other people's business? They were the new top 10 outstanding youths in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Just in the Azure Ocean Academy alone, there were 6 of them. These 6 people had gone through various competitions and were selected through various rounds of selection. They possessed powerful strength. Therefore, they were quite famous in the Sacred Flame Royal City. They could be said to be outstanding existences. Even the overall quality was much better than the batch a few years ago. Although Li Zhongjiu had obtained the title of the #1 alchemist because of his alchemy skills, he didn't obtain the ranking of the most influential people in the Sacred Flame Royal City. This was because he didn't participate in it at all. He had never paid attention to these things. Sir, these abyssal monsters aren't something that you can deal with. Ah Jean, leave this place to the Azure Ocean Academy. Although Qin Feng's words sounded very courteous and he was willing to contribute, there was a sense of ordering Wang Ding. It was as if he was saying that this place wasn't something that he could deal with. Leaving quickly was the smart choice. When Qin Feng spoke, Ji Fu didn't say anything. However, there was a slight coldness in her eyes. She didn't continue to look at Wang Ding. Instead, she focused her attention on the river below. It was as if she didn't want to waste too much time on Wang Ding. Impudent. Is the Azure Ocean Academy trying to rebel? This is the matter of the city guards. It has nothing to do with you. If you don't leave quickly, I'll throw you into the dungeon. One of Wang Ding's adjutants rushed out and said. The other party obviously didn't put Wang Ding in their eyes. If the latter was allowed to be arrogant, how could the city guards have any status in the future? They were actually disregarded by this group of stinky brats. This was an extremely arrogant and excessive behavior. They had to put an end to such a thing. This matter shouldn't have happened to these students. Even if the city guards were all dead, they couldn't have allowed these people to come. There were laws in the country. In the Sacred Flame Royal City, there were naturally rules that belonged to the Sacred Flame Royal City. If you were strong, you could casually intervene in the affairs of the government. If this wasn't rebellion, what was it? Fortunately, these people were all students. Otherwise, they would definitely end up in a miserable state. Wang Ding was the first to bring people to raid these people's homes. The ice is about to break. Ji Fu, who was wearing a blue armor, said. The set of equipment on her body was also a treasure of the Azure Ocean Academy. They had spent a lot of money to obtain it. It was extremely powerful. Just now, it was the power of the black ice bow that froze the other party. The layer of ice on the surface of the river was also because of the black ice bow. But now, it obviously couldn't hold on for too long. The layer of ice below was rapidly breaking apart. Rumble, suddenly, a turbulent force broke through the ice. Li Zhongjiu looked over. It seemed that a powerful character had appeared among these abyssal monsters. Wang Ding's subordinates hurriedly aimed the mountain-piercing crossbows in their hands at the same point below and directly shot forward. Immediately, the whooshing sound of the arrows breaking through the air made one's scalp numb. The feeling of the sharp arrows cutting through space naturally made everyone's heart tremble. They felt as if they were about to be split in half. Dozens of mountain-piercing crossbows were shot from both sides of the river to the bottom. However, there was not the slightest movement from below. Even Chen Feng's eyes showed a trace of doubt. Be careful. Ji Fu's perception was slightly stronger. Suddenly, she heard a trace of penetrating force coming from the river. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Just as she finished her sentence, dozens of mountain-piercing crossbows returned to where they came from and pierced through the bodies of the archers who were operating the crossbows. Some of them dodged slightly, but the crossbow bolts directly hit their heads. Instantly, their heads exploded. This scene was extremely bloody. There were originally some commoners who were watching the show, but when they saw this scene, they all screamed and quickly ran away. This scene was too terrifying. Ever since the era of peace and prosperity, they had never seen such a thrilling scene. Throw the black fire grenades in. Wang Ding was furious when he saw this. So many of his subordinates were killed in an instant. Such a situation had never happened before. He couldn't let these meta beasts continue to be arrogant. He had to end this quickly. Immediately, the city guards threw the black fire grenades in their hands. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The dull black fire grenades fell into the river and sank rapidly. However, these black fire grenades didn't seem to have the effect that they were supposed to have. Just like a stone, it was easily swallowed up by the river in front of him. It disappeared without a trace, and there was not the slightest movement. Your black fire grenades have all been eaten. This kind of creature eats everything. Ordinary moves can't hurt them. Chen Feng said. What did you say? Why do you know so much about these things? Wang Ding was sharp enough to notice that something was wrong. He had just received news that such a situation might happen. Just as he was preparing, such a thing happened. He had prepared something to attack the underwater meta beasts. But how did Chen Feng and the others know about it? From the looks of it, they seemed to have received some information long ago. It's a serious crime to not report what you know. Wang Ding's eyes instantly turned fierce. Leader Wang, the dean asked us to help you. Just as Wang Ding was about to interrogate these people, he saw 3 figures flying over on their swords from afar. A man and 2 women. Leading them was a woman wearing white boots and a snow-white robe. Wang Ding turned around and saw 3 people approaching. He was familiar with these people. The 3 people in front of him were disciples of Tianzong Academy. The leading woman in white was called Xianxia. She was currently the most talented disciple in Tianzong Academy. Whether it was alchemy or yuanli, she was a top-notch existence. Most importantly, she had a high level of comprehension, although she started a little late. However, there were simply too many elixirs in Tianzong Academy. Xiaoshua's cultivation had been forcibly raised. After all, Tianzong Academy also needed someone who could support the scene. Although Tianzong Academy had only been established for less than 2 years. Fortunately, Xiaoshua was pushed to become one of the top 10 influential youths. Her performance was outstanding. As a result, 3 of the top 10 influential youths in the city had come. As for the junior brothers and sisters behind Xiaxue, they were responsible for supporting the scene. Seeing that the other party was Chen Feng and Ji Fu, Xiaxue's eyes also had a trace of seriousness. After all, the other party's strength was not simple. The 2 academies were also competing with each other. Wang Ding was one of Li Zhongzhou's people. Tianzong Academy was established under Li Zhongzhou's name, so Wang Ding also had the title of Instructor Wu in Tianzong Academy. Whenever a new student joined, they would first have to undergo a hellish military training. It was a good opportunity to dampen the spirit of these geniuses. This tradition was also established by Tianzong Academy's dean, Lan Yuyan. Such a unique way of thinking, such a mysterious idea, only Lan Yuyan could think of and implement it. Through this method, it could help the students adapt to the life in the academy faster. At the same time, it would also be more strict in terms of discipline. If the discipline was not strict, it would naturally be useless if you did not obey the discipline, even if you were a genius. If you wanted to show off your character, there would naturally be a lot of time for you to show off when you left the academy. However, during your days in the academy, you had to obediently listen to the instructors. Otherwise, there was no need to go to Tianzong Academy. Therefore, Xiaxue and the others were familiar with Wang Ding, and Wang Ding was also very polite to his own people. When your headmaster sent you all here to help, did he mention what those things were? Wang Ding had no idea what the thing in front of him was. He had only received news earlier that some powerful water-type meta-beasts would appear in the river in the city. But he didn't expect it to be so powerful. It's an abyssal monster, Xiaxue said. At the same time, Xiaxue also pulled out an extremely cold sword in her hand. Cold light radiated from it. Just by approaching it, one would feel as if one's flesh and blood had been frozen. This was an ice-type demigod artifact. Chen Feng and Ji Fu also looked at him enviously. Quasi-artifact. If Xiaxue didn't have this semi-artifact in her hands, it would be impossible for her to squeeze into the top 10 outstanding youths. Don't you think it's such a coincidence? He just so happened to have a demigod tool. Although this was equivalent to cheating, after all, this semi-divine tool was given to him by the dean of the Tianzong Academy. After giving it to Xiaxue, it naturally belonged to her. It was normal for her to be recognized as a part of her strength. The sword in Xiaxue's hand was called Falling Snow. Freezing falling snow. Xiaxue waved her sword aura. The river water in front of them suddenly changed, and ice once again condensed. The river water below was condensed into even thicker ice. Even from afar, one could feel the cold air from the surface of the ice river. You're just relying on the power of the falling snow sword. What's so great about that? Jifu said disdainfully and rolled her eyes. It seems like someone is also relying on the power of the Guanghanbao. Otherwise, who knows how unbearable it would be. Xiaxue naturally saw Jifu and the others. Since Xiaxue appeared, Chen Feng's eyes were full of adoration. Compared to the shrewish Jifu beside him, he preferred Xiaxue, who was like an ice beauty. Only such a snow mountain could arouse his interest in conquering it. This layer of ice won't last long. The best way to get rid of these abyssal monsters is to fish them up. Kill them on the shore. This was the simplest and most direct way. If they were hiding in the water, it would be at least 10 times more difficult to find them and kill them. Wang Ding saw that these people were discussing. Obviously, they wanted to personally deal with these abyssal monsters. However, Wang Ding's intuition told him that the origins of these abyssal monsters were not to be underestimated. They were absolutely not something that these youngsters could deal with. He also didn't know what the deans were thinking, sending these people to their deaths. If things went wrong, something big would happen. Li Zhongzhou did not leave. Instead, he stood on the other side of the river. He was more aware of the current situation. However, Li Zhongzhou's eyes soon looked below the ice river. Because of the energy gathering here, a few young experts had directly attracted a large number of abyssal monsters. Although they had not yet broken out of the ice, it was obvious that breaking this thin layer of ice was something that would happen sooner or later. Li Zhongzhou was not in a hurry to make a move. Since there were disciples of his Tianzong Academy here, he would first observe the performance of these disciples. He wanted to see if the time that Lan Yuyan had spent on training them was really effective. If the people they cultivated were so weak that they could not withstand a single blow, then they would have to consider changing the management, or changing the teaching model. Of course, Li Zongjie was also extremely biased towards his own people. No matter how strong or weak Xia Shui and the others were, they were still disciples of his Tianzong Academy. These abyssal monsters had no right to kill them. They're coming. Li Zongjie called out softly, which was also a reminder. The voice suddenly reminded Xia Shui and the others. Originally, Xia Shui and the others were also discussing the plan, but they did not have a unified opinion. Suddenly, they heard the voice and immediately became alert. At the same time, they looked at the surface of the ice river. However, Xia Shui frowned. Her eyes searched around in the darkness, trying to find the owner of the voice just now. Gotcha, the ice layer gradually melted and broke. With Xia Shui's ability, naturally, there was no way to freeze the entire river. Soon, the broken ice was directly washed away by the river water. The river surface was restored to the water surface again, not the ice layer. But at the same time, the surface of the river became quite calm, just like a mirror. Logically speaking, although the river surface was not as turbulent as the sea, it was definitely not as calm as a mirror. Several people clenched the swords in their hands. Wang Ding waved his hand. Immediately, someone used a flying rope, and the soldiers on both sides directly formed a net of flying ropes. Iron chain net formation, there were sharp blades and spikes on the iron ropes, and the spikes were coated with strong poison. If anything jumped out of the river, it would be directly cut and then poisoned. The night itself was dark. But now, the river seemed to have become even darker. Bang, suddenly, there was an explosion. Look! A soldier lowered his head abruptly and saw that the floor beneath his feet had actually cracked open in an instant. Even the stake he used to nail the iron chain had been directly shaken askew. Everyone, retreat! Xia Shui saw this and quickly shouted. Drag them back! As soon as the voice fell, the two helpers brought by Xia Shui also acted and quickly grabbed the soldiers who were leaning on the shore. In the next second, the stones and soil on the shore were instantly shattered by a strange force. The sand instantly irrigated the river. They are widening the river. Widening the river, this river had been through tens of thousands of years and had long been fixed in shape. In most cases, it was met with solid stones on both sides, so it was impossible to continue widening. But now, these abyssal demons directly widened the river, so that they could go wherever they wanted to go. Force them to come up. Chen Feng did not act to save these soldiers. In his opinion, these people were not strong enough, so they should not come up to add to the trouble. Otherwise, things would become more troublesome. And in the most situation, these people would just die in vain. Ji Fu pulled the Guanhan bow in her hand, and 3 frost feather arrows rushed out. When they rushed to the river surface, they immediately exploded. Boom, the situation at the scene suddenly became turbulent. 3 waves were blown up on the river surface. In these waves, there were more than 10 abyssal demons hidden. Tyrant Mystic Tiger. Chen Feng stomped his foot and released the power of his Origin Spirit. Level 6 Origin Spirit. Level 6 Mystic Beast 8 Mystic Tiger. Boom, then, the Tyrant Mystic Tiger turned into sword energy and killed the abyssal demons in front of it. Instantly, sword energy flew, and tigers and wolves roared. In the blink of an eye, several abyssal demons were quickly cut in half. They fell to the ground. After struggling for a while, they lost their vitality. Then, they turned into a pool of transparent liquid. Seeing this, Chen Feng looked at Xia Shui with great pride, as if to say that his method was the most effective method, but when Xia Shui saw the pool of liquid on the ground, she could not help but frown. This liquid was formed by the bodies of the abyssal demons, but how did the bodies of the abyssal demons turn into a pool of liquid? It was really strange. General Wang, please quickly evacuate everyone and maintain order on the street. Don't let anyone come close, or there will be countless casualties. Xia Shui pleaded. Everyone, listen to my order. Retreat 500 meters, and leave the Mystic King experts. Wang Ding was not stupid. He would not let people die in vain. After everyone was dismissed, there were still close to 10 Yuan monarch experts left behind. After all, they could only bring a portion of the city guard army with them. It was impossible to mobilize all of the city guard army's experts. The rest of the city guard army had to stay in their own territories to ensure the order of the rest of the place. The situation had changed faster than they had imagined. With the support of Ji Fu and the power of his own soul, Chen Feng knocked hundreds of abyssal monsters out of the water and easily killed them. The corpses of the hundreds of abyssal monsters had all turned into transparent liquid and scattered all over the ground. Stop. Don't kill anymore. This is their scheme. Xianxia saw the transparent liquid piled up all over the ground. The origin of these mysterious liquids was unknown. They suddenly appeared and were almost arranged on the ground. At a glance, it looked very orderly. How could there be such a coincidence? It must be a trap. When Chen Feng heard Xiaoshui's words, he thought that Xiaoshui was jealous of his killing speed. He immediately laughed. Xiaoshui, I think you've wasted your time on the billboard. You'd better back off. Leave these things to me. Chen Feng was obviously very confident. Suddenly, a large group of black shadows rushed out from the river. After these black shadows appeared, they rushed toward Chen Feng at the same time. Chen Feng didn't expect the attacks of the abyssal tribe to be so ferocious. However, no matter how ferocious the attacks were, as long as he kept a certain distance, the abyssal tribe wouldn't be able to do anything to him. All their attacks would be ineffective. The attack was nullified, and the abyssal tribe quickly returned to the water. Chen Feng retreated rapidly, wanting to keep a distance from this group of abyssal demons. There were several sneak attacks just now, but they were all bark and no bite. They couldn't get close to Chen Feng at all. That was why Chen Feng could keep repeating the same trick and kill so many abyssal monsters. However, this time, the abyssal monster had no intention of retreating. Instead, it quickly chased after Chen Feng. What? With the help of the weak light, Chen Feng also clearly saw the appearance of these abyssal monsters. They looked like spiders, but they had a total of 16 legs. Moreover, there was a transparent mucosal net between their legs. It was this special structure that allowed these abyssal monsters to bring the prey on the shore directly into the water. Swish, just as Chen Feng was retreating, powerless to defend himself, an arrow flew over from the side. Ji Fu had killed an abyssal monster near Chen Feng. His body exploded in the air, turning into a transparent liquid that fell to the ground. This gave Chen Feng a chance to catch his breath. After landing on the ground, the abyssal monsters retreated continuously. However, after landing on the ground, the abyssal monsters didn't show any signs of discomfort. Xiaoshui observed for a while. The places where these abyssal monsters fell were also where the transparent liquid was. If there were some places that weren't replenished, they would directly kill their companions and use the transparent liquid piled up by their companions' corpses to continue approaching and attacking. Chen Feng hadn't seen it clearly yet, so he couldn't understand how these abyssal monsters could come ashore. However, a large number of monsters had already rushed to the shore and clashed with Wang Ding and the others. The falling snow in Xiaoshui's hand surged with cold light and sword energy. In an instant, several terrifying ice roads appeared under her feet. Not only did it freeze the abyssal monsters along the way, but it also froze the transparent liquid released by these abyssal monsters. As soon as they touched the ground, they would directly turn into a pool of transparent liquid. It was like the feeling of being killed. This should also be a curse belonging to the abyssal clan. They could never go ashore. If they went ashore, only death would await them. However, there were too many abyssal monsters. Just by paving the road with their corpses, they could directly pounce on a path. Boom, an abyssal monster that was nearly 10 meters tall rushed out directly. When this demonic monster rushed out, it could clearly feel an extremely strong sense of oppression coming at it. Not good. It's a higher level abyssal monster. We can't resist it. Xiaoshui saw this abyssal monster and knew that this was a serious matter. I'll hold this thing back. You guys go to the academy and ask for help. Little you, go to the White Deer Mansion and ask for help. Xiaoshui shouted in a low voice. The 10-meter-tall abyssal monster appeared in front of them. It was as if a small mountain was blocking their path. Eldest senior sister. Go quickly. This is an order. Xiaxua shouted. If they were still hesitant in front of danger, it was equivalent to courting death. Therefore, they must not be soft-hearted. Hearing the word order, the two of them were stunned. Their hearts skipped a beat. Then, they calmed themselves down and quickly fled into the distance. Li Zhongjiu saw the scene and nodded. This little girl was not bad. At least her character could be said to be very to Li Zhongjiu's liking. She never did things sloppily. She was the same as San Tong. San Tong, who had been foreseen in the past, also had the same willpower. After some nurturing, he would be able to play a big role. San Tong was currently training disciples for the Li family. He had even specially cultivated an extremely elite assassination squad. In fact, now the Li family's various methods could be said to be endless, and they had expanded their strength in all aspects. It was impossible for Li Zhongjiu to figure it out. However, when facing the enemy, if he only thought about waiting for others to come to his aid, he would be killed sooner or later. If he really wanted to be rescued, he had to become stronger. This strongest abyssal monster was completely blocked by Xiaxua. On the other hand, there was a big mistake on Chen Feng's side. First, Chen Feng was stabbed by the other party. Even his inner armor was directly penetrated, and there was a bloody hole in his waist. After that, Chen Feng was also quite passive. If it were not for Jifu's support, he would probably have been killed by these abyssal monsters. Wang Ding led the city guards to fight these abyssal monsters. The abyssal monsters' combat power was similar to the Yuan King realm. As long as they reached the Yuan King realm, they could resist them. Moreover, Wang Ding himself was a Yuan King, so killing him was extremely easy. Boom, another 10-meter-tall abyssal monster rushed out of the river. Xiaxua had blocked one with great difficulty, and now there was another one. Let me do it. Wang Ding roared, broke away from the city guard's battle formation, and rushed toward the 10-meter-tall abyssal monster. This 10-meter-tall abyssal monster's strength was roughly equivalent to a peak Yuan King or a half-step Yuan King realm. Therefore, it was very easy for Wang Ding to block it. However, from the river, 3 10-meter-tall abyssal monsters continued to jump out one after another. They quickly charged toward Chen Feng and Jifu. Be careful. Xiaxua saw this scene and immediately shouted to remind the two of him. However, this shout also allowed her opponent to find a gap. A sudden spike directly pierced toward her heart. It was extremely swift and fierce. Immediately, Xiaxua felt as though she had been targeted and was about to be killed. It was this feeling that made Xiaxua's body stiffen. Bow. However, the piercing pain that she had imagined piercing through her body did not come. She looked down. The spikes of the other party's spider legs had been cut off unknowingly. Of course, only the one that was attacking her had been cut off. Xiaxua did not have time to be puzzled. The sword aura of the cold sword in her hand increased greatly. The sword slashed the abyssal monster in front of her. The cold air instantly poured into the abyssal monster's body, freezing it completely. Break! She raised her hand and killed the abyssal monster in front of her with a palm. The other party's body directly turned into ice shards and fell to the ground. Xiaxua withdrew her palm. Suddenly, she thought of the situation of Chen Feng and the others and turned her head. She saw Chen Feng's head being directly cut off by the spiked spider leg of an abyssal monster. In an instant, he was thrown dozens of meters high, and blood splattered all over the sky. When Xiaxua saw this scene, she was even stunned for a moment. Naturally, she had seen dead people before. She had even killed many bad people. However, Chen Feng was someone she was familiar with. In the blink of an eye, his head flew 6 meters from the ground, and he was completely dead. This was the first time she had seen such a shocking scene. After all, Chen Feng was an old opponent of hers. But now, his head was directly cut off by these abyssal monsters. Such a feeling from the beginning to the end was a great shock to Xiaxua. In fact, Chen Feng didn't have to die so quickly. Naturally, it was because Li Zhongjiu had done something. Since he intended to train Xiaxua, he had to let Xiaxua experience a bloody scene. Only in this way could she grow up quickly. Of course, such an action was naturally a little cruel in the eyes of others. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't care. I don't care about you. If you have any different opinions, then come to me and tell me. If I can't change your opinion, I can kill you directly. So, he let Xiaxia see this scene. Chen Feng. Jifu was also stunned when she saw this. Chen Feng had the protection of the jade pendant. How could he be killed in an instant? When Chen Feng's body fell to the ground, a light screen appeared. It was the protection jade pendant that Jifu was thinking about. Obviously, someone intervened and stopped the activation of the jade pendant. Evil creature. A thunderous voice came from the sky, instantly exploding in their ears. Then, a strong gust of wind came and crushed the 3 abyssal demons near Jifu into pieces. It turned out that Jifu was also surrounded by 3 abyssal monsters. And Jifu was actually absent-minded just now. Fortunately, a gust of wind appeared in time and killed the 3 abyssal monsters. Li Zhongjiu took a glance and saw that it was an expert at the pinnacle of the primitive emperor realm. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't know the other party. He hadn't seen him before. Perhaps in these 2 years, the number of experts had exploded like a geyser. Such a situation couldn't be ruled out. When this expert at the pinnacle of the primitive emperor realm attacked, he easily killed the abyssal monsters in front of him. Boom! Immediately, these abyssal monsters retreated rapidly as if they had received an order. Xiaxia was also stunned when she saw the scene. Wang Ding took advantage of the situation and cut off the leg of the abyssal monster he was fighting. At the same time, he slashed the latter into 2 halves. If the opponent wanted to escape, then their will to fight was much weaker. Therefore, in this battle, momentum was very important. One absolutely could not relax like this. One must maintain one's own fighting strength. If you only think about running away, or if you just want to barely resist, then there is a possibility that the opponent will find an opportunity to kill you. The rest of the abyssal monsters quickly escaped from the river, leaving a mess on the ground and several corpses. 2 of the city guards were also killed. Wang Ding would definitely reward these 2 for their heroic sacrifice. There was also another person, Chen Feng, whose head flew more than 20 meters away. Chen Feng. The old man who came with the power of wind and thunder directly landed in front of Chen Feng and saw Chen Feng's corpse. He couldn't believe it. Even its head had been chopped off. Just how brutal was the battle just now? These things were actually so vicious. Academician Chen Songyuan. Jifu was also shocked when she saw the person who came. At the same time, she knew that something bad was going to happen. The person who came was called Chen Songyuan. In the Azure Ocean Academy, there wasn't an elder position. However, after a person had taught for many years, accumulated enough contributions, and improved their strength, they would be promoted to an academician. It was equivalent to the position of an elder. However, the Azure Ocean Academy wanted to do something different. Hence, they were all called academicians. The worst part was academician Chen Song. Coincidentally, he was Chen Feng's father. How could anyone bear to see their own son beheaded? This was a huge blow to Chen Song. Furthermore, in order to nurture Chen Feng, Chen Song could be said to have poured in his entire life's worth of effort. As long as Chen Feng grew up in the future, he would definitely be a limitless existence. But now, his head was separated from his body. This made Chen Song extremely sad. Wang Ding and Xia Shui gathered. At the same time, they arrived before Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng had been killed for the sake of protecting the sacred flame royal city. In the end, he had acted courageously. Academician Chen, please restrain your grief. My city guards will apply for a Good Samaritan award for young hero Chen Feng so that people will remember young hero Chen Feng's contribution to the sacred flame royal city. Wang Ding said. He could only agree to this thing. He couldn't give anything else. At most, he would give a symbolic reward. Hence, this was also why Wang Ding rejected the help of these people. After all, in this kind of situation, it was fine if you didn't die in the end. At most, you would have to apply for some medical expenses. However, your strength wasn't enough and you died directly. Who was to blame for this? You died for nothing. If the parents were more open-minded, they wouldn't come and cause trouble. However, there would always be some people who didn't know what was good for them and insisted on causing trouble. Of course, Wang Ding wasn't afraid of these troublemakers, but it was still an annoying thing. Hence, it was a very good choice to resolve this earlier. It was best if they didn't join. If they needed to join, the city guards would also notify them. There were rules and regulations. Now that Chen Feng was dead, wouldn't he have died for nothing? No need. Thank you, General Wang Ding. Chen Song let out a long sigh. Who was to blame for this? No one would have thought that things would turn out like this. In itself, it was just a failure trial. The Azure Sea Academy wanted to be in front of others and establish meritorious deeds and prestige. This was to increase the reputation of the Azure Sea Academy. However, they didn't expect that they would lose their only son's life in this battle. Academician Chen Feng was killed by someone. Just when Chen Song was about to take Chen Feng's body away, Ji Fu, who was at the side, spoke. At the same time, she looked at Wang Ding and Xia Shui with an extremely vigilant and scrutinizing gaze. She was an archer herself, so her perception of her surroundings was extremely sharp. However, at the moment when she sensed that Chen Feng was in danger, there was indeed an inexplicable force that appeared, preventing the power of Chen Feng's amulet from activating. At the same time, it also fixed Chen Feng's body. Although it was only for a short moment. The consequences were obvious. There was no resistance at all, and there was no way to reverse the situation. His head was chopped off. How strong was the opponent? Ji Fu, what did you say? Chen Song immediately looked at Ji Fu, obviously in disbelief. He then looked at Xia Shui and Wang Ding. Of course, his gaze eventually locked onto Xia Shui. This was because Xia Shui was a member of the Tianzong Academy. Although there wasn't any deep hatred between the two academies, they were still in a competitive relationship. Xia Shui and Chen Feng had fought in the arena before, but Xia Shui was defeated in the end. Now that Xia Shui also appeared in such an occasion, it was indeed possible that she secretly attacked Chen Feng and killed him. However, Xia Shui's big eyes also widened. Thinking back, the scene she saw was indeed a little too coincidental. However, it was just a coincidence. She only had time to turn around and see Chen Feng's head flying off. She didn't see anything else. Little girl, you have to take responsibility for your nonsense. Are you saying that someone in the city guard army deliberately attacked and killed Chen Feng? Wang Ding was instantly unhappy. This little girl's words clearly meant that he was the one who did it. After all, he was the only one present who had such strength. No, Chen Feng's amulet was tampered with by someone. It wasn't activated when he was in danger. Instead, it was activated after his death. This means that someone secretly suppressed the power of Chen Feng's amulet. Moreover, although the abyssal monster's attack speed is fast, with Chen Feng's speed, he was absolutely confident that he could dodge it. There must be a strong person hiding in the dark here. It was this person who killed senior brother Chen Feng. As she spoke, Ji Fu also used her sharp eyes to size up the surrounding environment, trying to find the person who secretly attacked them. The opponent's method was simply superb and mysterious. Perhaps his target wasn't only senior brother Chen Feng, but also the rest of them. If they couldn't find the opponent, there would still be people from the Azure Sea Academy who would be mysteriously assassinated in the future. The opponent's method was no different from an assassination. Who is it? Get out here. Thinking that his child was actually assassinated, Chen Song couldn't care less. How could Chen Song care so much? He was already very sad, but he didn't expect such a turn of events. Now, even if these people had nothing to do with him, Chen Song would definitely vent his anger on them. This matter would definitely not be settled so easily. However, no matter how hard the two of them searched, they couldn't find Li Zongjiu. In fact, Li Zongjiu was standing not far away, but the difference between their realms was too great. There was no comparison at all. Therefore, even if Chen Song used all his strength, it was impossible for him to find Li Zongjiu. He had such a powerful strength in the first place. He couldn't find the person who secretly attacked them. Since the opponent killed Chen Feng and didn't kill Xia Shui and the rest. This meant that this matter was related to Xia Shui. It's you. It must be someone from your Tianzong Academy. Despicable and shameless. I'll take you down now. I don't believe that the person hiding in the dark won't appear. Chen Song couldn't find Li Zongjiu, so he directly locked his eyes on Xia Shui. After all, Xia Shui was from the Tianzong Academy. Chen Feng died, but she was fine. Your strength was obviously weaker than Chen Feng. How could you be alive? At this moment, Chen Song didn't care about anything and directly grabbed at Xia Shui. Xia Shui's face suddenly changed. The opponent was at the peak of the primitive emperor realm, which was almost 2 realms higher than her. Under such a huge gap, Xia Shui felt like she was imprisoned in place. The snowfall sword in his hand suddenly vibrated. It released a gust of cold air. Breaking the shackles around her, Xia Shui immediately retreated. At this moment, Wang Ding also felt Chen Song's action. Chen Song, what are you doing? How dare you kill in front of me? Xia Shui was from the Tianzong Academy. Of course, Wang Ding had to protect her well and not allow anyone to bully her. Otherwise, if the White Deer Mansion blamed him, even Wang Ding wouldn't be able to bear it. Moreover, Xia Shui's identity wasn't simple. She was now the person recommended by the Tianzong Academy in order to cultivate Xia Shui. How could he let Chen Song kill her? However, Chen Song was a peak primitive emperor expert after all. He wasn't someone Wang Ding and the rest could stop. Those who block me will die. Chen Song shouted fiercely, but he didn't kill Wang Ding. A palm of wind and thunder directly sent Wang Ding and more than 10 Yuan King experts flying. The gap between realms was obvious. His figure instantly appeared in front of Xia Shui, and then he grabbed her neck. His eyes looked into the darkness. If you don't show up, I'll kill her. Chen Song's eyes were cold. Xia Shui was controlled by him and she had no way to break free. Her origin energy was restricted in her body and the snowfall sword fell to the ground with a clang. Chen Song's 5 fingers tightened and Xia Shui immediately felt a strong sense of suffocation. Chen Song, if she dies, everyone in your Azure Ocean Academy will die. Wang Ding quickly said. He wasn't joking. He was serious. From the time Xiao Zhao and the others had been running all over the place to build the Sky Sect Academy until now, one could imagine how much importance White Deer residents placed on the Sky Sect Academy. Although he hadn't seen the young lord for a long time, he had heard about the news of the young lord. But some time ago, he had heard the news of the young master's return, but Wang Ding couldn't find the opportunity to visit Li Zongjiu. Moreover, if the young master did not summon them, and if there was nothing important, they would not disturb Li Zongjiu. However, if the young lord knew that the top disciple of Sky Sect Academy, Xia Shui, had been killed, he would definitely die. According to the young lord's temperament, the tens of thousands of people in Azure Ocean Academy wouldn't be able to escape. Wang Ding was very clear about the young lord's temper. He would treat his own people as well as he could. However, to outsiders, he would be as ruthless as he could be. If you provoked the young lord, sometimes you didn't even have to take the initiative to provoke him. However, once you revealed a little bit of your consciousness and intentions, you would be in trouble. The young lord would definitely exterminate your entire family. Do you really think my Azure Ocean Academy is easy to bully? If you don't give me an explanation today, General Wang, I don't think you can leave here alive. Chen Song's eyes became terrifying. Swoosh! A command arrow shot into the sky from Jifu's hand. It was the command arrow of Azure Ocean Academy. The current situation couldn't be solved so easily. Senior brother Chen Feng's death was a very important matter to Azure Ocean Academy. If a disciple of Azure Ocean Academy died without knowing the reason and the Academy didn't do anything about it, Azure Ocean Academy would lose its credibility. By then, Azure Ocean Academy would cease to exist. Since you don't want to come out, I won't let this matter rest. Die. Chen Song tightened his grip. He wanted to break Xia Shui's neck directly. His son was dead, and the woman in front of him definitely couldn't escape. How could he let her continue to live? Boom. Xia Shui suddenly felt her body fall to the ground. She was originally out of breath, but now she could breathe fresh air. Not far in front of him, a severed arm fell to the ground. When Xia Shui saw the broken arm on the ground, her eyes widened. At the same time, he saw Chen Song's look of disbelief and extreme shock. Because this was a severed arm that had fallen to the ground. It was Chen Song's arm. Who was he? Academician Chen Song, the youngest academician of the Azure Ocean Academy. He had a bright future ahead of him. At such a young age, Chen Song was already at the pinnacle of the primitive emperor realm. At least in the Azure Sea Academy, Chen Song's strength was already at the peak. It was also something that brought honor to the family. However, the child that she was so proud of had been assassinated. This was unacceptable to him. But now, he didn't know when his arm was cut off and fell to the ground. Until he saw his arm fall to the ground. Only then did he slowly feel that his arm was no longer connected to him. A sharp pain came from the wound. My arm. Chen Song immediately covered his severed arm. Generally speaking, although a severed arm was painful, it wasn't unbearable for Chen Song. However, the pain this time was very obvious, and as Yuanli had no way to heal the injury, this made Chen Song's heart involuntarily produce a trace of fear. At the same time, a light flashed in his mind. It must be this person who killed his son. I don't know if your Azure Ocean Academy is easy to provoke, but you and I can definitely afford to provoke them. Li Zhongjiu didn't boast. After all, compared to the past, he had long been low-key. If it was in the past, he might do something. Li Zhongjiu stood with his hands behind his back. He walked slowly on the surface of the river. Xianxia took a few breaths and finally calmed herself down. Her small face was flushed red, and at the same time, she turned her head to look at Li Zhongjiu who was walking over from the river. It's him, it's definitely this voice. How sharp was Xianxia? At the very beginning, Xianxia heard a voice reminding everyone that the ice river was about to be breached. It was this voice. The one who cut off Chen Song's arm was this expert. As for whether Chen Feng's death had anything to do with Li Zhongjiu, to be honest, Xianxia wasn't sure. However, this was a separate matter. Chen Song was already Xianxia's enemy. Because Chen Song was ready to kill her just now. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, was his savior. Of course, Xianxia didn't know Li Zhongjiu's identity. Academician. Jifu hurried to Chen Song's side and drew the Guanhan bow in her hand, aiming at the figure walking over from the river. Li Zhongjiu walked to the shore. Although Wang Ding was lying on the ground, he struggled to get up. When he heard the voice and the tone of the voice, Wang Ding already knew who was coming. Other than his young master, who else in the world could say such arrogant words in such a calm manner? Wang Ding immediately knelt in the direction of Li Zhongjiu without hesitation. Wang Ding, greetings my ass, get up. Get up. Li Zhongjiu directly raised his hand, and Wang Ding's legs involuntarily stood up. At the same time, a stream of energy flowed into his body, helping Wang Ding to heal his internal injuries. In just 2 breaths of time, Wang Ding's internal injuries were completely healed, even the many internal injuries left behind from the battle and the damage to the meridians caused by the breakthrough were all completely healed at this moment. Everything was like a dream, even more surreal than a dream. It was his young master. Only his young master would have such a temper and such means. 2 years and only this level of cultivation. Shame. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. However, Wang Ding wasn't young after all. His cultivation was considered above average. Although Li Zhongjiu hadn't been around for many years, Wang Ding's loyalty hadn't changed. This was something that Li Zhongjiu appreciated and liked very much. It didn't matter if you were strong or talented. Anyway, you weren't as strong or talented as Li Zhongjiu. In that case, it was enough for you to understand what loyalty was. This way, Li Zhongjiu didn't have to waste time cleaning up the sect. You are? Xianxia also got up from the ground at this moment. Wang Ding bowed to Li Zhongjiu, so how could the other party's identity be simple? Therefore, Xianxia didn't dare to neglect. What's your name? Li Zhongjiu asked. I'm Xianxia, a disciple of Tianzong Academy. Xianxia secretly raised her head and glanced at Li Zhongjiu. It wasn't until Li Zhongjiu approached that Xianxia saw Li Zhongjiu's appearance clearly. She was shocked and quickly lowered her head, not daring to raise it again. How could he be so young? Li Zhongjiu seemed to be in his early 20s. What was his identity? Xianxia? You did well. When Wang Ding heard Li Zhongjiu praising Xianxia, there was only envy in his eyes. Those who were praised by Li Zhongjiu were basically in heaven. This meant that they had a meteoric rise. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. After all, Li Zhongjiu had the strength to give you a meteoric rise. Although she didn't know who Li Zhongjiu was, it felt a little strange to be suddenly praised, especially by someone who looked the same age. This is the owner of White Deer Mansion, the real founder of Tianzong Academy, the protector of the nation. The title of Evil Lord was used in Jianghu. Moreover, when the name Evil Lord was mentioned in front of children, it seemed like a bad boy, so Wang Ding chose another title. Ah? Xiaxia was stunned. The owner behind Tianzong Academy had always been a legendary existence. In fact, the first batch of students was Tianzong Academy, who was recruiting under the name of Li Zhongjiu. The peak expert that everyone worshipped, Evil Lord, at this moment, he was standing in front of her. The person in front of her was the legendary person. Xiaxia felt as if she was dreaming. All of this was so unreal. You are evil. Evil Lord. Xiaxia also signed up for Tianzong Academy because of her worship of Evil Lord. Otherwise, it would be difficult to recruit good students just by relying on the accumulation of such little resources. After all, the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Matter had a glorious history of over 100 years. How could it be better than a small Tianzong Academy, acting without justification? Only Evil Lord could be used. If it wasn't for the name of Evil Lord behind it, other people who hadn't heard of it would think that Tianzong Medicine Mansion was some random school. In fact, there were many people who swindled others. Jianghu was dangerous. Lord Evil Lord, you are so young, Xiaxia also said subconsciously. However, when she said it, she realized that she seemed to have offended Evil Lord and immediately apologized. However, Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. He turned to look at Chen Song, who was holding his broken arm and looking at him with a helpless expression. At this moment, Chen Song's heart and face were directly hit with a big question mark. Evil Lord. Kill yourself. Li Zhongjiu stood with his hands behind his back. He said calmly. Kill myself. Before Chen Song could react, he heard Li Zhongjiu's commanding tone. He wanted Chen Song to kill himself? Didn't Li Zhongjiu ask around in the city? He had the chance to break through and become a supreme being. Aren't you, Evil Lord, a supreme being too? I'm only one step away from becoming a supreme being. Why do you want me, Chen Song, to kill myself? You really think too highly of yourself. Evil Lord, Li Zhongjiu? You're just a villain with an undeserved reputation. You're a supreme being and I'm no match for you. However, the power of my Azure Ocean Academy isn't something you can imagine. If you want me to kill myself, why don't you take a good look at yourself? Chen Song said coldly. Since Li Zhongjiu could be called the Evil Lord, he must have something unique. At the very least, he must be a supreme being. It was normal for him to be able to chop off one of his arms. After all, if he wanted to compare the cultivation of a supreme being, there was indeed a huge difference between heaven and earth. However, Li Zhongjiu couldn't be arrogant just because he was a supreme being. The Azure Ocean Academy behind him wasn't weak either. They had 3 supreme being experts, it was just that the Azure Ocean Academy didn't want to compete with them. After all, they were relatively low-key on the surface. Everyone was relatively low-key. When the time came, they would directly show their strength and truly amaze the world. That was the best plan. There was no need to show their trump card from the start. It was enough for them to know it. Otherwise, the Azure Ocean Academy wouldn't be so confident to directly establish a foundation in the Sacred Flame Royal City and start recruiting. If an ordinary person wanted to start from scratch, it would take a long time to succeed. However, the Azure Ocean Academy seemed to have succeeded easily. That was why it was misunderstood by the public. It was not an easy task to establish an academy. After all, you need enough heritage, enough connections, and enough stable teachers. Otherwise, it would only take a moment for your school to close down. The Azure Ocean Academy had the strength to do so. It was just that it had always been hidden. It seems that you are very confident. Li Zhongjiu immediately smiled. His opponent seemed to be very confident. Li Zhongjiu decided to defeat him in the area he was best at. At this moment, Wang Ding arrived in front of Li Zhongjiu. This was because Wang Ding didn't know how much Li Zhongjiu knew about the Azure Ocean Institute. After all, Li Zhongjiu seemed to have just returned. Moreover, he seemed to have been in seclusion all this time. Wang Ding guessed that Li Zongjiu only appeared because of the abyssal race. Young master, the Azure Ocean Academy isn't simple. Headmaster Lan Yuyan has said that we must not clash with them head-on. We should stop before going too far. If we can't clean up the mess in the future, it will be troublesome. Wang Ding also told him everything he knew. As for whether Li Zongjiu would listen or not, it was not up to Wang Ding to say. Good, that's the best. If I let him die so casually, he won't be satisfied. I'm a person of principle and a kind heart. If you want to die, I will definitely let you die knowing why. Li Zongjiu said with a smile. Xianxia listened to the evil lord's words from the side. She had a strange feeling in her heart. This evil lord senior, are you humble or not? No matter how she listened to it, there was a strange feeling. She couldn't figure it out. This was Xiaoxue's thought. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures broke through the air. They landed in front of Chen Song. They glanced at Li Zongjiu in front of them and then looked at the severed arm on the ground. The two of them looked at each other with a trace of embarrassment in their eyes. They didn't expect to meet such a troublesome person today. Deputy Deans, you have to seek justice for me. This Li Zongjiu bullied the weak and tried to assassinate my son. Chen Song hurriedly complained when he saw the two deputy deans arrive. At the same time, he looked at Li Zongjiu with a provocative gaze. The viciousness in his eyes made it seem as if he couldn't wait to twist Li Zongjiu's head off in the next second. So what if Li Zongjiu is strong? They have two supreme being experts on their side. Why would they be afraid of you? Even if Li Zongjiu could survive today, the people under him would be sent to their deaths in vain. I'm Yu Manzhou from the Azure Ocean Academy. Lu Wanfei. Greetings to Senior Evil Lord. The two people who came were the famous deputy deans of the Azure Ocean Academy. It was said that the two of them were extremely mysterious. It was difficult for ordinary people to meet them. Moreover, one of them was an expert in alchemy, while the other was an expert in refining weapons. Both of them were top-notch craftsmen in the Azure Ocean Academy. Therefore, the appearance of any one of them could be said to be of great importance. Li Zongjiu didn't expect them to appear at the same time today. Moreover, both of them appeared before him. However, it was obvious that even the two of them didn't dare to be presumptuous in front of Li Zongjiu. Chen Song was completely dumbfounded by this series of greetings. What's going on? Could it be that the Azure Ocean Academy was afraid of the White Deer Mansion? The fight hadn't even started yet, but they had already admitted defeat. Chen Song, there must be some misunderstanding. Apologize to Senior Evil Lord. Lu Wanfei said. Lu Wanfei was wearing a cauldron robe. He was a true expert in refining weapons. As soon as he said that, not only Chen Song, but even his disciple Jifu was shocked. How could this be? One must know that the two people in front of them were the two deputy deans whom they admired and respected greatly. In their hearts, there were only a handful of people who could match the two deputy deans in the world. It was precisely because it was difficult to find opponents that they took up positions in the Azure Ocean Academy. Firstly, it was too boring, so they could find something to do. Secondly, they could only find opponents who were on par with them in this top academy. Otherwise, they would have been free and unfettered. But now, these two indomitable figures actually wanted academician Chen Song, who was injured and suffered losses, to apologize to them. Deputy Deans, this person secretly killed senior brother Chen Feng. Jifu couldn't help but say. Under such circumstances, if he still had to apologize to the enemy who killed his son, wouldn't he never be able to raise his head in front of others? How deep would such hatred be? They didn't understand why the two deputy deans were here today. Could it be that this Li Zongjiu in front of them was really that terrifying? Shut up. You said that Senior Evil Lord killed Chen Feng. Do you have proof? Moreover, Senior Evil Lord is a top figure in the cultivation world. How could he deal with a disciple of an ordinary academy? There must be a misunderstanding. Yu Manzhou said sternly. There was the smell of pills and herbs on his body. He was an alchemist. It didn't matter what level of alchemist he was. Anyway, he couldn't be better than Li Zongjiu. Jifu was frightened by the latter's stern tone. She had never seen such a side of the deputy deans. Because Jifu was also one of the top 10 geniuses of the Azure Ocean Academy and had made a name for herself, she often came into contact with the two deputy deans. She was usually amiable, but at this moment, she was in a tense state as if she was facing a great enemy. Anyone who saw it would feel extremely stifled. Chen Song quickly apologized to Senior Evil Lord. Yu Manzhou reminded. Chen Song's face was filled with unwillingness. My son was killed by Li Zongjiu. Now, I actually have to apologize to Li Zongjiu. This is simply a great humiliation. However, the two deputy deans had already said so. How could Chen Song resist? Even if he didn't want to apologize, he still had to apologize. Otherwise, the Azure Ocean Academy would directly give up on him and no one would be able to stand up for him. After today, when he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely teach this Li Zongjiu a lesson. I'm sorry, Senior Evil Lord. I was reckless and wronged Senior Evil Lord. Chen Song was extremely unwilling. His son was killed and his arm was chopped off. Whether it could be reattached was another matter. Now, blood was still flowing non-stop. Hearing this, Chen Song actually apologized. Although his face was filled with unwillingness, this was already considered a statement. Xiaxua's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just a moment ago, he wanted to fight to the death. In the blink of an eye, he actually apologized in front of Li Zongjiu. Although he was unwilling, at least he apologized. As for Evil Lord Li Zongjiu, he didn't say a word from the beginning to the end. It was all said by the other party. Amazing, really amazing. As expected of the man behind the Sky Sect Academy, just thinking about this made Xiaxua feel a sense of pride. Usually, these people were more arrogant than the other. The Azure Ocean Academy seemed to completely disdain to compete with them and never put the Sky Sect Academy in their eyes. This kind of arrogant attitude made Xiaxua very dissatisfied. Today, there was finally someone to teach them a lesson. Just thinking about it made her feel secretly happy. Since the misunderstanding has been cleared up, we will leave first and not disturb everyone's rest, Lu Wanfei said. Lu Wanfei said. Now was a good time to slip away. If he continued to stay here, there was no telling what kind of trouble would happen. What the hell, they actually encountered Li Zongjiu, this malefic star. It would have been good even if they were facing the great demon king. Unfortunately, they met Li Zongjiu. Either he commits suicide or you all die in my hands. Choose for yourself. Li Zongjiu said. This sentence shocked everyone. The other party had already taken a step back and had apologized. I've already given you enough face by apologizing to you even though I'm at a disadvantage. However, Li Zongjiu didn't seem to be satisfied. This was the so-called ruthlessness. Xiaxue was stunned by Li Zongjiu's actions. Wang Ding, on the other hand, was extremely calm. Wasn't this expected? Did you really think that Evil Lord's words were spoken casually? What a joke. Since Li Zongjiu said that the brat had to die today, then Chen Song wouldn't live to see tomorrow morning. The sooner the suicide was over, the sooner they could go back to rest. After all, they couldn't avoid it. Xiaxue didn't expect Li Zongjiu to be so serious. Yu Manzhou and Lu Wanfei looked at each other. They could even see the cold sweat on each other's forehead. Senior Evil Lord, it's Chen Song's fault for offending you. I'll apologize on your behalf. Do you think you can give Prefect Songheng some face? Yu Manzhou said. Prefect Songheng. Even the prefect of the Azure Ocean Institute was an extremely mysterious figure with an unfathomable cultivation base. The two of them definitely didn't have the strength to contend with Li Zongjiu. Didn't you hear that Li Zongjiu fought a group of dragons in the Tianyuan dynasty? Did you think this was a joke? Did you think you were writing a novel? If Prefect Songheng was here, they wouldn't be in such a passive situation. But now that prefecture head Songheng had left to travel the world, who knew where he was enjoying himself, only the two of them were left to face Li Zongjiu, this terrifying existence. Right now, they could only hope that Li Zongjiu would give Prefect Songheng some face. Perhaps Prefect Songheng knew Li Zongjiu when he was traveling. Announcing his name was obviously very important at this moment. Prefect Songheng? Li Zongjiu frowned. When the two saw Li Zongjiu's attitude, they thought that there was hope. However, Li Zongjiu quickly shook his head. Never heard of it. Don't waste any more time. Those who touch the people of Tianzong Academy must die. Li Zongjiu said firmly. His tone was so firm. At this moment, Xiaxue believed that it was definitely not Li Zongjiu who had plotted against Chen Feng. It was only when she saw that Chen Song wanted to vent his anger on her that she made a move. How could a person with such a personality be a sneaky villain? Furthermore, the evil dominator had no enmity with that Chen Feng. Why would he need to personally take action to kill Chen Feng? What a joke. It was obvious that Chen Feng was not strong enough, and the quality of the protective jade pendant was not good. That was why he had died at the hands of the Blade clan of the Abyss clan. Li Zongjiu had only chosen to protect her and the people of Tianzong Academy from the beginning to the end. She was protected by a powerful force like Li Zongjiu. Xiaxue's heart was indescribably touched. Although she had almost lost her life, she was still alive. Originally, she should have turned a big problem into a small one, and a small one into nothing. However, Evil Lord obviously did not want to do so. If he did so, Tianzong Academy would no longer be strong. Tianzong Academy was definitely a strong force now. When Xiaxue saw Li Zongjiu, her eyes were almost sparkling. Lu Wanfei and Li Zongjiu looked at each other again. Obviously, it was hard to make a decision. Could it be that they would really kill Chen Song just because of Li Zongjiu's words? At this moment, Chen Song also deeply understood that evil Lord Li Zongjiu seemed to be more terrifying than the rumors. More terrifying than he had imagined. Otherwise, facing Li Zongjiu's pressure step by step. Why would the two deputy deans have to make concessions like this? They would have slapped each other and both sides would have directly fought. As long as there was a slight possibility, there was no need to be so humble. In any case, they were two supreme experts. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, they had no temper at all. Just this point alone was enough for the latter to figure out what was going on. In the end, Lu Wanfei made up his mind. Suddenly, he pressed his hand on Chen Song's left arm. This was also Chen Song's last arm. Bang! Chen Song's last arm was directly blown off on the spot. Just like that, it was directly blown up without any foreshadowing at all. At the same time, Chen Song's own yuan energy was completely sealed. Therefore, there was no way to cover up the pain of losing his arm. It was directly displayed to his heart's content. Ah! Chen Song directly knelt on the ground and pressed his head against the floor. Since he started cultivating, he had been in countless battles and injuries were nothing out of the ordinary. However, today, both of his arms were directly broken. This was the first time in his life that he had experienced such pain. When Chen Song knelt on the ground, this feeling of pain was deeply engraved in Jifu's mind. Jifu was scared silly today. The things that happened in front of her were simply as miraculous as a dream. She had never heard of such a thing happening before. Why did this kind of thing happen to her? Jifu could not believe her eyes. Looking at everything in front of her, Jifu's heart was already filled with regret. If she had known this would happen, she would not have revealed her discovery. It was all her fault that academician Chen Song had to suffer such torture. Lu Wanfei was also thinking of ways to save Chen Song's life. Perhaps after breaking the latter's arms, Li Zongjiu's mood would be slightly better. After that, keeping his life was more important than anything else. May I ask if Senior Evil Lord is satisfied now? Yu Manzhou said expressionlessly. In fact, at this time, Yu Manzhou's heart was already filled with resentment. Just because Evil Lord was powerful, did he think that he could wantonly bully others? Even if he could bully others, it did not mean that he could continue to be arrogant forever. Xiaxue looked at the miserable Chen Song and felt a little sorry for him. After all, Chen Song was an academician with a bright future. Now that both of his arms were broken, it would be difficult for him to recover his cultivation. He would probably be a cripple for the rest of his life. For a cultivator, this might really be the biggest punishment for him. However, Li Zongjiu still shook his head. Don't you have ears? Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He looked at Yu Manzhou. Are my words so difficult to understand? Do you have to force me to do it myself? Li Zongjiu, you. When Yu Manzhou heard that Li Zongjiu was still unwilling to give up, he immediately roared and took a step forward. He glared at the person in front of him and clenched his fists tightly. However, he did not dare to explode. At this moment, there was already a large group of experts rushing over from the sky. Whoosh! They were all experts from the White Deer Mansion. Lan Yuyan was also among them. It was obvious that the two groups of people had gathered. Lan Yuyan was also a member of the White Deer Mansion. Although it was not publicly announced, everyone knew the relationship between the White Deer Mansion and Tianzong Academy. Li Zongjiu? Lan Yuyan was pleasantly surprised when she saw Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu only nodded at Lan Yuyan. Seeing that there were so many people from the other side, if he did not act, it would be difficult to end this situation. If this dragged on, it would be even more embarrassing. Chen Song, don't blame us for this, Yu Manzhou said in a deep voice. After whispering to the injured Chen Song, he directly smashed Chen Song's internal organs into pieces with a single palm. Bang! He was a teacher, but when he attacked, he was quite ruthless. Senior Evil Lord, we will meet again, Yu Manzhou said to Li Zongjiu with his fists clasped. From the looks of it, it seemed that they were still looking for an opportunity to take revenge. Li Zongjiu was waiting for them to take their revenge. I'm just afraid that they would run away halfway. Let's go. Yu Manzhou left the two corpses behind and immediately leaped away. Xiaxia stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground. For some reason, Xiaxia even had an illusion that the two people in front of her didn't need to die, but for some reason, they had to kill them. It was as if they were conducting a lesson. Who would use killing to teach others? Thinking of this, Xiaxia couldn't help but shiver. She shook her head, not letting her imagination run wild. Tonight, she was supposed to help Wang Ding kill the Abyss tribe, but she didn't expect to offend the people from the Azure Ocean Academy. Now, there wouldn't be any good relations between the two great academies. They would probably be at each other's throats. If they met in the future, it would definitely be an irreconcilable feud. However, Xiaxia wasn't afraid of them. By the time you came, Xiaxia was already dead. Do you think you can let your guard down in the Sacred Flame Imperial City? Li Zongjiu glanced at the guests of the White Deer Mansion in front of him. After such a thing happened, they actually waited for others to inform them. It was simply embarrassing. How dare they say that this was their territory? We are ashamed. After hearing this, the guests of the White Deer Mansion were ashamed. After all, the treatment given by the White Deer Mansion could be said to be quite good. However, it was hard to say. After all, Chen Song followed them all the way here because he was worried about Chen Feng's safety. If not for Li Zongjiu coincidentally being here, tonight's incident might not have happened. This was because Li Zongjiu gave Xiaxia a very realistic on-the-spot lesson. Of course, Li Zongjiu wouldn't say it out loud. He wanted Xiaxia to comprehend it herself. On the battlefield, life and death could be decided with a single thought. There couldn't be any mercy. Also, she had to clearly understand what death was. Li Zongjiu wouldn't hold it against them. After all, there were many people in Tianzong Academy now. It was normal for them to encounter some danger when they were outside. However, after something happened, they had to get back at them. Only in this way would others not dare to be arrogant and act recklessly when they announced their names in the future. Li Zongjiu's move tonight was to intimidate the people of the Azure Ocean Academy. A mere prefecture-mastered Songheng dared to challenge Li Zongjiu in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. He was very interested in who this prefecture-mastered Songheng was. Taifai, go and investigate the background of this prefecture-mastered Songheng. Yes, young master. Taifai replied, trembling with fear. Tonight could be said to be a soul-stirring process. In fact, the speed at which the experts of the White Deer residence arrived could be said to be quite fast. After all, they had sent their junior brothers and sisters to inform them. If they hadn't been intercepted by the intelligence personnel of the White Deer Mansion, their speed would have been even slower. In addition, Wang Ding of the city guards was overseeing this place. He didn't expect the other party to really make a move. Wang Ding was greatly affected. They actually dared to not put him, the commander of the city guards of the Sacred Flame Imperial City, in their eyes. He had to let these guys have a good look. He had to see how powerful they were. In the future, the Azure Ocean Academy would be in big trouble. Wang Ding, remember to follow the traces of the Abyss clan closely. This is only a small portion of them and they haven't died out yet. You have to find them as soon as possible. Otherwise, their speed of evolution will be very fast. Dean Lan, you should also cooperate. It's a good opportunity for the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy to test their skills and show their faces. Li Zhongjiu said. Although Lan Yuyan wanted to say that the children of the Sky Sect Academy weren't ready, she thought about it again. This was the only way to nurture true warriors. Nothing would happen only when you were fully prepared. Alright. Li Zhongjiu liked to do things in a clean and efficient manner, but he couldn't be considered to be swift and decisive. After all, these were all very simple and conventional operations. Although his men had made a mistake, Li Zhongjiu did not punish them. After all, they were all his own people. It didn't matter if they made a mistake, as long as they didn't cause any serious consequences. Li Zhongjiu also let these things go. There was nothing to be calculative about. The matter of the Wishing River was quickly sealed off. He was not allowed to leak any information about this place. Otherwise, it would also cause panic. Wang Ding was also familiar with how things would proceed from there. This Wishing River should have come from the moat. Since the Abyssal tribe had moved, they might have already arrived near the moat. The reproduction rate of the Abyssal tribe was terrifying. The Abyssal tribe that they encountered just now were just ordinary and low-level members of the Abyssal tribe. The matter of investigating the origin of the Abyssal tribe was naturally left to Taifai and the others. Li Zhongjiu also returned to the White Deer Mansion. He began to concentrate on his cultivation. He closed the door and did not go out. The feud between the Sky Sect Academy and the Azure Ocean Academy in the White Deer Mansion was soon spread. No one dared to believe that the two great academies would become enemies just like that. It was like playing house. Azure Ocean Academy. A group of experts gathered. Everyone present was at the academician level. There was even an old academician among them. This old academician looked somewhat similar to Chen Song and his son. He was Chen Song's father. Chen Zhudao. His name was Exorcism. Chen Zhudao was originally a hidden old academician in the Azure Ocean Academy. He had already retired to Tianyuan and was concentrating on his cultivation in the Azure Ocean Academy. He had cultivated his son, Chen Song. Chen Zhudao was confident that under his leadership, Chen Song would be able to step into the supremacy realm within the next 50 years. By then, the Azure Ocean Academy would have a total of 5 supremacy realm experts. Even the White Deer Mansion didn't have such a lineup. However, such a good hand of cards had been destroyed. That's how it is. Old Chen, this Li Zhongjiu isn't someone to be trifled with. If you're not careful, you'll lose everything. This person is like a mad demon. The Academy Master has also said that we must not have a direct confrontation with Li Zhongjiu until he finds a way to deal with Li Zhongjiu. Vice Dean Lu Wanfei said. However, Chen Zhudao obviously didn't listen to him. He had only come here today to find out the whole story of what had happened. You're Ji Fu? Chen Zhudao's drooping eyelids slowly opened. He then looked at the only person who had witnessed everything, Ji Fu. He didn't want to listen to anyone else. He only wanted to listen to the girl in front of him. Ji Fu felt her body stiffen when Chen Zhudao stared at her. She couldn't move at all. She nodded involuntarily. It seemed that Ji Fu couldn't lie in front of this power. Ji Fu didn't know that Chen Feng had a grandfather. Moreover, this grandfather seemed to be more powerful than the two vice deans. Just this morning, a meeting was suddenly called. Ji Fu was also invited. After all, Ji Fu was an extremely important witness at the scene. Let me borrow your memory for a moment. After saying that, Chen Zhudao's eyes suddenly emitted a ray of light. Boom. Ji Fu felt as if her mind had been set ablaze by a brilliant flame. Then, the scene that she saw that night flashed past her eyes like a frozen animation. Ji Fu felt as if her heart had been completely explored. Chen Zhudao wasn't interested in other things about Ji Fu. However, he didn't let go of any details about what happened last night. After a while, the ray of light disappeared. Then, Ji Fu's body went limp and she collapsed on the chair. She didn't have any strength left. It was as if she had just had a nightmare. Someone directly split her head open and took out all the memories in the depths of her mind. If she were to experience this again, Jifu felt that she would go crazy. Even their eyes were filled with horror and fear as they looked at Chen Zhudao. She didn't dare to speak and curled up at the side. "Take her down," Yu Manzhou said. He thought that the female academician also went to take Jifu away. The latter needed to be calm and recuperated in her current state. However, the memory that Chen Jitao had obtained directly displayed it to him. It was placed in front of everyone. Suddenly, Chen Zhudao pointed to a spot in one of the light shadows. There was a dark power in the corner. This was a kind of shielding power. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, there was no way to sense this place. Therefore, one would automatically ignore it. However, it didn't mean that he wasn't here. That kid was by the river the whole night. Chen Zhudao pointed to a spot. The aura within was exactly the same as Li Zongjiu's aura. When everyone heard this, they took a deep breath. It turned out that what Jifu said was true. If it wasn't for Li Zongjiu's secret intervention, Chen Feng wouldn't have died so easily. Damn it. Yu Manzhou slammed the table. So what if we know? Before the schoolmaster returns, we can't act rashly. Chen Zhudao glanced at Yu Manzhou. His aged eyes were also filled with deterrence. Just a faint glance was enough to give people a feeling that it could pierce through their hearts. I'll handle this myself. From now on, I, Chen Zhudao, have nothing to do with the Azure Sea Academy. Everything I do is for my own movie theater. It has nothing to do with the Azure Sea Academy. The one who suffered the most was not Chen Song. It was him, Chen Zhudao. After so many years of careful nurturing, he didn't expect to be destroyed by Li Zongjiu overnight. Such a blood feud wasn't something that he could give up so easily. Even if he died, he would drag a few people from the Li family down with him. He would leave now and head to the Sunset City. Don't you, Li Zongjiu, love to kill and annihilate families? Today, I, Chen Zhudao, will let you have a taste of it. Didn't you painstakingly plan for such a long time for the sake of the Li family? Today, I'll let you see how you feel when all your hard work turns into ashes. Courtesy demands reciprocity. What you gave me, I'll repay you tenfold. Chen Zhudao didn't need to calm down. He took a step forward. He left the Azure Sea Academy. If he wanted to leave, no one in the Azure Ocean Academy would be able to stop him. Let him go. If we don't do this, it will become one of his inner demons sooner or later. Lu Wanfei saw Chen Zhudao rushing out. Firstly, they did stop him. But Chen Zhudao's cultivation had reached a bottleneck. He had no way to break through his shackles. Therefore, if he released his inner demons as he wished, there might be unexpected results. Chen Zhudao's figure quickly flew across the sky. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sky above the sacred flame imperial city. On the roof of the White Deer Mansion, Li Zongjiu said as he watched Chen Zhudao leave. How could he not know what these people were thinking? Qing Shilong, you go. Don't take action unless it's necessary. Go. Li Zongjiu said. Qing Shilong, who was behind him, immediately showed himself. Yes, sir. Whoosh, Qing Shilong's figure also flashed and merged into the void in front of him. His figure also disappeared. Li Zongjiu could have killed Chen Zhudao, but Chen Zhudao didn't dare to do so. But he also wanted to see how powerful the Sunset City was. With Qing Shilong, there wouldn't be any problem. He slowly looked in the direction of the Azure Ocean Academy. These people were really bold. They actually dared to attack the Luoxia city. It seemed that he had to find a chance to tell the world about it. What would happen if they attacked the Luoxia city? However, there were many smart people in this world. Most of them knew that offending Luoxia city was the same as offending Li Zongjiu. They might even offend more people. So, they didn't dare to offend Luoxia city. However, there were also people who weren't afraid of death and were willing to stake everything. For example, Chen Zhudao in front of him. He knew clearly in his heart that if he were to face Li Zongjiu, he would be killed in an instant. The only way was to go to the Luoxia city and capture a few important figures of the Li family. Then, Li Zongjiu would definitely be terrified. At that time, he would naturally kneel down and beg for mercy. Although he might still die in the end, Chen Zhudao was at least confident that he could take a few people with him before he died. With the speed of a supreme realm expert, after 10 hours of flying, he had already arrived in the sky above the Luoxia city. Looking at Luoxia city from afar, it was indeed like a paradise on earth, a paradise. Looking at it made one feel relaxed and happy. However, Qin Zhudao came this time. He was here to kill. The more picturesque a fairyland was, the happier Qin Zhudao would be when he destroyed it. Immediately, Qin Zhudao approached the Luoxia city. Just in the sky above the Luoxia city, he shouted angrily. "Who is Li Zhongzhou's father? Get out here! Get out here!" With an angry shout, wind and thunder filled the sky. The entire sky above the Luoxia city seemed to have changed color. The people in the Luoxia city looked up at the sky. Who had come to die? It was the first time in many years that they saw someone coming to die so blatantly. As for Li Tianqing, he was currently considering having a second child with Qin Shi. After all, he had made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Apart from cultivating every day, there was almost nothing to do. He didn't need to worry about the Li family's affairs for a long time. No matter how it developed, it would be full of vitality and wealth. Moreover, the Li family didn't lack money at all. In fact, most of the money was used to do good deeds and save the world. Don't you think he's very free? The sky-blaze lion suddenly raised its head. A pair of ferocious eyes stared at the sky. Li Tianqing's face was full of displeasure when he was interrupted. He believed that anyone would feel the same way, so Li Tianqing summoned his battle armor. Stepping on the sky-blaze royal lion, he rushed into the sky. Some of the Yuan kings and Yuan emperors hidden in the city appeared beside Li Tianqing. After all, the White Deer Mansion would definitely send someone to protect Li Tianqing. Nangong Wuji was also among them. Last night, Nangong Wuji was quickly transferred over. After Xiao Zhao found out about this, he did not hesitate to transfer most of the forces in White Deer Mansion over. I knew this old thing wouldn't give up. Behind Nangong Wuji were more than 10 origin emperors. However, the strength of the other party seemed to be stronger than expected. Qin Zhudao was also stunned for a moment. He had only roared once, and it had actually caused so many experts to come out of their hiding place. The small Luoxia city had so many crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Who's there? Li Tianqing took the lead with a lion. His aura was like that of the golden-armored war god of the heavenly court. Of course, he wouldn't show any mercy to the people who came to challenge him. The other party obviously didn't come with good intentions. As long as it was an enemy, he would be responsible for flattening it. Nangong Wuji and the others also followed behind Li Tianqing. There were at least 100 experts gathered in this dark mass. Li Tianqing took a look at the lineup behind him and was shocked by what he saw. How could there be so many people? It was much more than he expected. Aren't you old Zhang who sells youtiao? Li Tianqing saw an old man in coarse linen clothes who could fly in the air. He was obviously an Yuan emperor expert. Old Zhang immediately smiled. We are here to protect the family head under orders. Obviously, they felt Qin Zhudao's strength, so these experts who were hiding in the dark also showed up one after another. F***ck, then why are you selling your youtiao to me at such an expensive price? Hee, I'm just earning some pocket money. Li Tianqing was speechless. Of all the things an primitive emperor could do, why did you have to sell deep-fried dough sticks? No wonder the deep-fried dough sticks were so delicious that he couldn't stop eating them. How could the deep-fried dough sticks fried by an primitive emperor be simple? Li Tianqing didn't comment too much on this. Not only were there people selling youtiao, but there were also people selling fish in the East Market and soy sauce in the West Market. There were simply all kinds of people. What kind of world was this? Since when were there so many origin emperors? In fact, there weren't many of them. However, with the support of the White Deer Mansion, these people's cultivation speed had a great breakthrough. Because breaking into the origin emperor realm was a very simple matter. For the White Deer Mansion, it was easy to create a few origin emperors. However, no matter how many origin emperors there were, they were just cannon fodder. Qin Zhudao glanced at the hundreds of experts who had gathered indifferently. They couldn't withstand a single blow. The one who was slightly threatening was the sky-blaze lion that Li Tianqing was sitting on. Only the sky-blaze lion could make Qin Zhudao feel a little troubled. After all, it was a primordial beast of the sovereign realm. Moreover, the sky-blaze lion had a strong bloodline. It wouldn't be so polite to you. Once it started fighting, it would be extremely fierce. Anyone else? Chen Zhudao said indifferently. In front of him was a motley crew. Sure enough, Li Zongjiu had miscalculated. The name of evil lord seemed to be a bluff. How powerful was he, anyway? These people in front of him had to die today. He was determined to kill them all. Just as Chen Zhudao finished his words and was about to take action, suddenly, there was a loud and clear cry in the sky above the clouds. 3 black shadows lined up in a triangular formation and appeared in front of Chen Zhudao. In fact, the 3 of them were already in the sky. However, Chen Zhudao didn't see them. That was why the Wind Thunder Condor opened its mouth to remind him that there were still people up there and that he shouldn't be too anxious. When Chen Zhudao saw the 3 Wind Thunder Condors in the sky, he immediately felt as if his heart had been kicked hard by someone. Wind Thunder Condor. Not only the Wind Thunder Condor, but there were also 3 figures behind the Wind Thunder Condor. Chen Zhudao could feel a ferocious power from the 3 of them. It was a kind of suppression that came from the pinnacle of the world. This kind of suffocation. To Chen Zhudao, it was extremely shocking. Because he had only felt this kind of feeling from one person before. Honorables. Chen Zhudao's body started to tremble. Honorables of the sovereign realm, a single honorable realm expert was enough to kill 10 supreme being peak supreme beings. This was the terrifying power of an honorable. If it was an absolute saint, one wouldn't even be able to touch their hair and would be turned into ashes. 3 honorables. At this moment, Chen Zhudao felt as if he was in front of the gates of hell. The people in front of him were waiting to judge him. Run. This was the only thought in Chen Zhudao's mind. He thought that Luoxia city was defenseless. Even if there were some reserves, it couldn't be too strong. However, when Chen Zhudao saw the 3 honorables in front of him, he knew that it was too late. It was completely too late. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't be able to. Why was he so impulsive? Life was so beautiful. Why didn't he live well? Why did he have to die like this? Immediately, Chen Zhudao's body swayed. Boom. However, Chen Zhudao only dashed out for about 10 meters before he hit an invisible wall with a bang. Then, Chen Zhudao couldn't help but retreat. He found that he was trapped by the other party. Who are you? Who sent you here? Li Tianqing moved closer to Chen Zhudao. At this moment, Li Tianqing was right in front of Chen Zhudao. However, Chen Zhudao didn't have any power to attack Li Tianqing. The 3 honorables were watching from the sky. They stared at the situation below. It was impossible for them to make a move. Your son killed my whole family. Chen Zhudao shouted in a low voice. At this moment, the power in his body was vibrating. However, he still couldn't break the imprisonment. It was futile. My son killed your whole family? When Li Tianqing heard that the other party had come to seek revenge, he basically understood what was going on. Only Li Zongjiu would cause trouble outside. Li Tianqing stayed in the Luoxia city and didn't do anything, so how could he have an enemy? Even if he did have enemies, they would have gone into hiding. How could they appear in front of Li Tianqing and send themselves to death, now, who didn't know the terrifying strength of Luoxia city? Why did they have to come here and use their lives to verify it? You're lying. Li Tianqing suddenly said seriously. Chen Zhudao was shocked. He didn't understand what Li Tianqing meant. If my son killed your whole family, why didn't you die? Li Tianqing's eyes were filled with cold light. Li Zongjiu must have a reason to kill. Li Tianqing believed in his son. If he didn't believe in his son, would he believe in a dead man? In the next moment, Li Tianqing hit Chen Zhudao with his palm. You. Chen Zhudao didn't expect that Li Tianqing and Li Zongjiu were jackals of the same tribe. Now, Li Tianqing wanted to get rid of this trouble and clean up Li Zongjiu's mess. However, when he was about to attack, it was a wave of power that came from afar. Buzz, it wrapped around Chen Zhudao and quickly retreated. Chen Zhudao's body was instantly pulled back. The 3 elders of Sparrow Divine Palace in the sky immediately understood that there was an expert in the dark. Immediately, 3 streams of energy swept out in an attempt to grab Chen Zhudao back. At the same time, the Wind Thunder Condor also released a wave of energy. Boom, it blasted towards the space in front of them. However, their attacks were unable to hit the opponent. Finally, at this moment, a beam of green light appeared and slammed into the void. Amidst the formless void, a figure exclaimed in surprise. Then, without taking a step back, he slowly appeared. Beside Chen Zidao, there was an elder in a black robe. There was an invisible flying fish sitting on the elder in a black robe. No wonder he could take Chen Zidao away in the dark. The invisible flying fish was a special meta beast. It could fly in the sky and dive into the sea. It could also hide underground. Although it looked like a fish, it had a pair of wings. Not only that, it also had a pair of sharp claws under its abdomen. It was this unique structure that allowed the latter to possess so many skills. Swoosh, Xianxia Long appeared. When the three elders of Sparrow Divine Palace saw the appearance of Xianxia Long, a trace of surprise flashed across their eyes. It seemed that Li Zongjiu had a plan. He would not let the person in front of him ruin it. Naturally, he was paying attention to every movement in Luoxia City. Haha, I am Songheng. Can you give me some face and let this matter drop? After I return, I will definitely let him go into seclusion to reflect on his mistakes. He will definitely not come and pose a threat to Luoxia City. A black-robed elder with a white hat on his head appeared. He was skinny and had the demeanor of an immortal. His beard was actually half a meter long. Just this white beard alone would require him to spend a lot of time taking care of it every day. Songheng, the real schoolmaster of Azure Ocean Academy, a mysterious expert who had been wandering around the world all year round. Now, he had actually come to Luoxia City specifically for Chen Zidao. Evidently, Songheng was a rather loyal person. After knowing that Chen Zidao had come, he was worried and decided to follow him. Originally, Songheng wanted Chen Zidao to kill a few people. As long as Chen Zidao did not harm the core members of the Li family, everything could be salvaged. With his identity, when the time came to deal with Li Zongjiu, there was still room for negotiation. However, when Songheng arrived, he realized how terrifying Luoxia City was. There were so many experts. Even the experts of Sparrow Divine Palace from the Eldritch Land had appeared here. If Chen Zidao were to continue like this, he would only end up being killed. There were no surprises at all. No matter what, he was still a hero of the Azure Ocean Academy, an old friend of many years. How could Songheng watch as Chen Zidao perished here? Therefore, he directly took action to bring him out. Who would have thought that a colossal dragon tribe elite who was comparable to a supreme sage would appear along the way? Damn it, just how much power did Li Zongjiu have under his command? Songheng naturally did not know. He had paid attention to Li Zongjiu before. In fact, Li Zongjiu did not have much strength. Black Canal Basilica and the like were just a bunch of supremes who wanted to entertain themselves. It was not a big deal for Li Zongjiu to settle it. Songheng could have easily settled it if he had taken action. However, this kind of thing had nothing to do with him. There was no need for him to take action. Later, Li Zongjiu went into seclusion. Songheng also wandered around and began his own training. He did not continue to pay attention to Li Zongjiu. At best, Li Zongjiu was just a genius. If he wanted to grow, he would need at least 100 years. Therefore, his attention was not on Li Zongjiu. Something like this had happened in the Azure Ocean Academy. Yumanzhou and the others naturally sent a message to Songheng. As for whether Songheng could receive it, it was really up to fate. However, he coincidentally received it. Fortunately, he came in time. Otherwise, this person would have been killed by these people. He did not expect that the son would be unreasonable. As the father, he was even more unreasonable. He even said that he would make up for the missing one after killing the whole family. If the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked too. Songheng originally wanted to save Chen Zidao secretly. He would deal with the rest later. After all, he had to clarify the situation first. The three supremes of the Sparrow Divine Palace were here. This meant that the situation was not simple. He was able to kill the three supremes of the Sparrow Divine Palace, but he might not be able to deal with the people behind. For example, the experts of the Colossal Dragon tribe who came out. Xianxia was comparable to an expert of the absolute saint realm. Moreover, when he transformed into his true form, it would be quite difficult to deal with him if he wanted to fight with the other party. Master! You're finally back. You must seek justice for me. When Chen Zhudao saw that it was Songheng who came to save him, he was instantly excited. He was finally saved. The people of the Li family were simply too much. They bullied others by relying on their strength and numbers. Now, even his own prefecture lord had appeared. His backer had also arrived. He wanted to see how arrogant these people could be. The first person Chen Zhudao wanted to kill was Li Tianqing. Look at what Li Tianqing said just now. How could he use such an excuse to absolve his son? Your son is your son, but isn't my son also a son? Therefore, Chen Zhudao was extremely angry. Step back, Songheng said. Songheng said. The other party had many experts, especially a dragon race expert, 3 wind thunder godly eagles, and 3 elders. There were a total of 6 venerable ones. If they really fought, how would they have the time to take care of Chen Zhudao? In fact, Chen Zhudao was only a second-grade sovereign. Yet, he had the guts to do such a thing. If he didn't show up today, Chen Zhudao would only end up being killed by Yi Shiwen. Songheng didn't have to save him. Why didn't you check the situation of the other party before you attacked? How could you just rush over like that? Did you really think that you could run amok in this world just because you had the cultivation of a supreme? Of course, you could run amok in other places. But not here. This was a rare place where you couldn't run amok. Moreover, it was F*King occupied by you. Don't you think you owe me? Chen Zhudao also knew that the current situation seemed to be a little wrong. He immediately stepped back and stood behind Songheng. He almost lost his life just now. He didn't want to do it again. Otherwise, he didn't know who would come to save him. Songheng? I've heard of your name. Your Azure Sea Academy is doing well. Li Tianqing appeared and said. Although there were many experts, he was the master of this place. Xianxia came to the front of Li Tianqing obediently. Firstly, it was to let Li Tianqing talk to the other party. Secondly, it was convenient for him to block if the other party attacked Li Tianqing. The distance was just right. The 3 elders of Sparrow God Palace were also watching from the side, to prevent the 2 in front of them from escaping again. After all, Li Tianqing didn't say that they could leave. As long as he didn't say so, they couldn't let him go. They had to listen to Li Tianqing's command. If they weren't skilled, they wouldn't be able to control the situation. Family Headley, you flatter me. Mansion Master Songheng said. I won't make things difficult for you. Hand him over and leave now. This matter with you ends here. We can still drink tea and chat often in the future. But if you insist on taking him away, then when my son brings people to exterminate your entire family in the future, even I won't be able to stop him. Think about it carefully. Li Tianqing waved his hand and said. It seemed that he didn't care about the other party's choice. Anyway, no matter what choice he made, he would have to bear the consequences. After he made his choice, he didn't have to think about whether he could bear the consequences. Because in the end, it will also fall directly on your body. Don't worry about this. You won't be able to escape. If Xiaxue was here and heard Li Tianqing's words, she would probably understand why Li Zongjiu had such a tone. It turned out that he learned it from Li Tianqing. In the past, Li Tianqing knew how to endure and take a step back. After all, the underworld was about the ways of the world, not about fighting and killing. But one day, Li Tianqing suddenly realized. He didn't need to. He didn't need to talk to you about the ways of the world. I'll just fight and kill them. After all, he had such a heaven-defying son. What was there to talk about? If he couldn't do anything, he could do everything. As long as you dared to cause trouble, he would destroy you in minutes. It was that simple. The reason why he talked to you about the ways of the world was because he couldn't beat you. Family Headley, do you really think that your people can stop me? When Songheng heard Li Tianqing's words, he immediately felt that it was troublesome. However, he was a true absolute saint expert. And he also had special means. During this period of time, he had traveled around the world and made many friends. If they really met on the battlefield in the end, he wouldn't necessarily be at a disadvantage. It was still unknown who would win. Then you can try. Although Li Tianqing wasn't an absolute saint, he had the guts to face an absolute saint expert head-on. This kind of aura was indeed unparalleled. After all, he had to support this situation. Then I can only offend you. Song Heng was an absolute saint expert. Did he have to be humble in front of you? If it weren't for Qing Shilong in front of him, he would have beaten you to a pulp. Song Heng did not intend to waste time with these people. If he wanted to take Chen Zhudao away, the people in front of him were not qualified to stop him. Attack! Li Tianqing bellowed. The 4 great experts attacked at the same time, along with the 3 wind thunder godly eagles. Qing Shilong rushed to the front. His strength was the strongest, and his cultivation was the strongest. It was natural for him to rush to the front. Immediately, Mansion Master Song Heng slapped his palm forward. Immediately, monstrous origin energy turned into a giant wave. Instantly, it pounced on the people in front of him. Boom! Qing Shilong directly transformed into his original form in the giant wave. Boom! In this instant, his aura exploded. With the help of the 3 great elders, the space in the surroundings became chaotic. The surrounding space was thrown into chaos, making it impossible for the latter to escape. He had to fight his way out of the encirclement head-on. Boom! Song Heng slapped Qing Shilong's body continuously for more than 10 times. However, Qing Shilong did not suffer any injuries. Instead, he moved closer and clawed a hole in Song Heng's clothes. Li Tianqing and the others could only retreat. They could only watch the great battle between the human and the dragon. Chen Zhudao was barely able to protect himself in the countless waves of origin energy. He had to stabilize his strength to prevent his body from being torn apart by the origin energy. Any random force outside was enough to tear his body to shreds. He thought that he was so impulsive to come to such a place to die. Chen Zhudao even had the thought of killing himself. How could he be so impulsive? The main reason was that Li Zongjiu's force was too strong. Who would have thought that such a top expert would be arranged to guard Luoxia City? His little trick was simply a fart. He would be cannon fodder if he came. Now, he had to trouble his mansion master. There was no medicine for regret in the first place. This allowed him to quickly calm down and think of a way to escape. As long as there was a chance, he must escape. Find a chance to escape. After you escape, it will be easier for me to escape. Song Heng transmitted his voice to Chen Zhudao. Chen Zhudao's face lit up when he heard that. Then, Song Heng suddenly directed a shockwave towards the 3 elders of the Divine Sparrow Palace during the battle. This created a certain obstruction for the 3 elders. Now, Song Heng had created an opening. Chen Zhudao was not stupid. He immediately rushed toward this gap. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, he had fled several hundred miles away. As for how Prefecture Master Song Heng would escape in the end, there was no need for him to worry about that. Right now, he only needed to worry about himself. Boom! Just as Chen Zhudao was moving rapidly, Zhang Wuji's eyes lit up. Suddenly, a huge shadow appeared in the sky and covered the latter. Skyblaze Lion, no matter what, Li Tianqing would not let Chen Zhudao leave just like that. Li Tianqing, does your Li family really want to kill me? When Chen Zhudao saw Li Tianqing chasing after him in the sky, he roared furiously. Li Tianqing had gone too far. He didn't give him any chance to live. Fire Lion Palm. Li Tianqing used his actions to answer the latter's question. Boom! Li Tianqing's attack missed, but it also hindered the other party to a certain extent. The Skyblaze Lion's speed was enough to surpass the latter. The main thing was that this guy only wanted to escape. He no longer wanted to fight, and his momentum was greatly reduced. The Skyblaze Lion also found an opportunity to attack Chen Zhudao instantly. Boom! The Skyblaze Lion's claw dug a bloody hole in Chen Zhudao's body. With a bang, his body fell to the ground. With a bang, he exploded on the ground. Dust flew up into the sky. The Skyblaze Lion landed on the ground. It opened its mouth and a fierce flame covered the area in front of it. Boom! The flame roared. It was as if tens of thousands of flaming lions had passed through. In an instant, everything in front of it was destroyed. A piece of scorched earth appeared. However, the other party's figure had disappeared. It disappeared mysteriously. There was no trace of him. Li Tianqing stood on the sky blaze lion and searched around. However, he couldn't find any trace of the other party. He immediately frowned. He ran really fast. Leaving behind some spatial fluctuations, it was obvious that the latter had used a spatial item to instantly disappear from where he stood. However, the other party was severely injured by the sky blaze lion. It was enough for him to bear. After all, Li Tianqing wasn't an expert like Li Zongjiu. He couldn't achieve such a level and realm. It was normal for him to have some life-saving means in his hands since he could live for so long. Returning without success. Go back. The sky blaze lion soared again, bringing Li Tianqing's figure back. In the sky, when Songheng saw Li Tianqing return so quickly, he knew that Chen Zhudao had left. Since that was the case, there was no need to continue fighting. Domain. Suddenly, a ray of light shone from the forehead of Songheng Mansion Master. Suddenly, a light screen enveloped everyone. Whether it was Qing Shilong or the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace, they all felt their origin energy disappear instantly. Almost instantly, they disappeared without a trace. What? Songheng's figure instantly soared into the sky. Although Qing Shilong had lost his origin energy, his physical strength was still strong. However, when he flapped his wings, he saw Songheng's figure disappear in front of him. After all, the other party's strength was at its peak. Qing Shilong, who suddenly lost his origin energy, naturally couldn't catch up with the other party. Hence, he could only watch the other party disappear in front of his eyes. Seeing that he couldn't catch up, Qing Shilong returned to the camp. What happened just now? Our Yuan power was actually sucked dry in an instant. Facing the sudden situation, the three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace also felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be, the great elder suddenly thought of something? A legendary clan. They had once appeared on this continent for a short period of time. However, these people had quickly disappeared without leaving any traces behind. Some people said that they were all dead. However, some people said that they were hiding. However, no one knew the real situation. They were the Devouring Yuan clan. It's the Devouring Yuan clan. Qing Shilong said in a deep voice. Since he had made a trip to the Dragon Island, he had asked several brothers to find out what the situation was. Therefore, Qing Shilong himself was also very clear about it. The Devouring Yuan clan hadn't disappeared and they were still on this continent. Wasn't it miraculous, although he didn't kill Chen Zhudao this time? He could bring back the news of the Devouring Yuan clan. It would definitely be a great contribution. What? It's really the Devouring Yuan clan? The three elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace turned pale with fright. The terrifying ability of the Devouring Yuan clan was almost the fatal nemesis of any human or origin beast that cultivated origin energy. One should know that their strength came from their origin energy. Physical quality was only a part of it. However, the Golden Dragon clan of the Colossal Dragon clan could be said to be more eccentric. All of their strength was used to refine their physical strength. Hence, they could create a considerable amount of destructive power just by relying on their own bodies. They were a great threat. What's there to be surprised about? Master has killed so many of them. Why are you surprised? Qing Shilong could not help but ridicule them. These three old women simply looked like they had not seen the world. He couldn't help complaining. Seeing that Qing Shilong dared to complain about them, the three elders were enraged. The giant dragon clan is indeed impolite. Although they had a grudge against each other, they were now on the same side. The main thing was that Qing Shilong had become Li Zongjiu's mount. At least that was what Qing Shilong said. In fact, it was just a simple carriage, similar to a cow or a horse. However, they couldn't afford to offend Qing Shilong now. After all, none of them had broken through to the Absolute Saint realm. When they broke through to the Honorable realm, they would be able to confront Qing Shilong head-on. Thank you for your hard work. Please take a seat inside. Li Tianqing came back and said. It was the first time that the old man in green had seen this person. He had never seen this person before. If it wasn't for the presence of this old man, things would have been troublesome. The other party had sent such an expert and they almost fell into their trap. You're welcome. Please go ahead. Although Qin Shilong hadn't signed a contract with Li Zongjiu, Qin Shilong's heart was already dead set on Li Zongjiu. Although he had previously said that his own race had been massacred by Li Zongjiu, Qin Shilong was still unswervingly loyal to him. However, this was not a big deal in Qin Shilong's eyes. Li Zongjiu's ability to spare his life was the greatest gift to him. Qin Shilong was a person who knew how to be grateful. In the beginning, he was under the control of Li Zongjiu because the Dragon Ball was in Li Zongjiu's hands. However, it was different now. After returning from the Dragon Island and hearing about Li Zongjiu's glorious battle record, he had completely submitted to Li Zongjiu. When Great Senior Sister breaks through to the Absolute Saint realm, she will definitely teach this old man a lesson, the second elder said indignantly. However, this also proved the strength of the Dragon Clan. Their Heavenly Sparrow clan was indeed quite desolate. They had never thought that they would be so strong. However, as long as they followed Qi Yanran, the legitimate successor of the Sparrow Divine Palace, it was only a matter of time before they rose up. At that time, these people wouldn't be able to be arrogant in front of them. They were too much and too arrogant. Qin Shilong didn't go back for the time being. He only asked Nangong Wuji and the others to go back and bring back the news that Mansion Master Songheng might be from the Devouring Yuan clan. He stayed behind, just in case. Nangong Wuji and the others did not stay for long. Instead, they brought back the news of Song Zhanheng. They did not expect that after mobilizing so many people, things still ended up like this. Chen Zhudao still managed to escape in the end. After all, Chen Zhudao was rescued by an absolute saint expert, so it was normal for him to be rescued. Li Zongjiu would not blame them for this. At least, Li Tianqing and the others were fine. It was good that they were fine. There were some things that needed to be solved by his subordinates. Li Zongjiu couldn't do everything himself. Otherwise, the efficiency would be very low. When Nangong Wuji and the others returned to the Sacred Flame Imperial City, they found that Li Zongjiu had also entered seclusion. Nangong Wuji naturally did not want to disturb him. He could only report this to Xiao Zhao. Did the Devouring Yuan clan appear? Long Ji came to Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao nodded. Long Ji was an expert from the Dragon Island. Xiao Zhao was also very clear about this. The latter's identity was very mysterious. Moreover, she had also made some transactions with the young master. Perhaps her relationship with the young master was not simple. Of course, Long Ji must have been recognized by young master. Otherwise, he would have chased Long Ji out as soon as he saw her. I'll go and check. Not all members of the Devouring Yuan clan were killed. What Long Ji needed to do now was to rope in Li Zongjiu. It would be best if she could persuade Li Zongjiu to join Dragon Island, to become a foreign member. Then the Draconic Penitentiary would not have to fight to the death with Li Zongjiu. Otherwise, this matter would blow up sooner or later. She could not do anything to Li Zongjiu for now, so she had been holding back. Long Ji came here specifically to build a bridge of peace between Li Zongjiu and Dragon Island. This was the only way to ensure the safety of everything. Everything could become more perfect without any casualties. Although the Dragon Island was very powerful now, if another disaster were to happen, who knows how long it would take for the island to recover. Long Ji volunteered to go and check on Song Zhanheng. Xiao Zhao didn't stop Long Ji from going. After all, this matter mainly depended on Long Ji herself. If Long Ji was able to settle this matter, she wouldn't be able to continue if she wasn't strong enough. In the end, all the consequences would be borne by herself. She couldn't blame anyone else. Although they had become guests of White Deer Mansion, they were relatively free. It was fine as long as they did not do anything that would harm the mansion's interests. Their request was very simple. It did not matter if they were late for a few battles. Or not. After all, it doesn't matter whether you're there or not, it doesn't matter either. Xiao Zhao was doing his best to collect information on the Abyss race. The emergence of the Abyssal race was only limited to a few specific places. It wasn't a large-scale occurrence yet. However, it was necessary to prevent this from happening. Otherwise, there would be an even greater disaster. The 3,000 islands had already suffered a great disaster. There was an extremely tragic battle in the sea region because the Abyss race had suddenly appeared. They were mysterious and unpredictable, and their attacking methods were quite terrifying. They could even eat the entire island. Some of the smaller islands had also suffered heavy losses because they had been eaten clean. The people on the islands had nowhere to run. Therefore, it caused heavy casualties in a very short period of time. Of course, the entire Xingyan dynasty soon reacted. They also began to think of ways to deal with the Abyss race. There were always more solutions than difficulties. Therefore, when the problem appeared, these people did not feel afraid. Instead, they felt that this was a good opportunity to perform meritorious deeds. Li Zhongjiu did not directly enter the trial of the evil dragon eye. He first took a look at Qi Yanran, who was on the green bird platform. Qi Yanran's injuries were recovering well. Every time Li Zhongjiu saw her, he became angrier at the devouring Yuan race. He must kill all of these damn things. In any case, they were all disgusting things. Li Zhongjiu then took out the supreme green cauldron that he had obtained from Zhong Xianshan. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had also obtained the supreme green cauldron. At that time, he could only see that the supreme green cauldron was not ordinary. However, Li Zhongjiu himself could not tell what was different about it. In his previous life, he was not capable enough, so he could not find out the mysteries of the cauldron. It was different in this life. It was not easy to obtain this cauldron. Naturally, he had to study it carefully. Perhaps in this life, he could find something powerful in it. Supreme Green Cauldron. Li Zhongjiu remembered that he had not refined pills for a long time. He did not know how good his alchemy skills were now. He took out all the precious medicinal herbs that he had collected from the sacred martial realm. Then, he took out the dragon pearl of the White Dragon Clan's clan leader. I wonder if I can use you to refine a transcendent divine grade pill. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. He wanted to challenge it. The quality of the materials in his hands had already surpassed the divine grade. The dragon pearl of the White Dragon Clan's clan leader was the finishing touch. Li Zhongjiu could only rely on his own consciousness to create the pill recipe. In his mind, there were countless combinations that were going through his mind at a rapid speed. At this moment, his talent in alchemy was quickly unleashed. He had been fighting and killing for so long that he almost forgot that he was an alchemist. I've got it. Thousands of combinations appeared in Li Zhongjiu's mind. In the end, Li Zhongjiu judged the possibility and feasibility of one of the combinations. The refining process was very risky. There was a risk that the cauldron would explode at any time. If the cauldron exploded, not only would the pill be destroyed, but all the herbs would be lost. There was also a possibility that he would be seriously injured by the explosion. However, Li Zhongjiu did not care. He did it as soon as he thought of it. First of all, he set up several layers of reinforcement in his secret room. If it was hit by a violent impact, it might be destroyed directly. The White Deer Mansion, which Nangong Wuji had painstakingly built, would be destroyed by the terrifying blast in an instant. The outcome was predictable. This pill was so terrifying that he had to control it well. His mental strength was fully activated. Li Zhongjiu threw the precious herbs into the Supreme Green Essence Cauldron. Immediately, the Supreme Green Essence Cauldron began to operate slowly. As Li Zhongjiu poured his primary energy into the cauldron, the herbs were being refined bit by bit. Some of the herbs had terrifying power. If one's strength was not enough, not only would they not be able to refine them, they might even be devoured by them. These spiritual herbs could directly suck one dry. Then, they would be injected into the herbs. In this way, one would be able to maintain a state of spiritual energy forever. It was indeed a little scary, right? However, in front of Li Zhongjiu, there were no such unexpected situations. He directly refined the pill in front of him in a relaxed and stable manner, and did not rush it. Instead, he was doing it slowly. It took Li Zhongjiu 7 days just to refine the medicinal liquid of the herbs. Even with Li Zhongjiu's cultivation, he still needed a full 7 days of refining before he could make all the necessary preparations. If Li Zhongjiu were to refine freely, it would probably take less than 2 days for him to refine the entire Sacred Flame Royal City. It was just that terrifying. White God Fu. Li Zhongjiu activated the white god Fu state. Mental hell also activated Li Zhongjiu's mental state to the maximum. It was to ensure that every single drop of the medicinal liquid could be carried out neatly. It was extremely precise. If there was even the slightest deviation in the refining process, it could be destroyed directly. The spiritual energy in the cauldron was too strong. It seemed to have reached the limit of the supreme green essence cauldron. However, Li Zhongjiu had yet to put the real main ingredient in. This main ingredient was the dragon pearl of the White Dragon clan leader. This item had great benefits. It was about to reach its limit now. If he really threw in the dragon pearl in his hand, the cauldron would definitely explode. Let me see what kind of power is hidden in the supreme green essence cauldron, Li Zhongjiu said in a deep voice. With the activation of Yuan power, the supreme green essence cauldron vibrated slightly, as if an ancient inscription had been activated. Under such strong pressure, it was activated. Li Zhongjiu's alchemy skills in his previous life were not able to force the supreme green essence cauldron to its limit. Even a god-level elixir could not. But now, it could. After all, Li Zhongjiu was refining a super god-level elixir. A surge of supreme qi was released from the supreme green essence cauldron. This was the power that came with the supreme green essence cauldron. Immediately, the boiling medicinal liquid energy in the medicinal cauldron became quite gentle at this moment. Just a casual release of this power was enough to truly destroy the heavens and earth. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Even the sacred flame imperial city would be destroyed. However, this incomparably violent energy was actually suppressed by this sliver of zenith qi. It was as if the medicinal liquid energy was like a herd of obedient sheep in front of the supreme green essence cauldron, not daring to act rashly. What kind of power is this? Li Zhongjiu was very curious about the supreme qi that appeared, but it was obviously not the time to study it. After making the preparations, Li Zhongjiu also directly threw the dragon ball in. When the dragon pearl entered the supreme green essence cauldron, he immediately sensed that the supreme green origin cauldron seemed to be excited. It continued to release the supreme qi, suppressing the power in front of him. At the same time, the power of the White Dragon clan's dragon pearl was gradually refined. So strong. Li Zhongjiu had not expected that the qi of the exalted would be able to refine the dragon ball so easily. The dragon ball itself was an existence with extremely terrifying energy. Even if Li Zhongjiu wanted to refine it, it would take him at least 3 days. But in the face of the qi of the exalted, it would be a matter of minutes. As Li Zhongjiu's strength increased, he discovered more and more new worlds. There were many things that he did not have the qualifications to perceive in the past. But now, things were different. Li Zhongjiu could see that these things were extraordinary. It wasn't that these things were not strong enough, but that he had not been able to fully utilize them. This was the deepest realization Li Zhongjiu had ever had. Different realms would see different things in different aspects. Li Zhongjiu was very careful. Although the qi of the exalted was like an extremely rich sort of elixir, it could easily deal with these disobedient herbs. Li Zhongjiu was also very receptive to these new things. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu quickly began to condense the elixir in his hand. The qi of the exalted could not help Li Zhongjiu condense the elixir, but it could easily refine the herbs. It could be considered an extremely powerful ability. With this kind of power in his hands, it would obviously be much easier to refine elixirs in the future. By summoning the qi of the exalted, anything that was difficult to refine would be refined, and one would not be able to react at all. If he could refine even these medicinal herbs, it would be a piece of cake for him to refine a human being. This time, he took a full half a month to refine the elixir. Li Zhongjiu rarely spent so much time refining elixirs. Tianzong Academy, Zhong Xianshan was also forced to come here to teach under pressure. But at this moment, Zhong Xianshan had thought it through. He would be wasting his life in this deep forest, wasting his life to find a way to live forever. In the end, he would not succeed in anything. It would be better to nurture more young and promising disciples. If he imparted everything he had learned in his life to them, he might not be able to find the way to immortality, but perhaps the people in the future would be able to find the true way to immortality through his explanation. That could be considered a form of consolation. Zhongshan Mountain had its own open-air platform. Alchemy, of course, had to be taken out and practiced in broad daylight. Only in this way could you better improve your alchemy skills and find the key to the problem. However, Zhang Xuanzhan's training method was a little unique. These people actually had to recite ancient poems while refining pills. If not for the fact that Zhang Xianxia had managed to concoct a grade 6 pill single-handedly, shocking everyone present, no one would have believed what he said. This kind of pill concoction training method was really effective, and not just for the sake of making a fool out of themselves. After all, the strength that Zhang Xianxia had unknowingly displayed was rather terrifying. He had managed to refine a grade 6 pill so easily. Even some of the experts in the Heavenly Pill Pavilion did not have the ability to do so. Those people from the Heavenly Pill Pavilion always claimed that they were invincible just because they could refine a grade 6 pill. They did not even put others in their eyes. The reason why the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was so powerful was because they had 2 grade 6 alchemists who often gave lectures there. Now, the Heavenly Sect Academy also had top-notch alchemists. Teacher Zhong, may I ask if your alchemy skills are the best in the world? A little lowly could not help but ask. This little lowly was also one of the more talented ones. After being recruited, she had been heavily groomed. Zhong Xianxia was also interested in grooming the latter's alchemy skills. However, although the latter was young, her comprehension was extremely high. Hearing the little lowly taking the lead, everyone raised their heads and looked at Zhong Xianxia. Xiaxue was among them. The matters of the abyssal race did not require them to go out every day. This Master Zhong did not have a class every day. Therefore, as long as there was a class, all the seats would be full. If one could not make a reservation, they could only wait for the next class. As a top-notch disciple of the academy, Xiaxue naturally had the privilege of being arranged directly. This was the reason why one had to be smart. When one's strength was strong enough, one would realize that there were so many privileges in the world that one could use. Everyone looked at Zhong Xianxia. Even a few of the instructors who were listening at the side looked at Zhong Xianxia. This kind of question was usually more sensitive. However, this little lowly knew of her status and knew that she was favored. Therefore, she did not beat around the bush. Zhong Xianxia smiled mysteriously when he heard this. Since he was here to enjoy it. Zhong Xianxia enjoyed the admiring gazes of the masses. He needed such admiring gazes, and this was the kind of gazes he needed. You must know that there is always someone better than you. In this world, no one can be number one forever. But from the looks of it, I can only call myself number one for the time being. When Zhong Xianxia started bragging, it was to the point where he was shameless. Someone asked again. It was said that the great evil lord could refine grade 9 pills. Could Instructor Zhong do it? Zhong Xianxia knew that someone would ask this. Then, he pondered for a moment. Grade 9 pills. That's really a distant dream. When the crowd heard this, they thought that even Instructor Zhong Xianxia could not refine grade 9 pills. Then, the great evil lord was still the best. I remember that the last time I refined a grade 9 pill was 280 years ago. Zhong Xianxia lifted his head and said. His eyes were looking at the sky, as if he was reminiscing about something extremely distant. Wow, the moment he said that, the crowd went into an uproar. No one knew that Zhong Xianxia was an old man who did not look very energetic. Furthermore, he had a bitter expression on his face every day. It was as if he was forced to stay here. To think that he was so powerful. He was already able to refine grade 9 pills 280 years ago. That was close to 300 years ago. Now that 300 years had passed, what kind of improvement would he have made? How terrifying would his cultivation be? Wouldn't he be able to refine God-grade pills directly? All the disciples looked at Zhong Xianxia with stars in their eyes. This old man was really a living treasure, he was a living treasure. Xiaxue's eyes were also shining brightly. There was no need for an expert of this level to lie. With such an expert in the Sky Sect Academy, it would be their own problem if they, as students, could not make a name for themselves. At this moment, Zhong Xianxia was enjoying the admiring gazes of the crowd. There was no need to mention how exhilarated he was. Eh? What's that? The little lowly suddenly shouted and pointed at the sky in the distance. At this moment, there was actually a purple cloud that was rapidly condensing in the sky. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of this purple cloud. They had heard that pill lightning was black in color. However, they had never seen a purple cloud before. Could it be that some kind of demon had entered the city? It looks like pill lightning. How is that possible? Are you stupid? Pill lightning is always black. Since when was there a purple one? Someone immediately refuted. Purple pill lightning. When Xianxia saw this thundercloud, he was certain that it was a purple pill lightning tribulation cloud. Ordinary pill lightning was naturally black. However, there was a type of pill lightning that was purple in color. It was almost impossible for this type of pill lightning to trigger a pill lightning of this level. Even if he were to give it his all, it would still be impossible. This was because purple pill lightning could only be triggered by a transcendent pill. Furthermore, this purple pill lightning did not have the slightest bit of destructive power. At the same time, the appearance of the other party was actually a way to celebrate the birth of a transcendent pill. A transcendent pill did not need any pill lightning to refine it. Holy sh*t. How is this possible? Xianxia watched as the purple pill lightning grew bigger and bigger. There was no concealment at all. Who was it that managed to refine a transcendent pill under the circumstances that he was bragging about? Xianxia was not humble when he said that he was only the number one in the world temporarily. This temporary period seemed to be a little short. In just a few minutes, this position had already been given to someone else. This made Xianxia feel rather shocked. The strength of the other party was simply too horrifying. Just who in the world was this person? To think that he could concoct a transcendent-grade pill, alchemists from all over the city also climbed up to the roofs of their own houses to pay their respects to this thundercloud. Purple pill lightning is hard to come by in 10,000 years. Who is it? Just who is it? Could it be that someone has concocted a transcendent pill? The entire city was boiling with excitement. Azure Sea Academy. Yumanzhou looked at the purple pill lightning brewing in the sky. In an instant, it felt as though a bolt of lightning had exploded in front of him. What the hell? Where did this purple pill lightning come from? Was he dreaming? What kind of place is that? Who refined a transcendent Dan? Yumanzhou's alchemy skills had already reached the peak of the 9th grade and had yet to reach the divine level. As for Xianxia, he was barely at the level of a demigod. There was still a certain distance between him and a true god. However, the sudden appearance of a transcendent was too frightening. A transcendent. It's in the direction of the White Deer Mansion. White Deer Mansion? It's the White Deer Mansion again. When everyone received the same answer, they all widened their eyes in shock. The White Deer Mansion was a place where people liked to play tricks. It hadn't been long, but another group of people had been released, causing a commotion from time to time. Now, even the purple pill lightning and the transcendent divine level pills were produced. The purple pill lightning turned into auspicious qi and was directly collected by Li Zongjiu, who was in the White Deer Mansion. All of it was injected into the 3 pills in his hand. In the end, the 3 pills slowly took shape. Li Zongjiu looked at the 3 pills in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I succeeded. This half a month was very long, but fortunately, Li Zongjiu succeeded. For Li Zongjiu, the last half a month of condensing time was simply going to cost him his life. Fortunately, he succeeded. I'll call you the soaring pill, Li Zongjiu said. After putting away the 3 flying pills, the chances of concocting a second batch of flying pills were very slim. Because it meant that he had to continue killing the leader of the White Dragon clan and take out his dragon orb. Only then could he succeed. Therefore, Li Zongjiu didn't want to refine another batch in a short period of time. The refining process could be said to be something that Li Zongjiu didn't want to experience a second time. The feeling of being completely emptied was too uncomfortable. I wonder what kind of effect this transcendent divine level pill will bring to me. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. This was equivalent to an 11th grade pill. Without the physique of an absolute saint, it was impossible to withstand the impact of the energy. Even if Qi Yanran came, it was estimated that it would be difficult for her to refine this medicinal pill. If she was not careful, she would directly be stuffed to death by this medicinal pill. Li Zhongjiu wasn't in a hurry to consume the flying pill. Instead, he first adjusted his breathing and adjusted his state to a peak state. At least, he wanted a slow and steady improvement. The more anxious the situation was, the more he needed to know how to calm down. Otherwise, the moment he ate the pill, it would spoil everything. The White Deer Mansion regained its tranquility. However, the appearance of the purple pill lightning had taught everyone in the Sacred Flame Royal City a lesson. Evil Lord Li Zhongjiu, who had disappeared for 2 years. Even if all of you added up, you still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. He was already able to concoct transcendent divine-grade pills. How could ordinary people catch up to him? So scary. Zhong Xuanshan's heart was filled with emotions, and 1,000 waves were stirred up in his heart. He had heard of Li Zhongjiu's pill concoction skills before. To be able to touch the threshold of a grade 9 pill at such a young age was indeed very good. However, Zhong Xianxia was about the same back then. But from the looks of it now, this Li Zhongjiu was simply a monster among monsters. Instructor Zhong, can you also trigger such a pill lightning? The little loli asked in front of Zhong Xianxia. Zhong Xuanshan's face changed immediately. How was that possible? He was still far from the purple pill lightning. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. In fact, he had never even triggered the purple pill lightning before. If he was given another 100 years, he might have a chance to touch the threshold of this level. In fact, this was his first time seeing the legendary purple pill lightning. In the end, whether it was a transcendent divine grade pill or not was no longer important. Whether it was or not, it was still above Zhong Xuanshan's cultivation. What a scary guy. Zhong Xianxia shook his head. Indeed, there was always someone better than you. Li Zhongjiu could be said to be the highest mountain in the world right now. No one had ever been able to climb it. In fact, this mountain had already flown into the sky. Just the terrifying strength that Li Zhongjiu had displayed was not something that the people in front of him could catch up to. It was hard to imagine. What's the point of arguing all the time? The only thing that's useful is to refine the pills in your hands. Zhong Xianxia reprimanded. Everyone instantly understood. Even Instructor Zhong could not achieve such a level. He was just too embarrassed to admit it. Even though Zhong Xianxia was unable to concoct a transcendent divine grade pill, he was still the second strongest person in the group after Li Zhongjiu. He still had this bit of confidence. The reputation that he had gained hundreds of years ago was not for nothing. Otherwise, even the master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wouldn't have personally come here to arrange things after the news of him leaving the mountain had spread. Just this alone was enough to make it difficult for others to do so. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor's master was also very capable. It was just that Li Zhongjiu's brilliance was too dazzling. He could not compete with him at all. Everyone clearly understood this. The evil dominator, Li Zhongjiu, did not disappear without a trace. It was not that his cultivation had decreased. It was that his cultivation level was too high. You people could no longer catch up. I won't play with you anymore. What else was there to say? Work hard to improve your strength and catch up. There were still many people who wanted to curry favor with the White Deer Mansion. However, they were all blocked by the people sent by Xiaozhao. He didn't know where these people came from, but they overestimated themselves. Lord Xiaozhao, Zhou Bachuan has sent a letter. Taifai looked at the messenger pigeon in his hand. This pigeon was a very special kind of pigeon. It was extremely fast. Zhou Bachuan. Previously, Li Zhongjiu had arranged for him to guard the border in Luoxia City. However, Luoxia City was too safe. In addition, there were also some movements from the Devouring Yuan clan and the Abyss clan recently. Xiaozhao directly called for this tiger general. He asked Zhou Bachuan to go and look for news about the Devouring Yuan clan. Now that he had sent a message back, it was obvious that he had found something. Xiaozhao opened the letter from Zhou Bachuan. There was only one sentence in it. The Devouring Yuan clan is in chaos. Tell Zhou Bachuan not to act rashly. After finding out the specific information of the other party, we will make a plan. After all, Zhou Bachuan was an ancient person. Therefore, he had some understanding of the Devouring Yuan clan. It was not a problem to find them. The devouring Yuan clan was also a clan left behind from ancient times. It seemed that Zhou Bachuan's perception was quite sharp. As for the Abyss clan, Wang Ding and the others were investigating. It could even be said that they were fighting on many fronts now. There were disasters from the Abyss clan in many places. After hearing about the Sea God Palace in the Four Seas, the Sea Empress was rushing to Sacred Flame Royal City at full speed to ask for help. As long as the Sea Empress came, she would definitely bring some news about the Abyss clan. At present, the Sea Empress was guarding the Four Seas, so it was relatively safe. After all, the Sea Empress had a divine artifact and her cultivation was already in the sovereign realm. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. For the time being, she could hold up for a while. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. All kinds of things fell on Xiaoxiao's shoulders, but Xiaoxiao did not feel the slightest panic. Long Ji had actually returned. After chasing for a long time, he still could not find the guy from the Devouring Yuan clan. After all, the Devouring Yuan clan was an expert in hiding their aura. They looked just like ordinary people. If the other party was not willing to take action, it was impossible to distinguish their aura. That guy hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Long Ji obviously wanted to play with Li Zongjiu. After all, Then Li Zongjiu, the rest of the people were too weak to play with. How many people in the city could speak normally in front of Long Ji? If they focused their gaze on you, you would feel like you were about to collapse. This was really normal because your strength was not as strong as Long Ji's. The gap between their realms was obvious. Miss Long Ji, don't forget that you are also the tactical combat instructor of the Sky Sect Academy. Xiaoxiao saw that Long Ji seemed a little bored, so he simply reminded her. Xiaoxiao did not have any plans to order Long Ji around. After all, Long Ji was too strong. Xiaoxiao could feel it. However, he could not let her do nothing all day. She had to at least do something. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Long Ji suddenly realized that she did have such an identity. Back then, she had taken the initiative to volunteer. In the end, she did not even know where the entrance of the academy was, let alone going to class. I'm ashamed. I'll go take a look now. Long Ji was swift and decisive. In an instant, she left the White Deer Mansion. Xiaoxiao shook his head helplessly. Therefore, people had to have some goals. Otherwise, if you stayed here all day, you would not know what to do. Aimless. Wasn't this kind of life very scary? After that, Xiaoxiao continued to deal with the matters at hand. He sorted out his confidence and deployed the manpower reasonably. These things should be done by Emperor Xingyan. However, Xiaoxiao listened to Li Zongjiu's orders. Since it was a task given by Li Zongjiu, of course, he had to complete it. In the secret chamber, Li Zongjiu rested for 3 days. In the middle, he even took the time to sneak out to eat pickled fish. Only then did he return. There was a pill in his hand. It was clear. The light was restrained. With just a glance, he felt deeply attracted to the latter. Super divine level pill, soaring pill. It was as if lying in the palm of his hand was a rare beauty. There was no time to admire it. Li Zongjiu opened his mouth and swallowed the soaring pill in his hand. The soaring pill was like a pool of clear water in his mouth. There was no fluctuation at all. Suddenly, this pool of clear water turned into a long river in the blink of an eye. It was flowing in Li Zongjiu's body. Although Li Zongjiu had expected this, when the power of the soaring pill erupted, he was still shocked. However, he was still shocked by it. But fortunately, the trial in the evil dragon's eye was effective. In the face of such an emergency situation, he had a subconscious reaction. In an instant, he reacted and firmly caught the power. After that, success came naturally. However, the power of a transcendent level pill was not so easy to control. During the process, Li Zongjiu also quickly adjusted his own power. Then, he gradually poured the transcendent level pill into his body. It filled his 10 directions hell. Boom. At the same time, in Li Zongjiu's dantian, there was also the power of will condensing. With the appearance of this will, there was also a small hammer. The power of this flying ascension pill was mainly used to refine his small hammer. Faintly, there was also a kind of power that appeared in Li Zhongjiu's mind. Innate level 1. Li Zhongjiu was taken aback by the sudden command. Innate level 1, what did it mean? Although Li Zhongjiu had yet to figure out what innate level 1 meant, he was able to sense it very quickly. At this moment, his mental power was sublimated. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhongjiu could even feel that his thoughts had become faster. He even had a feeling that as long as he looked at anything, he could easily see through its essence. Such a strong change made Li Zhongjiu a little excited. This innate level 1 realm should belong to the level of the power of will. Before this, Li Zhongjiu was not at the innate level. If this was the case, then before the innate level was the postnatal level. The postnatal level was divided into several levels. Li Zhongjiu taught Fu Ding in the sacred martial realm. He quickly grasped the power of will through the method taught by him. Moreover, he used the demon-suppressing ruler to perfection. At this moment, he was probably at the entry level of the postliminary stage, which was the level of postliminary stage level 1. Although Qi Yanran's willpower was inherited, Qi Yanran did not truly master this willpower at that time. However, she was still stronger than Fu Ding. He could be considered a level 2 pre-celestial. On the other hand, Li Zhongjiu's cultivation speed was relatively fast. After all, he had studied for an entire year to pave the way for his willpower. It should also be equivalent to pre-celestial stage 3. From that point of view, it was because he had taken the flying pill today. He had broken through to innate level 1. Therefore, the cultivation realm of willpower was temporarily divided according to what Li Zhongjiu felt. If the experience of the predecessors could be used directly, of course, Li Zhongjiu would be able to feel his own power more clearly, and what level it belonged to. He didn't have to use his own experience to classify it. There must have been someone who had reached this level in the past. Li Zhongjiu believed that. For example, the Saint Martial Emperor. On this Saint Martial continent, he was a true master who had once unified the world. This person must have also cultivated willpower. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to kill his way out of the encirclement of so many masters. Moreover, becoming the master of this world was also an extremely strong challenge to his willpower. If one's willpower was not enough, they would not be able to bear this name. They would never be able to sit firmly on this level. If the other party could bear this weight, it meant that the Saint Martial Emperor had willpower. Li Zhongjiu himself didn't know what level the Saint Martial Emperor's willpower had reached. The flying pill continued to release energy. Soon, Li Zhongjiu's own strength also increased rapidly. Previously, his yuan energy cultivation had been stuck at the level of first stage Absolute Saint. Now, he had entered the level of second stage Absolute Saint. However, the yuan energy cultivation of the Absolute Saint realm was actually equivalent to a fixed amount of water in a large vat. After filling this vat, it would naturally rise. The division of realms was not that important. What was really important was the tempering of willpower and the mastery of one's own unique skills. In fact, there was no real division of power between the Absolute Saint realm and the Absolute Saint realm. From the beginning to the end, it was just a realm. The strength of one's strength was shown through other aspects. If one could master a strong willpower, it would be like how Li Zhongjiu could easily kill the generals of the fallen race. In fact, willpower was also the advantage. Blindly increasing one's yuan energy cultivation. The yuan energy of an absolute saint was already inexhaustible. If one continued to increase their yuan energy, wouldn't it be a waste of energy? No one had ever heard of an absolute saint, or even a sovereign, who was killed in a battle because they ran out of yuan energy. Basically, it was because they were not skilled enough and were not a match for their opponent at all. Then, they were killed. However, this was also a natural process, and it was difficult to deliberately stop him. Li Zhongjiu was also trying to improve his own strength. He was breaking through rapidly. While Li Zhongjiu was cultivating in the secret room, the outside world was already in a state of war. Many cities near the water were also attacked by the abyssal race. This was because the abyssal race was reproducing too quickly and their numbers were extremely large. Therefore, the Ocean Empress also came up with an effective plan to find the mother of the abyssal race. Once the mother of the abyssal race was killed, the remaining abyssal race would gradually lose their vitality and it would be easier to deal with them. Longji was in the sacred flame royal city, so she was not harassed by the abyssal race. If there were, Longji would have already killed them. Along the way, Longji also went to the deep sea to explore. The seal was good. With the current strength of the abyssal race, there was no way to destroy the seal for the time being. After all, Longji's strength was not to be trifled with. She was the #1 young expert of the Dragon Penitentiary on Dragon Island. Even the position of the Dragon Penitentiary's warden in the future would basically be held by Longji. Originally, it was the evil dragon god. However, this guy had turned bad and wanted to destroy the harmony of the Dragon Island. Naturally, such a thing could not be allowed to happen. However, for Longji to be listed as the warden of the Dragon Penitentiary, it was enough to see how powerful Longji was. She was a truly terrifying existence. Therefore, the abyssal race that was causing trouble outside was actually only a small portion. If the portal was completely opened, it would be troublesome. It was likely that they would be in big trouble. For safety reasons, Longji continued to reinforce the previous seal. Dealing with the abyssal race. Li Zhongjiu had previously instructed that the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy must be on the battlefield and participate in the trial. Now, Longji was also with the Ocean Empress of the Four Seas. They were going to find the mother of the abyssal race. As long as they killed this guy, the number of abyssal race would not continue to increase. Killing one would mean one less abyssal race. Moreover, they would not have such a clear unity to attack. Basically, they would swim around randomly like a plate of loose sand. However, these abyssal race had a bigger appetite. If they were allowed to eat continuously, the number of creatures in the water would be reduced by more than half sooner or later. The diversity of the creatures would decrease directly. At the same time, Xiaoxiao received another piece of information. It said that Zhou Bachuan, who was moving in the portal, had been discovered by the Devouring Yuan clan. Now, the Devouring Yuan clan was chasing after Zhou Bachuan and the others. The situation was critical. Damn it. Xiaoxiao also knew that the Devouring Yuan clan was difficult to deal with. If one did not know how to cultivate his body, one would basically be courting death in front of the Devouring Yuan clan. Fortunately, Zhou Bachuan was good at cultivating his body. Leading these ancient soldiers, they all followed the body refinement method. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Just as Xiaoxiao was at his wit's end, Li Zhongjiu magically appeared in front of Xiaoxiao. Young master. Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised to see Li Zhongjiu out of seclusion. It's about the Devouring Yuan clan. Devouring Yuan clan? Where are they? Li Zhongjiu asked. How could he not be excited when he heard the news about the Devouring Yuan clan? He couldn't wait to kill all the members of the clan. To vent the hatred in his heart. Since he had said that he would exterminate the Devouring Yuan clan, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would be going back on his word. That would not do. That was why Li Zhongjiu had sent people to gather information about the Devouring Yuan clan. We discovered that the people from the Devouring Yuan clan are in the midst of a riot. Furthermore, that Songheng Mansion's mansion master of the Azure Ocean Academy is most likely a member of the Devouring Yuan clan. Earlier, when Qin Zhudao of the Azure Ocean Academy wanted to attack the Sunset City, he was stopped by Songheng Mansion. Xiaoxiao also sorted out the information she had gathered during this period of time and told them about it. Longji had already gone to deal with the Devouring Yuan clan. Qin Shilong was guarding Luoxia City. In addition, the master of the Azure Sea Academy seemed to be related to the Devouring Yuan clan. In the portal, Zhou Bachuan was attacked by the Devouring Yuan clan. Now, he was on the run and his life was in danger. He could be in great danger at any time. Very well. In that case, I will make a trip to the portal. Li Zhongjiu said. Since he had found out about the Devouring Yuan clan, he would go and deal with them directly. First, he would deal with the Devouring Yuan clan. Then, he would kill Qin Zhudao. As for what the Azure Sea Academy was up to, Li Zhongjiu did not care. If they dared to obstruct him or found out that they were related to the Devouring Yuan clan, he would kill them all. Li Zhongjiu immediately went to the portal. With the young master's help, Zhou Bachuan and the others would definitely be able to escape. However, the prerequisite was that Zhou Bachuan and the others could hold on until Li Zhongjiu arrived. It's in the direction of the White Deer Mansion. White Deer Mansion? It was the White Deer Mansion again. When everyone received the same answer, they all widened their eyes in shock. The White Deer Mansion was a place where people liked to play tricks the most. It hadn't been long, but another group of people had been released, causing a commotion from time to time. Now, even the Purple Pill Lightning and the Super God level pill were produced. The Purple Pill Lightning turned into auspicious chi and was directly collected by Li Zhongjiu, who was in the White Deer Mansion. All of it was injected into the 3 pills in his hand. In the end, the 3 pills slowly took shape. Li Zhongjiu looked at the 3 pills in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I succeeded. This half a month was very long, but fortunately, Li Zhongjiu succeeded. For Li Zhongjiu, the last half a month of condensing time was simply going to cost him his life. Fortunately, he succeeded. I'll call you the soaring pill, Li Zhongjiu said. After putting away the 3 flying pills, the chances of concocting a second batch of flying pills were very slim. Because it meant that he had to continue to kill the leader of the White Dragon clan and take out his dragon pearl. Only then could he succeed. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu didn't want to refine another batch of soaring pills in a short time. The refining process could be said that Li Zhongjiu didn't want to go through it a second time. The feeling of being completely emptied was really too uncomfortable. I wonder what kind of effect this super god level pill will bring to me, Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. This was equivalent to an 11th grade pill. Without the physical quality of an absolute saint, it was impossible to withstand the impact of the energy. Even if Qi Yanran came, it would be difficult for her to refine this pill. The slightest carelessness could cause one to be stuffed to death by this pill. Li Zhongjiu wasn't in a hurry to consume the soaring pill first. Instead, he first adjusted his breathing and adjusted his condition to the peak. At the very least, he needed to improve slowly and steadily. The more anxious the situation was, the more he needed to know how to calm down. Otherwise, if he consumed this pill, it would spoil everything. The White Deer Mansion returned to its peaceful state. However, the appearance of the Purple Pill Lightning just now taught everyone in the Sacred Flame Imperial City a lesson. Evil Lord Li Zhongjiu, who had disappeared for 2 years. Even if all of you added up, you still wouldn't be able to catch up to him. He was already able to concoct transcendent divine grade pills. How could ordinary people catch up to him? So scary. Zhong Xuanshan's heart was filled with emotions, and 1,000 waves were stirred up in his heart. He had heard of Li Zhongjiu's pill refining skills before. To be able to touch the threshold of a 9th grade pill at such a young age was indeed very good. However, Zhong Xianshan was about the same back then. But now, it seemed like this Li Zhongjiu was a monster among monsters. Instructor Zhong, can you trigger such a pill lightning as well? The little loli asked in front of Zhong Xianshan. Zhong Xuanshan's face changed immediately. How was that possible? He was far from the purple pill lightning. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. In fact, he hadn't even triggered the purple pill lightning before. If he was given another 100 years, he might have a chance to touch the threshold of this level. In fact, this was the first time he had seen the legendary purple pill lightning. In the end, it didn't matter whether it was a transcendent pill or not. Whether it was or not, it was still above Zhong Xuanshan's cultivation. What a scary guy. Zhong Xianshan shook his head. Indeed, there would always be someone better than you. Li Zhongjiu could be said to be the highest mountain in the world right now. No one had ever been able to climb it. In fact, this mountain had already flown into the sky. Just the terrifying strength that Li Zhongjiu had displayed was not something that the people in front of him could catch up to. It was hard to imagine. What's the point of arguing all the time? The only thing that's useful is to refine the pills in your hands, Zhong Xianshan reprimanded. Everyone instantly understood. Even Instructor Zhong couldn't do that. He was just too embarrassed to admit it. Even though Zhong Xianshan was unable to concoct a transcendent divine grade pill, he was still the strongest person after Li Zhongjiu. He still had this bit of confidence. His reputation from hundreds of years ago wasn't for nothing. Otherwise, even the master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wouldn't have personally come here to arrange things after the news of him leaving the mountain had spread. Just this alone was enough to make it difficult for others to do so. The Heavenly Star Medicine Manor Lord was also very capable. It was just that Li Zongjiu's brilliance was too dazzling. He couldn't compete with him at all. Everyone clearly understood this. Evil Lord Li Zongjiu hadn't disappeared. It wasn't that his cultivation had declined. It was that his realm was too high for people like them to catch up. I won't play with you anymore. What else was there to say? Work hard to improve your strength and catch up. There were still many people who wanted to curry favor with the White Deer Mansion. However, they were all stopped by Xiaoxiao's men. He didn't know where these people came from, but they overestimated themselves. Lord Xiaoxiao, Zhou Bachuan has sent a letter. Taifai looked at the messenger pigeon in his hand. This pigeon was a very special kind of pigeon. It was extremely fast. Zhou Bachuan. Li Zongjiu had arranged for him to guard the border of Luoxia City. However, Luoxia City was too safe. In addition, there were also some movements from the Devouring Yuan clan and the Abyss clan recently. Xiaoxiao directly called for this tiger general. He asked Zhou Bachuan to go and look for information about the Devouring Yuan clan. Now that he had sent a message back, it was obvious that he had found something. Xiaoxiao opened the letter sent by Zhou Bachuan. There was only one sentence in it. The Devouring Yuan clan is in chaos. Tell Zhou Bachuan not to act rashly. After finding out the specific information of the other party, we will make a plan. After all, Zhou Bachuan was an ancient person. Therefore, he had some understanding of the Devouring Yuan clan. It was basically no problem to find them. The Devouring Yuan clan was also a clan left behind from the ancient times. It seemed that Zhou Bachuan's perception was quite sharp. As for the Abyss clan, Wang Ding and the others were investigating. It could even be said that they were fighting on many fronts now. There were disasters from the Abyss clan in many places. Hearing that the Sea Empress of the Sea God Palace in the Four Seas, she was now rushing to Sacred Flame Royal City at full speed to ask for help. As long as the Sea Empress came, she would definitely bring some information about the Abyss clan. Currently, the Four Seas had the Sea Empress in charge, so it was still relatively safe. After all, the Sea Empress had a divine artifact and her cultivation was already in the sovereign realm. Naturally, there was nothing to be afraid of. For the time being, she could hold up for a while. However, no one knew what would happen in the future. All kinds of things fell on Xiaoxiao's shoulders, but Xiaoxiao did not feel panicked at all. Long Ji had actually returned. After chasing for a long time, he still could not find the guy from the Devouring Yuan clan. After all, the Devouring Yuan clan was an expert in concealing their aura. They looked just like ordinary people. If the other party was not willing to take action, it was impossible to distinguish their aura. That guy hasn't come out of seclusion yet? Long Ji obviously wanted to play with Li Zongjiu. After all, other than Li Zongjiu, the other people's levels were too low. They could not play together at all. How many people in this city could speak normally in front of Long Ji? If their gazes focused on you, you would feel like you were about to break down. This was too normal because your strength was not as good as Long Ji's. The gap between their realms was obvious. Miss Long Ji, don't forget that you are also the tactical combat instructor of the Sky Sect Academy. Xiaoxiao saw that Long Ji seemed a little bored, so he simply reminded her. Xiaoxiao did not have any plans to order Long Ji around. After all, Long Ji was too strong. Xiaoxiao could feel it. However, he could not let her do nothing all day. She had to at least do something. Ah, right, I almost forgot. Long Ji suddenly realized that she did have such an identity. Back then, she had taken the initiative to volunteer. In the end, she did not even know where the entrance of the academy was, let alone going to class. I'm ashamed. I'll go take a look now. Long Ji was swift and decisive. In an instant, she left the White Deer Mansion. Xiaoxiao shook his head helplessly. Therefore, people had to have some goals. Otherwise, if you stayed here all day, you would not know what to do. Aimless. Wasn't this kind of life very scary? After that, Xiaoxiao continued to deal with the matters at hand. He sorted out his confidence and allocated the manpower reasonably. These things should be done by Emperor Xingyan. However, Xiao Zhao listened to Li Zhongzhou's orders. Since it was a task given by Li Zhongzhou, of course, he had to complete it. In the secret chamber, Li Zhongzhou rested for 3 days. In the middle, he even took the time to sneak out to eat pickled fish. Only then did he return. In his hand lay a pill. It was clear. The light was restrained. With just a glance, he felt deeply attracted to the latter. Super divine level pill, soaring pill. It was as if the one lying in the palm of his hand was a beauty that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. There was no time to admire it. Li Zhongzhou opened his mouth and swallowed the soaring pill in his hand. The soaring pill was like a pool of clear water in his mouth. There was no fluctuation at all. Suddenly, this pool of clear water turned into a long river in the blink of an eye. In Li Zhongzhou's body, it flowed rapidly. Although Li Zhongzhou had expected this, when the power of the soaring pill erupted, he was still shocked. However, he was still shocked by it. But fortunately, the trial in the evil dragon's eye was effective. In the face of such an emergency situation, he had a subconscious reaction. In an instant, he reacted and firmly caught the power. After that, success came naturally. However, the power of a transcendent level pill was not so easy to control. During the process, Li Zhongzhou also quickly adjusted his own power. Then, he gradually poured the transcendent level pill into his body. It filled his 10 directions hell. Boom! At the same time, in Li Zhongzhou's dantian, there was also the power of will condensing. With the appearance of this will, there was also a small hammer. The power of this flying ascension pill was mainly used to refine his small hammer. Faintly, there was also a kind of power that appeared in Li Zhongzhou's mind. Innate level 1. Li Zhongzhou was taken aback by the sudden command. Innate level 1, what did it mean? Although Li Zhongzhou had yet to figure out what innate level 1 meant, he was able to sense it very quickly. At this moment, his mental power was sublimated. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhongzhou could even feel that his thoughts had become faster. He even had a feeling that as long as he looked at anything, he could easily see through its essence. Such a strong change made Li Zhongzhou a little excited. This innate level 1 realm should belong to the level of the power of will. Before this, Li Zhongzhou was not at the innate level. If this was the case, then before the innate level was the postnatal level. The postnatal level was divided into several levels. Li Zhongzhou taught Fu Ding in the sacred martial realm. He quickly grasped the power of will through the method taught by him. Moreover, he used the demon-suppressing ruler to perfection. At this moment, he was probably at the entry level of the post-liminary stage, which was the post-liminary stage level 1. Although Qi Yanran's willpower was inherited, Qi Yanran did not truly master this willpower at that time. However, she was still stronger than Fu Ding. He could be considered a level 2 pre-celestial. On the other hand, Li Zhongzhou's cultivation speed was relatively fast. After all, he had studied for an entire year to pave the way for his willpower. It should also be equivalent to pre-celestial stage 3. From that point of view, it was because he had taken the flying pill today. He had broken through to innate level 1. Therefore, the cultivation realm of willpower was temporarily divided according to what Li Zhongzhou felt. If the experience of the predecessors could be used directly, of course, Li Zhongzhou would be able to clearly feel his own strength and what level it belonged to. He didn't have to use his own experience to classify it. There must have been someone who had reached this level in the past. Li Zhongzhou believed that. For example, the Saint Martial Emperor. On this Saint Martial continent, he was a true master who had once unified the world. This person must have also cultivated willpower. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to kill his way out of the encirclement of so many masters and become the master of this world. It was also an extremely strong challenge to one's willpower. If one's willpower was not enough, they would not be able to bear this name. They would never be able to sit firmly on this level. If the other party could bear this weight, it meant that the Saint Martial Emperor had willpower. Li Zhongzhou himself didn't know what level the Saint Martial Emperor's willpower had reached. The flying pill continued to release energy. Soon, Li Zhongzhou's strength also increased rapidly. Previously, his yuan energy cultivation had been stuck at the level 1 absolute saint realm. Now, he had entered the level 2 Absolute Saint realm. However, the yuan energy cultivation of the Absolute Saint realm was actually equivalent to a fixed amount of water in a large vat. After filling this vat, it would naturally rise. The division of realms was not that important. What was really important was the tempering of willpower and the mastery of one's own unique skills. In fact, there was no real division of power between the Absolute Saint realm and the Absolute Saint realm. From the beginning to the end, it was just a realm. The strength of one's strength was shown through other aspects. If one could master a strong willpower, it would be like how Li Zhongjiu could easily kill the generals of the fallen race. In fact, willpower was also the advantage. Blindly increasing one's yuan energy cultivation. The yuan energy of an absolute saint was already inexhaustible. It would be a waste of energy if one continued to increase one's yuan energy. No one had ever heard of an absolute saint or even a sovereign being killed because they ran out of yuan energy in a battle. Basically, it was because they were not skilled enough and were not a match for their opponent at all. Then, they were killed. However, this was also a natural process, and it was difficult to deliberately stop him. Li Zhongjiu was also trying to improve his own strength. He was breaking through rapidly. While Li Zhongjiu was cultivating in the secret room, the outside world was already in a state of war. Many cities near the water were also attacked by the abyssal race. This was because the abyssal race was reproducing too quickly and their numbers were extremely large. Therefore, the Ocean Empress also came up with an effective plan to find the mother of the abyssal race. Once the mother of the abyssal race was killed, the remaining abyssal race would gradually lose their vitality and it would be easier to deal with them. Longji was in the Sacred Flame Royal City, so she was not harassed by the abyssal race. If there were, Longji would have already killed them. Along the way, Longji also went to the deep sea to explore. The seal was good. With the current strength of the abyssal race, there was no way to destroy the seal for the time being. After all, Longji's strength was not to be trifled with. She was the #1 young expert of the Dragon Penitentiary on Dragon Island. Even the position of the Dragon Penitentiary's warden in the future would basically be held by Longji. Originally, it was the evil dragon god. However, this guy had turned bad and wanted to destroy the harmony of the Dragon Island. Naturally, such a thing could not be allowed to happen. However, for Longji to be listed as the warden of the Dragon Penitentiary, it was enough to see how powerful Longji was. She was a truly terrifying existence. Therefore, the abyssal race that was causing trouble outside was actually only a small portion. If the portal was completely opened, it would be troublesome. It was likely that they would be in big trouble. For safety reasons, Longji continued to reinforce the previous seal. The matter of dealing with the abyssal race. Li Zhongjiu had previously instructed that the disciples of the Sky Sect Academy must be on the battlefield and participate in the trial. Now, Longji was also with the Ocean Empress of the Four Seas. She went to find the mother of the abyssal race. As long as she was killed first, the number of abyssal race would not continue to increase. Killing one would mean one less abyssal race. Moreover, they would not have such a clear unity to attack. Basically, they would swim around randomly like a plate of loose sand. However, these abyssal race had a bigger appetite. If they were allowed to eat continuously, the creatures in the water would be reduced by more than half sooner or later. The diversity of the creatures would decrease directly. At the same time, Xiaoxiao received another piece of information. It said that Zhou Bachuan, who was moving around in the portal, had been discovered by the Devouring Yuan clan. Now, the Devouring Yuan clan was chasing after Zhou Bachuan and the others. The situation was critical. Damn it! Xiaoxiao knew that the Devouring Yuan clan was difficult to deal with. If one did not know how to cultivate one's body, one would basically be courting death in front of the Devouring Yuan clan. Fortunately, Zhou Bachuan himself was good at cultivating his body. Leading these ancient soldiers, they all followed the body refinement method. What's wrong, Xiaoxiao? Just as Xiaoxiao was at his wit's end, Li Zhongjiu magically appeared in front of Xiaoxiao. Young master. Xiaoxiao was pleasantly surprised to see Li Zhongjiu out of seclusion. It's about the Devouring Yuan clan. Devouring Yuan clan? Where are they? Li Zhongjiu asked. How could he not be excited when he heard the news about the Devouring Yuan clan? He couldn't wait to kill all the members of the clan. To vent the hatred in his heart. Since he had said that he would exterminate the devouring Yuan clan, he had to do it. Otherwise, he would be going back on his word. That would not do. That was why Li Zhongjiu had sent people to gather information about the devouring Yuan clan. We discovered that the people from the devouring Yuan clan are in the midst of a riot. Furthermore, that Song Hing Mansion's mansion master of the Azure Ocean Institute is most likely a member of the devouring Yuan clan. Earlier, when Qin Zhudao of the Azure Ocean Institute wanted to attack the Sunset City, he was stopped by Song Hing Mansion's mansion master. Xiao Zhao also sorted out the information she had gathered during this period of time and told them about it. Long Ji had gone to deal with the devouring Yuan clan. Qin Shilong was guarding Luoxia City. Furthermore, the master of the Azure Sea Academy seemed to be related to the devouring Yuan clan. In the portal, Zhou Bachuan was attacked by the devouring Yuan clan. He was currently on the run and his life was in danger. He could be in great danger at any time. Very well. In that case, I will make a trip to the portal. Li Zhongjiu said. Since he had found the devouring Yuan clan's movement, he would go and deal with them directly. He would first deal with the devouring Yuan clan and then kill Qin Zhudao. Li Zhongjiu did not care what the Azure Sea Academy was up to. If they dared to stop him or found out that they were related to the devouring Yuan clan, he would kill them all. Li Zhongjiu immediately went to the portal. With the young master's help, Zhou Bachuan and the others would definitely be able to escape. However, the prerequisite was that Zhou Bachuan and the others could hold on until Li Zhongjiu arrived. Boom! It was a chaotic place. The forest was dense with towering trees. Zhou Bachuan and his guards were besieged by the devouring Yuan clan. Fortunately, these people's strength was average, even though they could use their current elemental energy. Zhou Bachuan managed to break out of the encirclement with his own strength and heavy axe. However, Zhou Bachuan and his men soon lost their way in this chaotic place. A huge rock blocked the entrance of the cave. Just now, Zhou Bachuan had carried this huge rock over with his bare hands. We will wait here for reinforcements. Based on our previous battle with them, their fighting strength is not strong. Our elemental energy will disappear, and so will their elemental energy. As long as we are willing to fight, we will not be afraid of them. Zhou Bachuan said. Everyone had a weakness. Only by finding the weakness could one compete with the other party. After the previous battles, Zhou Bachuan and his men had found the other party's weakness. Also, we must not walk together. The three of you are armed with bows and crossbows. Move about 100 meters away from us. Their devouring Yuan clan's territory has a large area restriction. It is impossible for them to be invincible. Yes, General. They only needed to follow Zhou Bachuan's orders, even though it was dangerous to move around with bows and crossbows. However, in a team, someone had to be sacrificed. Zhou Bachuan used a rock to block the entrance of the cave they were in. He only left a small gap, which was only big enough for one person to break through. In this way, even if the other party chased after them, it would be difficult for them to break through. In addition, Zhou Bachuan also buried some gunpowder and set up a trap. If the other party came, these things did not need any elemental energy to cause damage. Naturally, it was very convenient. Then, Zhou Bachuan and his men waited in the dark cave for the enemy's arrival. It would be best if they could wait for reinforcements. They had special sensing stones on their bodies. Previously, when he had released the distress signal, he had sent it out. They also sent out the sensing stones. As long as the reinforcements brought the stone with them, they would be able to find them. Night fell. Zhou Bachuan was in a cave that wasn't very spacious, holding onto his battle axe. He suddenly opened his eyes. In the night sky, a loud and clear whistle was suddenly heard. It was as if it was calling out in the night sky. Zhou Bachuan immediately heard the whistle. Oh no, something happened to the three of them. In the end, the enemy came first. Although he didn't know what method the other party used to find him, they must have their own unique methods. The rest of the people also woke up one after another. There were 12 brothers left. Come on. A formless force instantly landed on the bodies of Zhou Bachuan and the others. It was this formless force that had sealed their yuan power. Here it comes. In the next moment, the boulder blocking the entrance of the cave was smashed to pieces by a fist. Just the gravel that flew out was enough to seriously injure them. Zhou Bachuan and the others didn't have time to raise their shields to block the attack. They didn't expect the other party to have such an expert who could shatter the boulder with a single punch. This was the first time they had seen such a powerful expert from the Devouring Yuan clan. Boom! Zhou Bachuan and the others immediately retreated. Swoosh! A few rays of sword light hit the axe in Zhou Bachuan's hand and knocked it away from Zhou Bachuan's hand. You think you can cause trouble for the Devouring Yuan clan? Since you've been found, it's time for you to die. 3 experts from the Devouring Yuan clan stood outside the cave. 2 of them were holding the heads of the archers from before. A total of 3 heads had been chopped off by them. Charge out! Zhou Bachuan let out a low growl and charged forward. He threw a punch at the man with 3 eyes. However, the man's third eye shot out a ray of light. It shot towards Zhou Bachuan's arm. Although Zhou Bachuan didn't know what kind of attack it was, he knew that it must be very powerful. His body immediately flashed. The ray of light brushed past his shoulder armor. It hit the stone wall. It directly blasted a deep, thumb-sized hole in the stone wall in front of him. Even Zhou Bachuan's shoulder armor had a mark and smoke was coming out of it. If it had hit his arm or any other part of his body, he would have been killed. This group of people in front of him was even stronger, Zhou Bachuan thought to himself. He didn't expect the other party to have gathered a group of even stronger opponents. These people in front of him were extremely powerful. This made Zhou Bachuan exclaim in his heart. Swoosh! The man kept attacking Zhou Bachuan with the ray of light from his third eye. Zhou Bachuan's dodging wasn't very agile, but with his own experience, he dodged the first 2 attacks and rushed in front of the man on the third attack. Zhou Bachuan raised his fist and punched the man in front of him with all his might. Boom! Zhou Bachuan punched the man with 3 eyes. However, the man with 3 eyes only raised one hand and easily caught Zhou Bachuan's fist. His eyes were full of disdain. Do you really think that I'm not strong enough? I'm just teasing you. The man in front of him was extremely arrogant and had a playful smile on his face. Only now did Zhou Bachuan realize that his opponent's body tempering strength was also above his own. Obviously, these people also knew his shortcomings. Damn you! Zhou Bachuan lifted his leg and kicked the head of the person in front of him. However, the young man's leg technique was even more exquisite. He lifted his leg and instantly broke Zhou Bachuan's leg. Crack! Zhou Bachuan's leg was broken. However, he wasn't discouraged. He grabbed at his waist and immediately, a dagger covered with poison was slashed at the man's neck. Crack! Unexpectedly, the man exerted his strength and broke Zhou Bachuan's other arm. Instantly, he lost his balance and his attack collapsed. Then, Zhou Bachuan was sent flying with a kick. At this moment, the other 2 members of the Devouring Yuan clan had also defeated the 12 warriors. The elders want us to concentrate on cultivating in the deep mountains and forests. I was bored to death. Fortunately, you guys are here for me to practice my skills. Next, I'm going to torture all of you properly. Just as the 3 of them were about to continue torturing Zhou Bachuan and the others, they heard a faint sound. Suddenly, Zhou Bachuan heard a slight movement. He lowered his head and saw that the soil on the ground seemed to be stirred up by something. He immediately took a closer look. It seemed like something was going to come out of the ground. What? Zhou Bachuan and the others also saw this shocking scene. However, the 3 young experts of the Devouring Yuan clan who were about to attack immediately took a step back. They suddenly became vigilant against each other. Fireflies! Go! Some poisonous insects appeared on the ground, and a group of extremely weak fireflies flew over from the sky. As these lights appeared, the 3 experts from the Devouring Yuan clan immediately retreated. They did not hesitate to flee into the distance. Zhou Bachuan and the others were stunned. Where did these fireflies come from? How could they scare them away with just a few fireflies? Could it be that their weakness was these fireflies? Zhou Bachuan could not help but think. However, Zhou Bachuan and the others saw a blurry figure of a lady in front of them with the help of the moonlight. There were a few fireflies circling around the woman. The hazy light also caused the latter's identity to appear extremely mysterious. Leave quickly. This is not a place where you can come to. Zhang Biao looked at Zhou Bachuan and the others in front of her. She said indifferently. She might have saved them this time because she was in a good mood. However, she would not have such a good opportunity the next time. The fertile land was filled with a primitive aura. There were countless rugged rocks and strange shapes. There were also some alien clans who were disloyal. However, there was a branch of human cultivators in the inner palace, and it was here. The fertile land Gu clan. These people were good at refining and raising insects. They also cultivated the Gu arts. Because the land was fertile, it was very suitable for raising these little bugs. The climate was also very suitable, so these Gu clan people also lived here. Zhang Biao was the #1 genius of the fertile land. She had also taken over the position of the first elder of the Gu clan. Back then, there were some traders in the Gu clan who wanted to establish their own clan. However, Zhang Biao eliminated them one by one. They were the fertile land's poison cult. For outsiders, the Gu clan did not necessarily have to kill them. They only needed to persuade them to leave. Otherwise, just the poisonous insects and creatures here were not enough for them to survive. Sorry, we have a mission. Zhou Bachuan said in a deep voice. Thank you for your help, master. I, Zhou Bachuan, will remember this. Zhang Biao shook her head after hearing this. There are many problems in the fertile land now. Take care of yourselves. Then, Zhang Biao's figure gradually disappeared into the forest. This scene was almost like a dream to them. Zhou Bachuan and the rest did not react at all. Fortunately, they were saved. They treated each other's injuries. Zhou Bachuan was not curious about this mysterious woman. She was definitely not someone to be trifled with if the devouring Yuan clan was so afraid of her. They were already in a difficult situation. If they continued to provoke people who were not to be trifled with, wouldn't they end up in a worse state? Fortunately, Zhou Bachuan and the rest did not have to wait for too long. Li Zongjiu had already arrived in the sky above the fertile land. Whoosh, a figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Zhou Bachuan and the rest. When Li Zongjiu appeared, Zhou Bachuan and the rest were stunned. Young lord. You have worked hard. Li Zongjiu directly injected a force into their bodies and healed their injuries. At the same time, he gave each of them a grade 8 elixir as a reward. Those who died naturally didn't get anything. They didn't even have a family, so they didn't need any money to settle down. After all, they were people from a few thousand years ago. Zhou Bachuan told them about Zhang Biao's help. Of course, Zhou Bachuan did not know that the other party was Zhang Biao. However, based on Zhou Bachuan's description, Li Zongjiu guessed that the firefly was undoubtedly Zhang Biao. Fortunately, Zhang Biao was not in cahoots with the devouring Yuan clan. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu would have had to kill her and clear all the obstacles. I got it. You guys go back first. I will handle the rest myself. Originally, they did not need to participate in the battle when carrying out this kind of mission. However, they had no choice but to be targeted by the other party. They could not retreat. If they retreated, they might lose some of the positions they had marked previously. Although Zhou Bachuan wanted to stay and help, their strength did not seem to be of much help. Young lord, please be careful. Zhou Bachuan said. Then, he led the rest of the group out of the fertile land. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was looking towards the depths of the forest. Then, he stepped forward and disappeared. Yellow River Gu tribe. In fact, in the entire Yellow River Gu tribe, the Gu tribe was very rare and precious because they were isolated from the rest of the world. There were a total of 10 tribes. Each tribe had its own chief. But there was only one elder. Usually, if there were some conflicts between tribes, it would all be resolved by the elder. The elder was the one who decided the highest management of the tribes. But if it wasn't involved in these issues, the elder would be in a state of idleness. They would visit everywhere to see if there were any small tribes that were left alone. Moreover, the elder had no right to interfere with the internal affairs of the tribe. As the great elder, Zhang Biao understood the reason behind it. As the great elder of the Yellow River Gu tribe, Zhang Biao's most important task was to protect the various large tribes in Yellow River Gu tribe. But recently, Zhang Biao found something unusual. When she visited, there were actually some tribes that were extremely mysterious. And the traces everywhere showed that someone was refining zombie worms. The so-called zombie bug was an extremely invasive bug. Once it was eaten, the ability of the zombie bug would be activated, and it would make your body invulnerable to swords and spears. But this ability was easy to get addicted. Once you fall in love with this feeling, you will need to maintain this state. This was a very terrifying thing. And the zombie worm's infection rate was extremely high. If you were bitten by the mother worm, within a short 3 days, if you weren't detoxified in time, then you would really become a zombie, but Zhang Biao didn't have any evidence of this. Moreover, no one came to report this matter, so Zhang Biao couldn't investigate this matter. The only thing she could do now was to observe. In secret. He had to settle this matter and find out the person who did this behind the scenes. Because once the zombie worm broke out, it would be very dangerous. It was like a plague, spreading at an extremely fast speed. Of course, Zhang Biao had brought this matter up to the Elder Council, but it was rejected one by one. Although Zhang Biao was now the Great Elder, it didn't mean that she could do whatever she wanted. She still had to follow the rules of the Elder Council. I can't listen to you just because you're strong. Otherwise, how would I know if you're just looking for an excuse to find trouble with other tribes? Where there were people, there would be underworld. Even in a paradise like this, there would still be underworld. Recently, Zhang Biao clearly felt that there were people who were ready to make trouble. They could no longer hold back and were preparing to do something that would endanger the tribe. Zhang Biao had to find these people before the enemy made a move. However, Zhang Biao was alone, and there were many things she couldn't do. The other party was also extremely careful. But tonight, Zhang Biao had some gains. The appearance of Zhou Bachuan and the rest also caused a change to occur in this quiet place. This change could be clearly felt. The other party was about to give himself away. Zhang Biao didn't kill the 3 people from the Devouring Yuan clan. Instead, he quietly followed behind these people. Finally, she followed the 3 people from the Devouring Yuan clan to an unfamiliar place. The valley was huge and the terrain varied. The previous tribes also had their own territories. Zhang Biao thought it was unfamiliar because this territory wasn't suitable for insects to live in. It seemed to have been occupied by another tribe. Zhang Biao landed on a treetop. The 3 people from the Devouring Yuan clan who had just left walked into the valley and were still talking about what had just happened. That was close. Fortunately, we ran away quickly. That woman's strength isn't something we can fight against. If she knows that we planted zombie worms, the tribe will be exposed. What's the big deal? Didn't the elder give us a special medicine? As long as we take this special medicine, we can directly turn these zombie worms into ashes. Even if she wants to look for any evidence, she won't be able to find any evidence. Dead men tell no tales, she can't do anything. That's right. Although Zhang Biao is powerful, everything has to go through the elders. Therefore, as long as she doesn't cause any trouble, she won't be able to cause much trouble. The 3 of them said. If we cooperate with these human tribes, will they really be able to help us take back our territory and enslave the humans for our entertainment? They are humans too. Will they turn around and kill us? One of them said. How is that possible? Do you really think that our elders are useless? Once all of us have absorbed the zombie worm's energy, we won't be invulnerable. What's there to be afraid of? With our strength, we can easily wipe out the entire human tribe. The person walking in the middle couldn't wait to show off his skills. You didn't see it just now. That guy is at least a top-notch expert in body refining among the humans. However, he still couldn't withstand my attack. I only moved a little and his bones were all broken. Your zombie worms have already entered the 2nd stage. Ours are still in the 1st stage. You're really talented. The 2 people beside him were also quite envious of the man in the middle. Because his strength was breaking through very quickly, as long as you can find enough spiritual herbs for them to eat, they will be able to reach my current level very quickly. When my zombie worms reach the 3rd stage, I will be able to kill primitive emperors easily. The man in the middle's eyes flashed with excitement. In order to find these zombie worms, it could be said that they had spent a lot of effort to negotiate with one of the tribes that raised venomous insects. Otherwise, they might not have been able to refine these things. They wouldn't have been able to experience such great power so quickly. It was very difficult for the people of the Devouring Yuan clan to cultivate. If it was as easy as the humans, then the Devouring Yuan clan would be considered invincible. You could use Yuan Qi, but you could seal off their Yuan Qi after decades of painstaking cultivation. Even a newborn child of the Devouring Yuan clan had the ability to seal off Yuan Qi. Therefore, it was much more difficult for the people of the Devouring Yuan clan to cultivate compared to the humans. Their ability to sense Yuan Qi was 100 times weaker than the humans. However, this didn't stop them from using other methods to improve their strength and combat strength. For example, using venomous insects. Planting zombie insects in his body would allow his strength to increase explosively. In this way, they would be invulnerable to weapons, water, and fire. They might even be able to fight against some human experts. In addition to the power of the Heaven's Eye, their combat power had greatly increased. It was quite terrifying. Zhang Biao understood a lot when she heard the conversation between the three young men of the Devouring Yuan clan. It turned out that everyone was cooperating with the Devouring Yuan clan. Although it was forbidden to use venomous insects outside of the tribe and they could only raise and study these worms in their own tribe, the people of the Devouring Yuan clan happened to stay in the tribe. They didn't use the zombie worms on themselves. Instead, they used the zombie worms on the people of the Devouring Yuan clan. This wasn't considered too much of a violation of the rules. However, if the tribes in the tribe had no other intentions, there was no need for them to cooperate with the people of the Devouring Yuan clan. Since they had helped them cultivate the zombie worms, it meant that they had other things to trade with them. Or perhaps, the people of the Devouring Yuan clan had made some kind of promise to them. She just needed to know the details of the deal. Then, Zhang Biao would be able to dig them out and teach them a lesson. She would use the tribal law to punish them. Zhang Biao suddenly looked into the darkness ahead. It was the path that the three young men of the Devouring Yuan clan had to pass through. Someone was there. The other party's movement was very subtle. Even now, Zhang Biao could only sense the other party's presence through the worms that she had released. This meant that the other party was very powerful. After all, the other party's aura should be like a bonfire in front of her at such a close distance. However, Zhang Biao didn't feel that way. Instead, she felt that it was rather vague. The information that she received from the worms that she had raised was also vague. It seemed like they weren't very sure either. However, Zhang Biao happened to be able to confirm that there was an expert approaching. This was because Zhang Biao knew the characteristics of the worms that she had raised the best. Zhang Biao was on guard because she wasn't sure if the other party had discovered her or how powerful he was. Furthermore, he wanted to see what exactly this guy was planning to do. Who's there? The three young men of the Devouring Yuan clan stopped in their tracks. They could clearly see a figure in front of them, who seemed to be blocking their way. There was a connection between the Devouring Yuan clan and the Devouring Yuan clan. The other party was obviously not from the Devouring Yuan clan. Since the other party had suddenly appeared on the path that they had to pass through, it was obvious that the other party had come prepared. The three of them immediately became vigilant. They didn't know where the other party came from, so they had to be careful. First, the three of them put up the Devouring Yuan realm. Otherwise, for some experts, they could really kill you in 1/10 or even 1/100th of a second. It was a good habit to release the Devouring Yuan realm in time when there was uncertainty. Only when one was sure that they were safe could they put it away. Some assassins from the human clan were quite perverted and terrifying. Some of them could even hide in a cesspool for 3 days and 3 nights before they launched a fatal attack. Almost all the clans had experience fighting against the human clan. Because of this, the ancestors recorded their experiences of fighting against the human race. Although they had gained great strength over the past few hundred years, they shouldn't underestimate the human race. This was because the human race's tenacity was beyond your imagination. Li Zhongjiu walked out of the darkness. When they saw that there was actually a human clan trying to sneak an attack on them, they were shocked. The three members of the Devouring Yuan clan couldn't help but look at each other. I didn't expect that there would be someone here who would want to die. I wasn't having fun just now. That bitch ruined everything. Now, I want to see where you can run to and who will come to save you." The 3 members of the Devouring Yuan clan were excited. It was all because that bitch had disturbed them previously. Now, they wanted to see who would come to Li Zongjiu's rescue. After all, Li Zongjiu had appeared in front of them. This place was also some distance away from the territory of the Wansha tribe. Li Zongjiu didn't say anything. He just stood there and looked at the 3 people in front of him with a faint smile. "Go." Immediately, the 2 people beside him also rushed out like arrows leaving the bowstring. Although their zombie insects were only at level 1, they were comparable to a Yuan monarch expert of the human clan. Whoosh, the 2 of them attacked Li Zongjiu's head at the same time. Swoosh, Li Zongjiu's figure actually disappeared without a trace with a whooshing sound, their fists landed on empty air. Li Zongjiu's figure disappeared like a ghost. What? The 2 of them were shocked. How did Li Zongjiu do it? Even under his devouring element domain, he was still able to move so quickly. The 3 members of the Devouring Yuan clan still didn't know what they were up against. "To be honest, I'm happy to see you guys again." Li Zongjiu finally spoke. At the same time, he squatted on the ground. Then, he picked up a stone from the ground. "Because I can torture you guys again." Li Zongjiu casually picked up a stone from the ground. Previously, Li Zongjiu was indeed too impulsive. He slaughtered a small tribe just like that. He didn't even torture them properly before killing them. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed too easy for them. If Li Zongjiu was given another chance, he would definitely not choose to do so. This matter was indeed too terrifying. Fortunately, God had given Li Zongjiu another chance. Li Zongjiu naturally had to grasp it well. Acting all mysterious, "You're crazy." The 2 of them looked at each other. Obviously, they thought that Li Zongjiu was deliberately provoking them. They immediately roared and attacked Li Zongjiu again. They didn't need to use too many moves. They could easily kill the other party with their fists. Bang! Facing the other party's fist, Li Zongjiu raised the stone in his hand without hesitation. He threw it over. Bang! The stone that should have been shattered was unscathed at the moment. After easily blocking the other party's attack, Li Zongjiu also threw the stone at the other party's face. 2 teeth flew out of his mouth. There was also blood. "How dare you hit my face?" Although the Devouring Yuan clan was like a cave dweller, they were extremely concerned about their image. Suddenly, 2 of their teeth were knocked out by Li Zongjiu's stone. The young man became angry with Li Zongjiu on the spot. However, Li Zongjiu continued to answer his words with actions. Bang, 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 Li Zongjiu grabbed the man's collar and used the stone in his hand to continuously smash the man's mouth. After knocking out all the teeth in his mouth, he hit the man's nose bridge, directly smashing the man's nose bridge and causing it to collapse. Crack, although these injuries weren't fatal. However, it was painful to look at. As for the person who was being beaten, needless to say, he was beaten quite miserably. The latter obviously didn't have the courage to endure until the end. He fainted on the spot. When Li Zongjiu was beating the young man, the other people were also at the side. They watched as Li Zongjiu knocked out all the young man's teeth. In the end, the young man fainted. When he saw Li Zongjiu looking at him, the young man from the Devouring Yuan clan was stunned. He had a bad premonition. It was as if he was being watched by someone. He couldn't escape. Whoosh, just as the young man was about to escape, he suddenly heard a sound. Then, Li Zongjiu appeared in front of him. In the same way, he grabbed the young man's collar. "Let me go, let me go." The young man kept struggling, trying to get rid of Li Zongjiu's grip. However, Li Zongjiu's hand was like an iron claw, holding him firmly. He didn't let the young man move. The young man saw Li Zongjiu smile and saw Li Zongjiu pick up the stone that was stained with his companion's blood. Then, he slammed it down hard. Bang, 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 Li Zongjiu repeated the same trick. However, when he hit the last tooth, the stone in his hand broke. "You're really lucky." He threw the broken stone in his hand on the ground. The latter only had one last breath left. What invulnerability! The pain that should be felt was still the same. It wasn't any less. Since the stone was broken, it meant that Li Zongjie was about to give up. Who would have thought that Li Zongjie would grab him with one hand and continue to pick up another stone? You're really lucky to be able to enjoy a new stone, Li Zongjie said immediately. Who knew what kind of demon Li Zongjie was? He actually used such a method. You might as well not say anything. You said so much and said that I'm lucky. How can you call this lucky? Bang, a stone smashed down. Not only was the young man's last tooth knocked out, but his nose and eye socket were also directly hit. This was because the new stone Li Zongjie found was bigger. It was even bigger than half of the young man's face. Phew. Although Li Zongjie didn't have any special fetishes. But after doing so, there was always a kind of happy, comfortable, and carefree feeling in his heart. How could Li Zongjie describe this feeling? It was the feeling of flowing down 1,000 miles. It was indescribable. You're the only one left. Come here. Li Zongjie looked at the remaining young man. He crossed his arms in front of him and seemed to be very confident. He had already demonstrated it so clearly just now. The young man only needed to be caught by him. If he didn't catch him, he would fall directly to the ground. Therefore, Li Zongjie also thought that if he had the awareness, he would have taken the initiative to come to the mountain gate and let Li Zongjie torture him. He wasn't someone who would never give up. Hee, do you know why I didn't save them? The confident man sneered. Li Zongjie also saw that there seemed to be something crawling out of the two unconscious men and directly to the feet of the confident man. Then, the confident man directly grabbed two black little bugs, threw them into his mouth, and swallowed them directly. Li Zongjie had never seen such a ferocious person. You're a little arrogant. You're a little fierce. You actually ate bugs. Although Li Zongjie had seen many fierce people, what was the meaning of eating bugs like this? Were you trying to disgust him? Zhang Biao, who was far away, instantly locked her gaze on the two bugs. Zombie bugs could increase their grade by devouring zombie bugs. When the confident man's level 2 zombie bug ate 2 more level 1 zombie bugs, he also noticed a big change. Although the combat power didn't directly increase by a lot, it was much stronger than before. There was a faint trend of breaking through to level 3. Come on, let me see how many tricks you have. Die. The confident man shouted directly. Then, he leaped up and actually rose 70 to 80 feet into the air. When he landed, he carried with him the power to break through thunder. When Li Zongjie saw him jump up, he stood on the spot and watched him show off. Suddenly, he lightly tapped his feet and his body instantly rose into the air. He directly grabbed the man. That man didn't even feel that he had landed. Why was he suddenly grabbed by Li Zongjie? What's going on? He wanted to break Li Zongjie's arm with both hands. But in the next second, Li Zongjie's stone had already greeted him. Bang, with just a light slap, the man's teeth were directly broken. However, the stone in Li Zongjie's hand was also broken by the man. Oh? Li Zongjie stretched out his hand and the stone in the distance flew over and landed in his hand. Then, he immediately continued to smash the man's face. At first, the man still knew how to struggle and kept attacking Li Zongjie. This was because Li Zongjie only grabbed his collar and didn't choke him. He could still move his hands and feet. However, Li Zongjie didn't know how he did it. He easily dodged all the man's attacks. Bang! While dodging, Li Zongjie also directly hit the man's face with the brick in his hand. After 3 hits, he had to change a stone. But in such a big forest, there was an endless supply of stones. A minute later, this man who was full of confidence no longer had any expression on his face. His nose, eyes, and mouth were all deformed. Originally, he should have fainted as well. However, because he had just absorbed the power of the 2 zombie worms, his willpower was slightly stronger than the previous 2. In other words, during the process of being tortured and beaten by Li Zongjie just now, he had maintained a state of absolute consciousness. When the last stone fell, the man still didn't faint. You're quite tough. Li Zongjie saw that this guy was so resilient. Then, he picked up another stone and smashed all the bones in the man's chest one by one. This time, the man truly felt what it meant to be in a state worse than death. Don't. Don't hit me, the man finally used all of his strength to beg for mercy. He finally begged for mercy. This guy, I thought you wanted to go to heaven. Oh my, you can't take it anymore. After the man shouted this sentence, he directly fainted. Obviously, he couldn't take it anymore. How could this be something that a human could withstand? It was simply asking for his life. It would be better to just stab them to death with a single stab, and that would be more satisfying. What kind of deep hatred did they have to use such methods? Zhang Biao had been watching the entire process. Although she didn't approve of such behavior, she didn't sympathize with these people. How should she put it? These goo refiners liked these worms and poisonous things more. Their feelings for humans were actually weaker. If Zhang Biao saw Li Zhongjiu beating her worms, she would definitely not be able to resist rushing out to fight Li Zhongjiu. These were two different things. Everyone had their own pursuits. She didn't object to Li Zhongjiu's behavior. After all, it didn't harm her, nor did it harm her tribe. However, Zhang Biao was sure that Li Zhongjiu had already found out that she was here. When Li Zhongjiu stopped what he was doing, he looked at her. Long time no see. Li Zhongjiu was holding a hairpin in his hand. This was something that Li Zhongjiu had just thought of. The material of the hairpin was 10,000-year-old ebony. When he was refining the soaring elixir, he saw this thing and wondered where it came from. It wasn't until he saw Zhang Biao that he remembered. My hairpin. You are Li Zhongjiu. Zhang Biao jumped and landed in front of Li Zhongjiu. It was indeed 2 years ago, when they fought against Heavenly Demon He and Bai Shiyan in front of the Middle Range Mountains. They fought side by side. At that time, Heavenly Demon He, as a traitor, escaped from Tibet and wanted to cultivate a real king of poisonous insects outside. He also founded the Tibetan poison sect. Zhang Biao was ordered to kill him, but the other party's strength was stronger than Zhang Biao's. If it wasn't for Li Zhongjiu's help, she would have died in the hands of Heavenly Demon He. Because Li Zhongjiu killed Heavenly Demon He, Zhang Biao gave her hairpin to Li Zhongjiu before she left. She also promised that if Li Zhongjiu or anyone else came to her with the hairpin, she would die 1,000 times without hesitation. Zhang Biao was also meritorious because she killed Heavenly Demon He. That was why she was accepted into the Council of Elders. Until now, because she passed the tribe's trial, she was also promoted to the Great Elder. Before this, she didn't see clearly. In addition, Li Zhongjiu's aura had changed a lot, and he was completely different from before. Therefore, Zhang Biao didn't recognize Li Zhongjiu at first. When they met a few years ago, Li Zhongjiu's strength was already above Zhang Biao's. Now, Zhang Biao saw that Li Zhongjiu dared to travel alone in Tibet. He must have had a breakthrough. As a result, the surrounding people let down their guard around Zhao Kaishan and Baiyu. However, there were still people who took notice of Baiyu. Today, not only was Baiyu wearing an exquisite long white dress, she also had a light layer of makeup on her face and her entire body was emitting the fragrance of gardenias. Although Zhao Kaishan could smell it, he did not take it to heart. Some animals naturally had their own smell, such as weasels. Even if they did not exhale, they would still have a smell. Miss, are you hurt? How could a boorish man like you treat such an elegant lady so rudely? Hurry up and remove your hand. A handsome man in his 20s, who was dressed in a gorgeous light blue robe, walked in with an elegant demeanor. At the same time, he used the jade fan in his hand to gently lift Zhao Kaishan's hand and placed it to the side. It was obvious that he despised Zhao Kaishan. Is this your friend? Zhao Kaishan asked as he looked at Baiyu. Baiyu naturally knew that greedy and lecherous young masters like him were everywhere. As soon as they saw a fresh face, they would not be able to restrain themselves. Baiyu originally thought that she would not be too attractive in North Snow City. But, who would have thought? Her damn charm could not be concealed. Sir, my younger brother has a problem here. Thank you for your concern. Baiyu suddenly had an idea as she gestured for Zhao Kaishan not to act rashly. Although they did not know each other, they could not hit each other. Immediately, Baiyu gestured to the person that had arrived. Zhao Kaishan did not understand why Baiyu said he had a problem. He then pointed to his temple. Could it be that her head was not feeling well? I see. But, miss, you still need to be careful. How about this? I happen to know the most famous doctor in the city. Why don't I introduce you to him? The blue-clothed man immediately cast a pitiful gaze at Zhao Kaishan. What a good physique. Unfortunately, he was an idiot. Of course, he could not directly call the younger brother an idiot in front of the older sister. So, the blue-clothed man kept a low profile. Baiyu was aware that it wasn't realistic for her to pretend to be a couple with Zhao Kaishan. So, it was better for her to act as an idiotic younger brother. After all, Zhao Kaishan had a tendency to act strangely most of the time. There's no need. My younger brother's condition is a chronic illness. This time, I've only come with the intention of bringing him around the city. I have no other intentions. Baiyu said as she pulled Zhao Kaishan and turned to leave. Don't be like that, girl. The master I know is on the top floor of the Golden Tower. The Golden Tower itself is the tallest building in the northern Snow City. Didn't you say that you want to take your brother to broaden his horizons? This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The blue-clothed young master quickly rushed in front of the two people and blocked their way. Miss, you don't have to worry. I am a disciple of the North Snow City's Long clan. I don't have any ill intentions towards you. I just like to make friends. This Lan family disciple was quite pretentious. Just by looking at him, one would think that he was actually a good person. However, Baiyu had already done her research. The Lan clan was one of the 4 great clans of the northern Snow City. The Lan clan disciple had purposely mentioned his clan. Clearly, he wanted to show off a little at a time like this, and at the same time, intimidate the other party. At the very least, if a girl from an ordinary family heard that this young master was from the Lan clan, one of the 4 great clans, she would definitely throw herself at him. If she was fancied by a disciple of one of the 4 great clans, she wouldn't have to suffer for the rest of her life. All she needed to do was to properly enjoy the glory and wealth that belonged to her. The reason why the Misty Feather Crane had inadvertently mentioned his clan was because he wanted to see how the girl in front of him would react. If Baiyu immediately became wild with joy and wanted to throw herself at him, the Misty Feather Crane would be greatly disappointed. After all, there were plenty of girls like this in the city. As soon as they heard the name of the Lan clan, they would immediately jump into his bed. However, Baiyu's reaction was also a little surprised. However, it seemed that she was just giving a polite smile. She looked at the Golden Tower, seemingly a little hesitant. Seeing this expression, the Misty Feather Crane was slightly delighted. Indeed, this young lady wasn't the type to bow her head because of power. Instead, she was someone who was willing to lower herself for the sake of her family and for the sake of her foolish younger brother. If she was such a person, then the Misty Feather Crane would admire her very much. Furthermore, this type of person was cold on the outside, but weak on the inside. They were the easiest to conquer and could easily give others a sense of conquest. Therefore, the Misty Feather Crane was the best at doing things like this. The #1 doctor in the city is a guest at the Golden Tower. This little brother's head definitely won't be a problem. If we miss this rare opportunity, who knows when we'll have to wait for the next one. Speaking of this, he also deliberately revealed a trace of threat and vigilance. Obviously, if he missed this opportunity directly this time, he might not be able to do so the next time. Immediately, Baiyu displayed her acting skills to the fullest. Then I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. If you can cure my foolish younger brother, I'm willing to pay any price. Baiyu gritted her teeth, not daring to look into the Misty Feather Crane's eyes. As for Zhao Kaishan, he was simply watching their strange performance. Who's the foolish younger brother? However, Zhao Kaishan didn't say much. He simply followed behind Baiyu and learned from her. After all, Baiyu was more experienced in dealing with people. Zhao Kaishan found it difficult to learn some of the more advanced methods. He would have to slowly experience them. Let's talk about money later. The treatment is more important. Follow me. The Misty Feather Crane smiled, seemingly putting the matter of money aside. However, he didn't ignore it. If he really brought it up, he might immediately fall out with him. Under the Misty Feather Crane's lead, Baiyu and Zhao Kaishan walked straight into the legendary Gene Man building without any resistance. The guards at the entrance obviously recognized the Misty Feather Crane and immediately welcomed him in. However, the guards that the Misty Feather Crane brought along were also left outside to guard the entrance. Obviously, they didn't have the right to enter. In the distance, Sima Feng had been observing Zhao Kaishan and Baiyu from the crowd. When he saw the Misty Feather Crane take the initiative to bring the two of them into Golden Tower, he was shocked. What's going on? Did Protector Zhao defect to the enemy? This was the first thought that flashed through Sima Feng's mind. However, he quickly shook his head because Zhao Kaishan was still muttering about burying explosives. Elder Bai is still the capable one. Sima Feng thought about it carefully. The other party must have taken a liking to Elder Bai's beauty and took the initiative to invite her in. If that was the case, the difficulty of the mission would be reduced by a lot. Have you heard? Recently, a batch of extremely fresh goods arrived at the Drunken Fragrance Tower. Those few who just came, they're going to charm me to death with just one look. Sigh, don't even think about it. One of my hired thugs at the Drunken Fragrance Tower told me that these new arrivals were all prepared for young Master Xin. Therefore, they're all first-class goods. No matter how much money we spend, we can forget about it. Sima Feng's ears twitched. Then, he quietly sat down in the tea house where they were talking about this topic. In this line of work, one had to be observant and alert. Only then would one be able to do a good job. Gene Man Building. Naturally, there was nothing to say about the interior decoration of the building. The entire building also presented an extremely noble color. If a person without any ability walked into a building like this, they would probably feel inferior for a few days. Although Baiyu had seen the world, she couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the decorations. At the same time, she didn't hide it at all on her face. There was also a look of envy in her big, innocent eyes. Envy was the right thing to do. The Misty Feather Crane was also secretly delighted. This was exactly what it needed. This proved that Baiyu's family was only in the middle class. Compared to the big four families, they couldn't compare. At the same time, it was normal for a normal girl to reveal a look of envy and surprise when they saw such an environment. If Baiyu deliberately pretended not to see it, it would seem a little pretentious. So, the Misty Feather Crane was quite satisfied with Baiyu's performance. Miss Bai, let me show you around. What about my brother? Baiyu hesitated for a moment. Don't worry, Ague. Take this brother to Master Wan Shoujiang's room and ask him to take a look at his brain. I'll be there in a moment. A middle-aged man called Ague was standing at the top of the stairs. When he heard the Misty Feather Crane's words, he nodded his head expressionlessly. Follow him and take a look. Baiyu gestured for Zhao Kaishan to follow. At the same time, she wanted to find an opportunity to check out the situation. It would be best if she could find the core of the enemy. The most important thing was Zhao Chuanqian. In Baiyu's eyes, a mere Misty Feather Crane was nothing more than an idiot. Okay. Zhao Kaishan obediently followed Ague to the right passageway. As for the Misty Feather Crane, it led Baiyu to the left as it spiraled up the stairs. Against the Misty Feather Crane, Baiyu naturally had the ability to protect herself. She also had her own confidence. A mere Misty Feather Crane was naturally unable to do anything to Baiyu. Furthermore, the guards had already left. If she took the initiative to take down the Misty Feather Crane at a critical moment, it would be simple. Moreover, without Zhao Kaishan by her side, there was less chance of her being exposed. After all, Baiyu wasn't worried about anything else. She was only worried that Zhao Kaishan would suddenly ask when they were going to look for Zhao Chuanqian. Then everything would be over. Gongzi Lan, what do you usually do? Baiyu immediately revealed a cat-and-mouse smile as she began to set a trap for the Misty Crane. On the other side, Zhao Kaishan was brought to the 5th floor. It was also the pharmacy of the #1 doctor in the city, Master Wan Shoujiang. Originally, the Wanshou border had its own clinic, but this time, in order to help the future sect master of the Xianxia sect adjust the effects of the blood pool, it was temporarily moved here. Only a few elders of Blood Fiend sect needed to maintain the energy of the blood pool and prevent the power of the blood pool from dissipating for no reason. The remaining replenishment of the power of the blood pool would depend on Master Wan Shoujiang. Only the prescription in his hands could maximize the effects of the blood pool. When Wan Shoujiang was in his own pharmacy and preparing the medicine for Zhao Chuanqian, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Wan Shoujiang's tone was a little unfriendly. What he hated the most was being disturbed during the concoction process. If there was even the slightest deviation in the dosage during the concoction process, it would lead to a disaster. Master Wan, Gongzi Lan wants you to take a look at this little brother's head. Ague came in front of Wan Shoujiang and said respectfully. Misty Crane? That guy dares to order me around? I won't look. When Wan Shoujiang heard that it was the Misty Crane, he immediately waved his hand and motioned for Ague to take him away. I still have to prepare the medicine for Gongzi Zhao. If it's delayed, a mere Misty Crane won't be able to compensate. Ague nodded quickly after hearing that. If it really delayed Gongzi Zhao's matter, the consequences would be very serious. Ague was the chief steward of Jin Man Pavilion. He had suffered a lot these days. Although in his line of work, it was normal for him to have to deal with people's expressions all day long. It was all this damn kid's fault. He had caused him to be scolded again. Ague left with Zhao Kaishan. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw a black shadow land on his shoulder with a thud. Then, Ague immediately felt his vision darken. What's going on? My neck seems to be broken. This was Jin Manlu Ague's last thought. Zhao Kaishan grabbed the corpse that was about to fall to the ground. Oh no, I hit too hard. Zhao Kaishan only wanted to knock him out. Who knew that the poor Ague would not be able to block his attack? Then, Zhao Kaishan threw Ague's corpse into his storage ring. He activated the divine concealment technique. Then, he quietly disappeared into the darkness. The lighting in the pharmacy was not very good to begin with. Wan Shoujiang heard some movement outside and frowned as he looked outside. However, the movement disappeared quickly. Hence, Wan Shoujiang calmed down and continued to move the bottle in his hand. In another hour, it would be time to change the dressing. How could he be disturbed at this time? What a bunch of ignorant children. What kind of brains did they have? They actually brought a fool to see him at this time. Who exactly was the fool? He reckoned that he would have to find out. Strange, where is my blood flower spray? Wan Shoujiang had a pot of medicinal liquid in front of him, but he could not find a medicinal ingredient at the moment. He turned around and searched for it in the cabinet at the side. In Wan Shoujiang's pharmacy, no medicine boy or apprentice was allowed to enter. He was afraid that some idiots would mess up his things or even destroy the things he had concocted to prevent these people from poisoning him. However, just as Wan Shoujiang turned around to leave, suddenly, a hand reached out from the roof and threw a black pill into the pot below. This pill was refined by Zhao Kaishan using countless poisonous insects last time. Zhao Kaishan called it the myriad poison pill. It would not kill people. At least, Zhao Kaishan himself would not die from eating it. At most, his body would feel a little uncomfortable, but only for a while. Just now, Zhao Kaishan also realized that this thing seemed to be sent to Zhao Chuanqian. Zhao Kaishan did not feel much about the fact that Zhao Chuanqian was also surnamed Zhao. He did not have any prejudice. Hence, he directly threw a whole myriad poison pill. Found it. Wan Shoujiang rummaged through the drawers and drawers to find the so-called blood flower spray. Then, he hurriedly returned to his own pot and merged the blood flower spray into it. During the process, he did not notice anything wrong. After boiling for more than 10 minutes, Wan Shoujiang poured the remaining medicinal liquid into a pot. After a while, a specialized person would come to pick it up. After all, this thing was of great importance. A short while later, a gray-clothed old man with a skinny face and a strong body slowly walked over. Thank you for your hard work, Master Wan. The newcomer cupped his hands at Wan Shoujiang. Now was the time to use people. Wan Shoujiang had enough experience to help Xianxia sect, so he naturally had to be polite. Elder Tong is too polite. This is the latest medicinal liquid. Wan Shoujiang handed over the bottle in his hand. Elder Tong took the bottle, opened it, and smelled it. He found that the smell was a little different from before. Elder Wan, why is the smell a little different? It's different from before. Yes. Elder Tong knew a little about the basics of refining medicine, so he was sent here to get the medicine. This thing was to be given to Zhao Chuanqian for cultivation. Therefore, he had to ensure a high degree of safety. He couldn't be careless at all. After all, Wan Shoujiang was from outside. Although his refining skills were here, he still had to be careful. When doing big things, he naturally couldn't be careless. The slightest abnormality would be immediately discovered. Wan Shoujiang's expression froze, then he revealed a proud smile, as if to say, "You found out." As expected of Elder Tong. Elder Tong's spider technique lives up to its name. You even found out about such a small change. Young Master Zhao has used the medicinal liquid continuously for 7 days. If he continues to use it, then the absorption effect will be very normal. Therefore, the prescription needs to be upgraded. This is the upgraded version of the medicinal liquid, and the effect will be increased by 10%. I see. Master Wan is too considerate. I worried too much. Elder Tong naturally understood the principle behind it. Therefore, when Wan Shoujiang mentioned it, he already understood. Then, Elder Tong put away the bottle and turned to leave. Suddenly, he stopped. His gaze was extremely sharp as he looked at a corner of the room. Wan Shoujiang was also startled by Elder Tong's gaze. The latter seemed to be staring at something. Could it be that there was someone else in this room? Was there something strange? Elder Wan, you've worked hard. You haven't touched the food sent in at noon. Later, I'll ask the chef of Golden Full Tower to cook a new portion for you. Elder Tong smiled faintly. The tense atmosphere vanished without a trace at this moment. Wan Shoujiang thought it was a big deal, but he suddenly had such a serious expression. It's fine, it's fine. I'll send Elder Tong off. Wan Shoujiang and Elder Tong immediately walked out of the room. When the footsteps of the two people disappeared, Zhao Kaishan also happened to walk out from the corner that Elder Tong was staring at. I was shocked. I thought that guy's nose was so sharp. At one point, Zhao Kaishan thought that his divine concealment technique had malfunctioned and was almost not discovered by him. Therefore, Zhao Kaishan couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, the latter did not seem to notice. After all, this divine concealment art came from Blood Fiend Sex Heaven Fiend, the ultimate skill of the divine concealment White Fox. Zhao Kaishan originally wanted to leave directly. But when he turned around and looked inside the house, there were so many bottles and jars. There were also many dried herbs and other things around. His eyes lit up. Hee, this is a good place. Immediately, Zhao Kaishan took out the black gunpowder that he had stored for a long time. This black gunpowder was specially made. If there was a special mysterious fire fluctuation within a 10-meter radius, it would immediately ignite and cause a violent explosion. Just this palm-sized piece of gunpowder was enough to blow up a dozen ordinary people wearing armor into a pile of junk. Zhao Kaishan hurriedly hid the gunpowder he had prepared in the medicine room. Almost every corner was filled with gunpowder. When he walked out, he didn't meet anyone. Just as he was about to walk around, the crane and the crane. Baiyu and the Misty Feather Crane also walked out together. When Baiyu saw Zhao Kaishan, she quickly walked over. Are you all right? Of course I'm fine. Zhao Kaishan waved his hand. What could happen to him? Since you're fine, we thank young Master Lan for your hospitality. It's getting late, we'll take our leave first. Miss Bai, aren't you going to stay for dinner? Baiyu also declined the latter's invitation. The Misty Feather Crane clearly wanted to play around. So, he didn't make a move today and directly took Baiyu down. In his opinion, that was a reckless action. It was the action of a bandit. There was no elegance at all. However, the Misty Feather Crane was different. He was the son of a famous family in the city. Naturally, he had to have the appropriate elegance. Only then could he match his status. Baiyu thanked the Misty Feather Crane and led Zhao Kaishan downstairs. However, the Misty Feather Crane seemed to have thought of something and quickly took out an invitation card. Miss Bai, in 3 days, there will be an elegant garden appreciation party in the city plaza. You must come. I'll wait for you. Little brother Bai, come with me. I'll give you 2 invitations. The Misty Feather Crane suddenly ran in front of her and handed over 2 invitations. Just the craftsmanship of the invitations gave off a faint fragrance. They must have been made by a woman of great quality. There was also an exquisite embroidery on the invitations. The skill of the embroidery was obvious. Just a single invitation card like this was enough to be an expensive item. Obviously, this garden appreciation party was bound to be a gathering of the city's rich and powerful. Baiyu wondered if Zhao Chuanqian would attend. If he did, then she might have a chance to make a move. What party? Will there be good food? Zhao Kaishan asked coldly. Yes, of course there will be. The misty feather crane clearly didn't expect Zhao Kaishan to ask such a question. However, he guessed that Zhao Kaishan must have been chased out by Master Wan. So, it was normal for his brain to be a little abnormal. He expressed his understanding. Okay, I'll definitely come. I'll definitely come. Zhao Kaishan said repeatedly. Baiyu nodded at the misty feather crane to express her gratitude. Then, she quickly left with Zhao Kaishan. The misty feather crane watched Baiyu's departing figure. He imagined what kind of enjoyment he would have if he could get Baiyu. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. You can't escape from the palm of my hand. A trace of evil flashed through the misty feather crane's eyes. Strange, where the hell did Ague go? After a while, the misty feather crane discovered the missing Ague. However, Ague also had legs and wasn't a retainer of the Lan family. He didn't need the misty feather crane's permission to go anywhere. So, he must have been sent away by Master Wan. Baiyu and Zhao Kaishan successfully walked out of the Golden Tower. This allowed Chao Wang, who was in charge of keeping watch, to heave a sigh of relief. Of course, Chao Wang wasn't worried about their safety. He was only worried that they might die prematurely. If that happened, he wouldn't have much credit. Furthermore, they might even be hunted down. Protector Zhao and the others were strong enough to fight their way out of the encirclement. However, they wouldn't be so lucky. Sima Feng also received his information. As a result, the people from the Bright Moon sect also retreated. What did you do inside? Didn't they make things difficult for you? On the other hand, Baiyu was very curious about Zhao Kaishan. How was he able to walk out so peacefully? Nothing much. They brought me to an old man's pharmacy. I think he was making medicine for Zhao Chuanqian. I just happened to have some poison in my hand, so I added it to him. Zhao Kaishan said. What? You weren't discovered? Baiyu looked at Zhao Kaishan in shock. Naturally, she didn't expect Zhao Kaishan to be so daring and have such a powerful method. Of course not. I was very careful. Apart from that, what else did you do? Baiyu was a little doubtful. She had a feeling that Zhao Kaishan was a little excited after he left, which meant he must have done something inside. But, Zhao Kaishan immediately denied it. Of course, Baiyu couldn't believe such a clumsy lie. Zhao Kaishan wanted to learn the top skill of the human race, lying. This wasn't a simple matter. This was probably the first time Zhao Kaishan had lied. Baiyu didn't pursue the matter. After all, Zhao Kaishan was a protector of the sect. It would be rude to interrogate him. At least, from the looks of it, Zhao Kaishan had done a good thing. That was to poison Zhao Chuanquan's cultivation elixir. Even if he couldn't kill Zhao Chuanqian, it would be a good opportunity to cripple him. At the very least, he could prove that it was someone else who did it. After that, he could kill the Longevity River pharmacist and pretend that he was killed by another sect to achieve the same effect. The group didn't meet up. Instead, they circled around the city before returning to the stronghold. In a place like this, it was best to be careful. In the middle of the night, the few of them were gathering the information they had gathered and analyzing it. They wanted to see what they could do to achieve the best results. It was simple and direct. However, at this moment, on the top floor of Jin Manlu, the Imperial Gold Palace. This rooftop was called the Imperial Gold Rooftop. It was surrounded by a large golden platform made of real gold bricks. In this golden pool, bright red blood was boiling and bubbling. There was a long-haired man sitting cross-legged in the pool of blood. His upper body was exposed above the blood. His eyes were tightly shut. The energy from the blood pool around him was surging into his body. It could be seen that in the blood vessels under the skin, these tiny energies were constantly converging and finally condensing at the position of the heart. Around the blood pool, there were two old men in gray robes. These two old men were guarding the north and south to prevent the loss of qi and blood. And in the corner, there was an iron cage that was about the height of a person. Inside the cage, there were 10 young boys and girls with terrified expressions on their faces, using the blood of young boys to cultivate and create such a terrifying power of the blood pool. These 10 young boys and girls were imprisoned in this cage. They were the last batch. Previously, there were already 2 batches of young boys and girls who were thrown into the blood pool. In less than 5 seconds, they were directly melted. Even the clothes and accessories on their bodies were directly melted. It was even more powerful than the magma in a volcano. They could not change their fate. They could only wait for the arrival of the Grim Reaper. A general success was built on thousands of bones. This small sacrifice was nothing in Zhao Chuanchuan's eyes. As long as he could improve his cultivation, this little bit of human life was nothing. Just as the effect of the blood pool weakened a little, Zhao Chuanxian was also a little unhappy. At this moment, Elder Tong also came up with the medicinal liquid. Young master, sorry to keep you waiting. The effect of the previous medicinal liquid is no longer enough, Zhao Chuanxian said with a frown. Hearing this, Elder Tong smiled confidently. Fortunately, Wan Shoujiang had increased the effect of the medicinal liquid. Otherwise, there was really no way to explain it now. Young master, don't worry. I specially ordered Wan Shoujiang to concoct this bottle of medicinal liquid. The effect is about 30% stronger than before. Naturally, Elder Tong did not hesitate to take all the credit for this. He had thought about it before, but for the sake of insurance, he did not mention this matter. You did well. Zhao Chuanxian naturally nodded his head in satisfaction. Young master, are you going to use it now? Yes. Zhao Chuanxian nodded his head. Elder Tong took out the medicinal bottle, opened it, and then dripped the medicinal liquid into the blood pool. When the medicinal liquid was dripped into the blood pool, immediately, the boiling of the blood pool doubled. It was as if there were thousands of fish jumping on it, crackling and splashing. Seeing this scene, Zhao Chuanxian did not panic. Instead, there was a crazy challenge in his eyes. This is the effect I want. Immediately, Zhao Chuanxian also directly activated his blood chung scripture. The medicinal liquid mixed with the effect of Zhao Kaishan's myriad poison pill had completely integrated into the blood pool at this moment and was being absorbed by Zhao Chuanxian. Zhao Chuanxian had long been thirsting for powerful strength. This absorption also immediately made him feel the abundant power in this medicinal liquid. Immediately, a kind of heat rushed up to his face, and his face was blood red. However, suddenly, among the power that surged into his body, he also felt that it was as if the power of a poisonous scorpion had surged into his body. It was continuously climbing up along the blood vessels. He did not have time to notice the first time and was directly bitten in the heart by this poisonous scorpion. Not only did Zhao Chuanxian not feel angry, but he also felt pleasantly surprised. What I want is this kind of stimulation. This medicine is strong. However, Zhao Chuanxian thought that this was just a little. It was a kind of material that was added to be in charge of regulating. However, what was continuously surging into his body was like thousands of poisonous insects that were constantly devouring his heart. It was as if it was overloaded. Zhao Chuanchuan's body could no longer bear it, but he did not have the ability to shout. It was already too late. Seeing that the young master is enjoying his cultivation so much, I am relieved. Elder Tong was also complacent in his heart. He was waiting for Zhao Chuanxian to inherit the position of the sect master and reward him well. Zhao Chuanxian was already in unbearable pain. It was as if his body was crawling with poisonous insects. At the same time, the poisonous insects were crazily gnawing at his meridians. How could Zhao Chuanxian not know that this thing must have been poisoned? It was impossible for it to be caused by the strong effects of the poison. You want to poison me to death? Zhao Chuanchuan's eyes shone with a cold light. He looked at Elder Tong, who was still full of joy on the shore, and immediately reached out his hand. A surge of profound energy directly grabbed Elder Tong, who was in front of him. Elder Tong was not prepared for it. Moreover, Zhao Chuanxian was stronger than him. Hence, he was caught by Zhao Chuanxian and thrown into the blood pool. When they saw this scene, the 2 attendants who were still guarding the area immediately stood up and widened their eyes. They did not understand why the young lord would suddenly kill someone at this time. Of course, Elder Tong's fate was also very tragic. After being thrown into the blood pool, there was no way for him to survive. Young lord, what is the meaning of this? Elder Tong only had enough time to roar and release his own profound energy, as though he was a spider that was struggling to crawl towards the shore. Die. Zhao Chuanxian directly stepped on Elder Tong's back. Elder Tong's bones immediately broke. His body sank into the blood pool. Then, Zhao Chuanxian borrowed the force and jumped to the side of the blood pool. From a corner, a young lady in a veil walked out. She brought a blood-red robe and put it on Zhao Chuanxian. Young lord, what happened? Seeing this, the two deacons quickly came over and stood in front of Zhao Chuanxian. At this moment, Zhao Chuanxian's condition was very bad. There seemed to be air sacs in his meridians. The surface of his body looked like poisonous insects that were constantly drilling in and out of his body. However, he managed to escape from the blood pool in time. At least he could recuperate a little now. However, this blood pool could not be used anymore. Just this bottle of poison had wasted such a large amount of refined blood pool. You two trash, go and investigate Tong Wei's background. I was almost poisoned to death by him. And that Wan Shijiang, capture him for me. Zhao Chuanxian endured the pain. Only by using his mental cultivation method could he gradually suppress the power of the poison in his body. Otherwise, he would have died from the poison just now. Fortunately, his meridians had been tempered. Otherwise, it was possible that he would have died directly. However, these people had yet to capture Wanzhou border. They hadn't even made a move yet. Suddenly, a violent explosion occurred in the pharmacy of the Wanzhou border. Boom! Zhao Chuanxian and the others, who were still on the Imperial Gold platform, also felt the violent shaking coming from below. Young master, be careful. The veiled woman immediately stepped forward and shielded Zhao Chuanxian behind her. The sharp killing intent in his eyes was like a sharp arrow that pierced through the surrounding darkness. When a large hole was blasted in Jin Manlu, the people in charge of guarding the place also rushed over. When they saw that such a large hole had been blasted in Jin Manlu, their faces became very ugly. Who would have thought that the heavily guarded Jin Manlu would be blasted in such a way? Zhao Chuanxian was immediately escorted away by two deacons. The veiled woman also followed Zhao Chuanxian closely. At the same time, there was an elder in charge of Jin Manlu. He had a head full of golden hair like the hair of an ape. The third elder, Yuan Wei. His nickname was the Blood Ape. His strength was incomparably strong. Just now, when the pharmacy in the longevity border exploded, he just so happened to be cultivating upstairs. He almost went berserk from the explosion. Jin Manlu was attacked at this moment, and it must be targeted at Zhao Chuanxian. Therefore, Yuan Wei rushed out directly. He came to the Imperial Gold platform. Take the young master and evacuate. Where is Tong Wei? There was a special aircraft on the roof that could fly short distances. It was also a good helper for evacuating. Tong Wei poisoned the young lord, this pool of blood is ruined. The two deacons immediately said to Yuan Wei. At the same time, they pointed at the blood pool. At this moment, the blood pool was already filled with thick black liquid. What? Tong Wei's poison? You're doomed. When Yuan Wei heard this news, he didn't dare to believe it at first. However, facts spoke louder than words. Furthermore, the pharmacy below Wanzhou border had been blown up. Most likely, Wanzhoujiang had already been used up, so he directly blew them up to prevent any future troubles. This move of burning the bridge after crossing the river was very good. Take the young master and retreat. The tremor just now had shaken Zhao Chuanxian quite badly. The four of them boarded the aircraft immediately. As for Elder Yuan Wei himself, he wanted to see if he could catch some of the thieves. It was impossible for the other party to do it so perfectly. There must be some clues that were left out. At that moment, Zhao Kaishan was on a rooftop with Bai Yu and the others, admiring the fireworks in the distance. Zhao Kaishan had used enough explosives. When Bai Yu, Li Xianfeng, and the others saw Jin Manlu explode, their faces turned green. As expected, they couldn't stop Zhao Kaishan from burying the explosives. They were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. However, Sima Feng slapped his thigh hard. Great! Great, the opportunity is here. Everyone, I just received news today. I'm 99% sure that if they encounter an emergency, they'll be hiding at the second place. Sima Feng didn't expect this either. He didn't expect Zhao Kaishan's actions to directly trigger such a situation. Where? Drunken Fragrance Brothel. Sima Feng's harvest today was the situation at Drunken Fragrance Brothel. Although the exact situation hadn't been confirmed, Zhao Chuanxian would definitely go to Drunken Fragrance Brothel once every 3 days. However, the newly recruited girls would often disappear and be replaced by another batch. Therefore, it was very likely that Zhao Chuanxian was cultivating at the second place to neutralize the power of the blood pool. Now that Jin Manlu was under attack, the other party would definitely retreat to Drunken Fragrance Brothel. There's no time to lose. Let's move quickly. Li Xianfeng was also a ruthless person. Since he was going to make a move, he would make it a little more sudden. If it was sudden, even he wasn't prepared. Let's see how the other party was going to prepare. This was the effect he wanted. That's right. Actually, I buried a lot of explosives in Jin Manlu. Once those people enter, I'll directly blow up Jin Manlu. Zhao Kaishan said. Baiyu's expression instantly became very ugly. There really wasn't anyone who could stop Protector Zhao from doing what he wanted to do. Even Baiyu didn't know when Protector Zhao had buried the explosives. He was really too ruthless. Zhao Kaishan took advantage of these few gaps. He used his divine concealment technique to properly decorate Jin Manlu. At this moment, a large number of Xianxia sect's experts and guards had already rushed to Jin Manlu. After everyone had gathered, Yuan Wei also brought people to thoroughly investigate the pharmacy. Everyone, check carefully. See if there's any more of this gunpowder around. Who would have thought that the dignified Jin Manlu would be blown up by gunpowder? What's that? One of the Xianxia sect's experts suddenly saw something covered by a black cloth in the corner. Then, he lifted it. Instantly, a wave of profound energy fluctuated as if a profound flame had been ignited. F***CK. Yuan Wei saw the thing covered by the black cloth and immediately pulled the 2 people beside him in front of him. Boom! A huge explosion, as if a flame lotus had bloomed in the sky above northern Snow City. Yuan Wei himself was a 5th-stage profound king. Under normal circumstances, blocking such an attack wouldn't be a problem at all. But because the explosion came so suddenly, all of them were sent flying. The 2 people in front of him were directly burned to pieces by the flames. Then, Yuan Wei was also sent flying. He directly flew out of Golden Man Tower. 5 seconds later, the entire Golden Man Tower collapsed with a loud rumble, including dozens of experts from the Blood Fiend Sect's Elder faction. These were all carefully selected elite experts. But now, they were all buried in the explosion. Zhao Kaishan was quite good at burying explosives. The power of the explosion only covered Golden Man Tower, and didn't even affect the nearby buildings in the slightest. Safe and sound. Damn it. Very good, you actually dared to play dirty. Shui Zhouhe, you've got guts. Yuan Wei's figure rose into the air, and he glanced in the distance. The aircraft had already quietly left with the young master. And Yuan Wei had to stay at the scene. Only by doing so could the young master be safer. If he directly chased after them, it would be equivalent to telling the other party where the young master was at the moment. Just now, at least 30 people were directly buried in the explosion. Even Yuan Wei himself suffered not weak injuries, and the clothes on his body were tattered. And his face was also blackened by the smoke. There were also some wounds on his arms caused by the flying steel balls. Good, Shui Zhouhe, you just wait for me. In northern Snow City, only Shui Zhouhe had the guts to do such a thing. Otherwise, who else would have the guts to do such a thing? Once these experts of the Blood Fiend sect found out, it would be a disaster for them, so without a bit of strength, they wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Only Shui Zhouhe of the Blood Fiend sect could do so. The current sect master actually used such a despicable method. It was really infuriating. Yuan Wei continued to stay at the scene, and on that night, he caught several people sent by the sect master. Shui Zhouhe naturally sent people to monitor the situation here. After all, the situation here could be said to be very important information. But even these people who were caught were also dumbfounded. They didn't know what was going on at all, and they didn't move. They were only responsible for monitoring and observing from the side. Elder, these people refused to speak. In an underground secret room, 3 people who were in charge of surveillance were also directly arrested. They didn't know anything, but the other party didn't believe them. They thought they were just being stubborn. He had blown up Jean Manlu, how could he be fine? Do you need me to teach you? Yuan Wei, who had changed his clothes, said coldly. The explosion just now had burned off a lot of his hair. Therefore, Yuan Wei was also burning with rage. This was the hair that she had painstakingly maintained, and it was ruined by these bastards just like that. How could he not be angry? His subordinates obeyed. Immediately, the secret room was filled with heart-wrenching screams of pain. After receiving the news of the explosion and collapse of Jean Manlu, some people couldn't fall asleep that night. That person was the Misty Feather Crane. The Misty Feather Crane was a friend of Zhao Chuanqian. The two had known each other for many years. Even the Jean Manlu was provided by the Misty Feather Crane. The Lan family was on the side of the elder faction, and the two sides had cooperated for many years. But today, the Misty Feather Crane had just brought people to Jean Manlu, and as soon as he turned around, he found that Jean Manlu had been blown up. Now, the Misty Feather Crane was very nervous. It couldn't be those 2 people during the day, right? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. But the Misty Feather Crane couldn't do anything now. He could only ask someone to inquire about the specific situation. He wanted to see if Zhao Chuanqian and the others were fine. But after such a thing happened, everyone must be strictly investigated. Even the people of the Lan family obviously wouldn't be treated well at this time. Drunken Fragrance House. The aircraft landed outside the courtyard. The Drunken Fragrance House in the front yard was doing business as usual. It was a tavern business, and there was no other purpose inside. The business of accompanying people to drink was done freely in private. After all, in a big city like Northern Snow City, it was normal for both parties to be willing. But in the backyard of the Drunken Fragrance House, it was in a closed state. No one was allowed to enter, except for the proprietress of the Drunken Fragrance House, Madame Feng Wu. When the aircraft landed, Madame Feng Wu's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly asked the girls under her to clear the people out. At least, the more guests there were in the Drunken Fragrance House, the more dangerous it would be for the young master. The risk factor would also increase a lot. The girls under her had also been professionally trained. Soon, the number of people in the Drunken Fragrance House decreased sharply, as if the business was ending early. At this moment, Zhao Chuanquan's condition wasn't good. The poison was more powerful than expected. And it was a delayed outbreak. Therefore, Zhao Chuanqian was now in the practice room, and 2 deacons were specially treating Zhao Chuanqian to get rid of the poison. The girl in light gauze had changed into a black and red close-fitting embroidered dress. The embroidery on the dress was in the style of 3 skulls. Blood Skull. A top assassination organization secretly cultivated by the Blood Fiend sect. Originally, the most important thing for an assassination organization was to hide themselves. However, this girl had rusted the symbol on her clothes. This meant that this person's strength had reached the peak of perfection, and he had successfully retired from the Blood Skull. The real top assassin, the king of assassins, when Madame Feng Wu arrived with some healing medicine, Madame Feng was stunned. She was rejected by the assassin who thought she was from the Blood Skull. Madame Feng Wu's expression suddenly became ugly. Wasn't she being treated as an outsider? However, Madame Feng Wu didn't dare to go against a top assassin from the Blood Skull. Otherwise, she might kill you while you were sleeping. You might be walking normally 1 second, but in the next moment, you might kick your own head that was about to fall off. Humph, when I was in charge of the young master's affairs, you didn't even know where you were. Madame Feng Wu said fiercely after she left, but she didn't dare to say it directly. She could only walk back a little fiercely. All of you go and rest. Don't go near the backyard. If you don't let me serve you, I won't serve you. Go back to your room and rest. Madame Feng Wu immediately twisted her waist and walked out. She pushed open the door to her room. She was an elder of the Blood Fiends sect for many years, but now she was being scolded by a little girl. However, just as Madame Feng Wu lit the candles in the room, she felt a cold breeze blow past her. Suddenly, she felt a gust of cold wind blowing in front of her. When she looked up, she immediately saw 5 pairs of eyes staring straight at her. Oh! Madame Phoenix Dance, who was about to shout, was immediately covered by Sima Feng's hand. Her mouth was instantly covered, and she fell to the ground. If you dare to shout, I'll kill you. Madame Feng Wu nodded desperately. She expressed that she would cooperate. To be honest, Song Song was indeed very worried. However, he also wanted to give it a try. If he could really use Chen Zhudao to get rid of Li Zongjiu, it would at least temporarily relieve the pressure between them. At the very least, the relationship between both sides would not be so tense. If there were any problems in the future, they would naturally discuss it properly. Currently, the Azure Ocean Academy and the Tianzong Academy were on par with each other in terms of strength. It was a good opportunity for them to develop vigorously. If they were to start fighting now, it would only benefit others. Alright, Evil Lord is a man of his word. I've long heard about it. Today, I'll hand Chen Zhudao over to you. I hope you can be magnanimous, Evil Lord. There isn't much enmity between you and me. Let's turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. Take this Chen Zhudao as a gift from me. With that, Prefecture Master Song Heng used his finger to open up the space in front of him and sent someone out. Chen Zhudao had been recuperating in a treasure in Prefecture Master Song Heng's possession all this time. After all, Chen Zhudao had been badly injured by the Skyblaze Royal Lion. If not for Prefecture Master Song Heng's help, Chen Zhudao would most likely be a cripple. The reason Prefecture Master Song Heng was willing to pay such a huge price to save Chen Zhudao. It was also because Prefecture Master Song Heng wanted to expand his influence in the human race. Chen Zhudao's strength was not bad and he was one of the few extremely precious human race supremes he had. This kind of person would be very useful in the future. Obviously, Prefecture Master Song Heng and Yao Shan were not stupid. Chen Zhudao landed in front of Li Zongjiu. However, Prefecture Master Song Heng had also used some tricks to make Chen Zhudao unconscious. Otherwise, if Chen Zhudao found out that Prefecture Master Song Heng had betrayed him, it might be troublesome in the future. Even if Li Zongjiu did not kill him, Prefecture Master Song Heng would have to eliminate Chen Zhudao. Keep. When Li Zongjiu saw the injuries on Chen Zhudao's body, he knew that this guy wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly sent Chen Zhudao into his blood soul hell and let the countless blood ghost force take care of Chen Zhudao. The current blood soul hell could be said to be a truly terrifying place. In this place, you could maintain your consciousness and be constantly devoured and reborn. You could repeatedly experience various ways of dying, leaving you with no way to reverse the situation. Li Zongjiu, the housekeeper, took Chen Zhudao away. Mansion Master Song Heng also revealed a smile. Since Chen Zhudao has been handed over to the Evil Lord, and it's getting late, I'll leave now. What Chen Zhudao? Li Zongjiu asked in confusion. Moreover, he was looking at Prefecture Master Song Heng and the others with an innocent gaze. As soon as he said this, both Prefecture Master Song Heng and Yao Shan instantly understood. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning. What was the meaning of this? It had only been a short while, and he had already gone back on his word. Wasn't he being too dramatic? He took Chen Zhudao away and then said he didn't have him. Who could play with him? Evil Lord, what do you mean by this? Do you have to make things difficult for me? Song Heng said in a deep voice. Nothing. I'm not making things difficult for you. Li Zongjiu spread his hands helplessly. He didn't seem to agree with Song Heng's words. I just want to trample you to death. He said it casually. There was no exaggeration in his tone. With such an attitude, anyone who saw it couldn't help but think, you're too arrogant, too savage. Trample him to death? Alright, then I'll see how capable you are. If you want to trample me to death, you'll have to watch your legs first. Song Heng was furious. The aura of an absolute saint instantly erupted. Song Heng's strength was cultivated by himself, not by zombie worms. That was why Song Heng was able to become the prefecture master of Song Heng Academy. Some members of the Devouring Yuan clan were naturally gifted, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Boom. Song Heng's aura was like a mountain that suddenly pressed down on Li Zongjiu. At the same time, Yao Shan opened the Devouring Yuan barrier and landed on Li Zongjiu, trapping Li Zongjiu within. It ensured that Chen Zhudao couldn't use his origin energy. Otherwise, his physical strength was already so strong. If he added his origin energy, he would be heaven-defying. Therefore, Yao Shan had to control Chen Zhudao's origin energy. The powerful pressure instantly fell on Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu didn't move at all. With a light lift of his hand, he easily stopped the descending mountain. Then, he violently raised his hand to the sky. Song Heng's aura was completely removed. Boom. Li Zongjiu's figure instantly disappeared from where he was as he charged towards Prefecture Master Song Heng. What? How can he be so fast? Song Heng Academy Master was shocked when he saw Li Zongjiu rushing toward him. This was because Li Zongjiu's speed was too fast. Even under the control of the Devouring Yuan barrier, Song Heng could still move so fast. It was shocking. However, Song Heng Academy Master had learned a lot from the human race and had seen many things over the years. Even if one's strength was very strong, one's aura was the most important thing in a battle. Boom. Song Heng Academy Master also threw a punch at Li Zongjiu. Coincidentally, he also caught Li Zongjiu's movement trajectory. Their fists inevitably collided. Boom. Song Heng Academy Master was directly sent flying. Impossible. Song Heng Academy Master was sent flying. Song Heng Academy Master kept repeating in his heart. Clearly, he didn't believe that Li Zongjiu had such overwhelming strength that he couldn't even fight back. How could the gap between the two of them be so big? Whoosh. In the next second, Li Zongjiu appeared in front of Song Heng Academy Master. As Song Heng Academy Master's eyes widened, Song Heng's foot landed on Song Heng's face. Song Heng Academy Master was directly stomped to the ground. Then, as if he was stepping on a board, he quickly slid forward. Whoosh! Song Heng's head continuously smashed dozens of rocks and trees. Song Heng Academy Master's skull was quite hard. Yao Shan saw that the two of them were about to break out of the range of his barrier. Immediately, he hurriedly chased after him. Whoosh! Song Heng Academy Master was being stepped on by Li Zongjiu. He wanted to flip over, but Li Zongjiu's strength made it difficult for him to move. Suddenly, Song Heng Academy Master released his third eye. Suddenly, a ray of light bloomed from his third eye. Whoosh! The ray of light had an extremely strong destructive power. Li Zongjiu tilted his head and dodged it. Looking at the ray of light, he saw that it had at least reached a height of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. You're courting death. Li Zongjiu broke Song Heng Academy Master's neck with a kick. With another kick, he easily crushed Song Heng Academy Master's head. Song Heng Academy Master's third eye, which was emitting strong rays of light, flickered a few times before finally losing its light. It completely dimmed. When Yao Shan approached, he immediately discovered that Song Heng had become a corpse. In such a short time. With Song Heng's strength, it was almost equivalent to an instant kill. In less than 3 moves, Song Heng was killed by Li Zongjiu. The difference in strength was not small at all. Damn it! Yao Shan immediately knew that he should not have come. He should not have appeared at Li Zongjiu's place. After Song Heng blocked Li Zongjiu, he should have left. Although it was too late now, he still had to leave. Yao Shan immediately moved again and flew in another direction. Still want to run? Isn't it more comfortable to lie down and wait for death? Li Zongjiu's figure instantly appeared in front of Yao Shan. In terms of speed, the difference was too big. What kind of demon are you? Yao Shan saw Li Zongjiu appear again. He directly landed on the ground. He completely gave up struggling. Kill me. I won't run. Yao Shan knew of Li Zongjiu's strength. Clearly, Lin Fan was toying with him. He had Yao Shan's life and death in his palms. Since that was the case, Yao Shan might as well save his energy. You're not going to fight back? Li Zongjiu looked at the person before him. Wasn't this guy a little too smart to think that he would comprehend the truth so quickly? However, Li Zongjie would always leave one person behind. He had to rely on this person as bait. Otherwise, how could the rest of the devouring Yuan race find their way here? Wait a moment, wait for your clan leader to come. Li Zongjie sat down on the ground. Yao Shan no longer harbored any hope for himself. He was going to die no matter what. Why are you so ruthless towards my devouring Yuan race? Yao Shan could not understand. His lineage was extremely low profile. After all, under his guidance, his lineage had been using an extremely safe method to continuously raise their strength. At the same time, he was subtly trying to assimilate this human into his own body. If the human race did not put up any defenses against the devouring Yuan race, or if the devouring Yuan race were to enter the center of the human race's power, it would be even more convenient. Firstly, they could hide their identity. Secondly, they could unknowingly control the top resources of the human race. For the ambitious devouring Yuan race, this method was extremely good. However, one had to know that the speed of development of this method was relatively slow. It was a pity that their plan was only half successful. After all, once the Azure Ocean Academy's disciples graduated, they would definitely be recruited by other forces. At that time, the Azure Ocean Academy would naturally become one of the top forces in the continent. It was pervasive. All sorts of things could happen. To think that Li Zongjie was the one who had interfered. It was as though Li Zongjie had not discovered the devouring Yuan race's scheme. It was all a coincidence. Furthermore, he did not care about the scheme at all. As long as he took care of the person before him, everything would be fine. It just so happened that this happened to Li Zongjie. There is no other reason. Previously, I said that I would exterminate your entire clan, so I will definitely exterminate your entire clan. There is no need for you to feel confused. Li Zongjie said. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at the sky. There seemed to be dozens of black shadows occupying the entire sky. It wasn't because of the size of these people. Instead, it was their own devouring power that seemed to have devoured the night sky before them. All the power had been taken over by them. You're finally here. Li Zongjie took out the matchless sword. Inside the unparalleled sword, Hu Wushuang was also in a state of cultivation. After absorbing the power of the fire dragon tribe, Hu Wushuang's strength had increased tremendously. The power of the unparalleled sword had also been greatly enhanced. Its sharpness was unparalleled. When the unparalleled sword landed on the ground, a sharp intense soared into the sky. Boom, a gust of sword chi soared into the sky like a whirlwind, easily breaking through the aura of the people in the sky. Patriarch. Yao Shan raised his head. He was extremely emotional. Finally, the patriarch had arrived. However, at this moment, Yao Shan was thinking that it would be best if the patriarch didn't come. This was because he didn't know if the patriarch could withstand Li Zongjie's strength. If the patriarch wasn't a match for Li Zongjie, then, wouldn't their tribe be finished? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Patriarch, be careful of this person. He's powerful. There's no need to say more. Kill him immediately. Yao Shan shouted loudly. In the next moment, Li Zongjie slashed Yao Shan into two with his sword. The patriarch of the devouring Yuan clan was called Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan was one of the top experts in the devouring Yuan clan. He was an earth-grade expert. Some time ago, the devouring Yuan clan had cooperated with the dragon tribe to occupy the Dragon Island. They wanted to use this method to complete their plan to invade the Saint Martial continent. However, it had obviously failed. It was said that the dragon tribe that rebelled had also failed. It was like a farce. However, Tian Yuan was extremely sensitive. He had sensed something unusual from it. Therefore, Tian Yuan was extremely cautious. However, he didn't expect Li Zongjie to come knocking on his door. He didn't know the background of this person in front of him. Furthermore, Lin Fan had killed his great elder right in front of him. The appearance of this situation immediately made him feel quite shocked. At the same time, he was furious. Moreover, Yao Shan had said that he shouldn't hesitate. He had to kill Li Zongjie first. Set up the formation. Sky devouring Black Yuan. Patriarch Tian Yuan shouted in a low voice. Then, more than a dozen black-cloaked protectors behind him released their strength and landed on the ground quickly. At the same time, they released their devouring yuan enchantment. Li Zhongjiu was surrounded in an instant, as if a demon king from hell had come into being. It was as if there were 10 demons from hell who were good at devouring. They were devouring everything around Li Zhongjiu. Eventually, the space around Li Zhongjiu became empty. All matter had been devoured. If this continued, Li Zhongjiu would be sealed in the incomparably dark world by the other party forever. He would be imprisoned there forever. Break! Li Zhongjiu sensed his opponent's intention. He wouldn't let him succeed so easily. After all, the Devouring Yuan clan was a big clan. They were as powerful as the human tribe. They must have many tricks up their sleeves. Li Zhongjiu was arrogant and confident, but he wasn't blind. He wouldn't let his opponent do whatever he wanted. He slashed out with the unparalleled sword. A terrifying force pierced through the world. Ferocious sword chi attacked. However, it seemed to be devoured by his opponent's devouring power. Interesting. Li Zhongjiu suddenly realized that the other party's array was very powerful. It could directly devour all the matter around him. It had devoured all of his power. Even the power unleashed by the Meat Society was easily devoured by the other party. Let's test my innate will. Li Zhongjiu kept the unparalleled sword. His opponent's devouring power had already landed on Li Zhongjiu's body. Obviously, he wanted to devour Li Zhongjiu's body as well. However, Li Zhongjiu's physical strength wasn't weak. Therefore, he managed to resist it. For the time being, he couldn't devour Li Zhongjiu directly. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's eyes emitted a beam of will. Tian Yuan saw this and ordered everyone to increase the output of the formation. This person's will is very strong. Use all your strength to suppress him. Sky-devouring black essence. The protectors around him roared angrily in unison. Then, they released their own strength. Immediately, a terrifying power bloomed. Boom! Li Zhongjiu could feel that the suppression on his body had become even stronger. Even his opponent's devouring power had started to devour Li Zhongjiu's body. Quite a few injuries had appeared. Hammer of Will. All of a sudden, a hammer appeared in Li Zhongjiu's hand. When the hammer appeared, it was as if it had been struck by lightning. Then, a powerful force suddenly burst out. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan was stunned. In the next moment, a shocking will erupted from within. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's hammer of will. It broke through the formation's confinement. Some of the protectors in black were sent flying by Li Zhongjiu's power. The more power they exerted, the stronger the counterforce they would receive after resisting would naturally be. Behind Tian Yuan, there was a devouring origin beast. The devouring origin beast looked like a slug that was magnified 10,000 times. It was transparent, but it could devour everything. The rest of the people were sent flying, but Tian Yuan himself was unharmed. He even took the opportunity to throw the devouring origin beast at the people in front of him. Boom! Die! The devouring Yuan beast behind Tian Yuan rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. It swallowed Li Zhongjiu whole. Li Zhongjiu could feel that he was being swallowed by something. Suddenly, a strong turbid feeling came from all around him. It was hard to keep his mind clear. The power of the devouring Yuan beast was even stronger than the devouring Yuan clan members. It seemed to have trapped Li Zhongjiu in it. Li Zhongjiu couldn't see the situation outside, but the people outside could clearly see that Li Zhongjiu was now in a state of being controlled. He was being restrained. Clan leader's devouring Yuan beast is still the best. As long as the devouring Yuan beast eats this guy, he will definitely die. A few injured protectors from the devouring Yuan clan gathered around Yi Shiwen. Just now, Li Zhongjiu actually used one move to send them flying one after another. It was terrifying. They had never expected Li Zhongjiu to be so strong. This guy has already cultivated his will. I didn't expect him to be a human with such terrifying talent. Tian Yuan was already over 1,000 years old. He was considered one of the oldest members of the devouring Yuan clan. However, there were even more ancient and powerful existences in the devouring Yuan clan. There were even powerful existences from the same era as the Saint Martial Emperor. However, these people were obviously more well hidden. Even their own clan members could not find them. The devouring yuan beast was considered a mysterious species in the devouring yuan realm. It was rare even in the devouring yuan realm. It was very difficult to find a devouring yuan beast even in the devouring yuan realm. This devouring yuan beast should be the only one left in the Saint Martial continent. As long as he was eaten, there was no escape. Basically, there would be no chance for him to escape. The devouring yuan beast would gradually devour Li Zongjiu's body and absorb all of his energy. In this way, Li Zongjiu would directly become a cripple, which was also known as scum by ordinary people. He would no longer have any power to speak of. However, no one could interfere while the devouring yuan beast was devouring. However, he could guarantee that no one would disturb him. Li Zongjiu was trapped within, unable to break free from the power within. This guy is actually digesting me. Li Zongjiu's mind cleared up. Although the series of movements at the beginning made him somewhat unclear of the situation, Li Zongjiu had a clear understanding of the surrounding environment. He immediately understood his current situation. At this moment, Li Zongjiu felt as if thousands of bandages had wrapped around him, making him unable to move. At the same time, his body was being digested bit by bit. A feeling of emptiness gradually came over him, making Li Zongjiu feel like he was about to faint. If this continued, he would become weaker and weaker. That's great. It's been a long time since my body has faced such a powerful challenge. The means of the devouring yuan clan were indeed powerful. At least, this was the first time he had seen such an effect. There were not many forces that could trap Li Zongjiu. The current situation was extremely mysterious for Li Zongjiu. He could also take advantage of this opportunity to temper his body. Li Zongjiu's current physical body cultivation was the most troublesome thing. No one could break through his body's defense. Therefore, it was very difficult for him to continue to improve his physical strength. If he wanted to improve his physical strength, he would have to face greater pressure. Li Zongjiu could easily break any stone, dark iron, or anything else. What else was there to say? There was simply no way to improve his strength. Until now, Li Zongjiu finally felt that he was injured. At the very least, his injuries weren't light. After being manipulated like this by the other party, Li Zongjiu felt that he was injured. The wisp of chaotic force in his body was constantly repairing Li Zongjiu's body. However, Li Zongjiu deliberately slowed down the speed of his body's recovery. Clearly, the chaotic force could not be digested and refined. The chaotic force was extremely powerful. It was no wonder that the experts of the devouring yuan clan were so scared when they saw his chaotic force. It was also because of this that such a situation had occurred. Outside the devouring yuan beast, everyone saw that the devouring yuan beast had eaten Li Zongjiu halfway to its body. At this position, there was no way for the latter to escape. The outcome had been decided. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan smiled as well. It's a pity that Songheng and Yaoshan were killed. If they had come earlier, they could have been saved. The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan sighed helplessly when he thought of this. For the patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan, Li Zongjiu was already a very troublesome person to deal with since Li Zongjiu had forced him to such a state. If not for the devouring yuan beast, it would have been very difficult for him to finish off Li Zongjiu. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent tremor under the ground. Then, there was the sound of an explosion. It was earth-shattering. Mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The ground seemed to have cracked. A huge crack appeared in front of them. Be careful. Tian Yuan and the others were shocked. Then, Tian Yuan looked at where his devouring yuan beast was. Someone is here to save him. Tian Yuan stretched out his hand and lifted up the devouring yuan beast. The devouring yuan beast immediately flew into the sky. Swoosh, just as the devouring yuan beast was in the air, a huge white bug suddenly burst out from the ground. As it grew taller, it grabbed the devouring yuan beast. Then, it forcefully dragged the devouring yuan beast down from the sky. Boom! After throwing the devouring yuan beast to the ground, the 10,000-tooth bug pounced on it without hesitation. The teeth in its mouth were grinding the devouring yuan beast into pieces. When one fell into the devouring yuan beast's body, there was almost no way out. Unless one was like Li Zhongjiu, who had the powerful chaotic energy to protect himself. However, the devouring yuan beast's body was very fragile. It was like a piece of tofu. A casual chop would be enough to split the devouring yuan beast into two. The Gu tribe? Hurry up and protect the devouring yuan beast. Tian Yuan saw the appearance of this huge bug. Immediately, he was shocked. This was because the 10,000-tooth bug had already pinned the devouring yuan beast under its body. How could the fragile devouring yuan beast suffer such torture? They did not dare to get too close to the devouring yuan beast. This was because the devouring yuan beast would sometimes eat everything around it when it was excited. If one stood too close, one would be devoured as well. Then, the devouring yuan beast let out a low growl. It was extremely painful. The black-robed protector immediately attacked the 10,000-tooth bug. In the sky, there seemed to be some tiny fireflies appearing around Tian Yuan. What are these? The Tian Yuan clan leader was knowledgeable. However, when he saw these fireflies, he could not recall what they were. Suddenly, the Tian Yuan clan leader's face changed. *T. At this moment, the Tian Yuan clan leader finally remembered where these fireflies came from. Immediately, these fireflies exploded. Boom! Boom! A violent explosion and a strong flame exploded beside the Tian Yuan clan leader. He was immediately covered by the terrifying force of the explosion. A light screen was released by the Tian Yuan clan leader. This was the effect of a protective talisman. It happened to protect the Tian Yuan clan leader. After mingling with the human race for so many years, he naturally knew how to find some treasures to protect himself. Therefore, when the other party triggered the power just now, he activated the effect of the protective talisman. Zhang Biao! The Tian Yuan clan leader roared. He abruptly slammed his palm forward as a terrifying wave of yuan power swept forward. Boom! A figure slowly appeared from the ripples of yuan power in his palm. After Zhang Biao appeared, Duye and the rest came forward. The devouring yuan clan was just a tool to be used, but now, Zhang Biao had healed their insect ancestor. If they lost the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor, their poison fang tribe would completely decline. It was fortunate that Zhang Biao was willing to let bygones be bygones. Hence, the poison fang tribe leader and the rest were extremely loyal and came forward to help her. Boom! Dia and the rest appeared in the sky and surrounded the experts of the devouring yuan tribe. Poison fang tribe? What is the meaning of this? Have you forgotten the deal between us? I didn't expect the venomous worm tribe to be a bunch of treacherous people. Tian Yuan said in a deep voice. Poison Fang, on the other hand, stood respectfully beside Zhang Biao. No, no, no. We of the Gu clan have always kept our word. Your elder Yao Shan, on the other hand, died before he could even fulfill his promise to us. Just now, Elder Yao Shan was at our place and he promised to hand over the energy-devouring bug to us. As long as you hand it over, we will leave. Dia grinned. Yao Shan was dead. He saw it when he came. Since Yao Shan was dead, he could ask Yao Shan for the devouring yuan worm even if he didn't fulfill his promise. Since Yao Shan was dead, there was no evidence. As long as he insisted, he could at least put the blame on Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan obviously knew that Poison Fang was spouting nonsense. How could Yao Shan agree to such a stupid thing? They didn't have the devouring yuan worm. Hence, such a hypothesis didn't exist. The other party was obviously trying to trick him. Damn it. Under normal circumstances, he could easily kill the other party. However, he had to pay attention to the devouring yuan worm and Li Zhongjiu who was in its stomach. If this guy were to rush out, it would be a very scary thing. The 1,000-fanged insect ancestor was eating the devouring yuan worm. After all, the devouring yuan worm looked very nutritious and tasty. In the process of gnawing, the devouring yuan beast was severely injured. How dare you touch our devouring yuan worm? Kill this guy. Kill this big white worm. The protectors of the devouring yuan clan attacked the 1,000-tooth worm at the same time. He wielded his own effulgence weapon in his hand. His third eye also emitted a strong light wave. The light that shot out was like a sharp knife, easily cutting off the 10,000-tooth worm's leg. However, the 10,000-tooth worm's self-healing ability was extremely strong. After the leg was cut off, it grew back very quickly. However, these people from the Devouring Yuan clan were so arrogant that they dared to attack the insect ancestor of his clan. Then, the experts of the Poison Fang tribe also pounced on the people of the Devouring Yuan clan. Both sides engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, the battle began. Zhang Biao and Duya, the two great experts, also joined hands to deal with Tian Yuan. After all, Tian Yuan was already an absolute saint. In addition, after opening the Heaven's Eye, his strength was extremely strong. After fighting with Zhang Biao for a while, Tian Yuan himself also took a step back. Then, a grade 9 Yuan Beast's Yuan crystal appeared in his hand, a level 9 Origin Beast's Origin crystal, an absolute saint level beast. It was almost on the same level as a dragon's Dragon Pearl. Zhang Biao and Duya didn't know what the person in front of them wanted to do, but they had a bad feeling about it. No matter what the enemy wanted to do, they had to stop him. Boom, Zhang Biao and Duya charged at Tian Yuan at the same time. Tian Yuan's lips curled up into a cold smile. He immediately absorbed the Yuan crystal of the grade 9 Yuan beast. What? In the next second, his aura exploded. Boom, then, a strong wave of energy exploded, forcing the two of them back. This energy. How can he have Yuan energy? In fact, there were very few members of the Devouring Yuan clan who could cultivate Yuan energy on their own. Only one or two would appear in 10,000. For example, Mansion Master Songheng was one of them. The others didn't have this ability either. However, Mansion Master Songheng had sent some of the more talented disciples of the Devouring Yuan clan to the Azure Ocean Academy for training. This way, more or less, some of them could break through and cultivate in the future. But now that Songheng was killed, things would be troublesome. It was impossible for an ordinary member of the Devouring Yuan clan to master Yuan energy. But now, Tian Yuan, the clan leader of the Devouring Yuan clan, was able to release the aura of Yuan energy. It was at least the aura of a grade 9 Yuan beast. It was shocking. How dare you act so presumptuously in my Devouring Yuan clan? Today, I'm going to kill all of you right here and now. Sky Devouring Black Yuan. Originally, it would have required over a dozen protectors to set up a super powerful formation. However, he was able to complete it all by himself. The heavenly Devouring Black Yuan power was trapped within the barrier. Zhang Biao released her Yuan energy, and the immortal Firefly released a ball of light to protect herself. But at the same time, Zhang Biao felt that it was very strenuous. As for Duya's power, it couldn't be used at all. It was suppressed by the opponent. It couldn't resist the power of such an array. This devouring power is too strong. Zhang Biao's face was very serious. Feeling the terrifying devouring power, Zhang Biao had no choice but to release her own strength to resist the devouring power with all her might. Boom! But Zhang Biao could still feel the strong pressure. Under such circumstances, she couldn't hold on for long. After Tian Yuan devoured the Origin crystal to increase his strength, the rest of the people followed suit and took out their grade 8 Yuan beasts' Origin crystals. At the same time, they absorbed the energy from their Origin crystals. Buzz! When the energy from the Origin crystals entered their bodies, all of them erupted with terrifying power. When this power was unleashed, all the members of the Poison Fang tribe instantly felt an extremely frightening pressure. In an instant, they were suppressed and were at a disadvantage. Two of the protectors from the Devouring Yuan clan broke free and charged towards the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor. After all, the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor wanted to kill the Yuan beast. He could not afford to kill the Devouring Yuan beast. Otherwise, he would have lost a peerless treasure. Boom! Before the two Devouring Yuan clan deacons could get close, they saw the 10,000 fanged insect ancestor being thrown to the ground by the shockwave. Li Zhongzhou's figure once again appeared in front of everyone. At the same time, he was holding a transparent thing in his right hand. The thing seemed to be struggling. It was the Yuan beast. Clearly, he had caught the Yuan beast. My Yuan beast? The patriarch of the Tian Yuan clan was shocked when he saw this. Kid, return my Yuan beast to me. Clan leader Tian Yuan roared. When Li Zhongjiu saw the clan leader of the Tian Yuan clan, he saw how flustered he was. He curled his lips into a cold smile. Since this thing wanted to eat me, I'll let it have a taste of my power. Then, Li Zhongjiu swallowed the devouring yuan beast in his hand. Eat, he actually ate the yuan devouring beast in such a way. How could this guy be so fierce? Clearly, Li Zhongjiu was more ferocious than the yuan beast. The yuan beast was almost eaten by this guy just now. Of course, Li Zhongjiu didn't mean to eat the yuan beast alive. Who knew what would happen to the yuan beast after it ate it? After taking 2 bites, he tossed the devouring yuan beast into his 10 cardinal hell. You're courting death. Tian Yuan roared. With a single hand, he once again unleashed a terrifying power. Black Yuan heaven swallowing array, it fell towards Li Zhongjiu. Swoosh! Li Zhongjiu's figure was very fast, and he easily dodged it. Then, he dashed forward quickly. The unparalleled sword appeared. Even though he was in the yuan devouring zone and couldn't use his yuan force, the unparalleled sword could still cause great destruction. When Li Zhongjiu approached Tian Yuan immediately sensed Li Zhongjiu's approach and quickly retreated, trying to avoid Li Zhongjiu's attack. After all, he did not expect Li Zhongjiu to be able to counterattack in such a short time. However, Tian Yuan's movements were obviously not as fast as Li Zhongjiu's. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu's attack was extremely fast. Boom! Li Zhongjiu sent Tian Yuan flying with a slash of his sword. Tian Yuan's body released a defensive shield. However, Li Zhongjiu broke it in the end. Tian Yuan was shocked. Immediately, he sent a blast of yuan power towards Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu's unparalleled sword gently blocked the attack. Tian Yuan was split in half. What? Why are you so invincible? Before Tian Yuan could finish speaking, Li Zhongjiu had already sliced Tian Yuan in half at the waist with a single slash. Blood splattered everywhere. Tian Yuan could feel his strength disappearing rapidly. Then, he woke up abruptly. He looked down and saw that the lower half of his body had been chopped off by his opponent. How cruel was that? A wave of sleepiness hit him. In the end, Tian Yuan fell to the ground and split into 2. The yuan power that the latter had absorbed from the yuan crystal had also dissipated. Why are you guys here? Li Zhongjiu glanced at Zhang Biyao and then looked at Duya. Earlier, these people attacked him, but Li Zhongjiu did not hold it against them. Now, they actually saved him. However, Li Zhongjiu did not need these people to save him. In a situation like this, Li Zhongjiu was just playing around. It seemed that Duya and the others had started to listen to Zhang Biyao again. Otherwise, they would not have come. I'm worried that you've fallen into their trap. Zhang Biyao said. After all, the devouring yuan clan was quite sinister and cunning. No one knew how many tricks they had up their sleeves. After all, Li Zhongjiu was alone. Therefore, if such a situation occurred, it was inevitable that they would be isolated and difficult to help, so they quickly came to help. Coincidentally, they encountered Li Zhongjiu and encountered such a situation. Fortunately, they came in time. Just as the two of them were talking. On the other side, the people of the Poison Fang tribe seemed to have been suppressed by the other side. Many of them were injured. After all, the other party's yuan power had soared. Although there were quite a number of them who possessed the strength of zombie worms, there was clearly a huge gap between them and the other party's strength. The fact that they were not instantly killed meant that they had persisted for a while. How troublesome. Li Zhongjiu leaped up and waved his hand. It was as if an invisible hand had lifted all the protectors of the devouring yuan clan up. Boom, the protectors of the devouring yuan clan were lifted into the sky by Li Zhongjiu. It was something that Li Zhongjiu could create using his own willpower. Slash. The unparalleled sword in his hand flew out. Then, he slashed the body of the devouring yuan clan's protector in midair. Bang, 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 the protectors of the devouring yuan clan landed on the ground. Similarly, they were all slashed in half. Their bodies fell to the ground, and their organs fell to the ground. You killed my devouring yuan clan. I'll kill you. Suddenly, a person rushed out from the side and hugged Li Zhongjiu. Sky-eye explosion. Obviously, there were some people with guts in the devouring yuan clan. This person directly hugged Li Zhongjiu and then self-destructed. Li Zhongjiu punched the man's head. However, he could not stop the explosion. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's eyes and hands were swift, directly grabbing that self-detonating heavenly eye. All the energy exploded in Li Zhongjiu's palm. Dia and the others quickly covered their faces and heads. The explosion of the Sky Eye explosion must be very powerful. However, there was too little time for them to react. They suddenly exploded, so they only had time to make a subconscious reaction. When they saw Li Zhongjiu block the explosion of the Sky Eye explosion with his bare hands, all the members of the Dia tribe widened their eyes in shock. He even felt that his breathing had stopped. Li Zhongjiu's palm was still emitting flames. When he opened his palm, it was charred black. However, everyone saw that Li Zhongjiu's palm seemed to be recovering rapidly. The injuries that had originally appeared were all rapidly recovering at this moment. Li Zhongjiu swung his palm. It hurts a little. The strongest explosion of the devouring Yuan clan. It could easily kill a group of supreme-level experts. However, in front of you, it only hurts a little, they died in vain. Some of the devouring Yuan clan experts who were still breathing, although they were cut in half and had their limbs broken, gasped when they saw Li Zhongjiu's powerful stance. Then, they were choked to death by this breath. In the face of such a powerful person, what else could they say? They could only wait for death. Previously, Li Zhongjiu was playing hide-and-seek with them and did not use his true strength. Once he used his true strength, the devouring Yuan clan's protectors were easily killed. He killed the devouring Yuan clan's protectors in an instant. Moreover, he did it without using his Yuan energy. Once his Yuan energy recovered, wouldn't he be an even more powerful existence? Dia also thought of this point, and immediately felt extremely fearful in his heart. Why did he attack Li Zhongjiu back then? Looking at Li Zhongjiu's appearance, he obviously showed mercy to the thousand-fanged insect ancestor. Otherwise, even with Zhang Biao's help, he might not be able to save the thousand-fanged insect ancestor. Zhang Biao glanced at Dia as if to say, "You should be thankful. Now that you have seen Li Zhongjiu's strength, the consequences would be unimaginable if they really fought. There aren't any venomous beasts around here, right?" Li Zhongjiu asked. "No, our people are a few hundred miles away." Zhang Biao shook her head and said. "Great." Then, Li Zhongjiu closed his eyes. Suddenly, a terrifying mental strength spread out in all directions. Boom, the mental strength was like moving mountains and filling seas, like a giant dragon passing through. In an instant, everything within a radius of 100 miles was covered by it. Soon, Li Zhongjiu found the devouring Yuan clan's lair 20 miles away. Swoosh, Li Zhongjiu didn't say a word. His figure instantly flew up and flew into the distance. Zhang Biao and the others did not know what Li Zhongjiu was going to do. However, it seemed like he was going to finish off the devouring Yuan clan. After all, Li Zhongjiu had said that he wanted to kill all the devouring Yuan clan members. Clean up this place and see if there are any useful items. If there are any survivors, kill them immediately. We must pierce their eyes. Zhang Biao said. The vitality of these devouring Yuan clan members was also very strong. If they could not destroy their third eye, they might be able to survive in a short period of time. There would be endless trouble in the future. Zhang Biao stood up and chased after Li Zhongjiu. She wanted to see if there was anything she could help with. At the same time, she wanted to see what Li Zhongjiu was going to do. Li Zhongjiu quickly flew to the front of a cave. Before he entered the cave, he could smell a foul stench coming from it. Why do I feel that this lifestyle is like a bat's? Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but say. In that case, he didn't plan to enter this place. There were hundreds of people from the devouring Yuan clan inside, but they were obviously hiding inside and didn't dare to come out. The clan leader and the protectors all rushed out. They hadn't returned yet. Suddenly, they saw a fireball flying in from the front of the cave. Boom, the fireball landed on the ground. It immediately spread out in all directions. Quick, put out the fire. Someone shouted. Immediately, the person closest to the fire picked up a basin of smelly liquid and splashed it on the fire. However, the fire burned even more vigorously. Boom, the fire directly swallowed the person in front of it. It was as if a flaming man appeared in the fire, reached out, and ate the person in front of it. Then, the fire separated and became bigger. The fire quickly spread throughout the cave. Some people wanted to rush out of the cave, but they found that the entrance was blocked by a force. They couldn't get out at all. Then, the people of the Devouring Yuan clan were burned to death. No one could escape. The fire burned for 4 hours. Until everything inside was burned clean, leaving only dust on the ground. The sky gradually brightened. Zhang Biao stood beside Li Zongjiu. In these 4 hours, the miserable screams from the cave were almost like the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves. It was as if a real hell on earth was unfolding in front of him. Zhang Biao couldn't listen to half of it, so she directly closed her ears. She could easily and decisively kill everyone in front of her. However, they wouldn't use such a method to burn people alive. However, Li Zongjiu's expression was extremely normal. He didn't feel any discomfort. In fact, many people found it hard to understand Li Zongjiu's actions. They even felt that such actions were not befitting of a powerhouse. However, Li Zongjiu was the one to say it. "I'm angry at your grandpa's speed. What do your thoughts have to do with me? I, evil lord, will do whatever I want. If you don't like it, you can come to me and we can have a good discussion." Li Zongjiu walked into the cave. It was obvious that the Devouring Yuan clan had died a horrible death. Many of the skeletons had been burned into ashes, and they were all piled up together. This meant that these people were also piled up together before they died. There was also a newly dug pit. It was about 10 feet wide. Obviously, this was a hole that had been dug to avoid the flames. However, these people had obviously underestimated the power of the flames. Therefore, these people who hid in the pit were directly wiped out in one fell swoop. None of those who were hiding inside had escaped. No matter where you hide, you won't be able to escape. Li Zongjiu checked and found that there were no survivors. That's good. Li Zongjiu didn't look for any treasures in the Devouring Yuan clan's lair. Li Zongjiu didn't care about the Devouring Yuan clan's belongings. "Let's go. They're all dead," Li Zongjiu said to Zhang Biao. Although Zhang Biao didn't agree with Li Zongjiu's actions, she didn't say much about Li Zongjiu's actions because these people had nothing to do with her. "Are you leaving?" Zhang Biao and Li Zongjiu walked back side by side. Li Zongjiu had come here for the Devouring Yuan clan. Now that the Devouring Yuan clan had been killed, it was naturally time to leave. "Yes, I'm going to find the next group of Devouring Yuan clan. Dia and the others didn't mean to offend you," Zhang Biao said. Li Zongjiu was so strong. "It's okay. I won't be calculated with them because of you. However, the Gu clan will face great changes in the future. If you can't withstand it, the Gu clan will be destroyed," Li Zongjiu said seriously. When Zhang Biao heard this, she looked at Li Zongjiu with a surprised gaze. Who was Li Zongjiu? How could he predict the future? Zhang Biao couldn't deny Li Zongjiu's words. After all, Zhang Biao had a bad premonition recently. However, she couldn't tell what the reason was. Now that Li Zongjiu had reminded her, she was even more certain that there would be great chaos. "I understand," Zhang Biao said solemnly. "If you need anything, look for me at the White Deer Mansion. Just tell me your name," Li Zongjiu said. After that, Li Zongjiu flew out quickly. He disappeared into the mountains. Zhang Biao looked at Li Zongjiu and frowned. It wasn't easy to find out the reason behind this. However, Zhang Biao had a rough idea after the disappearance of the Devouring Yuan race. Now, half of the danger had been eliminated. At least, the external factors had disappeared. There must be an internal problem. I would like to see who dares to do something that would harm the tribe. There was a trace of coldness in Zhang Biao's eyes. Anyone who wanted to harm the stability of the Devouring Yuan clan would become Zhang Biao's enemy. She wouldn't show any mercy to her enemies. Li Zongjiu first made a trip to the Luoxia city. His father should have returned by now. Therefore, he needed to make a trip back to check on the situation of his 2 elders. Also, he needed to deal with Chen Zidao. However, Li Zongjiu didn't intend to kill Chen Zidao immediately. There were still many Devouring Yuan clan survivors in the Azure Sea Academy. He could use Chen Zidao to find them. Then, he would kill all the members of the devouring Yuan clan. Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu landed on the city wall silently. The sky gradually brightened. The guards on the city wall suddenly sensed someone approaching and immediately looked in Li Zongjiu's direction. Who is it? Li Zongjiu nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that Zhou Bachuan's guards were well trained. At least, they could detect Li Zongjiu. Although Li Zongjiu purposely leaked some of his movements so that they could sense it. But at the level of the city guards, it was already considered very good. It's the young lord. Greetings, young lord. Greetings, young lord. The soldiers immediately knelt down and bowed. Get up. You've done well. Then, Li Zongjiu waved his hand and an invisible force made them stand up. At the same time, Li Zongjiu rewarded each of them with a grade 7 elixir. Now, Li Zongjiu didn't have many elixirs in his hands. Grade 7 elixir was the lowest grade. Continue to protect Luoxia City. Li Zongjiu said. The soldiers who received the rewards were all extremely excited. This was a grade 7 elixir. In the entire Xingyan dynasty, there weren't many people who could refine it. Even some primitive emperors didn't have the fortune to enjoy it. However, Li Zongjiu just casually rewarded them. It was enough to change their fate. However, these soldiers were also Zhou Bachuan's troops. Now, although they received Li Zongjiu's reward, they didn't keep it for themselves. Instead, they handed over all the elixirs in their hands and prepared to give them to Zhou Bachuan. Don't worry. I will refine another batch of elixirs for Zhou Bachuan and let him distribute it. Everyone will have it. Li Zongjiu had always been very generous to his own people. Thank you, young lord. Thank you, young lord. The guards bowed one after another. When they looked at Li Zongjiu, he had already disappeared. When Li Zongjiu returned to the Li family's courtyard, he kept a low profile and did not alert anyone. Young master, you're back. Zhou Bachuan, who was resting in the Li family's courtyard, hurried to greet Li Zongjiu when he saw him return. You came at the right time. I'm going to refine some elixirs. Help me get some herbs. Li Zongjiu said that he would reward everyone with elixirs. Naturally, he would do as he said. Yes, young master. Zhou Bachuan naturally obeyed. Where's my father? Master is in the study. Li Zongjiu then walked into the study. Li Tianqing was also discussing with the three elders about building a new location for the Sparrow Divine Palace. Zhizhi. Li Zongjiu pushed the door open and entered. The three elders' eyes lit up when they saw Li Zongjiu and quickly got up. After all, the person in front of them was the man of their palace master. Senior Evil Lord. Most importantly, Li Zongjiu was powerful. That was the main point. Because Li Zongjiu was so powerful that they could not ignore him. In fact, they even had to show him special respect. If Li Zongjiu was not powerful enough, he would break up Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran's relationship at any time. In fact, these people did do that at the beginning. However, they were later beaten up by Li Zongjiu and became afraid. Therefore, they naturally became obedient. If they still dared to do that, they would know how powerful Li Zongjiu was. Sit down. Li Zongjiu gestured for the three elders to sit down. There was no need to be so restrained. You brat, you still have the nerve to come back. Where is Yanran? Where did you take her? When Li Tianqing saw Li Zongjiu, he immediately scolded him. Li Zongjiu did not expect Li Tianqing to launch such a strong attack. How could Li Zongjiu withstand it? Where's my mother? I didn't see her the last time I came. You still have the face to look at your mother? Go look at your sister. Li Tianqing didn't give Li Zongjiu any face at all. He directly scolded Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu hurriedly left the study room. If he continued to stay, he would really lose face. The three elders of Sparrow God Palace looked at each other and got up to say that they had other matters to attend to, so they wouldn't disturb them for the time being. The three elders also bought a courtyard from the Li family. They sold it for free as a token of appreciation. After all, the three elders were powerful experts. The Sparrow Divine Palace was not weak either. The experts themselves were not short of money. If they wanted to make money, it was a very simple matter. I'll see the three elders out, Li Tianqing said. The three elders also seemed to be very sensible. They quickly left the Li family. After all, experts like Li Zhongjiu were very busy. They would often travel around, so it should be rare for them to come back today. Of course, they had to give Li Tianqing and the others some time to reunite. If they forcibly disturbed them, it would be too insensible. Li Zhongjiu found his mother in the kitchen. She happened to be cooking. When Mrs. Shen saw Li Zhongjiu, she deliberately looked at the door. Her originally happy face suddenly darkened. Where's Yanran? Mother, I'm your son. Li Zhongjiu's face was full of grievances. Li Zhongjiu had been wandering outside for so many years and had never suffered any grievances. Only at home, only his parents could make him feel wronged. But it was also this kind of grievance that made Li Zhongjiu feel that his life was complete. He was more willing to fight and work hard for such a living environment. He would not let anyone destroy his current state of life. This was absolutely not allowed. If anyone dared to destroy Li Zhongjiu's home, they must pay the price. If such a thing happened, it must be stopped in advance. As long as there was a little threat, it must be eliminated. This was Li Zhongjiu's idea. Scolding was one thing. Li Zhongjiu certainly did not say that Qi Yanran was healing. Otherwise, they would definitely be more worried. As long as he said that she was fine, the current situation was indeed almost stable. Li Zhongjiu observed the situation and seemed to be about to break through again. It was indeed much better to have someone protecting him on the path of cultivation. He could easily break through, unlike Li Zhongjiu. Although he had 3,000 years of cultivation experience in his previous life, he had only reached the Paragon realm. He had broken through to the Paragon realm after that. It was not that difficult to find out. Moreover, these Supremacy Realm experts were easier to die. Li Zhongjiu did not know how many he had killed. He could not count them with two hands. Until now, he felt that they were just Supremacy Realm experts. He did not know how many he had killed, so he did not take it to heart. Now, Li Zhongjiu had found the way to cultivate will. But as for how to walk the next path, without a definite guide, he could only explore it by himself. But Qi Yanran was different. The existence of the Bluebird platform should be beyond the Supremacy Realm. It was even an existence that could be explored to the next level. Therefore, when Qi Yanran walked, it was much easier than Li Zhongjiu. This was the difference between having someone to guide her and not having anyone to guide her. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu's talent was not weak. At least, he was able to reach this point in such a situation. If he did not become stronger, it was very likely that he would die. Only by constantly becoming stronger could he survive. In the evening, Xianxia specially made 2 more dishes. They were all Li Zhongjiu's favorite dishes when he was young. Since Li Zhongjiu was sent to Wuxue Pil sect to cultivate, a series of things had happened. As a result, the opportunity for the family to have a good meal had become very rare. Eat more. Look at how skinny you are. You look like a monkey. How can Yanran like you like this? Xianxia kept putting food in Li Zhongjiu's bowl. Although Li Zhongjiu's bowl was already full, she still kept putting food in his bowl. Come, have a lion's head. This is your favorite soy sauce duck when you were young. Old man, why are you eating this big drumstick? Why are you snatching it from the child? Li Tianqing's face was full of grievances. There were clearly 2 drumsticks. Why did he have to give both to the kid? This was too biased. Li Zhongjiu naturally enjoyed the meal very much. After Qi Yanran recovered, the family would definitely sit together and eat together. By the way, I refined an elixir a few days ago, but the effect is too strong. Each of you can only take half of it. I have already divided it for you. Rebirth is the most basic. You can never imagine the effect. By the way, this is an 11th grade elixir. The expressions of Li Tianqing and Xianxia in front of him suddenly stiffened. They didn't even blink. He stared at Li Zhongjiu in front of him. How much? Li Tianqing thought that he had too much earwax recently, so he didn't hear clearly what Li Zhongjiu said just now. So, he asked again, wanting to get a clearer picture. Level 11. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. Level 11, Li Tianqing and Xianxia's eyes widened. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Since when did you learn to brag? Xianxia said. What level was level 11? You must be the one who made it up because you wanted to get beaten up. You must be the one who spouted nonsense. In this continent, the most powerful person was only level 9. A long time ago, it was recorded in the ancient books that there was someone who could refine level 10 pills. How did it fall into your hands and become the 11th grade all of a sudden? You're just bragging. This elixir is called the flying elixir. When you eat it, be careful. Although the effect of this elixir will be based on your body's condition, you still have to be careful. Otherwise, I reckon that qi deviation will be considered a light consequence. Li Zhongjiu said. Li Zhongjiu was afraid that the two of them would act as if they were eating a simple pill. They might even give the pill away on a whim. If that happened, Li Zhongjiu would be angered to death. This kind of pill was not something that could be refined just because one wanted to. If one wanted to refine it now, one would have to capture the patriarch of the White Dragon clan. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to refine the flying pill if they couldn't get their hands on the dragon pearl of the White Dragon clan. So he reminded the two of them again and again. They could tell from Li Zhongjiu's expression that what he said was true. Since it was true, they had to give it a try. Let's go, Zhongjiu. Wash the dishes. Xianxia said. Then, she and Li Zhongjiu returned to their practice room to refine the half of the flying pill that Li Zhongjiu gave them. Li Zhongjiu had never thought that he, the person who had taken out pills for them to eat, would actually ask him to wash the dishes. Do I look like I have nothing to do? After that, Li Zhongjiu put the bowls and chopsticks into the kitchen and began to wash them. Although the Li family was really big and famous in the Jianghu, Li Tianqing and Xianxia had always lived a simple life. If they could do it themselves, they would try not to trouble others. So, there weren't many servants in the mansion. Of course, there were still servants to sweep the floor and boil water, etc. However, in this kitchen, Li Tianqing was not used to eating food cooked by others. Thus, Xianxia personally cooked. It had always been like this, so she felt more at ease cooking her own food. It prevented extravagance and waste. So now, the people in the Li family didn't dare to be too extravagant and wasteful. Now, the Li family was indeed very rich. If the Li family wanted to, it wasn't impossible to become the master of the Xingyan dynasty. However, that kind of thing wasn't worth it for Li Tianqing. He didn't know how much time and energy he had to waste every day to deal with big and small matters. What he pursued wasn't these things. It just so happened that the Li family had a kind of cleansing atmosphere. Even the Li family head didn't spend money recklessly and enjoyed too much glory and wealth. If people like you start to be complacent and enjoy here, you will be taken down in minutes. This kind of thing was also very normal. Li Zhongjiu also rarely washed the dishes himself. Thinking back to his previous life, when he was living alone, he would sometimes make some food by himself. After all, life still needed to have some fun. Now, he finally had such a simple life, and it was gradually fulfilling. Li Zhongjiu kept killing outside, trampling countless strong enemies under his feet, in order to enjoy such a peaceful life. Suddenly, Li Zhongjiu felt that his mental strength seemed to have a breakthrough. Everything around him also became clearer. Everything made Li Zhongjiu feel as if he had fallen into a reincarnation cycle. I'm not in any illusion. Why do I feel as if I can see through time? Li Zhongjiu was washing the dishes, and he actually had such a breakthrough. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu's heart was completely shocked. However, Li Zhongjiu also knew that he should have fallen into a state of epiphany. If he was too anxious, he might cause some trouble. It was better for him to let go of his emotions now. After washing the dishes in his hands, Li Zhongjiu immediately felt as if he had jumped on the spot. His willpower had actually broken through to Xiantian level 2 at this moment. Li Zhongjiu was not clear about how strong Xiantian level 2 was, but at least he could feel that his strength had broken through. This is really interesting. Li Zhongjiu wiped his hands dry, and the bowls and chopsticks were neatly placed in the kitchen. The remaining dishes were also placed in the cold cellar. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu also returned to his bedroom. He entered the practice room. Of course, the bedroom was there. In any case, Li Zongjie was the young master of the Li family. Although he did not come back often, the room had to be cleaned every day. If he came back one day, he would have to move in. If he found that the room was not cleaned at this time, it would be a big sin. Li Zongjie once again took out the evil dragon's eye in his practice room. This time, let's see if I can destroy all of you. Li Zongjie's previous record was only blocking 10,000 attacks. But this time, Li Zongjie came, and he would not let such a thing happen again. When he took the soaring elixir, his willpower had already broken through. Now, it had also broken through by one level. For Li Zongjie, this kind of breakthrough speed was also very shocking and unexpected. But since there was a breakthrough, it was a good thing. His mind was immersed in it. Immediately, Li Zongjie arrived at the swamp. In just a few moments, the feeling of the earth quaking and mountains swaying came again. But this time, Li Zongjie could also sense the other party's arrival in advance. Boom! The nine-headed devil snake rushed out of the swamp. It was like a world-destroying devil god as it attacked Li Zongjie. Immediately, Li Zongjie's figure flickered, and he easily dodged all the attacks from the other party's 9 heads. Hammer! Li Zongjie also found that the speed of the other party seemed to have slowed down. But in fact, it was him who became faster. So, his figure flickered, and he easily dodged the other party's attack. At the same time, he condensed a hammer in his hand and directly smashed it toward the 9-headed demon snake in front of him. Boom! Li Zongjie did not need to be resurrected at all. Immediately, the hammer smashed down and smashed one of the heads of the 9-headed demon snake. Suddenly, countless forces dissipated in the sky. However, Li Zongjie did not have time to attack the other heads of the 9-headed demon snake. Once again, his body was instantly smashed by the attack. His willpower returned again. Li Zongjie was also shocked and broke out in cold sweat. I was careless. When Li Zongjie opened his eyes, he was very dissatisfied with his performance just now. But after all, it was very rare. Because before, he was unable to see the movements of the 9-headed demon snake clearly, but this time, he was able to directly smash one of the heads of the other party. How could he not be satisfied? No, the power of the 9-headed demon snake suddenly became stronger. Li Zongjie suddenly understood in his heart. It was not that he was too careless. After all, the strength of the 9-headed demon snake was there. Even if he was careless, at least he would not be killed so easily. So, there must be something wrong with the other party. Now that he thought about it, when one of the heads of the 9-headed demon snake was smashed, the remaining 8 heads would receive a very powerful boost. In an instant, the strength of the other party increased, and it was even 10 times stronger than before, so, Li Zongjie did not see the other party's movements clearly, and then he was directly killed by the other party. It was so direct. I didn't expect that a mere evil dragon I would have so many tricks up its sleeve. Li Zongjie's heart was shocked. This evil dragon I was in existence of the heavenly dragon level. Just and I already had such powerful strength. What else was there to say? This kind of existence that could destroy the world, it was estimated that a sneeze was enough to destroy the entire Holy Martial continent, along with the Holy Martial realm. No wonder those fallen ones ran so crazily back then. In fact, they were already dead. If they did not take down the Holy Martial realm, they would have been destroyed. They will naturally perish as well, wiped out completely. Li Zongjie thought of the battle of the fallen ones back then. After all, it was related to the survival of the entire race, so the other party had no choice but to continue to kill crazily. However, this kind of thing could not be blamed on Li Zongjie. If you were really strong, the Holy Martial realm would have been taken down by you. But now, it seems that you are not that lucky. Li Zongjie stayed in Luoxia City for 7 days. This was because both Li Tianqing and Xianxia were at the crucial moment of consuming the soaring elixir. Usually, at this moment, the person who consumed the elixir would emit a scent that would attract some powerful meta beasts. Therefore, Li Zongjie did not leave. Instead, he stayed in Luoxia City and refined the elixir for Zhou Buchuan and the others. After this batch of elixir was distributed, these people were also very hard-working in their cultivation. Therefore, their strength would be able to achieve a breakthrough very quickly. Their overall strength would also rise to a new level. Zhou Bachuan and the others were loyal to Li Zongjiu. Now that the elixir had greatly increased their strength, their respect for Li Zongjiu was even greater. It had become a kind of religion. At the same time, on the 7th day, in the Li family's courtyard, 2 terrifying auras came at the same time. When the auras rushed to the sky, it seemed to have absorbed all the origin energy within 1,000 miles. Immediately, an extremely terrifying yuan power vortex was formed in the sky. When the power of the vortex was condensed, Lin Fan's eyes widened. When the vortex formed, all the experts in the city raised their heads and looked up. Even the Skyblaze Lion, who was resting in the Snow Elixir sect, quickly gathered. The commotion was too great, and the sudden appearance of such a commotion caused everyone to be alarmed. This made the Skyblaze Lion extremely shocked. This was because this was the sign of breaking through to the sovereign realm. Sovereign aura. Someone in the Li family broke through? Who? Who broke through? This is too exaggerated. Is the Li family trying to have 2 sovereigns break through at the same time? The people in the city also expressed their disbelief. After all, this situation was too terrifying. They never thought that such a scene would appear in front of him. The 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were shocked when they saw the sovereign aura in the sky, but it was not unacceptable. As long as Li Zongjiu was there, nothing was impossible. When they saw the commotion in the sky, they could only sigh at how terrifying Li Zongjiu was. This was because one of them was Li Tianqing's aura. Tribulation clouds appeared in the sky. It was because this force broke through too quickly that it attracted the attention of the tribulation lightning between heaven and earth. For any abnormal things, such tribulation lightning would directly appear. If one broke through suddenly, it would be too strong. Under the heavenly Tao, it would think that there was a problem here and would directly kill the person. This was the reason why the tribulation lightning appeared in front of him. Li Zongjiu flew to the roof. In the face of this sky full of thunderbolts, these thunderbolts could easily destroy any peak supreme being expert. If Li Zongjiu wasn't there, just this tribulation cloud alone would be enough to turn Li Tianqing and Lady Chen into ashes. Disperse. Li Zongjiu lifted his hand and instantly dispersed the tribulation clouds in the sky. Boom. Even though the tribulation clouds in the sky made an extremely unwilling sound, it dissipated in front of Li Zongjiu's power. You're asking for trouble. Li Zongjiu said disdainfully. Then, he withdrew his hand. The tribulation clouds in the sky gradually disappeared, and the sky became clear again. Everyone in the Luoxia city breathed a sigh of relief. If the thundercloud really blasted the thunderbolt down, even if Li Tianqing and his wife could withstand it, it would be a real disaster for them. Fortunately, an expert took action and dispersed the tribulation clouds in front of him. Wait, the tribulation clouds disappeared with a wave of his hand. However, some of the natives of Luoxia city were already used to such a situation. This could only mean one thing, and that was that the young master of the Li family, Li Zongjiu, had returned. And he was in the Li family. Except for Li Zongjiu, no one in this world would have such an arrogant attitude. They had no idea how powerful Li Zongjiu was. But judging from today's events, it's not that simple. Now, the 2 supreme being experts in front of them were obviously newly born in the Li family. Now, the Li family also had their own supreme being experts. And they had 2 supreme being experts. Before this, there might be some backup forces, such as the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace, that were invited by the Li family to have such strength. However, these were also external forces. If they left one day, or something happened, and they couldn't protect the Li family anymore, wouldn't the Li family be in trouble? Now that 2 supreme being experts were born, these experts also belonged to the Li family directly. Therefore, they could be considered as the Li family's own strength. Li Tianqing felt a breakthrough in his strength in the practice room. Suddenly, tears flowed down his face. He thought of all the hardships he had experienced when he was young, and even all kinds of dangerous situations, and all kinds of hard training in order to improve his strength and revitalize the Li family. However, he didn't know that his cultivation speed had not improved much. Although it seemed to have improved, in fact, it didn't improve much. The latter also knew that it would be very difficult for him to continue to grow stronger. Today, it was only because he had taken a pill given by Li Zongjiu. Not one pill, but half of it. Just half of it allowed him to walk the path of a genius for thousands of years. If he had known that it would be so easy, he wouldn't have worked so hard in the first place. When he thought of how he could bring glory to the Li family, and how he had brought the Li family's glory to the peak in his hands, he immediately felt very relaxed. He even felt like he was putting gold on his face. Not only that, but there was still a lot of power left in his body. For the time being, there was no way to completely digest it, but his future cultivation would definitely be easier. At least this kind of energy could help him reach a higher level. The pills refined by this kid are really speechless. After breaking through, Li Tianqing and Xianxia didn't directly come out of seclusion. Instead, they stabilized their realm on the spot. After all, they had just broken through, so it wasn't good to directly walk out. They had to familiarize themselves with their strength. However, when Li Tianqing found out that Xianxia had also broken through to the supremacy realm, he was shocked. That was even more shocking. Based on what? Before this, the Qin family was only around the profound king realm. She had relied on the pills given by Li Zhongjiu to forcefully increase her strength. Before he ate this pill, he was already in the primordial emperor realm, so breaking through to the supremacy realm was understandable. However, Xianxia had also reached the supremacy realm, which made Li Tianqing a little embarrassed. If the couple were as strong as each other, it would be difficult for the man to raise his head. Therefore, sometimes, even if he had to pretend, he had to pretend. As a man, his self-esteem also made Li Tianqing put more effort into his cultivation. Li Zhongjiu continued to stay in Luoxia City for about half a month. During this half a month, Li Zhongjiu often visited Nangong Wuji and the others. When Nangong Wuji and the others came to help, they didn't leave. Naturally, they couldn't stay in the Li family's courtyard. The Li family's courtyard was very strict now. Only the Li family's disciples could enter and leave. After all, more than half of Luoxia City was already the Li family's territory. They could casually arrange some top-notch inns for these people. In addition to playing chess and fishing with Nangong Wuji, Li Zhongjiu also took some time to give pointers to some of the guest elders with potential. After all, although these people did it for the sake of money, they also did their part to protect the Li family, which could be considered as a contribution. Li Zhongjiu certainly wouldn't forget them. On the 16th day, Li Tianqing finally came out of seclusion. He came out of seclusion earlier than his wife. After all, the latter couldn't hold it in anymore. Although the refining in these 15 days had directly promoted him to the second-grade sovereign realm, it was too fast for him. The speed of the breakthrough was too fast for Li Tianqing. He had to stop and stabilize. More haste, less speed. Things like cultivation couldn't be rushed. Li Zhongjiu also came back and told Li Tianqing about the difference between the sovereign realm and the sovereign realm. At the same time, he gave Li Tianqing more than a dozen martial arts manuals. Any one of them could be unrivaled in the world. Li Zhongjiu didn't take out these things. Why hasn't your mother come out yet? Isn't she too greedy? No, I have to remind her. More haste, less speed. Li Tianqing was actually a little worried about the latter's condition. Could it be that the medicine had some side effects, so now she was sick? Let me see. Li Zhongjiu also used his own will to investigate the situation of his mother, Xianxia. He found that Xin didn't have any problems. It was just that her talent had been stimulated, so in terms of the absorption of the pill, it was more than his father, Li Tianqing. That was why she didn't come out of seclusion so quickly. It was because she still needed to cultivate for a period of time. Xin's own strength could also be improved to a more powerful realm. Oh, it's okay. Mother's talent is stronger than yours. Now, she has accumulated enough and fully absorbed the power of the soaring pill. Li Zhongjiu said. What? How can it be? Li Tianqing's eyes suddenly became jealous. How could she be stronger than him? However, when Li Zhongjiu looked over, Li Tianqing also quickly adjusted his gaze and gradually calmed down. Well, as expected of my woman. Li Tianqing pretended to be pretentious. Nangong Wuji came with a report. As of now, the intelligence network of White Deer Mansion was spread all over the world. Regardless of where the news came from, it could reach them within a day. Moreover, this was the latest time they could reach them. Sometimes, they could even travel around the entire Saint Flame Empire. They were even more powerful than the imperial family. The report in Nangong Wuji's hand was also for Li Zongjiu. It said that there was a problem in the Four Seas. The Abyss tribe seemed to have undergone a great change. After Li Zongjiu received the news, he prepared to go there. At least, he wanted to go and take a look. Even Longji couldn't handle it, which meant that the other party's strength wasn't simple. There must be a problem. Don't worry. Your father will be here, Li Tianqing said in high spirits. After all, he was a Supreme Being expert. Together with the Supreme Being Skyblaze Lion, what kind of city couldn't they defend? He had never thought that he had such strength. Why do I feel that your words sound strange? Li Zongjiu had a bad premonition when he heard Li Tianqing's words. However, Li Zongjiu didn't stay for long. He leaped into the air and instantly flew into the distance. This time, he didn't bring the Sky Marshal boat with him. Instead, he left it in the White Deer Mansion. Therefore, Li Zongjiu could only rely on flying now. However, Li Zongjiu himself was now able to use his own mental strength to perform spatial teleportation. Then, Li Zongjiu also tried to teleport in the sky. Boom, Li Zongjiu's figure instantly appeared 1,000 miles away. Even Li Zongjiu's figure almost didn't stop and crashed into a mountain. Bang, it immediately set off a powerful sandstorm. Bah! Bah! Looks like I still need to practice this move. Li Zongjiu ate a mouthful of dirt. It was a good thing that no one saw Li Zongjiu in such a situation. Otherwise, the evil dominator would have lost a lot of face. After Li Zongjiu left, Li Tianqing said, "I'm sorry." He also felt that his body was full of power. However, he was surrounded by ordinary buildings. If he was not careful and did not control this power, the consequences would be quite troublesome. If he accidentally killed someone, it would be troublesome. Therefore, Li Tianqing flew directly to the forest in the distance. "Brother Lion, you have guarded my Sunset City for many years. You can be considered as the #1 expert of my Sunset City. Today, let me test your strength." Li Tianqing's confidence was greatly boosted. He actually took the initiative to provoke the Skyblaze Lion. The Skyblaze Lion was also very respectful. It followed Li Tianqing and landed in a wild forest outside the city. It seemed to be very relaxed and comfortable with its claws. It looked very bored as it looked at Li Tianqing in front of it. It seemed to be saying, come on, Brother Lion, then I won't be polite." Li Tianqing immediately roared. Then, he activated the Lion King technique and rushed towards the Skyblaze Lion. After a few minutes, Li Tianqing was already under the Skyblaze Lion's feet. Li Tianqing's strength had just broken through. Although it was now stable at the 2nd grade sovereign realm, it happened that the Skyblaze Lion was also a 2nd grade sovereign. Therefore, when they fought, Li Tianqing could not gain the upper hand at all. He was defeated in a few rounds. After all, Li Tianqing suddenly broke through and did not have good control of his own strength. Even his fighting habits were still in the primitive emperor realm. Again. Li Tianqing was indignant and slapped the ground again. Then, he continued to fight with the Skyblaze Lion. Li Tianqing was trying hard to learn combat experience. After all, he did not want to be surpassed by his wife so quickly. Otherwise, as a man, he would not be able to hold his head high in the future. How would he live in the future? Would he still be the master of Luoxia City? Li Zongjiu did not know that his father had suddenly become very motivated and was fighting with the Skyblaze Lion non-stop. Originally, Li Zongjiu wanted to accompany Li Tianqing to practice his skills. After all, if such a powerful force couldn't be controlled, it would be a real disaster for others. Just a simple knock on the door could destroy your entire home. How could it not be terrifying? However, now that there was a problem in the Four Seas, Li Zongjiu naturally wanted to clarify the matter first. After all, the strength of the Abyss tribe was not simple. Moreover, it was very easy to cause a very terrifying disaster. Everyone was also very clear about this. If the abyssal race were to enter a certain body of water, they could easily devour everything within the body of water. It would create a scene of stagnant water. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also quickly rushed in the direction of the four seas. Boom! Li Zongjiu's figure moved horizontally in the sky. He could teleport hundreds of miles away in an instant. Later on, he could control his own strength more freely. The changes that the evil dragon's eye brought to Li Zongjiu were also very powerful. At the very least, if he wanted to kill the evil dragon god in his current state, it would be effortless. There was no need to go through so much trouble. The location of the incident was not in the four seas. Instead, it was in the Xingyan dynasty's naval training ground. There were many cities in the Xingyan dynasty that were built near the sea. Naturally, they also needed powerful naval forces. At the moment when the Abyss tribe appeared, although Long Ji went into the deep sea alone, it seemed like she was going to seal the passageway again. However, she was also held back, so there were many places that she could not take care of. At the moment, the disciples of the Tianzong Academy were also in Binhai City. They were facing the terrifying Abyss tribe together with the local naval forces. According to the invitation given to Li Zongjiu, a powerful Abyss tribe general was leading a large number of Abyss tribe members in this direction. The leader of the Tianzong Academy was a teacher named Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing had opened a martial arts dojo in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Back then, it was Zhou Jing and Su Hong of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion who had brought Li Zongjiu to participate in the Three Dynasties Elixir Meet. Zhou Jing's fist technique was very suitable for teaching. He also had many years of teaching experience. Therefore, Xiao Zhao did not hesitate to pay any price to poach Zhou Jing. Now, he was a fist technique instructor of the Tianzong Academy, a true primitive emperor-level powerhouse. Xiaxue was among the disciples who came along. In addition, there was also a group of elite disciples from Tianzong Academy. In terms of backup support, Tianzong Academy did not provide enough. Only when one was in a real crisis would one feel the growth. Binhai City, the Binhai Navy had a total of 108 warships. Among them, 8 were large warships. When they had gone out to sea for training this morning, one of the main warships had been attacked by the Abyss tribe. It was the commander of the Binhai Navy, Zhang Hingliang. Zhang Hingliang immediately carried out the rescue plan. The commander of the main warship was Zhang Hingliang's daughter, Zhang Ying. However, ordinary fast ships would be attacked as soon as they rushed out of the shallow waters. The other party had a large number of troops and seemed to know how to march and set up formations. Zhang Hingliang immediately formed an assault fleet. The 4 main warships opened fire at the same time, covering the fleet of 3 fast ships as they quickly passed through the blockade of the Abyss tribe. Zhou Jing and the others were on the warship by the coast, looking into the distance. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard. At this moment, the distant sea surface and the sky were directly reflected with the color of a red lotus. The flame moved to the high altitude and immediately released a terrifying wave of air that swept over. They broke through. When Zhou Jing saw this scene, his eyes were filled with surprise. In fact, the combat strength of these sailors was quite strong. Even if they were 10 miles away, they were enough to blast Binhai City into a pile of ruins. If they gathered into a battle formation, their power would be even more terrifying and powerful. Teacher Zhou, senior sister Xiaxue seems to be in the assault fleet. Suddenly, a disciple came to report. What? Zhou Jing's expression changed when he heard this. Even Zhang Hingliang and the others beside him had a look of confusion on their faces. How can it be? Although Zhou Jing had brought the students here to train, they were only here to provide support. If the abyssal race came ashore, they would just be there to deal with them. Why would they take the initiative to attack, especially when they were in the middle of the sea? Didn't they know how dangerous it was outside? Damn it, give me the monocular. Zhou Jing immediately used the monocular to see Xiaxue on the assault fleet. This girl actually ran to the fleet without permission. All of you, listen to me. Stay where you are and don't move. If I come back and see that someone is not here, I will teach you a lesson. Commander Zhang, help me take care of my students for the time being. Brother Zhou, don't worry. Zhang Hingliang said. At the same time, he took a step forward and whispered to Zhou Jing. Brother Zhou, please help me take care of my daughter. I will reward you greatly. Although Zhang Hingliang did not put Zhang Ying first, in fact, he always wanted to bring Zhang Ying back. However, he was the commander and could not be so selfish. Now that Zhou Jing had a reason to take action, he naturally hoped that Zhou Jing could help. Perhaps Zhang Ying would have a chance to come back. Okay. As an primitive emperor expert, Zhou Jing leaped over the sea and soared into the sky. Boom! His figure instantly shot 3 miles away. On the coast. The depth of the sea here had reached 1,000 meters. If a person was dragged into the water, it wouldn't take long for them to drown. Before they could drown, they would be instantly killed and devoured by countless abyssal creatures. At this moment, a main battleship was on the sea, isolated and without help. There were some wreckage of small boats around it. It was originally just a normal training at sea, but a large number of abyssal creatures suddenly besieged them. The commander on the main battleship was the 25-year-old Zhang Ying. Zhang Ying was dressed in a blue military uniform. At this moment, he was in the war room on the deck. They had withstood the first round of attacks, but the other party was obviously just probing attacks. They didn't go all out. Now, Zhang Ying was extremely anxious. This was because this round of probing attacks had already consumed 1/10 of the ammunition on the battleship. If this continued, the remaining ammunition wouldn't last until tomorrow morning. Only after nightfall was the real danger. The distress signal had been sent out. There had been a violent explosion 20 nautical miles away, indicating that the reinforcements had been wiped out. It seems like it'll be a hand-to-hand battle after night. Zhang Ying tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The eyes under the helmet suddenly became sharp. Suddenly, a violent sound came from the sea. It seemed like a layer of red waves with flames was rapidly spreading and surging over. General, look. The tremors caused Zhang Ying to look over. Under the torrential waves, 3 ships were tearing through the surface of the sea. Countless abyssal demons leaping into the air were easily slaughtered. After all, these abyssal demons were only low-level existences. If there were really powerful abyssal demons, then they would be killed easily. If there were powerful abyssal creatures, they wouldn't have to be so careful. They could just rush over to Binhai City. Quick, get close to them. Zhang Ying ordered, and the main battleship immediately approached the 3 fast ships. On the 3 ships, there were also brave and fierce generals. Haha, I can kill a large number of these bastards with a single swing of my axe. Little girl, you have to sit tight. Don't get thrown off the ship. I don't have time to save you. A burly man wielded an axe in his hand and killed the abyssal tribe in front of him in the water. Then, he stood guard at the stern of the ship. Xianxia was also on this fast boat. The words just now were also directed at Xianxia, but Xianxia didn't say anything. At this moment, they were less than 5 miles away from the main warship. Below these ships, there were also incomparably sharp rotating spikes. Moreover, they were all rotating at high speed. Anything that got close to them would be torn into pieces. Therefore, if you want to attack a warship, you can only attack from the surface. It was so much so that there were specialized weapon cabins at the bottom of the ship. The power that they could unleash was even greater. Boom! Suddenly, dozens of abyssal creatures rushed out of the water. The warrior with the axe was immediately entangled by the abyssal tribe. F***ck. He was about to be dragged into the water in the next moment. Xianxia finally made a move. The sword in his hand. Whoosh. It was unsheathed, shining with a cold light. By the time the cold light disappeared, more than 10 abyssal tribe members had already turned into corpses and fell back into the water. Xianxia retracted her sword and stood there. It was as if nothing had happened. The burly man was also shocked. He had never seen a woman with such terrifying strength. Oh my god, you're really good at hiding your strength. When he saw Xianxia's skill, he was naturally stunned. But then, he continued to fight. Originally, the burly man didn't approve of Xianxia boarding the ship. Although the latter was a disciple of Tianzong Academy, he could tell at a glance that she was a rookie with no combat experience. The real battlefield was ever-changing. It wasn't something that one could handle with just a little strength. But obviously, the burly man underestimated the latter's strength. If Xianxia didn't make a move, he would be dead by now. The 3 fast boats also quickly cooperated with each other. The main warship was also approaching them. The sea was turbulent. It seemed that the attack of the abyssal tribe wasn't that strong. Therefore, the rescue fleet could be considered to have met up with the main warship. Board the ship. The group of people threw hooks and locks. There were a total of hundreds of experts boarding the 3 ships at the same time. Xianxia was also among the crowd. The group of people successfully boarded the main warship, but the abyssal tribe seemed to have retreated at this moment. They didn't attack anymore. Meng Lang. Yang Fan. Zhang Ying quickly came to meet these people. The chief captain of this rescue team was Yang Fan. And this person called Meng Lang was the one who was on the same ship as Xianxia. Greetings, General. Yang Fan said. Are there only a few of you? Zhang Ying glanced around. Although the people who came were all experts in the army, there were only 100 of them. It was impossible for them to withstand such a fierce attack. We relied on the cover of the main warship to break through the blockade. The camp was also surrounded by the abyssal tribe. We could only break through. Here are the supplies. Yang Fan took out a storage box in his hand. The storage space of this storage box was much larger than that of an ordinary storage ring. Furthermore, it was more stable and safe. If some people's storage rings were accidentally struck by yuan power during a battle, the cheaper storage rings would immediately be scrapped. At that time, the items inside would not be able to be taken out. What? A solemn glint flashed across Zhang Ying's eyes. At the same time, he glanced at the storage box in his hand. There were a lot of things stored in the box. At the very least, it was quite abundant in terms of strategic supplies. At least it could last for 3 days. Zhang Ying. Xianxia came out. When Zhang Ying heard someone calling him, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he quickly reacted. This voice sounded very familiar. He hurriedly looked over as well. Xianxia. Zhang Ying's eyes suddenly revealed a look of excitement. He did not expect to meet Xianxia in such a place. The two of them were very good sisters. Later, after Zhang Ying joined the army, they rarely saw each other. All of you go and have a rest. Zhang Ying couldn't easily lose his composure, so he dismissed his men first. Why are you here? Zhang Ying was also very surprised to see Xianxia in front of him. He quickly said. Come in with me. I heard that you are now the chief disciple of Tianzong Academy. I didn't expect you to be so successful. Zhang Ying was a few years older than Xianxia. Xianxia also lowered her head and chuckled. I was also lucky, so I was qualified to enter Tianzong Academy. Well, you are successful. But why are you here? Don't you know how dangerous this place is? Zhang Ying's face suddenly became serious. After all, this situation was not a joke. To come to such a dangerous place, although it was a very happy thing to meet with a thick-skinned person, he couldn't risk his life like this. Sister Zhang Ying, you saved my life back then. Now that you are in trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing? Xianxia's eyes were incomparably firm. When Zhang Ying saw Xianxia's eyes, he knew that there was no way to persuade her. After all, Zhang Ying knew Xianxia's character very well. As long as this girl decided on something, basically no one could change her mind. Sai, although the situation is very dangerous now, you can rest assured that I will send you back. Zhang Ying said. Xianxia was his sister. Naturally, he couldn't let Xianxia be in danger. I am now a lot stronger. Xianxia also had her own pride. After all, with her current strength, she wasn't so weak that she couldn't withstand a single blow. I know you are strong. As soon as Zhang Ying finished speaking, the warship suddenly shook violently, as if a terrifying force was approaching. Immediately, Zhang Ying's eyes suddenly changed. Not good, it's the commander of the Abyss race. During this period of time, Zhang Ying had also collected some information about the Abyss race. The current Abyss race was in fact unified under the command of the Abyss race's commander. As long as the commander of the Abyss race was killed, there would be no problem. The remaining Abyss race were not to be feared. Now, there were a total of 5,000 armored soldiers on the warship. If each of them killed 5 or 6, they could kill tens of thousands of Abyss race. When the two of them rushed out of the cabin, they realized that the powerful fluctuation wasn't coming for their warship. Instead, it was in the direction of the shore. Zhoujun was already very close to the main warship. But at this moment, he was suddenly locked by a terrifying aura. Immediately, Zhou knew that this was troublesome. He didn't expect to be targeted by the opponent's expert. Boom! Zhou threw a punch at the sea below. Immediately, the punch directly set off a violent wave on the sea. The surrounding seawater also quickly spread outwards. It was these waves that directly pushed the main battleship forward. Its teacher Zhou. Xiaxue saw the aura of the punch and immediately knew that it must be Zhou who was fighting in the sky. So strong. Zhang Ying saw that Zhou was fighting against the Abyss Race's commander alone, and there was a trace of horror in his eyes. No wonder it was said that primitive emperors had the power to destroy the world. With such strength, there was nothing to say. How many people in the world could resist such strength? However, Zhou was having a hard time. The opponent's attacks were mysterious and unpredictable. Dozens of water arrows were shot out from the water surface from time to time. The power of these water arrows was also quite strong. They almost directly pierced through Zhou body. Therefore, Zhou had to go all out in every attack to be able to block them. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. The opponent's combat strength was at least at grade 6 or even grade 7 primitive emperor realm. But in fact, this was only the attack power of the abyssal race on the surface of the water. If the abyssal race appeared directly under the water, their combat power would increase even more rapidly. Fire in that direction. Since both sides were so close to each other, Zhang Ying could not let go of such a good opportunity. While the others were still waiting to watch the show, Zhang Ying gave the order to attack. Immediately, the main warship released a roaring light that resembled a fire dragon. Boom, the warship itself shook violently for a moment. Then, a terrifying shockwave quickly swept out and blasted forward. The water along the way evaporated. Boom, it hit, a circular vacuum with a diameter of more than 50 meters appeared on the surface of the sea. Even the abyssal race commander was startled by this. Sure enough, the equipment of these humans was quite powerful. Just this one shot. It wiped out tens of thousands of devouring Yuan clan members in the sea. Even the abyssal race commander was forced to dive into the ground. Whoosh, the abyss clan commander disappeared. When Zhou saw this, he quickly leaped into the air and glided through the air. He landed on the main warship. Phew! Zhou finally heaved a sigh of relief. After all, after landing, he finally felt a sense of security in his heart. Otherwise, the feeling of staying in midair would always make him feel uneasy. After landing, he could finally feel the true freedom. Teacher. Xiaxue quickly went up to him. The shot just now made Zhou look a little embarrassed. There were water stains on his body. However, Zhou had already dried his clothes with the use of his Yuan force. You brat. When Zhou saw Xiaxue, he was also furious. However, Xiaxue was also the most outstanding student of the Tianzong Academy. It was said that even Lord Evil Lord had personally come forward to guide Xiaxue. As such, there was nothing he could do about Xiaxue. Who asked him to be so outstanding? Of course, he could only spoil such an outstanding person. Senior Zhou, Xiaxue risked her life to save me. Zhang Ying quickly stepped forward. He was worried that Zhou would blame Xiaxue for this. If Xiaxue's days in the Sky Sect Academy were not good, then Zhang Ying would be guilty. You must be Zhang Ying. Zhou did not say anything else. Looking at Zhang Ying, and Xiaxue, it was good that they were fine. Since they were fine, the abyssal race commander might be a little tricky, but it was not like they had no chance. After all, the main battleship was quite powerful. Tell your men to get ready. We're going back. Zhou said. When they arrived, Zhang Hingliang had already set up everything in Binhai City. They would provide cover fire on the spot. Once the two sides met, there would basically be no problem. However, the problem was that the distance between the two sides was at least 180 miles. They had to rely on themselves to deal with the dangers of this 180 miles distance. Since Zhou was here, this responsibility naturally fell on Zhou shoulders. Since you are the main commander of this battleship, I will listen to your orders. Let's go back together. Zhou said. The main threat was naturally handed over to Zhou. After all, none of these people could fight. Zhang Ying's eyes lit up. Zhou Jing himself was a primitive emperor powerhouse. Since there was an additional primitive emperor expert on the battleship, there was no doubt that their combat strength would increase greatly. Even the soldiers on the battleship would be greatly encouraged and would be filled with confidence. In that case, they would go all out and kill their way back. Alright, thank you for your help, Senior Zhou. Immediately, Zhang Ying handed over the battle mission. When Meng Lang and the others saw Zhou Jing, their faces were full of respect. Before they set off, this person had been standing with their commander. His status was definitely not simple. They did not expect him to be a mentor of Tianzong Academy. They had long known that Xia Shui was a disciple of Tianzong Academy. However, they did not care much about the disciples of Tianzong Academy. However, Meng Lang had seen Xia Shui in action and knew that her strength was not simple. He must not underestimate her. Immediately, the main battleship moved forward rapidly. Along the way, there were sparks and lightning. All the weapons on the battleship were fully utilized. The bombardment on the surface of the sea made the Abyssal clan very hot. The entire sea was like a hot pot. Rumble, the large battleship broke through the surface of the sea quickly. This caused everyone's heart to be extremely excited. Zhou Jing did not take action. The task that Zhang Ying had given Zhou Jing was to lock onto the position of the Abyssal clan's commander and engage him at any time. As long as he could hold the Abyssal clan's commander back, with sufficient ammunition, it would not be difficult to break out of the encirclement. Boom! The main battleship had advanced a distance of 80 miles. It was less than 100 miles away from the place where the battle would take place. However, this distance was already enough to make the Abyssal clan's members excited. They also erupted with a very strong counterattack. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the surface of the sea. It's coming. Zhou Jing's eyes instantly locked onto a direction. However, after this aura, an even more powerful aura suddenly rushed out from behind him. What? Zhou Jing was also shocked by the current situation. How could there be an even stronger aura? This was too illogical. This was too much. What? Zhang Ying's expression changed instantly. She was also a Yuan monarch. Otherwise, she would not have become a commander at such a young age. When she felt this aura, Zhang Ying felt a sense of despair and helplessness. The strength of the other party was too terrifying. Yang Fan, Meng Lang, aimed the god-slaying main cannon in this direction. Zhang Ying growled. In front of that even more powerful aura, a figure suddenly appeared, allowing Zhang Ying to see clearly. It was like a giant octopus standing on the surface of the sea. However, they were at least 200 meters apart. The light was too dim and she could not see clearly. At this moment, Zhang Ying had no other choice. Aimed. Fire! Zhang Ying shouted angrily. Boom! Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. Even the cannon mount fixed on the deck directly cracked the deck. This was caused by the powerful recoil. It was as if there was a ball of blazing fire, like the sun, sweeping forward rapidly. The god-slaying main cannon. It could be said to be the most powerful weapon on the battleship. Basically, if an Yuan monarch elite were to face this cannon head-on, they would only be blasted into smithereens. This ball of fire lit up the sky. Everyone, including Zhou Jing, looked over. The sudden appearance of the abyssal race was something that even Zhou Jing had no confidence in. Furthermore, there were two of them. They were basically doomed. They had to kill one of them first. Only then would they have a chance at victory. The giant octopus standing on the surface of the sea did not dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth and swallowed the ball of fire. It actually ate the god-slaying main cannon. When Meng Lang caught sight of this, his eyes widened. This was way too exaggerated. To think that the God-Slayer Master Cannon would be devoured by it. In this world, he had never seen such a strong living being before. This was way too scary. It's over. Zhang Ying's eyes were filled with despair. The other party could eat the god-slaying main cannon directly. Logically speaking, it should have exploded by now. However, the other party did not change at all. At the same time, it suddenly blasted an extremely powerful sound wave in the direction of the main battleship. It seemed to have formed the force of a tsunami. It directly pushed the main battleship to the back. Boom! The appearance of this force destroyed the main battleship along with the power it carried. With a loud bang, the main battleship lost its power and could only let the other party move freely on the surface of the sea. Continue. Xianxia had no other choice but to continue the attack with the god-slaying main cannon. It's still on cooldown. Yang Fan replied loudly. The god-slaying main cannon required at least 3 minutes of cooldown time to recover. If it were to be used forcefully, it would explode on the spot. Before the other party could attack, the main battleship would explode on its own. Prepare for a hand-to-hand battle. At this point, they could only fight to the death. The giant octopus seemed to be closing in rapidly from the surface of the sea. Zhou Jing placed a hand on Xiaoxua's shoulder. I'll send you out later. Since he was a teacher, he could not possibly say that he was running away. No matter what, he had to give Xiaoxua the chance to survive. Shoo! Just as everyone was preparing for the final battle, suddenly, a terrifying sword chi flew over from the surface of the sea. This sword chi split the seawater on the surface of the sea into two. The sword chi maintained the state of the seawater. When the sword chi appeared, Yi Zichen was shocked. Naturally, Xianxia and the others also saw it. Although it was night time, the earth-shattering scene created by the sword chi was something that no one would miss. They all widened their eyes in shock. What? What is that? The sword chi quickly approached. Even the powerful Abyss Clan octopus on the sea looked back. Then, with a loud bang, it was hit directly by the sword chi. The body of this giant octopus was easily cut into 2 halves on the surface of the sea. Splash! The corpse fell into the sea. Everyone stared at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. This was too exaggerated. Zhou Jing was also stunned when he saw the scene. He had never seen such a powerful sword chi. In the Xingyan dynasty, there were not many people who could reach this level. Whoosh! A figure landed on the warship. Brother Zhou Jing, long time no see. When Li Zongjiu landed, Zhou Jing suddenly looked at the person beside him. It turned out that Li Zongjiu had landed beside him without him noticing. When he saw Li Zongjiu, Zhou Jing still thought that he was dreaming. You. Evil Lord. When Zhou Jing saw Li Zongjiu's face clearly, he was shocked. Xiaoxua naturally saw Li Zongjiu and immediately greeted Li Zongjiu in surprise, Evil Lord. Since Li Zongjiu was here, it meant that all of them were now saved. Xianxia and the others saw that there was an additional young man on the deck. The latter looked extremely ordinary. Between his eyebrows, there was a sense of harmony, as if he was aloof from worldly affairs. However, if one looked carefully, it was the note of an expert who laughed proudly at the world. It was not that he was aloof from worldly affairs, but that there was nothing in this world that could compete with him. Evil Lord. Of course, Xianxia had heard of this name, but he never thought that he would be lucky enough to see the legendary Evil Lord. You're here too. Seeing that Xiaoxua was also there, Li Zongjiu also greeted her. After all, Xiaoxua still had a lot of potential. If she was properly cultivated, it would be very beneficial for the future of Tianzong Academy to cultivate a successor and a signboard. After that, Li Zongjiu did not continue to talk to the others. He pushed the sea surface with his palm. Immediately, the enormous warship began to move. Moreover, this speed was even faster than the warship at full power. It was practically 2 times the speed. Such a terrifying speed almost caused the main warship to fly above the sea. If Li Zongjiu wanted to make the warship fly, it would be easy, but there was no need. Just this speed alone was enough for the abyssal race to catch up. Go! The warship sped through the sea ahead. Li Zongjiu also threw out the peerless sword in his hand. Immediately, the unparalleled sword erupted with a terrifying flame power. In an instant, a firestorm formed on the surface of the sea. Boom! Raging flames burned on the surface of the sea. When this scene appeared, everyone's eyes widened. The abyssal race that had almost taken their lives and trapped them on the surface of the sea for an entire day had been incinerated so easily. Even the opponent's commander-level powerhouse did not manage to escape. He was directly incinerated, leaving his life behind in the sea. Behind them was a long wave of fire. Why are you here too? Li Zhongjiu did not look worried at all and actually began to chat with Zhou Zheng. After all, Li Zhongjiu's cultivation was almost at its limit now. Before he made any new progress, he would probably maintain this state for a while. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu had become more talkative now. It was not bad to chat with some old friends when he had nothing to do. I'm afraid you don't know that I'm now a teacher of Tianzong Academy, Zhou Zheng said. Oh? You're so smart. Back then, I guess Su Hong invited you several times, but I didn't see you go. Isn't that so? Although Zhang Ying did not have the heart to interrupt the conversation between the two, 3 commander-level abyssal race rushed out from the sea of fire in the distance. Senior, over there, although the current speed of the ship was very fast, if these 3 commander-level existences caught up with them, they would definitely destroy the main warship. The other party had such strength. However, Li Zhongjiu did not seem to hear him at all. Then, a figure condensed on the peerless sword. Hu Shuang appeared, stepping on the void, and immediately saw the abyssal race rushing in front of him. With a wave of his hand, a flaming sword energy easily killed the 3 commander-level abyssal race. Raging flames curled up in front of him. Hu Shuang's figure rose into the air, then he retracted the flames on his body and landed lightly on the warship. You've broken through? Li Zhongjiu was very surprised to see Hu Shuang. After such a long time, Hu Shuang finally broke through. The Absolute Saint Realm. Hu Shuang's original body in his previous life was also at the Absolute Saint Realm, but later on, he wanted to set up a plan to annex the human race, so he hid from the Demon Suppression Palace and turned into 2 clones of the King of Fire and Sky Wu. Originally, the King of Fire's fate was to be devoured by Sky Wu. Then, Sky Wu took control of this powerful force and directly occupied the human race's world. However, the current situation was that Sky Wu was killed, and Hu Shuang survived. This kind of mysterious change was a little surprising. At least, Li Zhongjiu was surprised. Now that Hu Shuang had gone through several transformations, not only did his strength recover, but his strength had also broken through. The people on the ship also saw the sword that easily killed the abyssal tribe. Unexpectedly, a woman appeared. Moreover, this woman also had a devastatingly beautiful appearance. Everyone's eyes were fixed on her. They were attracted by Hu Shuang's fiery red hair, and the clothes on her body that showed off her figure perfectly. I've broken through. Hu Shuang nodded. Then, he looked at the strangers around him. His eyes were filled with doubt. This is Hu Shuang, my friend. Li Zhongjiu introduced him to the crowd. Zhou Zheng was the first to react. Hu Shuang's strength was so powerful that the power that he had just unleashed was incomparably shocking. With such an expert in charge, it made everyone feel at ease. Indeed, he was the evil lord. Even if they were friends of the evil lord, they would at least be at the supreme state. Supreme Wu Shuang. Zhou Zheng hurriedly greeted. Hu Shuang nodded at Zhou Zheng. Since Li Zhongjiu had introduced him, it meant that these people should be Li Zhongjiu's friends, and he had to give them some face. Hu Shuang, who had broken through, did not need to enter the unparalleled sword. He only needed to carry the unparalleled sword and follow Li Zhongjiu. However, Hu Shuang did not like to talk. The warship rushed over with a roar. When it appeared in front of the Binhai Navy, Zhang Henliang's eyes were filled with shock. Oh my god, they actually did it. Then, Zhang Hengliang ordered everyone to attack, and they must protect one of the main warships. It would be ridiculous if they could not even save the ship in front of them. No, the Abyss clan seemed to have disappeared. There was no obstruction, and the warship arrived at the port easily. Many parties gathered, and Zhang Hengliang quickly led his men to board the ship. Greetings, Commander. Zhang Ying appeared in front of Zhang Hengliang unharmed, and then knelt down to Zhang Hengliang. Rise. Zhang Hengliang did not show much concern. After all, there were so many subordinates here. Commander, this is Senior Evil Lord, and this is Senior Hu Shuang. And Senior Zhou Zheng, if not for the 3 of you, our ship might not have been able to return. Zhang Ying said. Then, Zhang Hengliang quickly looked over. What's going on? Why are there so many people on the ship all of a sudden? You are Lord Imperial Tutor. The protector of the nation, Zhang Hengliang, immediately knelt down on one knee in front of Li Zongjiu. When he knelt down, everyone in the navy knelt down as well. The person in front of them was the true protector of the nation. Moreover, he was the master of the current Emperor Xingyan. He was not someone who could be replaced by evil lord. Zhang Ying suddenly remembered. Indeed, the protector of the nation Li Zongjiu was not as simple as evil lord. In the underworld, Li Zongjiu was evil lord. But in the imperial court, at the official level, Li Zongjiu was the true protector of the nation. How could they ignore etiquette? Get up, all of you. There's no need to kneel here and there. It's troublesome. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Behind him, a large group of people also stood up. This is not the place to talk. Imperial tutor, please rest in the mansion. I'll get someone to prepare some refreshments. Zhang Hengliang said. He did not expect such a big shot to come. With the authority of the imperial tutor, he should be the most powerful person in the entire Xingyan dynasty. Even the Emperor Xingyan had to listen to him. A person of such status naturally could not be neglected. Otherwise, with a single word, he could directly remove one's head from one's neck. Forget it, it's troublesome. Let's do it here. Show me the information here. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and said. Obviously, Li Zongjiu was not a person who liked corruption. Not only was he not corrupt, but he also liked efficiency and didn't like procrastination. Zhang Hengliang immediately understood what Li Zongjiu meant. Obviously, for someone like Li Zongjiu, time was very precious. There couldn't be a moment of delay. Then, Zhang Hengliang ordered his men to organize all the important information and set up a temporary meeting room on the main battleship. In the meeting room, the 8 main warships commanders, Zhang Hengliang, Zhou Jing, Li Zongjiu, and Hua Wushuang were present. There were a total of 12 people. Zhang Ying was in charge of introducing the situation. Zhang Ying had gone out to sea this time with a reconnaissance mission. He needed to figure out the situation of the abyssal race. Although he had lost a lot of people, the information he had obtained in the end was still pretty good. According to the information we've obtained, all the abyssal race are on an island 1,500 miles away from Binhai City. This island is called Golden Island because there are many minerals on this island. It was originally Binhai City's mining ground. However, the abyssal race invaded some time ago. Now, Golden Island has become their base. According to our judgment, there are at least 1 million abyssal race members on Golden Island. Among them, there are at least 1,000 commander-level abyssal race members. Zhang Ying announced the results of this investigation. However, the data was very shocking. Not only that, we have also detected a stronger existence, temporarily named commander level. Their strength is at least equal to a supreme being. Above the commander level is the commander level. If I'm not wrong, the commander level abyssal race member is the strongest on Golden Island. A commander level abyssal race member was already a supreme being. Then, what kind of existence would a commander level abyssal race member be? Everyone felt a sense of fear just thinking about it. If these millions of abyssal race members attacked Binhai City at the same time, the Binhai Navy might not be able to resist. Therefore, this could be said to be a very dangerous situation. That's all? Li Zongjiu asked. In other people's eyes, Golden Island had become a real hell on earth. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, such a place was too weak. The forces on Golden Island weren't worth mentioning at all. With his strength, it wouldn't take long for him to kill all the abyssal clansmen on Golden Island. That's all the information we've gathered so far. Zhang Ying said. After all, from what they heard, Li Zongjiu did not seem to be very satisfied with this intelligence-gathering operation. Alright, Zhou Jing, you can come with me. Bring the group of people from the Tianzong Academy to the island to gain experience. You're in charge of the big ship outside, right? Li Zongjiu asked. Zhang Ying immediately nodded. Yes, I'm in charge of the main battleship, Wind and Thunder. Alright, you're in charge of driving the ship. Let's set off now. Everyone should rest on the ship. Tomorrow morning, we'll arrive at Golden Island. Don't worry about anything else. Li Zongjiu said decisively. Things were that simple. They just had to set off with the people. Ah? We're setting off now? Zhang Hingliang and the others had just understood the situation. Setting off just like that? They only needed one main battleship. Could it be that they didn't need such a huge fleet of battleships? One ship was not enough to fill the gap between Golden Island's teeth. The current strength of the Binhai Navy was at most enough to protect the current Binhai city. They really didn't have the strength to attack Golden Island. However, no one dared to refute Li Zhongzhou's words. Instead, Zhang Ying saluted. Yes, Zhang Ying. For Zhang Ying, it didn't matter even if she had to sacrifice herself to have such an honor. The most important thing was to protect her country. She must eliminate these damned abyssal race. Zhang Hingliang wanted to follow, but he was the commander-in-chief. He couldn't leave Binhai City easily. He had to stay in Binhai City to oversee it. However, he also sent his personal guards to Zhang Ying. They were Yang Fan, Meng Lang, and the others. This elite team had rich combat and defense experience. They definitely wouldn't let Zhang Ying get injured easily. Zhang Ying didn't request to bring the rest along. In addition, some of the most basic combat personnel were transferred from the ship. After all, no one knew what the situation would be like in this battle at sea. They had to protect their lives. They didn't want to cause unnecessary damage. There were a total of 30 students from Tianzong Academy. All of them looked about the same age as Li Zhongzhou. In terms of age, Li Zhongzhou should be at the same age as the other party. However, the difference in status between the two was like heaven and earth. In front of Li Zhongzhou, these people in front of him were basically like grandchildren. However, in reality, Li Zhongzhou was more than 3,000 years old. Naturally, he was the same as these young people in front of him. On the deck, Zhou Jing had already lined up neatly with the 30 people from Tianzong Academy. The eyes of these students were also filled with intense anticipation. Previously, when Xiaxia had returned, she had also told the others about Li Zhongzhou's visit. Therefore, these students were all very excited now. They were lucky enough to see the legendary evil lord. He was the real founder of Tianzong Academy. Although Li Zhongzhou didn't put in any effort, all the resources came from the White Deer Mansion. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou was the real founder. When Li Zhongzhou appeared in front of them, the boys and girls in front of them all widened their eyes and looked at each other. This ordinary-looking young man in front of them was the legendary evil lord. Could he be evil lord's son? However, they had long known that the person in front of them was evil lord. They just didn't dare to believe it. There were even detailed introductions in some books about Li Zhongzhou. There were even portraits, although they weren't very vivid. However, evil lord gave off the feeling that he was an old man even older than Zhou Jing. There was also an evil glint in his eyes. However, when they looked at Li Zhongzhou, there was nothing. Evil lord, just how evil was he? You are all from Tianzong Academy, right? Congratulations. Tomorrow morning, our ship will dock at Golden Island. I want all of you to go to the island alone and undergo a trial. Training on the island. When everyone heard this, they felt as if their hearts were struck hard, and they were stunned on the spot. WH. What? Training on the island? Didn't they say that the island has been completely occupied by the Abyss tribe? Aren't we just sending ourselves to our deaths? I don't want to die yet. These disciples, who had never seen the world, started to wail and howl. After all, they weren't well-trained soldiers, even though they had received a period of training at the beginning. But in the face of such a matter of life and death, what else could they do? If they did not speak up now, they would lose their lives in the end. Tell me, isn't it miserable? Zhou Jing was also quite worried. Although these disciples were indeed somewhat talented, they still needed to be given time to hone their skills. If you directly throw people out, then maybe in the end, only 2 or 3 people will be able to come back out of the 30 people who went out. These people could be said to be the first batch of disciples of the Tianzong Academy. With such a reputation, they must not mess it up. Who knows how many people were waiting for the Tianzong Academy to become a joke? Li Zhongzhou observed for a while. Although most of them were panicking, there were still a few who were calmer and seemed to have realized that this was a very good opportunity. Now that the legendary evil lord was here to protect them, what was there to be afraid of? And if they could catch the eye of Li Zhongzhou in this training, their future would be limitless. There would be a very good opportunity for them to break through directly. To reach a higher level, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, they had to grasp it accurately. After watching for a while, Li Zhongjiu also continued. Kill 100 Abyss Tribe and you will be rewarded with a 5th grade elixir. Kill 500 and you will be rewarded with a 6th grade elixir. Kill 1,000 and you will be rewarded with a 7th grade elixir. Kill 10,000 and you will be rewarded with a 8th grade elixir. Kill 100,000 and you will be rewarded with a 9th grade elixir. Li Zhongjiu said word by word. When the first word elixir rang in everyone's ears, everyone quieted down. They quietly looked at Li Zhongjiu, waiting for Li Zhongjiu to continue. The further down he went, the more abundant the rewards would be. Moreover, it was quite direct, the price was clearly stated, the number of kills, and the amount of rewards. Everything was clearly stated, a 9th grade medicinal pill, the legendary elixir. It was only at this moment that the crowd suddenly recalled that the evil dominator in front of them seemed to have concocted a pill that surpassed the 10th grade not long ago. Such a terrifying level was an extremely shocking power in the eyes of anyone. Can I join too? When Zhou Jing heard this, he immediately felt his own breathing quicken. A grade 9 pill, 100,000, this was probably the closest he had ever been to a grade 9 pill. He hadn't expected that this young man would have such a good opportunity to come into contact with a grade 9 pill. For them, this was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor wouldn't be able to offer such a reward. It was impossible for them to give out such a reward. It was too terrifying. Who could accept such a reward? Such a temptation was something that they had to complete even if they had to risk their lives. The students before them were only at the Origin Ancestor realm. It would take a lot of time and effort to kill the lowest level of the Abyssal clan. 100 of them was already an astronomical figure for them. However, to truly widen the absolute gap between them and the others, of course, depended on one's own strength and opportunity. When the opportunity came, one would be able to surpass the crowd. You take charge. Save one and I will give you a reward. Li Zhongjiu said. If Zhou Jing saved one, it meant that among these people, there would be people who would lose this opportunity to give away their elixir. However, for Zhou Jing, this was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Finally, such an opportunity had come. Obviously, things like elixirs were completely worthless in Li Zhongjiu's eyes. They could be casually given out as rewards. However, this wasn't so simple for the others. Even if they wanted to obtain a grade 5 pill, they would have to go to the Sky Elixir Pavilion and spend a lot of money to buy it. Of course, Li Zhongjiu could also refine it. However, it was obvious that Li Zhongjiu didn't care about money at all. How could an elixir made by an ordinary alchemist compare to the one refined by Li Zhongjiu? Even if Li Zhongjiu refined a grade 6 pill single-handedly, it would still be better than a grade 7 alchemist who used all his strength to refine a grade 6 pill. May I ask, Evil Lord, if we kill 400 of them, will we be rewarded with 4 grade 5 pills? A petite girl in the crowd raised her hand and asked. Li Zhongjiu looked over. Although this girl looked like a child and was very young, her mind was very firm. When Li Zhongjiu announced the island trial, this little loli didn't say much. Instead, she was looking forward to Li Zhongjiu's next words. Obviously, she was also a person with ideas. Yes, you can exchange with me like this. Li Zhongjiu nodded and said. When they heard that Li Zhongjiu was actually willing to do this, everyone was stunned. Although it was difficult to kill 10,000 or 100,000 of them, it wasn't difficult to kill 1 or 200 of them. As long as they were given time, no one would be bad. In this kind of environment, if they worked hard, it would definitely be beneficial to their own cultivation. Moreover, even after they came out, this kind of elixir reward was simply giving away their cultivation for free. Where else could they find such a good thing? Now, is there anyone who wants to quit? Li Zhongjiu said lightly. Now, even if he asked them to leave, they probably wouldn't be willing to. Isn't it just a trial? Just treat it as serving the country. Yes, we are the dignified human race. Why would we be afraid of these demons and ghosts? One by one, they started to brag. They couldn't wait to go to the Golden Island and start killing. Each of you only has one chance to be saved. Of course, if I see that you don't work hard, I won't bother to save you. Because even if you are saved, you are just a piece of trash. Li Zongjiu said lightly. Everyone's heart tightened. As expected of the evil lord. His way of doing things was so evil. It meant that he didn't like you. Even if you were to die, he wouldn't save you, even if you were a disciple of the Sky Sect Academy. When Zhang Ying and the others heard Li Zongjiu's promise of such a generous reward, they were envious. It would be great if he could have such a good opportunity. However, they were already soldiers. Therefore, they couldn't shamelessly ask Li Zongjiu to join them. The main battleship moved forward on the vast sea. All the disciples of the Tianzong Academy chose to conserve their energy. At the same time, they also prepared the weapons in their hands to kill the enemy, as well as their equipment and weapons. This was because a truly bloody battle was about to begin. When they arrive at Golden Island, they will know what they will be facing. Everything wasn't as simple as they imagined. Even thinking about it made them a little excited. As for Li Zongjiu, he sat on the deck, facing the sea breeze as he cultivated. Although he didn't know the specific cultivation method, at least Li Zongjiu could sense that if he wanted to break through the next realm, he would have to rely on his own comprehension. However, it was hard for Li Zongjiu to say whether he could comprehend it or not. He could only rely on luck. Hu Shuang also sat beside Li Zongjiu, facing the sea breeze together. The latter also sat like that. Not only did Hu Shuang recover his strength, but he also broke through to the second-grade Absolute Saint realm. This kind of breakthrough in strength surprised Li Zongjiu. It seemed that Hu Shuang also had someone behind him. If Li Zongjiu wanted to destroy Golden Island, it would be too easy. However, Li Zongjiu also needed to train these people. It just so happened that he had such an opportunity. It was mainly because Li Zongjiu thought that almost everyone in the other worlds was good at fighting. But in the human race, aside from himself, there weren't many who were good at fighting. If something were to happen in the future and they were to fight with others, then wouldn't they be at a disadvantage? Therefore, the most important thing now was to make these people aware of the crisis. They had to increase their strength. This was also the reason why Li Zongjiu wasn't in a hurry to destroy the Abyss clan. The more peaceful the world was, the fewer experts there would be. Only in times of disaster could one truly enter the world of heroes. If you didn't give others a chance to explore, how could they prove their strength to you? Sometimes, the method was also quite important. Even the Li family was the same. Now, the Li family had almost no external enemies. If it weren't for the fact that Li Zongjiu and Li Tianqing were holding the fort, the people in the Li family would have already started fighting. Otherwise, the group of people below would definitely engage in internal strife. It was hard to say what kind of massacre would occur between them. For the sake of fighting for power, it was normal for such internal friction to occur. Life was born in sorrow and death in peace. The main forces' warships sailed through the night, and their speed was extremely fast. Soon, they were 100 miles away from Golden Island. And they saw a light. Everyone looked over. Dawn rose, but at the same time, the entire Golden Island was revealed in front of everyone. Zhang Ying and the others were very familiar with Golden Island, but when they saw the island in front of them, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The reason why Golden Island was called this was because in the beginning, as long as there was light, Golden Island would show a golden light. From afar, it looked like a golden mountain floating on the sea. Even the trees on the mountain were yellow. But at this moment, Golden Island, it was no longer yellow. Instead, the whole mountain was covered in a kind of lifeless darkness. Even though they were nearly 100 miles away, they could still feel the power of darkness and death sweeping over from the mountain peak. The disciples of the Celestial Sect Academy also walked out of the cabin. Even Xianxia could clearly feel that her heart seemed to be completely suppressed when she saw the huge dark mountain. Although he couldn't see any abyssal race at a glance, he could sense that countless abyssal race were hiding inside, ready to devour everything that came near at any time. Golden Island was just in front of them, but Xianxia and the others' mood was extremely heavy. But for the elixir promised by Li Zongjiu, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course, they couldn't give up. A single elixir was worth at least 10 years of hard work. If they could get 2 of them, they could get a 6th grade or even a 7th grade elixir. When they break through, they would be in a peak state. How could one not take the risk to become a person above others? One must go through great risks. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. Junior brothers and sisters, do you have the confidence to fight? In the face of such a strong pressure, Xiaxia couldn't help but ask. At least, she had to boost the morale. Xiaxua's cultivation was the highest among them, so she naturally had to shoulder the responsibility. Yes. Some people were afraid, so they used this method to release the fear in their heart. Although they knew that Evil Lord was here, and they shouldn't have to worry about their lives, they should know that under such circumstances, the pressure wouldn't be reduced. Who knew if Evil Lord would save them? What if he was too late? There were a total of 30 of them. If 2 or 3 of them were to encounter danger in different places, no matter how strong Evil Lord was, he wouldn't be able to appear in different places in an instant. Therefore, it was impossible to count on Li Zongjiu to save them. They couldn't put their lives in the hands of others. The one who controlled their own fate was still themselves. We're about to enter the shallow sea area. We can't go any closer. We can only lower the boat here and let you guys land on the island. Xianxia said. This moment was really coming. Everyone's heart gradually became nervous. They were about 10 miles away from the shore of Golden Island. Don't waste the boat, just swim over. Just as Yang Fan and the others were helping them to lower the small boat down, Li Zongjiu suddenly jumped out and said. What? Are you kidding me? Under the sea, there must be an abyssal tribe. Moreover, in the sea, the abyssal tribe's strength was obviously stronger, and the combat power they could display was also more terrifying. Furthermore, he had to swim under such circumstances. God knows how many times they had to die. Ah, Lord Evil Lord, this, Xiaxia quickly wanted to discuss with Evil Lord. This was too dangerous. Didn't they say that they would start the trial after landing on the island? But Li Zongjiu wasn't the kind of person who would say so much to kids like them. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a strong force directly threw Xiaxia and the others into the sea. Splash! Splash! They fell into the water one after another. Moreover, Li Zongjiu had also set up a restriction so that these people couldn't fly in the sea. They could only swim in the sea. That's too cruel. We can't fly. There's a seal. The abyssal race is coming. Run. After these 30 people fell into the water, they immediately struggled like a group of grasshoppers. This was the first time they had encountered such an unexpected situation. They were directly thrown into the water. This was too sudden. Who would be able to take it? Everyone, gather around me and form a circle. Use the crossbow. There was great resistance in the water. However, it would waste a lot of energy to slash at them. And the effect was not great. Their previous battle plan against the abyssal race was all to pull them out of the water. After coming to the shore, it was basically the human race's world. No matter how strong you were in the water, your strength would be greatly reduced on the shore. But now, Li Zongjiu directly threw all of them into the sea, directly into the main battlefield of the abyssal race. Wasn't this just sending them to their deaths? Only by defeating the enemy in the area that they were most proficient in could one truly defeat them. Otherwise, it would just be a coincidence. Therefore, this matter was very normal. Now, this group of people was struggling in the sea. Li Zongjiu, Xianxia, and the others were also watching from the ship. The abyssal race was already close. And there were already people who were fighting. Fortunately, Xiaxua's reaction was fast enough. She gathered everyone and used a specially designed crossbow. This crossbow was also equipped by Tianzong Academy. It was very powerful and had a very strong explosive force. In the water, it could be used to its full potential. In the chaotic battle, these disciples of Tianzong Academy performed well. At least, they killed a few of them. However, some of the lethal weapons that these people had prepared were also used up. This was also Li Zongjiu's purpose. If you can guess everything I do, then I'm the evil lord. How can you see through me? Since it was a trial, of course, it had to be done under the most difficult conditions. Only then would the trial be effective. The group of people also rushed to the Golden Island, battered and exhausted. However, the weapons they had prepared were all used up. Although they were on the shore, each of them had a bitter look on their faces. It was simply too tragic. This is troublesome. I just used up all my heavenly explosion pearls. Me too. I've used all my life-saving items just now. I've worked so hard to save all of them. What should we do? The group of people also had long faces. Xianxia didn't even have the time to comfort these people. In the next moment, a mysterious force directly separated these people. Immediately, these people also discovered that they were actually transferred away. His companions had all disappeared at this moment. He was the only one left in the world. Needless to say, this was definitely Evil Lord's doing. Too ruthless. He directly teleported everyone away. Li Zhongjiu's mind power had already surrounded the entire Golden Island. At the same time, it also temporarily restrained the powerful abyssal race, making them all stay where they were and unable to move. With Li Zhongjiu's current mind power, it wasn't difficult for him to do this. Although it was dangerous, it wasn't too far away. There were a few unlucky ones who fell directly into the lair of the abyssal tribe, and then inexplicably began to fight. These abyssal race had used a strange liquid to cover the entire Golden Island. Mainly, they wanted to plunder the resources on the Golden Island and absorb some of the minerals to strengthen their strength. This was also a shortcut to quickly improve their strength. Although fighting on the Golden Island wasn't as good as fighting in the sea, the entire Golden Island had been corroded by the power of these abyssal race. Therefore, they could still move around freely. The entire Golden Island had also started a frenzied killing and fighting. Those who could run had already started to do so. Those who couldn't run also wanted to end the battle quickly. No matter the cost, they had to kill these abyssal race. Otherwise, the number of abyssal race would only increase. It was impossible to guard against. Boom, boom, the originally quiet Golden Island suddenly became quite lively. Zhang Ying and the others on the main warship were also very nervous as they watched the situation on the Golden Island. With such a big commotion, it was obvious that the other party had already started fighting. Zhou Zhang's face was solemn as well. Wasn't this kind of pressure a little too much for these people? Don't be nervous. This day will come sooner or later, Li Zhongjiu said. Then, he sat on a platform that extended outwards from the main warship. He actually sat there and started fishing. Fishing? Looking at the actions of this evil lord, everyone thought that this evil lord was here for a vacation. What kind of place was this? To think that he would come here to fish. This was too much. There were no more fish to catch in this area. Most of them were eaten up by the abyssal race. However, Li Zhongjiu had to find something to do. Wu Shuang, after 1 hour, go and watch for me, Li Zhongjiu said. It was obvious that Li Zhongjiu did not intend to save anyone in the first hour. If he could not even hold on for an hour, then what was the use of him? If he died, then so be it. If he wasn't cruel, he would really think that this world was beautiful. Wu Shuang nodded. Then, he leaped up and rushed to the sky above the Golden Island. However, he concealed himself. Wu Shuang was an absolute saint. Although he was only a weapon spirit now, he had only lost his physical body. If he possessed the unparalleled sword, his strength would be even more powerful. He would be more threatening. An hour later, Zhou Zheng also went. After all, he was counting on Li Zhongjiu to reward him with some pills. However, in just half an hour, 2 people had already been killed. Wu Shuang strictly followed Li Zhongjiu's orders. He did not save anyone and just watched as the 2 people were killed by the abyssal race. Soon after, more and more people were eliminated. These people were basically running away, and some of them even had one of their hands broken. Zhou Zheng directly fished out 5 people. All of them were sent for treatment. As for Li Zhongjiu, he did not feel anything at all. Even if they were disciples of the Sky Sect Academy, since they were trash, no matter where they went, they would be trash without any value. Zhang Ying and the others saw Li Zhongjiu's attitude with their own eyes. To these people who were severely injured, and even dead, Li Zhongjiu was not moved at all. Indifferent. Cruel. Zhang Ying looked at Li Zhongjiu, who was still sitting on the edge of the boat and fishing. He was also thinking in his heart. Could it be that only by becoming such an indifferent existence could one stand at the peak of this world? Li Zhongjiu in front of him. The name of the evil lord. In fact, Zhang Ying and the others had already heard of him. For this legendary big shot, although he seemed to be relatively indifferent now, compared to other big shots, he was already more approachable. At least Li Zhongzhou's method was cruel. But it was also to help these rookies in training. Zhang Ying and the others had also gone through such training in the past. To be able to walk out of this hell of life and death, one would become a true warrior. Eh? Suddenly, Li Zong raised his head. Zhang Ying and the others quickly looked over, still worried that Li Zongzhou might have some orders. Of course, they had to be ready at any time. He killed 100 of them so quickly. Li Zongzhou's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, then he focused his mind on this outstanding person. Some people were able to sacrifice their lives within an hour. However, some people were able to slay 100 abyssal tribe beings in just half an hour. This was the gap. Some things were indeed innate. It's a little fatty. Who is this little fatty? Li Zongzhou directly called Zhou Jing back, then projected the appearance of this little fatty in front of him. Oh, it's him. He usually keeps a low profile, but he's a ruthless person. His name is Luo Fugue. Zhou Jing said. He was specially recruited. He seems to have inherited the Titan race's bloodline. He's very strong. How can a person have children with the Titan race? Li Zongzhou was also stunned. It's the origin soul inheritance. Understood. This Luo Fugue's performance is not bad. Li Zongzhou said. Obviously, he was prepared to train this Luo Fugue well. After all, the potential of this generation of youths was obviously much better than the previous generation. Li Zongzhou had thought about it before. In his previous life, he had already cultivated to that age. There weren't many people who could cross 3,000 years without dying. Those of the same generation as Li Zongzhou did not rise up either. Zhang Biyao was the only one who was familiar with the story. After all, Zhang Biyao's tribe had always been well managed, and there had never been any problems. That was why Zhang Biyao was still alive. Otherwise, they would soon disappear in the long river of this world. Of course, he did have some real talent. Otherwise, she would have been squeezed out of the company long ago. One was Luo Fugue and the other was Xia Shui. In order to motivate these people, Li Zongzhou directly transformed into a shadow and instantly appeared in front of Luo Fugue. Luo Fugue held a shield in one hand and a stone hammer in the other. When the person in front of him appeared, Luo Fugue was shocked. However, he still smashed the hammer in his hand down like a conditioned reflex. Boom, the hammer hit nothing. However, a huge hole appeared in the ground. This ordinary attack had such great power. If one's strength had not reached the Yuan King realm, they would not have been able to withstand this attack. Oh, your strength is not bad. Li Zongzhou glanced at him. Luo Fugue also saw clearly that the person in front of him was Evil Lord. Senior Evil Lord. Luo Fugue was shocked. Could it be that his innate strength was against the rules? Was he going to lose his qualification? Everyone, listen up. Luo Fugue took the lead to kill 100 abyssal tribe members, so he will be rewarded with an additional grade 5 elixir pill. Li Zongzhou's voice spread throughout the entire Golden Island. Everyone on the island also heard Li Zongzhou's voice. Instantly, everyone was excited by the reward. There was actually such an additional reward. Why didn't you say so earlier? How could these people understand Li Zongzhou's temper? Anyway, he was a super divine alchemist. Rewarding him with elixirs was not a problem at all. Therefore, as long as they gave Li Zongzhou an excuse, they would be rewarded even if they were in a good mood. After the announcement to the people on Golden Island, Li Zongzhou also took out an elixir pill. This is a grade 5 elixir pill, the Overlord's Colossal Cauldron pill. After you consume it, you will be in the Overlord state for 3 minutes. It can increase your strength by 3 times in an instant. Li Zongzhou said. Then, he threw the elixir pill in his hand over. Luo Fugue's eyes lit up when he caught the elixir pill that Li Zongzhou threw over. This is amazing. Luo Fugue was obviously a little too excited. Suddenly, 2 strong gusts of wind came from behind. 2 abyssal tribe members waved their sickles and smashed towards Luo Fugue's head. When Luo Fugue felt the gusts of wind, he subconsciously turned around and raised the shield in his hand. Bang! Luo Fugue was sent flying by the powerful force. He rolled a few times on the ground. Even the weapon in his hand fell to the side. Only the shield was left in his hand. Luo Fugue immediately got up and put away the elixir pill in his hand. At the same time, he looked in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. The latter had disappeared. Obviously, in the process of giving out rewards, they would not give you any protection. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. You two dogs actually dared to disturb my mood. Luo Fugue, who was originally happy, was directly interrupted by the sudden appearance of the two Abyssal tribe members. The two Abyssal tribe members did not understand what Luo Fugue was saying. In an instant, they stood up and charged towards Luo Fugue. However, Luo Fugue also used the shield in his hand as a weapon. Bang! In an instant, the two Abyssal tribe members were sent flying. Li Zhongjiu did not care about Luo Fugue's battle. Even if he was killed just now, he did not feel bad. Who asked you to lower your guard in such a situation? You are really looking for death. I said I would give you a reward, but I did not say I would let you lower your guard. On the other side, Xiaxua's killing speed had increased by a lot. Li Zhongjiu thought for a moment. In order to stimulate the desire of these people to fight and achieve the effect of the crazy trial, he immediately waved his hand and a wave of yuan energy condensed in the sky above the Golden Island. Then, a few big words gradually appeared. Luo Fugue, 102 Xiaxue, 89 Ma Luo Tian, 73. Obviously, this was a trap. Li Zhongjiu's mental energy was too strong. Not only did it suppress the high-level Abyssal tribe members on the Golden Island, but it also locked on the situation of each person. At the same time, it was directly projected in the sky so that everyone could see the specific situation of the top three. Those who can maintain the top three will receive an additional reward every 2 hours. When they heard Li Zhongjiu's words, they were all stunned. Especially when it came to the island. Xiaxue, as the eldest senior sister, was actually defeated by Luo Fugue. She felt a little embarrassed. Luo Fugue, who had obtained the pill, would obviously have a stronger amplification effect. His killing speed would also be faster. Li Zhongjiu's method of training was something that everyone would like. Even a piece of trash would have a lot of motivation. On this Golden Island, they would definitely have a good fight. As expected. When the island appeared, the speed of these people killing the Abyssal race became even faster. Out of the 30 people, 5 were eliminated at the beginning. Now that 2 hours had passed, another 10 people were eliminated. Zhou Zheng was also continuously bringing these people out. Li Zhongjiu saw that these people seemed to be having it too easy, so he simply let out some half-step primitive emperors to rush out. Therefore, many people couldn't take it anymore. These people who were brought out could only be said to be a little unlucky, but it didn't mean that they were completely useless. Li Zhongjiu also wanted to see how these people would perform after failing. Not everyone could always succeed. Even in the face of failure, they would be able to stand up bravely. In the future, they would also have greater achievements. It just depended on whether these young people could adjust their mentality. He often fought and killed outside. Now that he was suddenly training these young people, he felt very good. At least it felt very good. Another 2 hours passed. Xiaxue was in first place. He had finally made it to the first place. Li Zhongjiu also rewarded her with a pill. However, the second place was no longer Luo Fugue. It was a relatively handsome young man. He was also good at archery. His name was Wang Jian. It was such a simple and direct name. At the beginning, Wang Jian didn't choose to take the initiative to attack and kill the Abyssal race. Instead, he was looking for a favorable terrain and set up many traps on the Golden Island. Using this method, he killed the Abyssal race one by one. He was a very strategic young man. Luo Fugue was barely in third place, but he often fell down and was replaced by other people. Therefore, there were often situations where people were replaced. Less than 2 hours passed. The 3 of them were also rewarded with medicinal pills from Li Zhongjiu. It seems that these people have adapted well. 10 hours later. There were only 5 people left on Golden Island. They were Xia Shui, Luo Fugui, Wang Jian, Ma Luo Tian, and a girl named Xu Wen. All 5 of them performed well. Even Xia Shui, who was ranked first, had already killed more than 400. It was going to be close to 500 soon. But soon, night fell. It was almost an entire day of fighting. For them, it was already the most tiring time. Basically, among these 5 people, the 3rd place was also rotated once, so they also received the medicinal pill as a reward. However, Xia Shui, who was ranked at the top, had a total of 5 pills. What Li Zongjiu saw at present was that Xia Shui had not used this medicinal pill yet. Obviously, he was preparing to use it in the final sprint. The people on the main warship were also stunned. They didn't expect Xia Shui and the others to be so strong. Some of them were eliminated in less than half an hour, but Xia Shui and the others had all the way to the present. Moreover, they were still persevering. Li Zongjiu often condensed some wonderful scenes directly in the sky with his yuan energy, and presented them in front of these rookies. It was also to let these people know thoroughly. These guys who were usually low-key were actually so powerful. Xia Shui also felt the real pressure for the first time. These guys usually don't show their strength, but now they are so powerful. They want to checkmate me. Xia Shui suddenly felt the pressure of her position as the first place was particularly great. If she didn't work hard, she really couldn't withstand these people. After the pressure of these people chasing her, Xia Shui also felt that her combat experience had become richer, and her body was filled with fighting spirit. Li Zongjiu looked at the darkening sky and suddenly thought of a plan. Then, he directly sent a voice transmission and suppressed all the abyssal race on the Golden Island, so that they couldn't move. Rest for tonight. All the abyssal race will be suppressed in place. You can recover on your own. When they heard Li Zongjiu's voice transmission in the sky, Xia Shui and the others felt relieved. Xia Shui and the others also let out a sigh of relief. They thought in their hearts that at least this evil dominator was still very humane. He knew to let them rest for a while. One must know that after a series of battles, even machines couldn't withstand it. It was really too difficult. Wang Jian was originally less than 20 meters away from an abyssal race. Just as he was about to engage in close combat, the abyssal race suddenly stopped. Then, he was directly smashed into the ground by a strange force, and could no longer move. Then, he heard Li Zongjiu's voice transmission. I see. He looked at his red and swollen right hand. Fortunately, the intensity of his usual training was about the same. Otherwise, this hand of his would probably be crippled. This evil lord was really evil. He didn't even let them take a breather. As soon as they got off the ship, they started fighting. Until now, they hadn't eaten anything at all. In fact, they were about to collapse. Now, they finally had some time to rest. It was also good for them to rest and adjust their condition. Of course, the people on the ship also heaved a sigh of relief. In fact, they were also very nervous as they looked at the intense battle before them. Just watching the battle was already so nervous. Needless to say, those who were participating in the battle were having a hard time. Now that they could rest, they were happy for them. At least they had a chance to recover their stamina. On the Golden Island, it was extremely dark. Xia Shui leaned against a tree. She was eating a piece of bread in her hand. Although this bread couldn't replenish Xia Shui's elemental energy, it had become a habit. However, it had become a habit. Xia Shui also liked to eat these things. It was a small hobby. Her clothes were also badly damaged. She had never experienced a battle like this. If she could, she would have taken a bath immediately. But she raised her head and looked at the ranking. The second place was only 2 abyssal races away from her. This Wang Jian is really a jerk. As the first seat, Xia Shui naturally wouldn't allow anyone to surpass her. But this guy really hit it too well. Xia Shui had even thought about it. When she returned, she must teach this guy a lesson. Late at night. Although Xia Shui had also relaxed at this moment and was trying her best to recover her energy, there was a strange feeling in her heart. It seemed that this matter would not end so easily. After all, Li Zongjiu never played his cards according to common sense. Who could stop him? Therefore, although Xia Shui was in a half-rested state, she did not completely trust Li Zhongzhou's words. She really relaxed her vigilance and rested. Indeed. In the second half of the night, Li Zhongzhou actually unsealed the Abyss Race directly. Then, the Abyss Race sneaked up on those who were sleeping. There were only 5 of them left. After such a sneak attack, there were only 3 of them left on the entire Golden Island. 2 of them were directly eliminated. What a pitiful bunch. Even when the 2 of them were brought to the main warship, they did not even realize what was going on. How did damn, we were tricked. The 2 of them also wondered if Evil Lord would release the Abyss Race in the middle of the night to sneak up on them. But on second thought, the evil Dominator had always been a man of his word, and always kept his promises. Therefore, they chose to believe in Li Zhongzhou. Because they had consumed too much energy, they could not keep up with the recovery. Therefore, during the rest process, they fell into a deep sleep. When they opened their eyes again, they were already back on the main warship. Everyone was incomparably surprised. Even those who were eliminated at the beginning were originally asleep. But when they heard the commotion on the deck, they came out to take a look and found out that Li Zhongzhou had activated the Abyss Race in advance. Zhang Ying saw everything Li Zhongzhou did with his own eyes. With such strength, he tricked the disciples of the academy. A teacher like Li Zhongzhou was really the first. They could not believe that Li Zhongzhou would do such a thing. Luo Fugue, who was escaping, used the shield in his hand to block the attacks of dozens of Abyss Race. Sleeping in the middle of the night was simply too thrilling. Not long after he fell asleep, he vaguely heard some movement. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough. Otherwise, he would have been disqualified from the sneak attack just now. Mother of God, where did this evil lord get his wicked taste from? Strictly speaking, they were all disciples of Li Zhongzhou Academy. Li Zhongzhou was their real manor head. There had never been a manor head who had the ability to trick his disciples like this. I must complain to Li Zhongzhou when I get back, he had to tell the dean. This evil lord was clearly toying with them. As an archer, Wang Jian was quite lucky. He had the habit of setting traps, so when the abyssal tribe got close to him, they immediately triggered the traps. Without saying a word, he immediately woke up and entered battle mode. As expected, Li Zhongzhou's words could not be trusted. It was another thrilling battle. Let's wait until the sun rises. Li Zhongzhou thought of another plan. He did not expect that controlling the world's rules would be such a fun thing. He could directly control everything in the palm of his hand. He immediately stretched out his hand. Then, he gathered the remaining 3 people together. They could not resist this power. They could only watch as they were sent to an unfamiliar place. Then, they finally saw their companions. Golden Island was too big. Additionally, when Li Zhongzhou released the Abyssal Race, he made sure to control their positions very well. Therefore, these people didn't have the opportunity to meet each other. But now, he actually took the initiative to gather the 3 of them. Among them, Xianxia had already killed 731. As expected of the first seed of Sky Sect Academy. This kind of comprehension and innate talent in battle was also displayed incisively and vividly. Under such high pressure, some people could not bear it. But some people could go against the flow and directly adapt to it. They could even break through under this pressure. It could be said that the remaining 3 had such characteristics. Xianxia, Luo Fugue, and Wang Jian. Why are you guys here? The 3 of them said almost at the same time. But after saying that, their faces suddenly became strange. Because when something unusual happened, it meant that Li Zhongzhou had a new idea. Could it be? Everyone on the main battleship was also awakened by Li Zhongzhou. Even Zhou Zheng's heart ached for these children. Such good children, but they were tortured to this state by Li Zhongzhou. It was simply frightening. Congratulations to the 3 of you for staying until the end. Now, there's a new special segment. Special segment, when they heard Li Zhongzhou's words, whether it was on the ship or the people on the island, their hearts skipped a beat. It was as if they were lifted by someone. Chu Wen and Ma Luo Tian, who were eliminated in the sneak attack, looked at each other. What kind of strange move was this? Next, the 3 of you can work together. I will summon a abyss tide, and each tide will last for 20 minutes. There will be a 10-minute break in between. Whoever survives a round will be rewarded with a grade 6 pill. Li Zhongjiu's voice sounded like a demon singing beside one's ear. Although he was trying his best not to believe this fellow's words, his body was very honest. He felt as if he had already taken the grade 6 elixir pill into his pocket. Abyss Tide, doesn't that mean something similar to a beast tide? There will be thousands or even more Abyss tribe members rushing over at the same time. F***ck. I want to quit. Luo Fugui's face hung a trace of a bitter smile. This kind of thing seemed to be a choice for them. Since Li Zhongjiu had already said those words, how could he let you leave so easily? This won't be a problem, right? The corner of Zhou Jing's eyes twitched. This Li Zhongjiu really knew how to play. He came up with all sorts of methods. However, once the beast horde broke out, and there were only 3 people in front of them, they didn't even have any defensive fortifications. Basically, they would be trampled on by anyone. It was quite dangerous. If they didn't control it well, they would lose their lives. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Li Zhongjiu's face was gentle. Such a fun thing must be popularized. Even Li Zhongjiu didn't want to destroy this golden island. It was a good opportunity to use the Abyss tribe members on this golden island to train these kids. Otherwise, how could the Tianzong Academy compete with others? It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These Abyss tribe members would be the whetstones. Hearing Li Zhongjiu's words, the Tianzong Academy disciples behind him couldn't help but take a step back. This was too scary. How could someone have such a strange idea? Was this something a human would do? How could a normal person do something like this? Chuan at least heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was sent out during the sneak attack. Otherwise, she would have to face the beast tide now. Li Zhongjiu presented the scene of Golden Island. It was displayed in front of everyone. Although the 3 of them weren't very willing, they were just saying it. At least, they had to withstand the first wave, 6th grade pill. It was only 20 minutes away from them. How could he not seize such an opportunity? They had to hold on even if they died. Hence, under Xiaxua's command, Luo Fugui directly moved several large stones, forming a barrier in front of them. Wang Jian also quickly piled up some traps that had taken shape. Just as they were preparing, suddenly, there was a tremor in front of them. Such a strong tremor also shocked everyone. At this moment, they could see the trees in front of them falling to the sides. Luo Fugui in front. Wang Jian, ranged. I'm in charge of killing. The number of kills will be divided equally. Show me your true strength, Xiaxua said in a deep voice. However, when the beast tide appeared in front of them, the 3 of them were still shocked by this terrifying movement. They stood there in a daze for at least 3 seconds. Damn, there are at least 100,000 of them. How could he do this? Wherever his gaze passed, it was filled with the surging black masses of abyssal clan monsters. And the speed of these abyssal monsters was extremely fast. Boom, they wanted to complain about Li Zhongjiu, but the abyssal monsters in front of them didn't give them any chance. The first wave of attacks had already hit the ground. Wang Jian also used the arrow in his hand to shoot out a ring of fire in front of him. Many of the traps were triggered, tearing the abyssal tribe into pieces. But there were too many of them. At this moment, the stones that were prepared were instantly broken through. Luo Fugui's grip on the shield was also firm. He wouldn't let go even a little bit. If he did, he would be dead for sure. Xiaxue stepped on Luo Fugui's shoulder. Then, she released an extremely cold sword qi, killing the abyssal monsters in front of her. But there were too many of them. I can't hold on anymore. Take the pill, Luo Fugui roared. After all, he was the main target of the attack. The attacks of the abyssal tribe seemed to be endless. Luo Fugui couldn't bear it any longer, so he immediately roared. Luo Fugui swallowed the overlord pill that Li Zhongjiu rewarded him. If he wanted to resist this beast tide, he couldn't do it without taking the pill. Ugh, it had only been 2 minutes, but it felt like 2 days had passed. It was hard to resist. After taking the overlord pill, Luo Fugui's aura exploded. Boom, within a radius of 20 meters, there was a vacuum. The surrounding abyssal monsters were all blown away and shattered. Get down, Luo Fugue smashed the shield in his hand on the ground. Immediately, a crack appeared in front of him. Some of the abyssal monsters fell into the crack. Wang Jian was quick to react. He knocked an arrow on his bow and fired a flaming arrow into the crack. Boom, the raging flames, coupled with some of the explosive power, killed a group of abyssal monsters. Then, Luo Fugue swung his shield in another direction. Another crack appeared on the wall. Xianxia also quickly released the sword qi in her hand. The sharp and terrifying sword aura froze the abyssal clan in the crack into ice cubes. The sharp aura that followed shattered them all. The effects of the Overlord pill could only last for 3 minutes. 3 minutes later. Luo Fugue originally thought that he would enter this weakened state, but he didn't expect that his state didn't weaken at all, and his body had improved a little. F***ck, this medicinal pill is too awesome. You guys should eat as well. It turned out that the Overlord pill in his hand could not only increase his strength for a short period of time, but it could also allow him to absorb the energy within it. Therefore, after the effects of the pill ended, not only would he not enter a weakened state, his strength would also increase to a certain extent. It was different from the kind of pill that purely increased one's explosive power. As expected of a pill concocted by Evil Lord. Just this alone was enough to shock everyone. They couldn't believe that such a powerful pill existed. Take turns to take it. We have to hold on for 5 minutes with each pill. The effects of the pill could only last for 3 minutes, but the beast tide would last for 20 minutes. Up until now, they had only held on for 5 minutes. If they only relied on this pill, they might only be able to hold on for 1 round at most. Therefore, in the process of taking the pill, they had to try their best to stimulate their potential as much as possible. This time, it was Xianxia who took the pill. At the same time, Xianxia also gave Luo Fugue 2 pills. If you can't hold on, we'll all be wiped out. In such a tense moment, Luo Fugue didn't waste any time, nor did he act pretentious. As soon as Xianxia consumed the elixir, she could feel a powerful energy gathering in her body. Then, Xianxia dashed out and circled around the area, wiping out all the abyssal tribe members. Under Xianxia's sword, there were no intact corpses left. They were all basically turned into scrap. Xianxia couldn't hold on for 5 minutes. She barely managed to hold on for 4 minutes. Then, she couldn't hold on any longer. She immediately retreated. Let me give it a try too. After Wang Jian finished speaking, he took the pill. The pill that Li Zongjiu gave them was the Overlord pill. The effect of this pill could save their lives, and it also allowed them to kill more abyssal clan members easily. In 10 minutes, Xianxia and Luo Fugue directly killed nearly 600 abyssal clan members. This was equivalent to a day's worth of results for each of them. It was simply unimaginable. After taking the pill, Wang Jian entered a state of true harvesting. The bow in his hand could easily kill a column of abyssal clan members with a single arrow. In an instant, the column of abyssal clan members in front of him was pierced through, and after that, a terrifying explosive force was formed. Therefore, these abyssal clan members self-destructed one after another. The people on the main warship watched the cooperation of the 3 people, and their blood boiled. It seemed that they were completely infected by this struggle of power. These people's tenacious fighting spirit was really admirable. Zhang Ying was even more shocked. This was because Li Zongjiu only spent a day to cultivate these young people who had not even had much experience in Jianghu into battle-hardened experts. Compared to the beginning, they relied on their own talents. It took more than 10 minutes to fight one abyssal clan member, but now they had found a way to accurately use the sword in their hand to kill the enemy in front of them within 2 moves. Even 2 moves were considered a lot. There were even faster, basically killing 1 or 2 with 1 move. Simple and efficient. This kind of simple and direct attack was not something that could be done directly. It required hundreds of battles and countless repetitions to turn all the moves into this 1 move, and finally merge them into this 1 move. This was the real definition of turning complexity into simplicity. Straightforward and direct. It had only been a single night, but these people had already become experienced veterans. Zhang Ying looked at Li Zongjiu's figure. Was this the realm of an expert? It was really incredible. Of course, the premise was that they had a strong enough strength to guarantee it. Otherwise, if ordinary people used this method, it was basically an act of suicide. Only a powerhouse of Li Zhongzhou's level was in charge. Li Zhongzhou also gave these people dawn. Moreover, these dawn were absolutely good dawn. Although Li Zhongzhou only gave them 5th grade dawn, but it was a 5th grade dawn refined by an alchemist of this level. It was enough to easily beat the 6th grade pill refined by an ordinary 6th grade alchemist. Otherwise, this 11th grade pill would not be so easy to refine. This was the gap between the realms. One had to admit that some people were so powerful. Zhou Jun was also dumbfounded by the side. He was not stupid. Li Zhongzhou had been pressuring them all the way here, but he also left them a way out. As long as they were decisive enough, smart enough, and have enough willpower, they could continue. But as for how far they could go, that would depend on their own willpower. Li Zhongzhou was actually training them. Otherwise, if the top abyssal clan was released, they could easily get rid of them. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou's seemingly bad taste was actually real control. Only when one had complete control over the entire situation could one play freely here. Otherwise, the situation would have been even worse. These people in front of them were the abyssal clan who killed without batting an eye. In their eyes, humans were just delicious food and nourishment. They would not have the slightest mercy. If they did not control it well, they would be dead. It was because of this powerful strength that Li Zhongzhou was able to grasp the details so well. The first 15 minutes were still manageable. Until the last 5 minutes. The 3 of them had to take pills at the same time to be able to withstand it. Boom. After a bloody battle. A small piece of the shield in Luo Fugui's hand had been cut off. Under such a terrifying attack just now, it was very good that Luo Fugui's shield could withstand until now. As for King Arrow, he only had 3 arrows with special abilities left. After all, the basic attacks were all arrows condensed from one's own dark force. However, if it was a physical arrow, its power would be enormous and it would have such unexpected effects. Now, only 3 were left. Even Xiaxue's sword was damaged. There were several nicks on the blade. But in comparison, their physical strength and willpower were almost exhausted. It was precisely at such a time that it would be a very difficult test for a warrior. Moreover, they all knew that they couldn't hold on for much longer in the second round. Rather than wasting pills, he might as well give up now. A normal person would definitely think the same. Even the people on the main battleship were thinking that they should just give up. Even if they continued to fight, it would only be a waste of energy. However, Xiaxue and the others were still checking their weapons and equipment, ready to fight at any time. Use fire. Xiaxue and the other 2 had no intention of leaving at all. They were just thinking about how to deal with the next beast tide. As a powerhouse, he would never back down. Therefore, he had to make ample preparations for his own strength. In the face of any difficulties, he could not back down. If there is no path of retreat behind you, then you must persevere. Under Xiaxue's command, the corpses of the abyssal clan were piled up together and set ablaze. The abyss race was most afraid of fire. As long as a path was created to kill the abyss race in front of them, it would be considered a success. But compared to the beast tide just now, such a flame was indeed a little too small. It was estimated that each of the abyss race would be able to extinguish the flame with a single breath. But now, there was no other way. If you want to back out of this round, I can keep the rewards of the first round and compensate you with the pills you have consumed. But if you want to continue, then follow the normal procedure. I just want to see how you look when you give up. Li Zhongzhou's voice was heard on the Golden Island again. For Xiaxue and the others, this kind of temptation was definitely a fatal attraction. Even Luo Fugui wanted to raise his hand and say that he gave up. At the very least, he would be able to take back the pills that he had consumed. However, he quickly dispelled the idea. After all, the 3 of them had experienced Li Zhongzhou's strength in less than 2 days. Who would dare to take up Li Zhongzhou's challenge? Who knew if something worse would happen later, it would be too late for regrets. So, they had to follow the original plan. We choose to continue. Xiaxue said to the empty space. She did not know if Li Zhongzhou could hear her. In fact, Xiaxue and the others did not know that their current situation was being displayed in front of the others. But the number of kills could still be seen clearly. In the short 20 minutes just now, the total number of Abyssal clan members killed by the three of them had reached 3,000. Of course, it was an accumulation. Some of them were only injured and did not really die. In fact, towards the end, they were already resisting the attacks. They thought that Li Zongjie would do something strange. But Li Zongjie suddenly stretched out his hand and waved. Immediately, 3 rays of light fell from the sky. With a boom, they landed in front of the 3 of them. Boom! It was a huge green shield that landed in front of Luo Fugue. This is, looking at the patterns engraved on the green shield. There was also a heavy and steady feeling that was released from it. What a powerful shield! When Luo Fugue stretched out his hand to grab the shield, he immediately knew what was in his hand at this moment. Black Tortoise Shield. Xianxia also got a sword. The power of this sword was above the power of her original sword. Water Frost Sword. Xianxia was also shocked. In front of Wang Jian. It was an orange-yellow treasure bow. This is Fierce Sun Bow. Just from the aura that erupted from these 3 weapons, they could already tell that they were all divine weapons. Hiss! This is too extravagant. Those are divine weapons. Everyone was shocked. Li Zongjie waved his hand and directly rewarded them with 3 divine weapons. Don't be too happy. Why? Are divine weapons rare? Li Zongjie could not help but frown. He said it so casually. His attitude made people want to go up and punch him. Indeed. In Li Zongjie's eyes, divine tools and the like were completely worthless. Li Zongjie had obtained these things from the sacred martial realm. As for where he had obtained them, he had long forgotten about them. They had suddenly appeared in his storage ring. Since that was the case, he might as well take them out and let these people have a good time. At this moment, the 3 people who had unintentionally obtained these divine weapons on Golden Mountain could not react in time. Even within the 3 great empires, it was impossible for them to take out the divine weapon as they pleased. Taking out 3 divine weapons at once, it was as if they were free gifts. There were actually so many benefits after becoming strong. The people on the ship felt their blood boiling. That was because these were divine weapons. After obtaining a divine weapon, one's combat power would instantly increase by more than 10 times. The feeling of having one's strength suddenly increased was something that everyone would like very much. Some of them had even been dreaming of the arrival of this day. In fact, you don't even need to cultivate to have such powerful strength. Who wouldn't want to experience it? Originally, if they had worked harder and been more careful, they would have had a chance to obtain a divine weapon. Who knew that they would be rewarded with a divine weapon at the last moment? If they had known, they would not have come down even if they were to die on Golden Island. At the very least, they would have wanted to see what the divine weapon looked like. None of them had actually seen it before. Now, they could only envy Xianxia and the others. The 3 people who had obtained the divine weapon's help were obviously in top condition at this moment. Li Zongjie looked at the time and saw that it was almost time. With a snap of his fingers, the entire Golden Island began to tremble. Even the seawater around the Golden Island began to form huge waves one after another. They were constantly slapping out and attacking along with the huge waves. The people on the warship also looked over. They were even more nervous than the people on Golden Island. Xianxia and the others also knew that Li Zongjie could give them divine weapons, which would bring them even more pressure. It was impossible for him to let them have an easy time. In the hands of Li Zongjie, they would not be able to gain any advantage. Boom! Immediately, a look of horror appeared in Xianxia's eyes. That is, in their line of sight, a group of extremely powerful abyssal race members charged out. These abyssal race members opened their arms, and there was a transparent object connected to their bodies. He leaped from the top of the mountain and glided down. When he spread his wings, it looked like a pair of wings. Boom! Fight! Xianxia shouted. Luo Fugue raised his shield. Buzz, a powerful energy shield instantly appeared in front of them, protecting the 3 of them. At the same time, Wang Jian shot dozens of arrows into the sky. Boom! The arrow that was shot out also carried a trace of destructive power. A blazing aura erupted from the ardent sunbow. The terrifying power of the ardent sunbow also came from it. But just this move also exhausted half of Wang Jian's essence energy. Although divine artifacts were powerful, they could not withstand more than 2 moves. It was the same for Luo Fugue. The defensive barrier that erupted from the black tortoise shield in his hand was almost unbreakable. The opponent had no chance to break through. But Luo Fugue could not maintain it for too long. Just now, the abyssal race members that were equivalent to primitive emperors in the sky were all shot to death. One arrow was enough to kill them. In just 30 seconds. At this moment, around the black tortoise shield, there were already tens of thousands of abyssal race members surrounding it. It was so overwhelming that they could not even see the situation outside. They could only see the figures of the abyssal race members in front of them. Boom, Luo Fugue's essence energy was exhausted. Immediately, the light of the black tortoise shield disappeared. Finally, the abyssal race members directly fell down. However, Xianxia had already prepared this last big move. Boom. 1,000 miles ice seal. In just a blink of an eye. Wherever the sword aura reached, everything was directly turned into ice. It was covered by this powerful ice and snow power. Boom. But it did not have any effect. Although the abyssal race members in this circle were all frozen. But the abyssal race members behind also took the place of the fallen and broke the ice sculptures. At the same time, they directly charged towards the 3 of them. Even if they obtained a divine artifact, it could not change anything. After all, the attack this time was too powerful. Xiaoxue's sword strike had already consumed all of her origin energy. Although the divine artifact was powerful, the amount consumed was too terrifying. It was completely unbelievable. At the same time, the 3 of them saw darkness in front of them. It seemed that someone was forcefully grabbing their shoulders. After walking in the darkness for a while, they finally put them down. Bang, the 3 of them landed on the ground. But they also held the weapons in their hands tightly. They did not wake up. Let's go back first, Li Zongjiu said. On the warship, Xiaoxue and the other 2 were just lying in the open. Because the consumption of this battle was too great. Therefore, they didn't have any strength left. Although they wanted to continue, they had already struggled to their limits. Under normal circumstances, if there was such a serious overdraft, it would be very dangerous for the cultivator. But fortunately, they met Li Zongjiu. The overlord pill that they had taken before. Just at this time, the remaining effect of the pill was released. All of it was replenished in their bodies, allowing them to obtain better absorption. With such conditions, when he recovered, he would definitely be full of vigor and vitality. Moreover, he would also have a greater breakthrough. There was no doubt about this. See, this is what it means to try your best. Li Zongjiu looked at the remaining students. Now, there were only 28 of them left. 2 of them, Li Zongjiu saw that they did not look like good people, so he directly let them die in the hands of the abyssal race. Just as well, he used their corpses to tell these people in front of him. He was not joking. It could really kill people. Now, this group of people also lowered their heads in shame. It had to be said. The 3 of them did have outstanding willpower. If it were them, they would have been defeated long ago, or even given up. At least they still had a lot of energy left. But these people lying on the deck in front of them were the ones who really gave it their all. They did not have any energy left. It was admirable. Sometimes, in a group of geniuses, one only needed to nurture 2 leaders. In other words, they could directly set an example for the rest of them to pull themselves together. In fact, if this example was outstanding, some of the people behind would also think that they had incredible strength. And achieve even greater things. When Zhou Jing, Zhang Ying, and the others saw Li Zongjiu standing with his hands behind his back, they were simply stunned. Unfathomable. This was the true definition of unfathomable. The main battleship sailed back again. After a day and night of battle, this group of students needed to recuperate. At the same time, such a high-intensity battle had benefited them greatly. After that, they would have a good understanding of their own battles. They would definitely have a better breakthrough in the future. Li Zongjiu temporarily stayed in Binhai City. He could use this opportunity to nurture and educate the disciples of the Tianzong Academy. Zhang Hingliang was naturally happy that Li Zhongjiu was staying here. This way, the safety of Binhai City would be greatly guaranteed. At the same time, he would have the opportunity to communicate more with people like Li Zhongjiu. It just so happened that his daughter was already at the age to get married. However, this darn girl only knew how to stay at sea and hang out with the army every day. This gave Zhang Hingliang a headache. When Zhang Hingliang called Zhang Ying to the study, he told her clearly to interact more with Li Zhongjiu. Lass, this is such a good opportunity. If you can become Imperial Tutor's pillow, our Zhang family will be able to prosper. Besides, is there a better man in this world than Imperial Tutor? Zhang Hingliang also had a look of disappointment on his face. Zhang Ying rolled her eyes helplessly. Only her biological father could think of this. Father, he's Imperial Tutor. Such a young state preceptor would definitely be eye-catching no matter where he went. There were countless nobles who wanted to give their daughters to Li Zhongjiu. If they could get such a relative, it would be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. How many women in this world didn't want to marry Li Zhongjiu? What's wrong? Our Zhang family is the governor of the Binhai Navy. You are the governor's daughter. Aren't you worthy? You have to know that our identities aren't bad either. Zhang Hingliang said proudly. Pride was written all over his face. However, if one were to compare his status with Li Zhongjiu, according to common sense, he was barely qualified. However, Zhang Ying had seen Li Zhongjiu's methods. He knew Li Zhongjiu's strength. Their realms were also unbelievably strong. Zhang Ying reckoned that even Li Zhongjiu did not care about the Imperial Tutor's position. It was the Xingyan dynasty that was basking in Li Zhongjiu's glory. Father, don't let your imagination run wild here. Imperial Tutor's realm is different from ours. Zhang Ying said. As a young girl, when she saw a powerful and charming man like Li Zhongjiu, she couldn't help but be attracted to him. However, after witnessing Li Zhongjiu's true methods, Zhang Ying knew that it wasn't an exaggeration to call him a god. Therefore, on this level, there was a huge gap. Zhang Ying knew that he couldn't be delusional. The gap was indeed too big. In the following period of time, Li Zhongjiu refined all the elixirs for the students. Although Li Zhongjiu had a lot of elixirs on him, if he could give the students elixirs that corresponded to their attributes, it would be better if he could give them elixirs that corresponded to their attributes. After consuming them, the effects would be better. It took him 2 days to refine the elixirs. After all, there were many types of elixirs. In addition, the preparation of the herbs naturally required time. In the following half a month's time, among this batch of students, even the weakest one had broken through to the peak of the origin ancestor realm. In just half a month, they had broken through several realms consecutively. It was simply shocking. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Zhou Jing had a dumbfounded look on his face. There were many students in this batch who had been trained by him. However, he hadn't expected that Li Zhongjiu would make such a huge breakthrough so quickly. It was the same batch of students, but different mentors had different effects. Sometimes, talent was important. However, most of the time, one's talent wasn't at its peak. If one was able to fully utilize what little talent one had, it would create a very shocking effect. Therefore, when one wasn't as good as others, one shouldn't blame one's talent. It was because one wasn't hardworking enough that such a situation would occur. The most outstanding ones were Xianxia and the other 2. It was also in this trial that he had forced out all his potential. Just this ferocious energy alone was enough to make people unable to believe it. Often, the more talented a person was, the more hardworking he or she would be. The cultivation of the 3 of them had also broken through to the origin monarch realm. Furthermore, Xiaoxue's own cultivation had also broken through to the 5th grade origin monarch realm. When Xiaoxue woke up, she couldn't believe her eyes. She had broken through after sleeping for a while. Furthermore, it was such a huge breakthrough. She thought that she was still in a dream. Luo Fugue and Wang Jian had also broken through to the 3rd grade origin monarch realm. Fortunately, Xiaoxue was slightly ahead of the 2 of them. Even the people of the Imperial Martial Pavilion had to give way when they saw this. However, Li Zhongjiu had also sent a letter back while he was in Binhai City. He had asked the people of the White Deer Mansion to investigate the people in the Azure Ocean Academy. This was because there were people from the Devouring Yuan clan hidden in the Azure Ocean Academy. These people had to be dealt with. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu wouldn't be able to sleep. He wouldn't be able to sleep comfortably either. When he was free, Li Zhongjiu continued to attempt the trial in the evil dragon eye. Thinking about how Li Zhongjiu had been repeatedly thwarted by the evil dragon's eye, he naturally couldn't let these students have a good time. Very quickly, after these people broke through, Li Zhongjiu continued to assign tasks to them. This time, Li Zhongjiu didn't accompany these people to the Golden Island. Li Zhongjiu's request was still the same. He wanted them to harvest the heads of the abyssal race on the Golden Island. However, the only difference was that they couldn't take a boat. They could only swim across the river like this. It didn't matter if they flew or floated on the water. They didn't have the chance to take a boat. They had to rely on their own strength to cross over 1,000 miles of sea and reach the Golden Island. During this time, Li Zhongjiu also found out that there was a mineral vein hidden on the Golden Island. This mineral vein was the favorite of the abyssal race. If they devoured it, they would evolve. They would become the king of the abyssal race. They were called the Abyssal Kings. Now, an Abyssal King had been born. However, this Abyssal King was being held back by Long Ji. Li Zhongjiu wasn't worried. A little chaos and crisis on the continent was the real long-term solution. If they were too free and didn't have to worry about food and clothing, it would be easy for internal strife to occur. Even these people themselves would become more numb. They would just wait for a tall person to appear and block the things that fell from the sky. They had to cultivate their own battle awareness. Today, a group of students landed on the Golden Island. However, Li Zhongjiu, who was in the middle of cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. This was because there was an unusual movement on Golden Island. When Li Zhongjiu noticed the changes on Golden Island, there were already a few students on the island. After all, Golden Island was mostly under Li Zhongjiu's control. It was impossible for the abyssal race to break free from Golden Island. However, there were a few exceptions. At the very beginning, there was an abyssal race hiding in the depths of an ore vein on Golden Island. Relying on multiple barriers, they managed to avoid Li Zhongjiu's mental power detection. Now that the time was right, the abyssal race began to devour the core energy on Golden Island, which was the core of the ore vein. Now, this king of the abyss had also completed its evolution. Li Zhongjiu didn't look for the abyssal king carefully. Therefore, the abyssal king that was comparable to the peak of the absolute saint realm was born on Golden Island. Chu Wen and the others also formed a small team. They wanted to farm here and gain some combat experience. Moreover, the statistics of the abyssal race killed were still in effect. Therefore, they wanted to continue killing the abyssal race and go to Li Zhongjiu to exchange for pills. Suddenly, there was a huge commotion on Golden Island. Is Lord Evil Dominator playing some new tricks again? Could it be that we've been chosen and are going to be rewarded? After seeing Xianxia and the others obtain so many rewards, the people who were previously scared to death were even looking forward to the next test. Since Li Zhongjiu had directly chosen them, then no matter how difficult it was, they had to persevere until the end. In this way, they would be able to obtain more rewards. In this way, they would have a stronger guarantee to increase their strength. Other people would cultivate bitterly for 8 to 10 years, but Yi Shiwen only needed a month. How infuriating. Something's wrong. Evil Lord is in seclusion. Chu Wen frowned. Indeed, something was wrong. If Evil Lord wanted to say something, he would have told them in advance. Although Golden Island was under the complete control of the Evil Dominator, it was inevitable that there would be some situations where he missed out on the island. What he had accumulated over the past few days allowed him to have a very accurate sense of the crisis that was about to befall him. Immediately, Chu Wen hurriedly gathered everyone. Boom, soon, the seal on the Golden Island was broken by a powerful force. Following that, countless powerful abyssal tribe members also erupted in cheers. In the past few days, these powerful abyssal race were completely sealed in place by a mysterious existence. The mysterious existence didn't even kill them, instead, it kept teasing them. This was a great humiliation to the abyssal tribe powerhouses. The low-level abyssal race members might only be good at attacking and attacking endlessly. However, the high-level abyssal race members basically had intelligence of their own. They even had emotions. It was just that humans couldn't understand these emotions. However, the Abyssal race members communicated with each other in this way. Finally, the Abyssal race members were angry they were finally free. Now that they were led by the Abyss King, they would definitely be able to wipe out these humans and return all the humiliation that the humans had inflicted on them. A large number of Abyssal race members spread out from the mine. Retreat. Release the signal. Chuan immediately realized that this wasn't a test assigned by Li Zongjiu. It was obvious that Li Zongjiu's seal had disappeared. She didn't expect that Evil Lord would make a mistake. However, if he did, the problem would be very serious. Now, the latter had made a mistake. Where would we get the signal flare? Even if we did, we wouldn't be able to see it. The students below also started to panic. Don't panic, Chuan said. At the same time, she led everyone to a favorable place to set up a defense line. This place was also very close to the sea. However, they couldn't go into the sea. Otherwise, the Abyssal race's strength would increase greatly. It was very difficult to defeat them in the water. These days, there were many Abyssal race members in the water. Although there were few of them, they had already eaten up the surrounding sea. Moreover, these Abyssal race members often sneak attacked Binhai City. Obviously, they didn't have any intelligence. In front of such a powerful navy, these Abyssal race members were basically no different from courting death. Oh my god! That's the real deal. Chuan and the others gathered together and looked at the golden island in front of them. It had completely awakened and become a real abyssal island. Boom, it was overwhelming, and the mountains and rivers shook. These abyssal race members were all above the primitive emperor realm. There were even hundreds of supremes among them. Even a breath from the other party was enough to extinguish them. Now that they were facing a true death situation, they couldn't resist at all. They could only fight to the death. However, just as Chuan and the others were about to fight to the death, an extremely terrifying force suddenly appeared in front of them. Boom, what followed was an invisible, transparent wall. The moment this transparent wall appeared, the abyssal race members that swooped down were all shattered after getting close. It was as if their bodies had turned into glass and ceramics and were directly smashed by someone. It was so simple and direct. One after another. Group after group. It didn't even matter if they were strong or weak. It didn't matter how strong or weak you were. All of them ended up in an orderly manner. They were easily crushed and turned into countless pieces. Whoosh. Outside the transparent barrier, these abyssal race members were constantly losing their lives. As for the ground where Chuan and the others were standing, not even a single blade of grass shook. Seeing such a shocking scene, Chuan and the others immediately realized that this must be Li Zongjiu's move. Evil Lord Senior had made a move. You guys are really unlucky. Li Zongjiu stood with his hands behind his back and appeared behind Chuan and the others. Immediately, Chuan also turned her head around. When she saw Li Zongjiu in front of her, she was incomparably pleasantly surprised. However, when she heard Li Zongjiu's words, her expression changed one by one. She even directly rolled her eyes at Li Zongjiu. Isn't this all your fault? How can you blame us for not being lucky enough? Isn't this all because you didn't control these abyssal race members well? No need to thank me. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he waved his hand. Immediately, this transparent energy barrier moved in the direction of these abyssal race members. The process of moving was like a cutting machine of the abyssal race. All the abyssal race members were turned into pieces after touching this transparent barrier. Not a single one was left alive. It was completely cleaned up. After Li Zongjiu cleaned up the entire Golden Island. From the bottom of the Golden Island, a powerful wave of energy came. The main character is here. How dare you embarrass me? Let me see what you've got. Li Zongjiu sneered. It was the Abyss King. He had finally evolved into the Abyss King, and just as he was about to lead the Abyss clan to a new height, he encountered Li Zongjiu. Just a move. That was to kill all the abyssal tribe members on Golden Island. When the Abyss King saw this, he was so angry that he almost died on the spot. Therefore, the Abyss King burst out. The entire Golden Island seemed to be under his control. A terrifying power burst out from the Abyss King's body. The Abyss King looked like a giant octopus, but it was obviously not an octopus, but a 100-tentacled fish. When the Abyss King's claws occupied the Golden Mountain, the energy of the mineral veins under the Golden Mountain was being absorbed by the Abyss King. Boom! One of the Abyss King's claws grabbed a mountain and threw it at Li Zongjiu and the others. It was as if the mountain, which was nearly 100 meters tall, was just a pebble in the Abyss King's hand. It was as easy as pie. Go! Li Zongjiu pushed with his finger. The unparalleled sword appeared and slashed the mountain into pieces. Instantly, the sky was filled with shattered stones. Li Zongjiu raised one hand, and the shattered stones were cut into cones by an invisible force. They were like stone nails. With a wave of his hand, the stone cones flew toward the Abyss King. Swoosh! Swoosh! The stone cones directly shattered one of the Abyss King's tentacles. There were no other Abyss clan members on the Golden Island. Li Zongjiu leaped and took the initiative to attack the Abyss King. Qi Wen and the others widened their eyes as they watched the battle. It could be said to be an unparalleled battle. It was not always possible to see Li Zongjiu in action. Even the Abyss King who appeared now was almost as strong as Li Zongjiu. My God, I guess other than Evil Lord, no one in the world can take this thing. A disciple beside Qi Wen said. They didn't know how strong Li Zongjiu was, but the King of the Abyss in front of them was able to tear down a peak of the Golden Mountain. Such power was already comparable to that of a god or demon. Who could stop him? Li Zongjiu held the unparalleled sword in his hand. Flaming Sword Qi followed the long sword and swept forward. It was enough to form an area of 300 meters. At the same time, heat waves surged. The sword Qi seemed slow, but it was unavoidable. The King of the Abyss was also using the power of the Abyss to defend himself. Most of his body was submerged in the seawater, and as he shook, the seawater turned into a long dragon that blasted towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu swung his palm backward. The domineering palm force seemed to be able to split the heavens and earth apart as it sent tens of millions of tons of seawater flying. At the same time, almost every drop of the shattered seawater turned into a water needle. Suddenly, more than tens of millions of water needles were thrown towards the King of the Abyss in front of him. The King of the Abyss also waved his tentacles to defend himself. However, they were easily pierced through by the water needles that were flying over. Qi Wen and the others were looking at Li Zongjiu's exquisite control. Clearly, his control over his own yuan power had already reached the level of the fine hair level. The ultimate level of detail. When will I be able to have such control? Qi Wen was also amazed in her heart. Li Zongjiu's usage of yuan power had allowed them to see the ingenuity of using yuan power. It was much more effective than using all of his yuan power to blast it out. Even yuan power could be controlled to such an extent. How many people in the world could do it? Li Zongjiu felt that what he had shown was almost enough. It was time to kill the King of the Abyss. Previously, Li Zongjiu was deliberately showing off his skills to let these naive young people know that cultivation was endless. They had to constantly seek the limit, break through, and seek the limit again. The King of the Abyss was the King of the Abyss clan. To be able to evolve to such a level, it was not easy to kill him. Immediately, the latter grabbed the entire Golden Island and lifted it up. His body fell into the sea, but the Golden Island was like a hammer, smashing towards Li Zongjiu. The King of the Abyss wrapped around the Golden Island. The King of the Abyss kept the Golden Island in a complete state, and it would not be easily destroyed. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and threw Qi Wen and the others into the sea dozens of miles away. Lord Evil Lord won't be smashed to death, right? When Qi Wen and the others saw Li Zongjiu, it was too late to dodge. After all, the entire Golden Island was covered by the King of the Abyss. If Li Zongjiu did not act quickly and sent them out in advance, they would have been smashed to pieces by the King of the Abyss. Boom! The entire Golden Island exploded in an instant. 100-meter-high wave was set off on the sea surface. It even threw Qi Wen and the others into the sky. However, in the midst of the King of the Abyss, a figure filled with flames emerged. The latter was still in a punching position. Suddenly, Li Zongjiu turned his head and looked at Qi Wen and the others. His figure flashed. He appeared next to Qi Wen and the others. He caught a few tentacles that reached out from the sea and burned them to ashes. However, at this moment, the King of the Abyss, who should have been killed by Li Zongjiu, quickly escaped. In the sea, the King of the Abyss's speed was really fast. Are you all okay? Li Zhongzhou glanced at them. It's all because you guys are useless. You don't even have the ability to protect yourselves. Look, the King of the Abyss escaped. Chu Wen and the others opened their eyes wide. My brother, even if you want to find an excuse, you're too casual. You're the one who asked us to stay on the island to watch your performance. You're the one who wanted to show off your skills. Now that he ran away, you're blaming us. However, Chu Wen and the others adjusted their mentality. After all, you're the one who has the final say. Anyway, no one here can beat you, so you can say whatever you want. Who asked you to be so strong? You guys swim back by yourselves. I'll go after that guy. Don't let him escape. Li Zhongzhou said and threw them into the sea again. They fell into the water with a few splashes. Then, Li Zhongzhou's figure instantly disappeared. Boom. Looking at Li Zhongzhou's figure disappearing, Chu Wen and the others clearly felt that Li Zhongzhou was bullying them. He was an expert who stood at the peak of the continent, but he still played such a trick. Too cruel. The King of the Abyss dived into the deep sea and disappeared. Even Li Zhongzhou couldn't find him. However, the King of the Abyss was too arrogant. Li Zhongzhou couldn't let him escape. Even if he hid in the depths of the sea, in the endless sea domain. Li Zhongzhou also wanted to find this guy. With a splash, Li Zhongzhou's figure submerged into the sea water. He moved at high speed in the deep sea. Boom, the sea water couldn't slow down Li Zhongzhou's speed. The King of the Abyss was faster than Li Zhongzhou in the water. However, Li Zhongzhou had already left a mark on the King of the Abyss. At the same time, Li Zhongzhou realized that the King of the Abyss seemed to be luring him over. You want to play with me? You want to play with me? Li Zhongzhou smiled disdainfully. Li Zhongzhou had never been afraid of anything. Why would he care about the King of the Abyss? Li Zhongzhou was now hundreds of thousands of miles away from the continent. The endless sea domain was really endless. It was even bigger than the Holy Martial Continent and the Holy Martial Realm combined. Suddenly, a pitch-black sea appeared in front of him. The Black Sea domain. In history, most of the records about the endless ocean were about the Black Sea. In the Black Sea domain, there was nothing but the aura of death. Moreover, it was easy to get lost here. If you lost your will to fight, you would die here. It wasn't an exaggeration at all. After all, the aura of death in the Black Sea domain was enough to kill a supreme being if he breathed it in for 3 minutes. Then, his body would become the nourishment of the Black Sea domain. There was nothing in the Black Sea domain. It was called nothingness. At least in the Holy Martial Continent, no one had found out what was special about it. The only special thing was that it was easy to die here. If you were careless, you would be devoured by the Black Sea domain. Not even your body could be found. This place is not bad. When Li Zhongzhou rushed into the Black Sea area, he was shocked. Immediately, he felt the terrifying power that existed in the Black Sea region. It had a very strong destructive power. Even with the strength of Li Zhongzhou's body, if he continued to stay here, it would take less than a month for him to melt and become a part of the Black Sea. Boom, just as Li Zhongzhou was feeling the power of the Black Sea region, suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. Boom. The Abyss King. However, Li Zhongzhou took a closer look and found that it wasn't the King of the Abyss that he had been chasing. Obviously, the Abyssal tribe was quite good at seizing opportunities. Unknowingly, they had already cultivated such a powerful Abyssal King. They even knew how to hide. He jumped out at this time to kill Li Zhongzhou. One rose to the surface. Then the second one, and the third one. The fourth one. The fourth one was the King of the Abyss that Li Zhongzhou had been chasing. The latter had summoned a total of 3 Kings of the Abyss. Including himself, there were a total of 4 Kings of the Abyss. At the same time, they besieged Li Zhongzhou. If you want to besiege me, I'm afraid that just the 4 of you are not enough. Li Zhongzhou shook his head in disdain. And the 4 Kings of the Abyss started to attack. An extremely strong wave was set off on the spot. Immediately, 4 water tornadoes were formed around Li Zhongzhou, and they rolled toward him. The deadly waterspouts formed by the Dark Sea. It was believed that anyone who was swept by this kind of seawater would be directly swallowed up. Black Dragon Hammer. Li Zongjiu directly summoned the Black Dragon Hammer in his hand and then fiercely swung it at the Kings of the Abyss. Boom! The 4 huge waterspouts were suddenly shattered. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu rushed towards one of the Kings of the Abyss, and the latter's thousands of tentacles were also flying in the air. At this moment, Li Zongjiu seemed to be deep in the trial of the evil Dragon Eye. But the King of the Abyss was too slow. It was far slower than the speed of the Hydra in the trial world of the evil Dragon Eye. Although the Hydra only had 9 heads, its intertwining speed was tens of thousands of times faster than these Kings of the Abyss. So Li Zongjiu easily dodged the attack of the King of the Abyss. At the same time, the unparalleled sword also rotated around his body, finding the weak point of the opponent's defense, and easily cut it into pieces. Bang! 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 With Li Zongjiu's full power, Li Zongjiu also easily cut the tentacles of the King of the Abyss in front of him into pieces, and all of them fell directly to the ground. The King of the Abyss also roared in pain. Everyone, no matter what race, knows pain. It's just that some of them are relatively weak, but it's not that they are completely different, it's just that the degree of pain is not enough. Now, Li Zongjiu cut it into this state. The King of the Abyss in front of him could only scream in pain. Raising the hammer in his hands, he suddenly smashed the head of the King of the Abyss. Suddenly, the terrifying power directly exploded the body of the King of the Abyss, flesh and blood splattered all over the sky. The other Kings of the Abyss saw the end of this one, and they were obviously stunned for a moment. But the King of the Abyss reacted quickly. He directly launched a powerful devouring power, absorbing the broken body of the King of the Abyss, and integrated the latter's power into his body. And this was the one Li Zongjiu was chasing. It seems that this King of the Abyss of the Golden Island was smarter than the others. Otherwise, it wouldn't have done such a thing. The remaining 2 unfamiliar Kings of the Abyss also became irritable at this moment. But Li Zongjiu also realized that. It turned out that the Abyss clan had no fighting power other than their strong digestive ability. To Li Zongjiu, these Abyss clan members were no threat at all. Or, these guys weren't strong enough. No matter what abilities they had, Li Zongjiu would take them all down. The other 2 Kings of the Abyss were also killed by Li Zongjiu. He also wanted to see what other tricks this King of the Abyss of the Golden Island had. The latter didn't really do anything. He just ate the bodies of the Kings of the Abyss, assimilating them into his own power. Finally, he stared at Li Zongjiu in front of him. Suddenly, a black light appeared. It suddenly erupted from the Black Sea region. It was a black light. Although it was black, Li Zongjiu could clearly feel the energy within. It wasn't that simple. Immediately, this energy fell on the body of the King of the Abyss of the Golden Island. Then, the huge body of the King of the Abyss. It began to condense. Its body was close to 10,000 feet. At this moment, it was shrinking rapidly. In the end, the King of the Abyss kept absorbing the power of the Black Sea, condensing it into his body. It formed an extremely terrifying aura. A pair of hands broke out of the body of the King of the Abyss. A slender man appeared in front of Li Zongjiu. The power of the Black Sea was condensing into the man's body. Originally, this man only had his hands and head. Later, with the power of the Black Sea, he gradually formed the shape of a normal man. His entire body was black. I have to thank you for my breakthrough. In front of Li Zongjiu. In fact, Li Zongjiu had even given the latter enough time to let his body transform properly. He had not interrupted his breakthrough. So, what the hell are you? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but ask. Could these Abyssal clan people transform into humans? But judging from the latter's inexperienced look, he shouldn't be able to transform into humans often. Finally, this person, whose body was as black as charcoal, appeared in front of Li Zongjiu with a perfect human face. It was truly a magnificent and incomparably exquisite sight. He looked as if he was made of gems and was extremely dazzling. I am the Emperor of the Abyss, said the latter. His arrogant aura also soared into the sky. Those who didn't know would probably be shocked by the latter. Just by listening to it, one could tell that he was very powerful. Okay, are you done with your transformation? Said Li Zongjiu. Just now, he killed the other 3 abyssal kings in a flash. This was not difficult for Li Zongjiu. He was so powerful in the first place. Now, the being in front of him who made a temporary breakthrough and claimed to be the Emperor of the Abyss surprised Li Zongjiu. After all, this was indeed a little shameless. The main thing was that Li Zongjiu didn't know the situation of the Abyssal clan, so he would listen to what he said. In the darkness, listen to my call. The Emperor of the Abyss was not in a hurry. Instead, he directly waved in the direction of the Black Sea. Could it be that the Emperor of the Abyss's power was actually related to the Black Sea? Li Zongjiu turned his head and looked over. It seemed that there was a force rushing over from a very distant place. Boom! Immediately, he saw a pitch-black sword. It streaked across the sky above the Black Sea. It was as if the Black Sea had been split into 2 halves. This dark sword flew directly and fell into the hands of the Emperor of the Abyss. Damn, is it true? Li Zongjiu couldn't help but say. Wasn't it a little too careless for a sword to fly over with just a wave of his hand? The main thing was that this move was useless. It seemed that the other party was ready, so Li Zongjiu did not hesitate and directly waved the black dragon hammer in his hand. An extremely powerful force burst out from the black dragon hammer. Suddenly, it blasted forward. The black dragon hammer instantly erupted with a power that could destroy the heavens and earth. As for the Emperor of the Abyss, he resisted with the sword of darkness in his hand. Boom, the moment the sword and hammer collided. A huge wave spread out in all directions. As the huge wave continued to spread into the distance, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The auras of the 2 clashing also spread out. It was just their first clash, yet they were able to reach a level where they were evenly matched. Wow, you've improved. Li Zongjiu was also surprised. He did not expect the latter to make such a big breakthrough. It was indeed incredible. It seemed that after eating a few of his kind, there was indeed some effect. Otherwise, he would not dare to be so arrogant in front of Li Zongjiu. That's all there is to your strength. The Emperor of the Abyss on the opposite side actually started to taunt. Then, the Emperor of the Abyss also launched an attack on Li Zongjiu. Boom, as the Emperor of the Abyss moved, a huge wave immediately appeared on the Black Sea. Then, the huge wave fell toward Li Zongjiu. The power of the Black Sea was filled with endless dark energy, which was enough to corrode and devour the origin energy of ordinary cultivators. In the blink of an eye, Li Zongjiu was covered. Li Zongjiu was surrounded. Boom, Li Zongjiu rushed out of the huge wave. The unparalleled sword moved. Suddenly, the flame energy lingered. In an instant, the surrounding Black Sea water was burned clean. Hunyuan Bell. Li Zongjiu threw out the Hunyuan Bell with one hand. Immediately, the chaotic energy wrapped around the Hunyuan Bell and blasted forward. The Emperor of the Abyss pointed his sword, but he underestimated the power of the Hunyuan Bell. He was directly sent flying, and the dark sword in his hand was also taken away by Li Zongjiu's Hunyuan Bell. The Emperor of the Abyss seemed to have realized that something was wrong. Immediately, his figure flashed, and he rushed toward the depths of the Black Sea, trying to escape. With Li Zongjiu's temper, he would not let him go just like that. I've already let you run away once. If you do it again, you won't have the chance to do it again. Boom, Li Zongjiu and the Emperor of the Abyss were chasing each other in the sky above the Black Sea. The Emperor of the Abyss was actually able to use the power of the Black Sea to increase his speed. Li Zongjiu also went all out, but he could not catch up with the Emperor of the Abyss. Immediately, he used his own will. On the surface of the sea in front, a wall of Black Sea gradually rose. This was summoned by Li Zongjiu's will. The Emperor of the Abyss wanted to rush over directly, but he heard a boom. He crashed straight into it, setting off an extremely terrifying vibration force. At the same time, the Emperor of the Abyss was also a little stunned by the impact. The Emperor of the Abyss stopped, and his head was about to split open. Because what he crashed into just now was the power of will released by Li Zongjiu. With Li Zongjiu's innate level 2 power of will, how could he not withstand it? How fast the Emperor of the Abyss was just now was how badly he crashed. Li Zongjiu's figure also stopped. Why did you stop running? Weren't you having fun running? The corner of Li Zongjiu's mouth lifted slightly. And just as Li Zongjiu was about to finish off the Emperor of the Abyss, There seemed to be a strange power emerging from the surrounding Black Sea. Not far in front of Li Zhongjiu, on the surface of the Black Sea, it directly condensed into a whirlpool. From all directions, there was even an endless amount of dark power that quickly gathered in this whirlpool. Even Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but stop in the face of such a powerful aura. He even maintained a trace of vigilance. Who is it? In front of this powerful whirlpool, Li Zhongjiu was like an ant in front of an elephant. A strong enemy had appeared. Even the evil dragon god from before was not worth mentioning in front of this power. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the Emperor of the Abyss. How could this strange thing come up with so many tricks? Obviously, it was impossible. After all, the power of both sides was not the same. Therefore, for such a situation to occur, there must be a new expert. Above the whirlpool of black water, a figure slowly condensed under the gathering of the black water. It was a slender woman, and the robe on her body was formed by the black water. I am the Lord of Black Water. Who are you? The woman's long hair seemed to have merged with the black water. Then, she opened her eyes, and a pair of black gem-like eyes looked at Li Zhongjiu in front of her. Black Sea Overlord? Li Zhongjiu looked at the person in front of him curiously. Although he was curious, even Li Zhongjiu did not dare to act rashly. The mysterious person in front of him was too powerful. He could feel a threat from him even from afar. His strength was far above him. How was this possible? Li Zhongjiu was currently at the peak of the human race. Whether it was in the Holy Martial Continent or the Holy Martial Realm, no one was a match for him. He could be said to be invincible in the world. As for the Abyss race, even the Emperor of the Abyss was chased by Li Zhongjiu, and it was only a matter of time before Li Zhongjiu killed the Emperor of the Abyss. However, where did the Black Sea Overlord come from? Could it be that this person was cultivating above the Black Sea? Was that why he called himself the Black Sea Overlord? Human race? The Black Sea Overlord glanced at Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu nodded subconsciously. For a human to be at your level, you're not weak. However, you're still far from the Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm? When Li Zhongjiu heard this term, he instantly felt that the obstacles blocking his path of cultivation had been punched hard. Although a new path had yet to appear, at least a crack had been created in the fixed power. As long as a crack appeared, many things would be much more convenient in the future. However, the Black Sea Overlord did not continue to communicate with Li Zhongjiu. Abyss race? The Black Sea Overlord looked at the man. Surprisingly, the Abyss Emperor couldn't help but nod in agreement. Obviously, this was the will of the Black Sea Overlord. Even the latter could not resist it. Originally, even Li Zhongjiu could not resist it, let alone the Abyss Emperor. The Abyss race should not be here. Go back. The Black Sea Overlord drew a line in the air with one hand. Then, a crack appeared behind the Emperor of the Abyss. The aura of the Abyssal clan came out of the rift. That Lord of the Black Sea actually tore through space with a single hand and directly found the Abyss realm. A powerful suction force sucked the Emperor of the Abyss in. In fact, Li Zhongjiu could clearly see the extreme shock in the eyes of the Emperor of the Abyss. He had finally managed to escape from the Abyss realm, but now, he was sent back by this woman in the blink of an eye. I will definitely come back. The Emperor of the Abyss was thrown back. The crack disappeared. The space returned to normal. Only the Black Sea Overlord and Li Zhongjiu were left on the calm Black Sea. You're not a guardian of the human race? You don't have the smell of the heavenly book. The Black Sea Overlord glanced at Li Zhongjiu in astonishment. Li Zhongjiu nodded. I'm not. The real guardians had yet to appear. Although Li Zhongjiu had comprehended the human vein heavenly book, he hadn't accepted the identity of a guardian. Your current strength is still lacking. It's not impossible for you to break through with your own talent. Come and find me after you break through to the heaven realm. With that said, the Black Sea Overlord waved his hand at Li Zhongjiu. He sent Li Zhongjiu to the sky above Binhai City. He really returned to where he came from. Even Li Zhongjiu was stunned. Where did this person come from? She actually had such powerful strength. At that moment, Li Zhongjiu was also in a daze. He couldn't believe his eyes. This was the second time Li Zhongjiu had such a shocked expression. The first time was when he had just been reborn. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. However, it was an even more shocking moment now. The Black Sea Overlord was already unbelievably powerful. Following the latter's actions, he sent Li Zhongjiu here. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in his mind. This is, when Li Zhongjiu sensed the content of the information, he was completely shocked. This is the later cultivation realm. Li Zhongjiu only took a glance. He immediately felt that the cultivation realm was so vast and endless. At the same time, he could feel the strength of the Black Sea Overlord. At least a little. The Black Sea Overlord was an existence that could easily travel through space. For example, the Abyss Realm was easily opened by the latter and the Abyss Emperor was thrown back. This meant that if the Black Sea Overlord wanted to go to the Abyss Realm, it would only take a second to settle it. However, it was impossible for the Abyss race and the like to have the strength to break through space. Otherwise, they would have killed their way to the Xinggu continent long ago. Why would they wait for such a long time? Even Li Zhongjiu thought about it. Back then, when he faced the experts of the ape race, he didn't know if he could be a match for them. In comparison, the experts of the ape race didn't seem to have such strength. Otherwise, the ape race would have torn through space and come here directly. Needless to say, the fallen race. They weren't a match for them at all. One must know that the fallen race had put in so much effort and still couldn't transfer the beast god temple over. In the end, they were so miserable that they were wiped out. Postnatal, Khanate, Heavenly Man. After Li Zhongjiu finished comprehending the information transmitted by the Black Sea Overlord, Li Zhongjiu was extremely shocked. At the same time, he understood the information within. There was a detailed division of cultivation realms. The Black Sea Overlord said that I'll look for her after I cultivate to the Heavenly Man realm? That means her strength is either at the Celestial realm, or even higher than that. The so-called postnatal realm. It meant that one would cultivate from the beginning as a Yuan Qi scholar to the Absolute Saint realm. When one broke through to the Absolute Saint realm, it was equivalent to stepping into the Khanate realm. For example, Li Zhongjiu had already stepped into the Khanate level 2. However, there were a total of 9 realms in the Khanate realm. In other words, Li Zhongjiu had to cultivate to the Khanate level 9 before breaking through. Only then would he be a heavenly man. There were also 9 realms in the heavenly man realm. As for elemental energy, in fact, all the cultivation methods were wrong. Elemental energy was never the main point of cultivation. The most important thing was willpower. The stronger one's willpower was, the more powerful the elemental energy one could mobilize. However, this principle could only be comprehended when a cultivator had truly stepped into the Khanate realm or even the heavenly man realm. What kind of feeling would it be when you realized that you had walked the wrong path after walking so far? Fortunately, although it was wrong, it wasn't too wrong. Moreover, there were benefits to taking the initiative to cultivate elemental energy. At least when there was no elemental energy around, one could still have elemental energy. It's really amazing. Li Zhongjiu carefully experienced it. He also felt that he had been completely subverted. It turned out that the cultivation of elemental energy had always been unnecessary. However, for many ordinary people, it was already very impressive to be able to cultivate elemental energy to the peak. Therefore, there was no need to subvert the entire cultivation system. However, if you wanted to break free from it, you had to have absolute strength. You had to accept all of this quickly. When ordinary people found out about all of this, they might break down immediately. However, Li Zhongjiu quickly calmed down. After all, this was something that Li Zhongjiu had already expected. In fact, when he was tempering his willpower, Li Zhongjiu had already noticed it. Now, he had just verified it. I flew for more than half a day just to chase after that guy, but this Black Sea Overlord sent me back immediately. It was faster than the teleportation array. For a mysterious existence like Black Sea Overlord, other than being secretly shocked, Li Zhongjiu didn't have any other thoughts. However, it could be seen from this point. Back then, even if Li Zhongjiu didn't attack the fallen race might not have been able to occupy the Sacred Martial Realm. Although the most powerful person in the Sacred Martial Realm was Heavenly Sage Kuan Peng, he could be considered half a guardian of the human race. However, in reality, this was only the strength on the surface. There were even more powerful existences hidden in the dark. An existence with such a cultivation level. Even at Li Zhongzhou's level, it was difficult to find him. As long as the other party didn't appear voluntarily. If Black Sea Overlord hadn't taken the initiative to appear, even if Li Zhongzhou searched the entire Black Sea, he wouldn't be able to find him. The difference in realm was too great. It was just like how ordinary people wanted to find a supremacy expert. They weren't in the same realm, so how could they find him? It was extremely surprising. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou understood. He was basically worrying for nothing. To have such time and opportunity, he might as well seize the time to cultivate. For the human race to exist for so long and write the human vein heavenly book, it was obviously not that simple. Otherwise, just look at how many races wanted to destroy the human race and occupy the human race's providence, but they had never succeeded. Right now, Li Zhongzhou had already made up his mind to cultivate properly in order to raise his strength and realm. What will the world become like after the heaven realm? I'm looking forward to it. Li Zhongzhou's eyes flickered. Li Zhongzhou happened to land outside Binhai City. Even Binhai City heard the commotion on Golden Island. Therefore, they quickly sent out a reconnaissance team. Although Li Zhongzhou was overseeing Binhai City, the ones who had to shoulder the main responsibility of protection were the Binhai Navy. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to spend so much money to support these troops? Then, Chu Wen and the others also rushed back. Everything that they had experienced before was like a dream to Chu Wen and the others. Such a perfect training island was destroyed in the blink of an eye. Then, evil Lord Li Zhongzhou had a great battle with the other side. It was an earth-shattering battle. In the end, he even let them run away. When Chu Wen and the others told him about what happened on Golden Island, Zhou Jing and the rest were also in disbelief. She couldn't believe her ears. Soon, Zhang Henliang's scouting fleet returned. Golden Island was indeed destroyed. It was such a big island. What kind of power was needed to destroy the Golden Island? It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Golden Island was larger than 5 Binhai cities combined. Otherwise, Golden Island wouldn't be so far away. The Xingyan dynasty had to spend a lot of effort to control it. After all, this island was basically full of mines. If he dug them all out, he wouldn't dare to believe it. Even if the entire Binhai Navy was mobilized and bombarded for a month, they might not be able to destroy Golden Island. In just a few minutes, Li Zhongzhou managed to turn the entire Golden Island into such a state. The power of a god fiend, Zhang Henliang immediately looked up and sighed. He didn't expect Li Zhongzhou's strength to be so terrifying. The legendary evil lord. No wonder he was able to rely on his own strength to cause the 3 great dynasties to be extremely fearful. The entire underworld had even become the Li family's world. Everything had to be done according to the Li family's wishes. Originally, Zhang Henliang didn't think that the Li family was anything impressive. So what if they were powerful? He had 800,000 navy troops in Binhai City. How could he be afraid of them? But now, he really knew how powerful they were. With Li Zhongzhou's strength, destroying Binhai City was basically a matter of yawning. When Li Zhongzhou returned, he didn't stay any longer. It was a good opportunity for Zhou Jing to gather all the disciples. They could set off and return. The training was over. Golden Island could have allowed them to train more. In addition, Li Zhongzhou could use this opportunity to relax. However, after seeing such a powerful existence like the Black Sea Overlord, he was shocked. Li Zhongzhou also understood that he was still far from being strong. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible. Qi Yanran's condition improved very quickly. She should recover in a few days. It was a good opportunity to make a trip to the Qi family. It had been a long time since he saw Qi Xiaohun. After all, he was Li Zhongzhou's father-in-law. Shall we set off now? Zhou Jing asked after gathering everyone. That's right. Imperial tutor, why don't you stay for a few more days? There are still many unique places in Binhai City. When Zhang Henliang knew that Li Zhongzhou was leaving, he hurriedly brought Zhang Ying over. This was his last chance, yet he was in such a hurry to leave. Could it be that he had not been a good host? It's nothing. The matter on Golden Island has been resolved. I won't waste any more time here. By the way, Commander Zhang, is your subordinate, General Zhang Ying, willing to teach at my Heavenly Sect Academy? Li Zhongzhou asked. Zhang Ying was stunned when he heard Li Zhongzhou's words. He stood at the side and didn't know what to do. He actually wanted him to go. This made Hang Zhongying feel flattered. Ah? Zhongying? Teach. Zhang Hingliang thought that he had heard wrongly. There was actually such a good thing. It was simply unbelievable to Zhang Hingliang. Was this happiness coming too suddenly? This was something he had always dreamed of. As long as Zhongying could stay in the Heavenly Sect Academy, he would have more time and opportunities to come into contact with Li Zhongzhou. Moreover, in the Heavenly Sect Academy, his future would obviously be better. It was obvious just by looking at the treatment of the disciples in front of him. They would often throw some pills at their faces. If it were anyone else, they would be envious. There are 3 8th-grade pills in this porcelain bottle. Take it as your compensation. Li Zhongzhou looked at Zhang Ying and thought that he was unwilling, so he took out the porcelain bottle. Zhang Hingliang subconsciously took it. Although his rationality told him not to take it and not to ruin his image in front of Li Zhongzhou. But in the end, his body was very honest and directly took it. Sir Imperial Tutor, you can't do this. Keep it. I'll get someone to send General Zhang's letter of appointment. General Zhang Jiang, please? I'll pack, no need to pack. You can buy anything in the Monarch City. Go quickly. Don't waste Imperial Tutor's time. If there's anything important, write me a letter and I'll send it to you. Go quickly. Sir Imperial Tutor, I'll leave my daughter to you. Zhang Hingliang also had an inexplicable smile, then looked at Zhang Ying in front of him. Little Ying, whether the family can prosper or not depends on you. Of course, these words were said in a very low voice. After Zhang Ying heard it, he rolled his eyes. How could there be such a father who insisted on pushing his own daughter away? This matter came too suddenly, but Zhang Ying was also a soldier, and this kind of sudden emergency situation was common. Zhou Jing also brought a simple airship. Since it was the Heavenly Sect Academy, it was normal for them to have 1 or 2 airships in their hands. What's more, the Heavenly Sect Academy had opened this faction before. Now, the Xingyan dynasty's most advanced Eagle battleship was mainly built by the White Deer Mansion. Therefore, they had quite a lot of experience in this aspect. The airship rose to the sky. Xiaxia chatted happily with Zhang Ying. After all, the two of them knew each other before. Although she was a little surprised that Li Zhongzhou directly recruited Zhang Ying, at least they could now cultivate together. It was also a good thing. The airship was slowly moving in the direction of Sacred Flame Royal City. Sacred Flame Royal City had now become the White Deer Mansion, which was Li Zhongzhou's territory. It was quite surprising. It was the first time they had seen such a thing. Moreover, the city guards all belonged to the White Deer Mansion. Fortunately, Emperor Xingyan had moved the capital quickly, so he still had time to cultivate his own trusted aides. At the same time, Emperor Xingyan was clear in his heart. It was impossible to use this method to stop Li Zhongzhou. He was just not interested in the position. If he was, he would have been finished long ago. There was no need for Li Zhongzhou to say anything more. The students in front of him were all diligently cultivating. They did not waste a single second. If Li Zhongzhou wanted to break through, only the evil dragons I could give him pressure and help him break through. It seemed that the owner of the evil dragons I was an existence equivalent to the celestial realm. It might even have surpassed the celestial realm. It was almost at the same level as the Black Sea Lord. After careful calculation, there were actually many experts in the celestial realm. There were celestial dragons in the dragon clan. There were also celestial realm experts in the human clan. Naturally, no one dared to stop the Tianzong Academy's airship wherever it passed. Even those who specialized in robbing in the air would immediately hide far away when they saw the Tianzong Academy's airship from afar. Moreover, the Tianzong Academy was now eliminating evil for the people everywhere. They had already killed countless of the Abyss clan. It was said that these people had directly rushed to the front lines of the battlefield. Such a dedication was naturally quite great in their eyes. With Tianzong Academy taking the lead, many other academies followed suit. In fact, the other academies would have done such a thing. It was just that the Tianzong Academy beat them to it. Chaowu Pavilion, Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. It was still the right-hand man of the Xingyan dynasty. However, with the intervention of the dynasty's royal family, a royal academy was established in Heaven and Earth's sacred city. The capital invested was also very large. However, it was said that within the royal school, there were many arrogant existences. Moreover, it seemed like there were a few geniuses among them, because their backgrounds were different from the rest. Other than the Tianzong Academy, which did not dare to provoke them, they had gradually begun to look down on the Imperial Martial Pavilion and the like. After all, some of the Imperial Martial Arts Pavilion's resources had been taken away after the Imperial Martial Arts Academy's support was transferred to the Imperial Martial Arts Academy. He probably couldn't hold on much longer. Currently, the Sky Sect Academy was also discussing the matter of merging into the Imperial Martial Academy. Although in the eyes of others, this was something impossible. However, the Tianzong Academy's headmaster was confident. This woman called Lan Yuyan was indeed not simple. To be able to do such a thing and make such a promise, however, it seemed that this project had been delayed a little recently. After all, there was some resistance. The airship streaked across the sky. After spending a total of 5 days, they finally returned to the sky above Sacred Flame Royal City. As for Zhang Ying's arrangements, Li Zongjiu had also instructed Zhou Jing to inform Lan Yuyan. Such a small matter did not require Li Zongjiu to personally handle it. The rest of the people also returned to the Tianzong Academy. Li Zongjiu returned to the White Deer Mansion. Although the Tianzong Academy had lost a few disciples this time, it was not a big deal. Lan Yuyan also quickly arranged for the compensation to be sent to these people to shut their mouths, so as to prevent them from spouting nonsense. Li Zongjiu returned to the White Deer Mansion and did not do anything else. He first went into seclusion for 3 days. After 3 days, Li Zongjiu clearly felt that he seemed to have made a small breakthrough. It should be that after seeing the Black Sea Overlord, his body was also touched. Only then did he let go of this tight realm a little. However, in the world of the evil dragon's eye, there was no breakthrough. Now, the 9-headed snake only had 8 heads left. However, the speed and pressure were tens or even hundreds of times higher than before. Li Zongjiu had no choice but to break free from it. He continued to cultivate according to this method. It was simply a masochistic behavior. Ordinary people would not be able to tolerate it. After 3 days, Li Zongjiu also came out of seclusion to rest. At the same time, Xiao Zhao also came to report. Basically, all the people of the Devouring Yuan clan in the Azure Sea Academy had been found. It was not difficult to trace the identity of these people. Even if the master of the Azure Sea Academy had done a lot of work before. In the human race's society, there would always be many clues left behind. With Xiao Zhao's ability, it was naturally very difficult to dig them out. If we directly kill them, it will definitely cause some unnecessary trouble and influence. I suggest that we organize a trial and then kill them one by one during the trial. Xiao Zhao said. Then, he carefully explained his plan to the others. Of course, they could not kill everyone at once. That would also attract attention. Although the White Deer Mansion did not care and even used a lot of power to suppress it, it was more obvious that it would be more troublesome. But in that case, it was obviously more troublesome. Some secret arrangements would be made here, and naturally, the matter would be settled without anyone knowing. Multi-pronged approach. Okay, we'll do as you say. Li Zongjiu said. Yes, young master. Oh right, young master, there's news from Miss Longji. The situation is under control, but Miss Longji can't get away for the time being. Recently, Dean Lan Yuyan wants to merge the Imperial Martial Academy into the Sky Sect Academy. Can we merge the Imperial Martial Academy into the Sky Sect Academy? Li Zongjiu was surprised after hearing this. This idea was very bold. As expected of Kuan Arashi's sister, she had such great courage. Then go ahead and do it. Is there a problem? Li Zongjiu asked. Of course there isn't a big problem. This is an inevitable trend. It's just that the Imperial Martial Academy's Inner Elders Guild is obstructing us. Imperial Martial Academy's Inner Elders Guild? It was Li Zhongzhou's first time hearing this. Where did this come from? They are all retired instructors of the Imperial Martial Academy. But because they are very experienced, they have a lot of status and influence. It means that these old farts are looking for trouble. Li Zhongzhou understood. These people all had old-school thinking, which was why such a thing happened. This group of people had prestige and status, so it was impossible to use force. Otherwise, it would affect the reputation that the Sky Sect Academy had built up. At the same time, there would be some hidden dangers with the Imperial Martial Academy, which was about to merge into the Imperial Martial Academy. When that time came, it would not be so smooth. Therefore, he needed to use another method to get them to agree. They were all pedantic and stubborn people who didn't have much ability. Li Zhongzhou could easily deal with them. If it were other people, they might have a lot of scruples. However, after meeting Li Zhongzhou, the situation was no longer up to them. Inform them that I want to have a meeting with them tomorrow night. You can decide the location. Li Zhongzhou said. There were always some people who thought they were infallible, so Li Zhongzhou needed to come out and kill their spirit. Li Zhongzhou came at the right time. Xiao Zhao quickly agreed. Then I'll go to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. The Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. It was also Zishuan Court's territory. Now, under Yunqi's management, the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower had become an elegant place. Moreover, not just anyone could enter. Only those who were recognized by Zishuan Court and were also friends of the White Deer Mansion could enter. In fact, there weren't many people with such identities. The news that Li Zhongzhou asked the Imperial Martial Academy's inner elders to go to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower for a meeting quickly spread throughout the city. Lan Yuyan also arrived early. They didn't expect Li Zhongzhou to be willing to come out personally to mediate this matter. Obviously, Li Zhongzhou attached great importance to the Sky Sect Academy. The Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was a famous inn in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Anyone who could enter and lead this place was basically someone with a certain status. Even if they weren't now, they would be in the future. However, today, the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn welcomed a group of white-haired old men. These old men walked with a majestic gait. Although their hair was completely white, in reality, they possessed a rather strong essence, energy, and spirit. Although they were old, it didn't stop them from being in a state of high spirits. Anyone with a bit of eyesight could at least recognize one or two of them. Some of them looked familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen them before. Hey, isn't that the teacher of the war god from 50 years ago? Yeah, that person looks familiar too. I think he was one of the 10 war gods. 3 of them were directly taught by him. These people, aren't they the old seniors of the Imperial Martial Pavilion? Why are they suddenly gathered together today? These people had already retired and hadn't appeared for a long time. Moreover, they had never asked about the affairs of the underworld. They didn't dare to say much about the affairs of the Imperial Court. If they crossed the line even a little, it would be an act of treason. They had been silent for many years, but they were actually invited out today. Didn't you hear? Lord Evil Lord of the White Deer Mansion invited them to participate in this meeting. TSK, I really don't know what will happen. Don't tell me it's going to be a hangmen banquet? Some nosy people started to talk about it. They were all talking about it at the corners of the streets. It attracted the interest of many people. Soon, Wang Ding actually brought a large number of troops to seal off the road. They directly sealed off the road, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. Those who weren't important were all pushed aside. They were all pushed aside. Obviously, the atmosphere was very tense, and those who saw it could not help but feel a sense of panic in their hearts. Some nosy people were also chased away. A carriage slowly drove over. It was the dean of the Celestial Sect Academy, Lan Yuyan. It was said that the dean of the Celestial Sect Academy was a young woman who acted swiftly and decisively. Many important things were also done by this woman. Without her orders, many things would not have been possible. However, it was impossible for ordinary people to see Lan Yuyan's face. Now, he was finally fortunate enough to see Lan Yuyan's true appearance. Although it was just a quick glance, it made the crowd boil. Was this the legendary dean of the Celestial Sect Academy? By the time most of the people had arrived, Yi Zichen was already in a daze. An ordinary carriage slowly drove over. However, with the appearance of this ordinary carriage, the city guards at the scene became nervous. They pushed back the 200 onlookers by a large step. The roads on both sides were cleared. Such an empty area was created. Even Wang Ding personally went up to greet him, bringing along his trusted aides. He was incomparably respectful to the person who had come. It was obvious that the identity of the person in the carriage was not ordinary. Li Zhongjiu stepped out of the carriage. When he saw the street full of soldiers and so many onlookers, those who did not know would think that the emperor had come out. Why did you arrange so many people? It's a nuisance. Leave, Li Zhongjiu said. Wang Ding was shocked when he heard that. Yes, young master. Wang Ding immediately gave the order to restore order on the street. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu walked into the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. Yunqi was already waiting at the door. When he saw Li Zhongjiu coming, he quickly went up to greet him. Young master, you haven't been here for a long time. Yunqi said with a smile. Is everyone here? Li Zhongjiu asked. Everyone is here. However, one person refused to come. Refused to come? Li Zhongjiu frowned. He said that young master is a demon lord and does not deserve to be on the same side as the martial world pavilion. Yunqi hesitated for a moment, but finally said it out loud. Li Zhongjiu didn't like to beat around the bush. If he had something to say, it would be better for him to say it directly. Oh? When Li Zhongjiu heard this, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He did not expect to meet such a tough guy. However, Li Zhongjiu did not come here to waste time. Wang Ding. Wang Ding, who was waiting outside, quickly came in. Yes, young master. Bring me the head of this old man whose name I don't know. I'll give you an hour. Li Zhongjiu ordered. He, Li Zhongjiu, was not a kind person. Talk about justice and morality? That was not talking about it. So what if you made a great contribution to the martial world pavilion? So what if you had a high reputation in the underworld? It had nothing to do with him. Since you refuse to lower your head, I'll take your head off. Li Zhongjiu then came to the private room. The room was full of old men. Looking at the situation, Lan Yuyan had already communicated with these people before Li Zhongjiu came. However, they seemed to be very dissatisfied with the result or process of the communication. Otherwise, such a situation would not have happened. Dean Lan, how was the conversation with them? Li Zhongjiu walked to Lan Yuyan and sat down. This seat was the main seat. Lan Yuyan sat on the left, but there was an empty seat on the right. Logically speaking, this seat should be the seat of the most senior person. However, the latter had obviously given up on this seat. The masters do not want to develop for a long time. They think that joining the Sky Sect Academy is betraying their ancestors and forgetting their roots. Lan Yuyan said faintly. There was no warmth in her eyes. Looking at these old farts in front of her, she did not have a good feeling. The current pavilion master of the martial world pavilion had obviously agreed. However, he was obstructed by these people. That's right. The martial world pavilion has been established in the Xingyan dynasty for 270 years. It was founded by the retired emperor himself. How can it fall into the hands of an outsider? Li Zhongjiu, even if you are the imperial tutor, you want to get your hands on the ancestors' things. Aren't you already deceiving the emperor and offending your superiors? An old man said righteously. Bin Qianji was also full of anger. They couldn't wait to scold Li Zhongjiu, who was standing in front of them. This scolding had clearly ignited everyone's rebellious spirit. One after another, the entire scene became incomparably noisy. Lan Yuyan looked at Li Zhongjiu. She wanted to see how Li Zhongjiu was going to deal with this situation. After all, this situation was indeed quite tricky. There was no other way. Neither soft nor hard tactics worked. If she could use force, Lan Yuyan did not mind using force. One should know that there was still Kuan Castle behind Lan Yuyan. Now, Kuan Castle was almost in a situation where they were cooperating with White Deer Mansion. Xiao Zhao naturally would not let such a good opportunity go to waste. With Li Zhongjiu's relationship, there were almost no difficulties or barriers when they cooperated with these top forces. Therefore, in the area of trade, there were many convenient situations that were directly developed. However, Li Zhongjiu drank his tea very calmly. Give me a few more plates of pastries. I see that these people are hungry. Li Zhongjiu said. No matter how much you shout, I will not be angry. What can you do to me? It wasn't until Li Zhongjiu said this that the scene quieted down a little. You are all so old. How many more years do you have left to live? Li Zhongjiu opened his mouth and said directly. Wouldn't this offend them instantly? Dying early or dying late, isn't it the same word for death? Li Zhongjiu shook his head helplessly. I called you here today to tell you that if you are obedient, you don't have to die. If you are disobedient. Just as he was speaking, Wang Ding walked in from outside the room. In his hand was a cloth bag that was dripping blood. Li Zhongjiu gestured, and Wang Ding threw the cloth bag in his hand on the table. When he opened it, there was a human head inside, glaring angrily. It stared straight at the people present. It's the Great Elder. The Great Elder. When the people saw the human head, they were all shocked. Li Zhongjiu, you are rebelling. One of them pointed at Li Zhongjiu and roared. Seeing this, Wang Ding directly stepped forward, raised his sword and slashed. Pa, another head rolled on the table. Clean and neat. After chopping off a head, these people had a little understanding of what silence was. Li Zhongjiu was simply audacious and lawless. Even Lan Yuyan was stunned. She didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to be so ruthless. In such a situation, it might cause a strong backlash. Moreover, it would obviously cause some bad rumors among the students in the future. It wouldn't be convenient for teaching management in the future. However, these were all things for the future. Perhaps Li Zhongjiu did this because he was confident that he could solve the problem. Li Zhongjiu sat in his original position without moving. He signaled to Yunqi behind him. Yunqi nodded and then placed a porcelain bottle in front of each old man. In the bottle, there are 10 longevity pills. One pill can prolong your life by 10 years. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. Prolong your life by 10 years, 10 pills, wouldn't that add up to 100 years? All these old men opened their eyes wide. There was actually such a good thing. How could it be possible? However, they also heard that Li Zhongjiu was a top alchemist. For these people who already had one foot in the coffin, they were not afraid of death. He had lived for such a long time. What had he not seen? They were not afraid of death. However, when you knew that you could continue to live for another 100 years, who would be willing to die? They were not afraid of death because there was no other way. If you couldn't find a way to live, there was only death. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what you did now was a bit too much. You actually put such an opportunity to prolong your life by 100 years in front of you. For these old men, this was simply a fatal temptation and attraction. No one would be able to resist such an attractive temptation. Humph, wild ambition. What longevity pill? Maybe it's something highly poisonous. You just want to poison us to death in one breath. Swish. Wang Ding, who was behind him, directly chopped down with his saber. He directly chopped this arrogant man, who was suspected of being poisoned, into 2 halves. Everyone can see that it's not poison. Li Zhongjiu said. This meant that if Li Zhongjiu wanted to kill them, there was no need for him to poison them. Li Zhongjiu immediately stood up. All right, Wang Ding, you stay here and watch. Those who took the pills can leave. As for those who didn't, you can do as you see fit. Masters? I'll give you 3 minutes to discuss. After that, Li Zhongjiu and Lan Yuyan also left. This combination of kindness and authority could be said to have been displayed to the extreme. No one could resist such temptation. Under such pressure, how could they not submit? It was simply a well-dug hole for them to jump into. Was there any other choice? Was there even a need to consider? If you really want to save your face, you can keep your face when the knife comes down, but your head will be gone. On the contrary, as long as everyone put down their pride, they could obtain 100 years of life. To live for another 100 years, who wouldn't be willing? If they could live, who would want to die like this? Wang Ding looked at the so-called masters in front of him with a sneer. He gave them too much face and really thought of himself as someone important. Lan Yuyan also wanted to stabilize the reputation of the academy, so she didn't do anything to them. Now, the bad guy was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu didn't care at all. Reputation was no longer useful to Li Zongjiu, and Li Zongjiu never cared about it. What use could it be? Not long after Li Zongjiu and Lan Yuyan walked out, someone couldn't sit still. He stood up and bowed to the people present, then picked up the bottle on the table and turned to walk out. This gesture was extremely abrupt in the eyes of others, but it wasn't a big deal. This was because they would all make the same choice in the future. 100 years of life was in front of them. How could it be so easy to refuse? Immediately, the group of people prepared quickly. They put away the elixirs on the table. They walked out one after another. Wang Ding looked at the people in front of him with a sneer. At least they knew what was good for them. If they didn't know what was good for them, he would directly chop them up. That was simple. These spineless people actually dared to challenge the young master. Originally, Wang Ding was prepared to kill all of them here. But it was obvious that the young master was benevolent and was willing to give them a way out. In the end, everyone took the pills and walked out of the room. This also meant that they had tacitly accepted the matter of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. This was good too. The only pity was the 3 heads lying on the table. It was these 3 heads that landed on the table. Originally, they could have lived for another 100 years. In these 100 years, who knows what kind of fortuitous encounter would allow them to break through the limit of their lifespan and achieve immortality. It wasn't impossible. How could they give up on their lives so easily? It was disrespectful to his parents to throw away his life so easily. How could they do such a thing? They must be severely criticized. They must not let their descendants learn from them. Li Zongjiu and Lan Yuyan didn't go far. It was also in the pavilion opposite that these so-called inner court elders walked out one by one, full of vigor. Their faces were flushed, as if they had picked up a great bargain. Lan Yuyan couldn't do anything about these people's faces. Did you really give them the prolongation elixirs? Lan Yuyan couldn't help but ask. First of all, the prolongation elixirs might really exist, but Li Zongjiu couldn't possibly say that he would refine these elixirs and leave them here for these people. He would refine these elixirs especially for these people. One of them is. Li Zongjiu said calmly. He was the evil lord. He never kept his word. He did whatever he wanted without fear. He was unscrupulous. These people were making things difficult for Li Zongjiu and making him waste so much time here. How could he let these people have an easy time? There's only one in each bottle? No, there's only one elixir among all the elixirs. Li Zongjiu shook his head. And this one is in my hands. As Li Zongjiu said, he also took out this elixir and showed it to them. Lan Yuyan was simply speechless by Li Zongjiu's methods. He really had a lot of strange tricks and didn't give people a way out at all. It was impossible to take advantage of Li Zongjiu. Being able to let them live was already the greatest gift. Okay, everything here is settled. If there's anything, just call me. Li Zongjiu said. Tianzong Academy, you can do whatever you want. It must become the #1 academy. Don't worry, I will exhaust all my efforts. Lan Yuyan said firmly. Her eyes were full of hope for the future of Tianzong Academy. Just as Li Zongjiu was thinking about whether to have a meal together, there was some movement from the Green Bird platform. Li Zongjiu knew that Qi Yanran was about to recover. I'll go first. After saying that, Li Zongjiu's figure also jumped and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lan Yuyan had long been used to Li Zongjiu's solitary and swift behavior. And these people of the Inner Elders Guild of Chawu Pavilion could only blame themselves for being too greedy and wanting to take advantage of others. What about protecting the ancestors? Protect my ass. But Chawu Pavilion's merging into Tianzong Academy was going to be busy. Li Zongjiu returned to the White Deer Mansion. He took out the Green Bird platform. A strange wave of energy came from the Blue Bird platform. Waves of energy gradually spread out. Li Zongjiu also sat quietly outside the Green Bird platform. But at this moment, there seemed to be a fluctuation of energy on the Green Bird platform, and it became quite chaotic. Oh no, this girl can't control it. Li Zongjiu was slightly surprised. Obviously, Qi Yanran had accidentally broken through her own realm during this process. But this breakthrough was too sudden and difficult to control, and there was a danger of Qi deviation at any time. Immediately, Li Zongjiu released his mind power. It wrapped around the green bird platform. He tried his best to stabilize this wild and violent power. The energy waves released from the green bird platform. Li Zongjiu felt that it was very troublesome. What exactly did this girl experience in the green bird platform to have such a big breakthrough? Fortunately, Li Zongjiu also had a big breakthrough during this period of time. Therefore, he could more or less control this energy and prevent it from spreading everywhere. At the same time, he guided Qi Yanran to temporarily suppress this energy. This was equivalent to guiding Qi Yanran to control her own energy. This control lasted for a full 5 days. Finally, it stabilized. Li Zongjiu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he saw a figure gradually appear on the green bird platform. It was Qi Yanran. Zongjiu. When Qi Yanran opened her eyes, she saw Li Zongjiu in front of her. These days, if Li Zongjiu had not helped her, it would have been difficult for her to get through this ordeal. Without saying a word, Qi Yanran flew up and hugged Li Zongjiu fiercely. This time, it took more than a month to heal his injuries. This made Qi Yanran very anxious. She was afraid that Li Zongjiu would be too worried. Alright, it's okay. I've dealt with it. I've killed those people from the devouring Yuan clan. Li Zongjiu said faintly. If these people from the devouring Yuan clan had not hurt Qi Yanran, Li Zongjiu would not have taken revenge so crazily. It could be said that he had really killed all of them. A few days ago, Xiaoxiao had completed the task of cleaning up the Azure Sea Academy. The members of the devouring Yuan clan had been deliberately avoiding contact with the human race. Therefore, after getting rid of them, they did not leave any trouble behind. Even if there was trouble, they were directly dealt with. Now, it was said that these people from the devouring Yuan clan and some others were scattered in other places. Li Zongjiu also ordered people to continue investigating. Anyway, they had to go against these people from the devouring Yuan clan. They have a strange ability that can seal my origin energy, Qi Yanran said. She was also worried that these people would harm Li Zongjiu. In fact, they had already found a way to deal with the devouring Yuan clan. That was poisoning. Sometimes, he didn't even need to do it himself. Don't worry, they're not that impressive. You seem to have made a huge breakthrough in your strength. Li Zongjiu also checked the situation and found that the latter's willpower cultivation had already reached the Xianxia level. Moreover, their strength was not below that of Li Zongjiu. That was why Li Zongjiu was so surprised. One must know that the reason why Li Zongjiu was able to reach his current level of cultivation was all because of the evil dragon's eye. Under such inhumane devastation. That was why there was such a breakthrough. However, looking at Qi Yanran, it seemed that she did not suffer much and had already reached the level 2 Xiantian realm. It's also because of the power of inheritance. The inheritance of the green bird platform is no small matter. Even the 3 elders of the Sparrow Divine Palace were not clear about it. Qi Yanran said immediately. I don't know about the other 2 clans, but this green bird platform was not refined by the Heavenly Sparrow clan. It was just found by them. From this green bird platform, I learned some secrets. For example, we are now at the Xiantian realm, but above that is the celestial realm. Above the celestial realm, there are even more powerful existences. This green bird platform is most likely created by an expert who has surpassed the celestial realm. Qi Yanran said. If Li Zongjiu had not met the Black Sea Overlord, he would have been very surprised by what Qi Yanran had said. However, he was now clear about the cultivation level. It was extremely difficult to reach the celestial realm. Refined by an expert who has surpassed the celestial realm? Li Zongjiu carefully observed the green bird platform. It was indeed powerful to be able to obtain such a treasure. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was very envious. Unlike himself, he could only rely on his talent and experience to cultivate here. If he did not have the 3,000 years of cultivation experience from his previous life, he would not have been able to cultivate here. Li Zongjiu estimated that he was only in Yuan King now, not even in Yuan Emperor. The gap was quite big. I know about this too. Some time ago, I met a top expert in the Black Sea. This person was at least in the celestial realm. Li Zhongjiu also told her about the Lord of the Black Sea. After all, he and Qi Yanran were the only ones who could exchange information with each other now. The two of them also talked for a long time. Later on, they walked to the top of the mountain and enjoyed the quiet time. Then, Li Zhongjiu gave the flying elixir that he had refined previously to Qi Yanran. It was a grade 11 elixir after all. It was worth a lot. Even Qi Yanran was completely stunned when she saw the grade 11 elixir. He could actually refine a grade 11 elixir. I didn't expect you to be able to refine grade 11 elixir. I've slacked off. Qi Yanran said in surprise. Obviously, in Qi Yanran's eyes, Li Zhongjiu was the real scary one. He obviously didn't have any inheritance and relied on his talent to cultivate here. In addition to the cultivation of his origin force cultivation. In alchemy, even the study and cultivation of formations, he had never fallen behind. This was what truly astonished and shocked people. Such a Li Zhongjiu was really too scary. Where did such a strong talent come from? It was simply superhuman. I haven't seen your father for a long time. Let's go to your house for dinner tonight. Li Zhongjiu said. Sure. After all, the Qi family was also in the sacred flame royal city. It was only 2 steps away. He left as soon as he said so. He walked down from the back mountain of the White Deer Mansion. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran walked in the direction of the Qi family. When they were on the street, they also bought some small daily things and didn't prepare any expensive gifts. Li Zhongjiu also asked people to send ordinary elixirs and other things. Of course, if there was anything good, he wouldn't forget to send it to the Qi family. And now that Qi Yanran was in the Qi family, there were some things that didn't need Li Zhongjiu at all. Otherwise, in the Qi family's eyes, it would even feel that this was Li Zhongjiu's charity. So sometimes, it was still difficult to be a person. So he casually bought some small gifts and paid a visit. When the guards of the Qi family saw Qi Yanran and Li Zhongjiu coming over, they were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. Miss. Evil Lord. Evil Lord. After confirming again and again, they rubbed their eyes. When they saw that it was a real person, they hurriedly sent someone to inform them. Okay, there's no need to inform them. We'll go in ourselves. Under the shocked and envious gaze of the guards at the door, the two walked in. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Those who could be arranged to guard the gate were generally very discerning. Otherwise, it would be very easy to offend some big shots. This was a very troublesome matter. Qi Xiaohun hadn't seen him for a long time. Now, he was Li Zhongjiu's father-in-law, but the two of them were like peers. I treat you as a brother, but you actually flirted with my daughter. This was also a sentence that Qi Xiaohun often said. But in this world, was there anyone more reliable than Li Zhongjiu? And in this world, there was no one more outstanding than Li Zhongjiu. Therefore, to be able to give his daughter to Li Zhongjiu was the most perfect thing for Qi Xiaohun. If Li Zhongjiu dared to bully Qi Yanran, Qi Xiaohun would no longer care so much. Even if he couldn't win, he would fight with his life. Naturally, it was quite nostalgic to meet again. Although it was a temporary visit, it was very easy for the Qi family to cook 2 more dishes. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Xiaohun were drinking and chatting. Qi Yanran was pouring wine at the side. After drinking, Qi Xiaohun, who had not been drunk for more than 10 years, was directly drunk under the table. After you refine the elixir, we'll go to Luoxia City and meet my parents. Okay, Qi Yanran also responded in a low voice. Anyway, Qi Yanran was now a Xiantian expert, but when she thought of meeting Li Zhongjiu's parents in a very formal way, she was very nervous. She was still extremely nervous. This had nothing to do with strength. But before this, Qi Yanran had seen Li Zhongjiu's parents, but at that time, they were not married. In the next few days, Li Zhongjiu also cultivated normally. Qi Yanran took the soaring pill given by Li Zhongjiu and her cultivation improved greatly. The effect of this pill was too strong for ordinary people to bear. Only experts of this realm could completely absorb and digest the effect of this pill. Otherwise, it would be a waste to give it to others. It might even be life-threatening. Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran also went back to Luoxia City. In Luoxia City, they also had a happy meal together. Since they were back, they might as well stay in Luoxia City for a while. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Li Zongjiu's cultivation had reached the bottleneck of innate level 2. He didn't know how long it would take for him to break through to innate level 3. Therefore, Li Zongjiu also prepared to do some other things. He personally came to the Untainted Land. He found the teleportation array from back then and rearranged it. After sending a few primordial stones into it, Li Zongjiu was directly teleported to the sacred martial realm. In the Great Yan Imperial Palace where Chu Yanguan was. When he felt Li Zongjiu's teleportation formation moving, he hurriedly brought people to investigate. He didn't expect it to be Li Zongjiu. Evil Lord Senior. When he saw Li Zongjiu appear, Chu Yanguan was very happy. After all, Li Zongjiu had made so many contributions to them and saved the entire sacred martial realm. He was very touched and respected. Before he could repay him properly, Li Zongjiu directly opened the teleportation formation and flew away. They were at a loss as to what to do. After Li Zongjiu came back, he didn't say much. Instead, he asked Chu Yanguan to help him find a person. It was the old man who sold the Luban locks in Jincheng City. At that time, Li Zongjiu didn't expect that he would be so lucky to meet the person who designed Jincheng City. Now that he appeared, of course, he had to invite this master. Chu Yanguan and Xiao Lin naturally found the old man very quickly. Gong Sunli, Li Zongjiu had been away for almost a year. When he saw Li Zongjiu again, Gong Sunli felt a sense of loss. At that time, I thought you were just saying it casually. I didn't expect it to be true. When Gong Sunli saw Li Zongjiu, he was also in a trance, as if he was in a dream. He was very excited about Li Zongjiu's appearance. Although Li Zongjiu might have just mentioned it casually back then, Gong Sunli had really remembered it. He thought that Li Zongjiu had forgotten about it, but now he suddenly came looking for him. I'm here to take you to a place. It's a long trip. If you have anything to tell me or to prepare, you can do it. I'll give you 2 days. It's okay. This old man is all alone. I can leave at any time. Gong Sunli said. Li Zongjiu immediately nodded. Okay, then let's go. The teleportation formation here has been stabilized. I will come here often in the future. The last sentence was said to Chu Yanguan. Won't Evil Lord stay for a few more days? No need. Chu Yanguan also wanted to talk to Li Zongjiu about something, but since Li Zongjiu left in such a hurry, he might have other things to do. In this case, Chu Yanguan didn't force him to stay. What's more, Li Zongjiu said that he would come here often, so he waited for the time being. After all, the matter wasn't very serious. Li Zongjiu directly took Gong Sunli through the teleportation formation and returned to the Xingwu continent. When Gong Sunli arrived at the Xingwu continent, he was very surprised. Although there were such legends in the past, they were still quite shocked when they saw the other side of the continent. But at least he could accept it. This is the Luoxia city, but my request this time is a little different. Li Zongjiu brought him to the Luoxia city. The people around also introduced Gong Sunli to them. Qi Yanran was learning to cook from Xianxia recently. Li Tianqing and many other people, including Nangong Wuji, were also here. After all, the White Deer Mansion was designed by him, so he was very experienced in this aspect. After greeting them, Li Zongjiu also brought him to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Looking at the Luoxia city from the Fog Snow Alchemy sect's direction, they could see the situation of the Luoxia city. Lord, what's your request? I want the whole mountain to float like the Jincheng city. Li Zongjiu said. In the Xingwu realm, the Jincheng city was just a city in the sky. But after seeing the Dragon Island, Li Zongjiu also had a sudden idea. If he directly supported the Luoxia mountain, it would definitely have a very good effect. Of course, this project could be said to be quite big. Ordinary people didn't dare to imagine. Maybe it was just imagination, but they definitely didn't dare to imagine that he would really appear. The whole mountain will float? Nangong Wuji could say that it was impossible to make the whole city float above the ground. But now, he actually wanted to make the whole mountain float. This was too exaggerated. This, how is this possible? Nangong Wuji kept saying impossible and shook his head crazily. How could such a thing happen? He had never seen it before. Li Zhongjiu didn't take Nangong Wuji to the Dragon Island to have a look. When he took Nangong Wuji to have a look, he knew how narrow his vision was. However, Gong Sunli didn't directly shake his head to deny it. Instead, he was seriously considering it. Actually, the difficulty of making a mountain float in the air is much lower than making a city float in the air. What we need to specifically consider now is to have enough power, and we also need a force to stabilize the entire mountain. Gong Sunli said. As for how to do it, I don't care. I don't understand. I'll leave it to you. If you need anything, you can find him. Li Zhongjiu said. Of course, he didn't need to worry about this matter anymore. My father will do his best to help. If you can't find me, you can find my father. No problem. Gong Sunli seemed to be put in an important position. In such a situation, he had to work harder. Otherwise, he wouldn't be worthy of Evil Lord's trust. At first, Nangong Wuji didn't believe Gong Sunli very much. He even thought that Gong Sunli was an old liar. But in several seminars later, Gong Sunli learned something new. Some of the knowledge and opinions Gong Sunli shared were very useful to Nangong Wuji. Immediately, Nangong Wuji knew that he had met an expert. Gong Sunli's ideas were too advanced. He didn't know where Gong Sunli came from. How could he have so many wonderful ideas? First of all, Gong Sunli proposed the origin energy thruster. As long as this thing was produced, it would be able to push things off the ground with a pushing force. Now, some airships, flying boats, and warships were also using this thing. But Nangong Wuji had never had such an idea. Just by imagining it, he felt that it was a little exciting. Then, these people directly threw themselves into the crazy research. Under the organization of Li Tianqing. Li Tianqing directly established a Heaven City project. And these people were directly appointed as members of the Heaven City Project Research Institute. With a title, it was obvious that they would have more backbone when it came to work. Their strength was activated. Li Tianqing also constantly recruited people with different professional abilities on this continent. As long as they could be of use, he would directly transfer them. Suddenly, the situation of Luoxia City became a very important point of attention for the major forces. Almost the entire continent focused their attention on this place. They wanted to see if this Heaven City could be built. In addition to cultivation, Li Zhongjiu often went to the Heaven Sect Academy to investigate. At this moment, in the sacred martial realm, in front of Chu Yanguan was a group of civil officials and military generals. Jiangbai was among them. They were all Chu Yanguan's confidants. At this moment, they seemed to be waiting for something, and kept looking outside the door. Finally, a figure landed on the ground. It was a young man with a long ruler in his hand. Boom, after landing on the ground, he didn't seem to be able to control his strength well and created 2 deep craters on the ground. How are you? Jiangbai hurriedly stepped forward and helped Fu Ding up. The latter looked rather miserable. They're too strong. Fu Ding was in a mess. The battle a few nights ago had really left Fu Ding in dire straits. Moreover, his opponent's strength was beyond his imagination. They were much stronger than him. Therefore, he was no match for them. It was all thanks to the demon-suppressing ruler that Lin Fan was able to make it back alive. Otherwise, he would have died right there and then. These 8 men are too strong. We can't underestimate them. Now, half of the primordial beasts in the 100,000 mountains are under their command. Moreover, these 8 men seem to be more intelligent than us. They've declared that they're going to build a primordial beast empire. Fu Ding told them all the news that he had obtained today. However, everyone was in disbelief. These 8 men were too bold and crazy. They actually declared that they were going to build a primordial beast empire. Are you kidding me? A group of beasts without intelligence actually wanted to build an empire? These 8 men are very strange. They're good at using weapons, but they're also good at fighting. They learn things very quickly. They've even learned how to speak. A civil official said. This person had been paying attention to the ape race for a long time. After all, the appearance of the ape race was too abnormal. As for why they would appear in the 100,000 mountain range, it was also surprising. He was extremely puzzled. It was impossible to investigate. The ape men were like a plague. They came with great momentum. How long had it been since they started to build a primordial beast empire? Senior brother Fu Ding, please go to the sacred mountain and tell them about the situation here. The sacred mountain also took action in the fallen beast divine temple incident. Their performance was not bad. Although they were a little cowardly in the beginning, at least they had lost a lot of people. Moreover, Kuanping Heavenly Saint and Li Zongjiu had a good relationship. Although there were 2 heaven saints in the Great Yin Kingdom, who would be willing to take out their trump cards unless it was a crisis? Alright, this matter is very serious. We can't afford to delay it. Fu Ding didn't rest that night. He quickly rushed to the sacred mountain and conveyed the news of the ape clan in the 100,000 mountains. If the heavenly sage Kuanping were to hear about the ape race, he would definitely break down on the spot. This was because he had just sent away the fallen race, and in the blink of an eye, another ape race had appeared. Wasn't this giving him, heavenly sage Kuanping, something to do? Heavenly sage Kuanping wanted to cry but had no tears. He just wanted to cultivate properly. Why did people come out every day and force him to fight with his life on the line? Originally, when he saw Li Zongjiu last time, he was going to tell Li Zongjiu about this matter. After all, it was not a small matter, and it was a very abnormal situation. However, the matter at that time hadn't reached a very serious situation, so he held back. Li Zongjiu also had his own things to do. He couldn't go to Li Zongjiu every time there was a disturbance. Qu Yanguan was Qi Yanran's disciple. Fu Ding was Li Zongjiu's disciple. Therefore, the 2 of them also called each other senior and junior brother. Whether it was in age or the time when they entered the sect, Qu Yanguan was older. Although she wasn't as strong as Fu Ding, she still had a lot of say in this regard. Fu Ding's thoughts were more simple and direct. Therefore, he listened to Qu Yanguan's instructions. What's more, when Li Zongjiu left, he also said that he should listen to Qu Yanguan's instructions. The ape clan was secretly developing in the 100,000 mountains. No one knew what would happen in the end. Tonight, Fu Ding also went to find out the situation of the other party. Unexpectedly, he fought with the guards of the ape clan and retreated. After all, it was Li Zongjiu's disciple. It wasn't so easy to take down Fu Ding. Only then did he have the chance to come back and report. The other major countries also already knew, but they didn't take any action first. Because the closest to the 100,000 mountains now was the Great Yin. Everything could wait until the Great Yin was in trouble, then slowly prepare. Therefore, this matter was just like that. Now, they were watching from the side and were not in a hurry to take action. Shengwu Continent. Luoxia City had been reinforced by the formation. Now, the origin energy thruster had been manufactured. It was already the 2nd year. In the first year of the experiment, thousands of failures had occurred. It could be said that Gongsun had experienced countless failures. After all, it was the entire Gongsun family who was creating it. However, when it came to him, he was basically the only one who insisted on this career. As for the other members of the Gongsun family, they had already turned their attention to other projects, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Therefore, in the entire Gongsun family, only he knew the technology of Sky City. Fortunately, he was already halfway to success. When the origin energy thruster was created, Nangong Wuji's inspiration completely exploded. In the process, he even worshipped Gongsun as his master. If it weren't for Nangong Wuji's talent, Gongsun wouldn't have agreed to Nangong Wuji's request. After all, Nangong Wuji was indeed a little old. But fortunately, Nangong Wuji's passion for learning seemed to be more than the cultivation of origin energy. The first origin energy thruster appeared. Soon, a new batch of origin energy thrusters appeared. Later, the entire fog snow alchemy sect became the research place of Gongsun and the others. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years had passed. The first batch of 5,000 origin energy thrusters had been manufactured and put into the experiment. 2 years had passed. The experiment was carried out on a small mountain. When Li Tianqing found out about it, he immediately found a mountain peak outside. Then, with a slash of his sword, he chopped down the mountain peak. The diameter alone was more than 1,500 feet. The diameter of the Sunset Peak was 1,500 feet. This was the place that was going to be flattened. From this position, the Sunset Peak would be sent to the sky. Now, the stairway to heaven had begun to be excavated. It was on the 4 sides of the mountain that these connected stairs were built. It was as if they were climbing a mountain. This 150 feet tall mountain was still hovering 1,000 meters above the ground. Every day when the researchers woke up, the first thing they did was to check if the floating mountain had fallen. This lasted for 2 whole years. It's a success. The current 3rd-generation Origin energy thruster is the most stable one. Each Origin energy thruster is independent. Even if one of them has a problem, it can be replaced at any time. The 1,500-foot tall mountain required 5,000 Origin energy thrusters. In that case, a total of 100,000 Origin energy thrusters would be needed to travel a distance of 1,500 feet. This was because the height and weight of the Origin energy thrusters were different. The White Deer Mansion probably didn't expect this project to be so expensive. Fortunately, Li Xianxia wasn't short of money at all. At the same time, the White Deer Mansion had sealed up this technology. If you wanted to use it, you had to buy it from the White Deer Mansion. The dealership was also given to Songjie. It was another big project. The dealership of the Origin energy thruster alone made Songjie the richest person in the Xianxia dynasty. Of course, the White Deer Mansion was an exception. Whether it was a flying boat, a battleship, or even some Origin energy weapons, the thruster was extremely valuable. In addition, the White Deer Mansion said that even if you didn't use it for the time being, you had to buy it and store it. Anyway, you had to pay for it. When Gong Sunli announced this news, the entire research institute was in an uproar. The stability of the 3rd-generation thruster meant that they could move on to the next step. The Sky City Research Institute's research was still ongoing. Li Xianxia didn't care about this good news. He would tell him when the Sunset Peak was sent to the sky. At this moment, Li Xianxia and Qi Yanran had received an official invitation to come to Qianquan Sacred City to participate in the national school competition. The first competition. Since it was the first competition, of course, the Tianzong Academy had to pay great attention to it. It had been 5 years since the establishment of the Tianzong Academy. Finally, the first competition had arrived. In the Tianzong Academy, the total academic year was a total of 9 years. If you were talented enough, you didn't even need to pay any tuition fees during these 9 years. If you were hardworking enough, you could get the first place in your department at the end of every semester. You could even get a lot of rewards. Not only did you not need to spend money, but you could also earn money. As long as you were talented enough and hardworking enough, you would have countless opportunities to earn money in the Tianzong Academy. Now, in the Xingu continent, there were many top academies. The most famous one was naturally the Tianzong Academy. But the 4 Seas Academy, the Royal Academy, and the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. All of them possessed considerable strength. However, the Purple Pill Academy was gradually heading towards decline. This was also an inevitable result because there wasn't much power behind it to support it. In addition, alchemy masters were gradually appearing, and their standards had improved greatly. If the Purple Pill Academy didn't have the help of the Heavenly Pill Pavilion, it would have been gone long ago. Isn't this Azure Ocean Academy very powerful? I remember this academy was also very famous in the past. Qianquan Sacred City. A man and a woman dressed in ordinary clothes were walking on the street. The man was holding a paper bag in his hand, and the paper bag was filled with snacks. The woman was holding a big cotton candy in her hand. This cotton candy was directly made into the shape of a rabbit. Different colored syrups were used to decorate the rabbit's expression, and it looked very cute. However, the woman holding the cotton candy looked pure and refined. At first glance, one might not notice her, but even a slight glance was enough to leave an indelible impression in one's mind. The Academy Master of the Azure Ocean Academy was killed by me. Do you think the Azure Ocean Academy can continue to operate? Li Xianxia couldn't help but say. These words didn't sound like a joke. Killed? When did this happen? Qi Yanran was also surprised. Then, she took a bite of the cotton candy. Even the coldest girl would not be able to resist the temptation when she saw the cotton candy and would buy one to eat. The Azure Ocean Academy was founded by the Devouring Yuan clan. When you were injured, you dragged them out. Naturally, you can't let them go. These people from the Devouring Yuan clan want to learn the abilities of the human race to deal with the human race. They have ulterior motives. Li Zongjiu held a big bag of snacks in his arms. These were the things that Qi Yanran would eat when she watched the game later. It seemed that after that inheritance, Qi Yanran had gradually turned on her foodie mode. She liked to try these fresh little delicacies, and her mouth often couldn't stop. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had a lot of money in his pocket, so the food didn't cost much. What about the current Pine Tree Academy? Pine Tree Academy was an academy that had just emerged 2 years ago, and this academy was also very formidable. It actually had the support of an untainted land sect. Therefore, Pine Tree Academy had quickly become one of the top academies. Li Zongjiu didn't refuse. There must be many hidden sects in the untainted land, but Li Zongjiu didn't have time to pay attention to them. If he opened more academies, it would be of great help to the young people on this continent. It was impossible to open academies and then keep suppressing others. This method was too despicable for Li Zongjiu. However, he heard that Pine Tree Academy was aggressive and seemed to want to compete with Tianzong Academy. Of course, there were other top academies, but they were not listed one by one. After all, this was an era of talents. Young Master Gua, what do you think of that? Girl? Among the crowd, there were several well-dressed young men gathered together. At the same time, they looked at Qi Yanran with a very presumptuous look. Although Qi Yanran had reached the state of returning to her natural state and her aura was restrained, her temperament was irresistible. Qi Yanran, who seemed to be ordinary, was targeted by people at first glance. No matter when, there was no shortage of such playboys. The man called Young Master Gua also looked over. When he saw Qi Yanran for the first time, his eyes widened. I even thought of the name of my future child. Immediately, young Master Gua waved his hand and led his brothers to break through the crowd. He came in front of Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran. They surrounded the two of them. There were 8 people in the other party. Sister, you're not a local, right? Guorenjia came in front of Qi Yanran and paced back and forth. He also kept looking at Qi Yanran in front of him. As for Li Zongjiu, who was holding a pile of food, he was naturally ignored. At least in the eyes of others, Li Zongjiu should be just a bodyguard. Are you flirting with me? Qi Yanran looked at the playboy in front of her. They were usually cultivating, so they rarely went out. Moreover, they were either in the Sacred Flame Royal City or the Sunset City. As the local residents, they basically knew the couple. After all, the two of them often went out to the market to buy vegetables. At first, it was very strange, but later it was not strange. This was Heaven and Earth's sacred city. It was a place where imperial power resided. For Li Zongjiu, who was extremely unreliable, the imperial tutor, it was deliberately weakened. No one would believe that the dignified imperial tutor and the imperial tutor's wife were walking on the street like ordinary people. No matter how you looked at it, the two of them were just ordinary people. Even if some rich young ladies deliberately dressed up, their clothes could be changed. Sometimes, they would inadvertently reveal some jewelry, even the hairpin on their head, any one of them would be priceless. Guorenjia had looked at it carefully just now. There was nothing valuable on Qi Yanran's body. She only had 2 yuan or 3 yuan. Moreover, she was eating very cheap cotton candy. How could a young lady from a rich family eat such things? Moreover, Guorenjia often walked on this street, so he could see clearly what kind of woman she was and what kind of situation she was in. He did not expect to meet such a high-quality goods on the street today. Sister, you're quite proactive. Don't worry, your brother Gua is a good person. I happen to have 2 tickets for the national school tournament, first-class seats. You're here to watch the tournament, right? Not everyone can get first-class seats. Guorenjia said confidently. Oh? You happen to have 2 tickets? Qi Yanran looked at Guorenjia and asked. Yes, I don't know if sister can do me the honor? Guorenjia said. Why don't you give us both tickets? Li Zhongjiu said at this time. It interrupted Guo Renjia's beautiful fantasy. When Guo Renjia heard Li Zhongjiu's words, his face darkened. How dare you? Can't you see that our masters are talking? How dare you interrupt as a mere follower? If you are a member of my Guo family, I will pull out all your teeth today. Guo Renjia said fiercely. Such a small follower would not dare to make trouble after being scared. Why don't you take a look at your status? First-class seats are second only to VIP seats. Just this ticket alone costs at least 500,000 purple yuan. Have you seen more than 100,000 purple yuan with your poor appearance? The followers at the side also joined in, wanting to use this method to boost Guo Renjia's prestige. Guo Renjia smiled viciously. These brothers of his were indeed very loyal. Your surname is Guo? Qi Yanran looked at Guo Renjia in front of her with a surprised look. Guo Renjia said proudly. That's right, master. Yes, I am Guo Renjia. Let me tell you a secret. The current governor of the two armies of the Xingyan dynasty, Guo Longquan, is my father. Guo Renjia said. There was also a proud expression on his face. Governor of two armies. This status was not simple. In recent years, there were often some disturbances. In addition, they had to oversee and deal with the Abyss tribe. Therefore, many people who had outstanding military achievements were directly promoted. For example, this Guo Longquan also appeared 2 years ago. He had accumulated enough military achievements to directly become the governor of two armies, leading 100,000 troops. It could be said that he was in high spirits. Most importantly, this Guo Longquan was also the person who was supported by the current Emperor Xingyan personally. It was said that they had cooperated in the past. When the city of chaos was suppressed, it was this Guo Longquan who helped. It was indeed very normal to bring him out and train him well. Guo Renjia had such a father. In Qianquan's sacred city, as long as you did not offend the emperor's sister, you would be fine. As long as you did not offend Emperor Xingyan, his father would appear and settle any problems. After all, Emperor Xingyan was only 23 years old now, and he did not even have an empress. Not to mention children. Of course, Guo Renjia had no chance to offend Emperor Xingyan. Therefore, there was nothing to be afraid of in this city. Naturally, he could get whatever he wanted. If that's the case, aren't you afraid that his status will make your father kneel? Qi Yanran couldn't help but say. At the same time, she looked at Guo Renjia with a puzzled look. At present, the strength of Li Zhongjiu and his wife had reached the peak of perfection. There was nothing in the world that could hurt them unless there was an expert of the celestial realm. In that case, they had to be careful. However, there were still many people who did not have the same strength as them. Therefore, there would always be people who would bully the weak. If he hadn't met them, he naturally wouldn't have seen them. But since he had met them today, he naturally had to intervene. After all, Qi Yanran's current realm was also different. She was quite disgusted with this kind of person. It was unknown how many good girls had been harmed by such a playboy. Guo Renjia and the others heard Qi Yanran's words. At first, they were stunned. Then, they looked carefully at Li Zhongjiu, trying to find something unusual about Li Zhongjiu. However, no matter how they looked, Li Zhongjiu was just a follower. Ha ha ha, little sister, are you scared out of your wits? This poor young man wants my father to kneel? Do you know that your words not only hurt him, but also hurt yourself? Guo Renjia's eyes gradually became cold. Then, he looked at Qi Yanran in front of him. He waved his hand. Guards, these two people slandered the officials of the imperial court in the street. Take them down and send them directly to the celestial prison. This was also a method that Guo Renjia often used. No matter who you were, as long as you were caught in the celestial prison, you would become very obedient. Even if you had a bad temper, you had to put it away when you were in the celestial prison. And it was one of Guo Renjia's privileges to send people to the celestial prison. Because Guo Renjia was the inspector of the celestial prison, it could be considered a good position. There was a lot of money in the celestial prison, so Guo Renjia's life was quite comfortable. Isn't it just the celestial prison? I'll go with you. You don't have to do anything. Li Zhongjiu said. If he didn't do anything, he would be protecting these people. After all, although these young people helped the tyrant, they were still children and could be taught. After they were locked in the celestial prison, they would be well behaved after a good beating. There was nothing to worry about. Hearing that Li Zongjio was actually so obedient, Guorenjia and the others were also a little surprised. Under normal circumstances, who didn't want to die? There were even some who resisted arrest. In that case, even if you were really innocent, it would be even more difficult to clear your name now. Since he was willing to go with them, they would directly take him away and see what kind of ability these people had. In the celestial prison, even if you were a dragon, you had to coil up. Guorenjia had this kind of confidence. Under the lead of Guorenjia and the others, Li Zongjio and Qi Yanran also came in front of the celestial prison. "My lord, these two are?" When the guards in charge of the prison saw Guorenjia and his men, they couldn't help but stare blankly. At the same time, they looked at each other. Something big was happening in the city. Usually, when something good happened, they didn't like to see this kind of situation. Why did you have to choose this time? Moreover, these two people weren't simple at first glance. Although they didn't dress well, their temperament was very good. They made people not dare to look directly at them. These two guards of the celestial prison had some experience. These two people insulted my father on the street. Lock them up and beat them up. See if they are spies sent by the neighboring countries to deliberately discredit my father. Guorenjia said. The two prison guards hesitated. Take this man down and beat him. As for this woman, I want to interrogate her personally. Guorenjia said. He had long been accustomed to doing some things in this exclusive prison cell. Moreover, it really had a different flavor. Is this the place where you flaunt your power and harm the people? Ask the most powerful person in the celestial prison to come out. Qi Yanran glanced at the celestial prison. There was an extremely strong resentment inside. How many people were directly arrested under the circumstances of being wrongly accused? Flaunt my power? Ha ha ha, little sister, it's your first day out. Today, your brother Guo will tell you what is called the sinister world. Tie them up. Li Zongjio was directly tied up by the other party. After all, Li Zongjio didn't resist much. Guorenjia saw Li Zongjio obediently submit and sneered. He thought that Li Zongjio had some kind of earth-shattering move, or some kind of unknown identity that would make people's jaws drop. But now, it seems that he was just a piece of trash. Guorenjia didn't know how many of these kinds of people who only knew how to talk. It would be interesting if they were caught and thrown into prison. Are you sure you won't regret it? Li Zongjio looked at Guorenjia and said. The current Li Zongjio had already seen too much of the vicissitudes of life. In fact, Li Zongjio didn't want to bother with these ants. When he was young and impetuous, he directly attacked when he didn't like the situation. But now, it was different. Li Zongjio didn't want to attack anymore. He just wanted the latter to realize his mistake. But from the current situation, the latter didn't seem to realize it at all. Regret? Ahaha, I've never known how to write the word regret in my entire life. Guorenjia laughed. Obviously, in his eyes, Li Zongjio was almost an idiot. However, before Guorenjia had time to send people to escort Li Zongjio to the prison, a group of people came from afar. How dare you? It was the commander of the Vermilion Bird Army, Su Mo. When Emperor Xingyan knew that Li Zongjio and his wife had come to Changkuan Sacred City, he had already sent people to welcome them. He even personally waited outside the competition hall. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Even if you were a teacher, you wouldn't be treated so well. But Li Zongjio couldn't be judged by common sense. Emperor Xingyan had been on the throne for so many years, and he knew very well why he could sit on the throne so peacefully. It was because he did his best for the people, and at the same time, he never provoked the Li family. They even gave the Li family extremely generous treatment. They never dared to look down on anyone from the Li family. That was why he was able to sit firmly on the throne. Even the Li family had broken the law. He never cared about it. It was always a special way to deal with it. If a member of the Li family made a mistake, of course, it would be the Li family's fault. Outsiders would not dare to interfere. No one dared to offend the Li family. Of course, the Li family itself had done a very good job and had never overstepped their authority. As the saying goes, well, water does not interfere with river water. This point was also worthy of being imitated by the other clans. If the Li family took the lead in rebelling, the entire Xingyan dynasty might really change hands. However, Su Mo didn't receive any news related to Li Zongjiu entering the city. Su Mo immediately knew that Li Zongjiu was very likely to have entered the city. According to the usual routine, he would often encounter all kinds of troublesome things. Therefore, Su Mo also asked people to pay close attention to the big and small affairs in the city. Sure enough, he found Guorenjia immediately. Therefore, he hurriedly brought people over, and at the same time, he also asked people to bring Guolongquan over. Of all things, he had to offend Li Zongjiu. Now, this matter wouldn't be so easy to solve. General Su, what do you mean by this? When did the Imperial Guards manage the Heavenly Army's heavenly prison? Could it be that General Su wants to seize power? Guorenjia had been drooling over Su Mo for a long time. However, the latter's identity wasn't simple and his strength wasn't simple either. Basically, he was someone that Guorenjia couldn't obtain no matter how hard he tried. However, the more it was like this, the more Guorenjia wanted to obtain him. Could it be that the heavens were really helping him today? Could it be that happiness had come too suddenly? Now that he finally had the chance to talk to Su Mo, he would definitely have to grind it out for a while. If it was anyone else, they would naturally be frightened by the name of the Vermilion Bird Army. However, Guorenjia wasn't afraid. Because his father really did have the newest Green Dragon Army in his hands. Of the two armies, one of them was the Azure Dragon Army, which was feared by everyone. When the Hu family's power was gradually weakened, Guolongquan took advantage of the situation. With Emperor Xingyan's support and favor, he was finally able to sit firmly in the first position of the Green Dragon Army. If it was anyone else, they might be frightened by Su Mo's identity. Unfortunately, in Guorenjia's eyes, it was nothing at all. General, you've come at the right time. This person claims to be the owner of the heavenly prison. In this city, he can imprison whoever he wants. Is there any reason for that? Qi Yanran and Su Mo naturally knew each other. During the meeting of the three dynasties, Qi Yanran was very familiar with Su Mo. Moreover, Su Mo was also Li Zongjiu's good friend. Su Mo wanted to directly salute Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu gently shook his head at him. Su Mo immediately understood. He wanted to properly clean up the family. Detoxifying the poison in Qianquan Sacred City wasn't a bad thing. Su Mo was also very clear about Guorenjia's notoriety. What's going on? Tell me. Su Mo looked at Guorenjia in front of him and gave him a chance to speak. Anyway, this guy wouldn't be alive for too long. What do you mean, what's going on? General Su, listen to my advice. Although the heavenly prison belongs to the Ministry of War, it has always been under the command of the Great Emperor. Those who are imprisoned here are likely to be rebels. Could it be that General Su wants to interfere and take away these two criminals who are plotting against the dynasty? Guorenjia saw that the situation wasn't right. If he didn't put a big hat on Su Mo, he probably wouldn't be able to control this woman. Originally, Su Mo was the leader of the Imperial Guards. He should be the most trusted subordinate of the Sacred Flame Great Emperor. However, Su Mo often dared to speak bluntly. Sometimes, he even dared to openly disobey the Sacred Flame Great Emperor's order. This made people puzzled. What exactly did Su Mo rely on to be so rampant? You didn't answer my question and put a hat on my head. Slap him. Su Mo looked at Guorenjia and said indifferently. First, he would beat Guorenjia up and let Li Zongjiu vent his anger. Two Vermilion Bird soldiers immediately stepped forward. One of them pierced through Guorenjia's hands with his spear and locked them behind his back. The other person stepped forward and slapped him. Slap, instantly, two front teeth flew out along with fresh blood. When the heavenly prison guards saw that their lord was beaten, they naturally let out a series of gongs and drums. A large group of heavenly prison guards immediately surrounded the Vermilion Bird soldiers. After all, it was the Vermilion Bird soldiers who attacked first. Everyone belonged to different systems. Although they were all soldiers, they were under different orders. Naturally, there was no need to be polite. Sumo, how dare you slap me? Blood flowed out of Guorenjia's mouth. Release the Lord Inspector. When the heavenly prison guards saw that the other party was the Vermilion Bird soldiers, they immediately cursed in their hearts. This Guorenjia really knows how to provoke. Is he king blind? Since the Vermilion Bird soldiers had personally appeared, how could they not see that Li Zongjiu and Sumo's identities were definitely not ordinary? However, they couldn't get off the tiger now. After all, the heavenly prison couldn't lose face. Although the Vermilion Bird soldiers had a high position in the Imperial Guards, they were only responsible for the safety of the Imperial Palace. They didn't care about the heavenly prison. These people didn't know Li Zongjiu's identity, but Sumo did. However, Li Zongjiu was hinting to Sumo not to expose his identity. These people who didn't know what was good for them were used to doing evil in the holy city. Now, they couldn't change their ways. They didn't even know who they had offended, yet they were still stubbornly persisting. Kill him. Sumo is abusing his power. Take him down. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Guorenjia roared loudly. 2 of his teeth were knocked away by the ladder. Moreover, it was in front of so many people. If he didn't take down Sumo and get back his face, where would he put his face? Moreover, there were so many subordinates watching from the side. Did Guorenjia not care about his face? Guorenjia, you better confess the crimes you committed. Otherwise, even your father won't be able to save you. Sumo shook his head. He said indifferently. At the same time, he didn't put the prison guards in his eyes at all. It was one thing for these weak soldiers to only lock up a few prisoners, but they actually wanted to fight against the Vermilion Bird army. They were simply overestimating their own abilities. Therefore, they didn't put him in their eyes at all. General Su, this might be a misunderstanding. Why don't we sit down and talk things out? Don't make things difficult for this little one. The prison guard captain hesitated for a moment before speaking. In the current situation, they obviously couldn't fight with the people in front of them. They obviously weren't a match for these women, but the inspector was in the other party's hands. How troublesome. Behind Guorenjia was Governor Guolongquan. This wasn't a joke. General Su, you also know that Governor Guo's temper isn't very good. Why don't we talk things out and turn big things into small things, and small things into nothing? The other side also had a brain. Emir Guorenjia wouldn't fight with Sumo because of this. After all, the other side was a true Vermilion Bird army. Any 2 of these people would be able to beat the dozens of people in front of them to the ground. This was why this person didn't want to fight with Sumo. Alright, I've already sent someone to invite Governor Guolongquan over. Today's matter is not something you can interfere in. Hurry up and leave. Sumo said. This sentence was also full of vigor, scaring the people in front of him into taking a step back. As for the prison guard commander, he quickly sent someone to inform Guolongquan. Now that Guorenjia was in the hands of the Vermilion Bird army, he was a tough nut to crack. However, the main reason for all of this seemed to be the man and woman in front of him. If they weren't here, this situation wouldn't have happened at all. Moreover, even in the face of such a situation where 2 armies were confronting each other, he still appeared to be at ease. Li Zongjiu and Yi Qingyu also wanted to see how ridiculous the situation would be if no one intervened. No matter what, they absolutely could not allow such a situation to happen again. Such a huge heaven and earth sacred city actually allowed such a brat to run amok. There were so many laws and regulations, but they were all nonsense. Soon, Guolongquan arrived. However, Guolongquan wasn't summoned by the Vermilion Bird army. It seemed that he had already received the news. Beside Guolongjun, there were also hundreds of personal guards following him. These personal guards were also another army under Guolongquan's control, the Onyx Soul Army. These Black Soul Army's armors were pitch black like ink. Their battle style was to launch surprise attacks in the dark. Furthermore, these people also had a special ability. They were able to see everything clearly in the dark as if it was daytime. Therefore, when they attacked, it was like the arrival of the Grim Reaper. Moreover, the fighting strength of these Onyx Soul Army was also very strong. It was because of the establishment of this Onyx Soul Army that they were able to resist a large number of abyssal race. This made Guolongquan a great hero. To have today's status. General Su, you're really a powerful official. You're in charge of the internal security of the imperial city, but you actually extended your hand to the imperial prison. If I didn't come today, would you have killed your way into my Gua family and tied me up tomorrow? Guolongquan directly released a tyrannical aura across the air. Primitive Emperor expert. Moreover, after many years of battles, Guolongquan's body was full of killing intent. Even fierce gods and devils didn't dare to get close to him. Sumo's two subordinates were also forced to retreat by the other party's aura. At the same time, Xianxia was also taken away by the other party. The leader of the guards heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Guolongquan's arrival. At the very least, it was no longer his turn to intervene in the current situation. He only had to watch from the side. At the same time, the commander was also very confused. What's going on today? None of them gave each other face and were very unyielding. Father, you have to make a decision for your son. When Xianxia saw that Guolongquan had arrived, how could he still care about Sumo? He immediately cried and made a scene, as if he was extremely wronged. I was originally playing on the streets with a few friends, but I felt that these two people were sneaky, so I went forward to interrogate them. Who knew that the man would actually speak arrogantly, saying that even if you came, you wouldn't be worthy of speaking to him and would even make you kneel down? How could I let these commoners insult you? I immediately escorted the two of them to the prison. Who knew that I would be stopped by General Sumo when I just arrived at the door? Then, he directly got someone to knock out my teeth. The latter kept crying and complaining, and what he said sounded very reasonable. Under this pitiful crying, he also clearly described the crimes of Li Zhongjiu and the others. On the contrary, his selfless image made people envious of the latter's eloquence. Guolongquan heard it clearly. Although Xianxia was definitely hiding a lot of bad things about him, it didn't matter to Guolongquan. After all, he, Guolongquan, had been fighting outside for so many years, protecting the country and making great contributions. What was wrong with his son doing something in this city? If he didn't even have this privilege, who would be willing to risk their lives for the dynasty? Dream on. Therefore, the latter could be said to be very confident in this point. No matter who was right or wrong, as long as the fist was bigger, he would be right. So, you're the one who wants me to kneel? Guolongquan walked in front of Li Zhongjiu. Looking at this ordinary-looking young man, at the same time, he suppressed Li Zhongjiu with an obscure aura. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand such suppression. Since you want me to kneel down, then kneel in front of me first. I'll let you see who's the one who has to kneel down. However, no matter how Guolongquan displayed his aura, he still could not suppress Li Zhongjiu. The latter did not seem to feel it at all. He just stood there calmly. It's not too late if you kneel down and admit your mistake and reflect on your actions, Li Zhongjiu said. If it was in the past, Guolongquan would not even have the chance to speak. By now, his head would probably be rolling on the ground. However, Li Zhongjiu liked to reason now. After all, there was a process and a stage. Ha ha ha, you want me to kneel down? In today's world, only the great emperor can make me kneel down. I don't think the others have been born yet. Guolongquan did not know where Li Zhongjiu came from, but there must be something strange about him. Moreover, Li Zhongjiu dared to ask him to kneel down in front of him. They were simply trying to rebel. Take these two down. Guolongquan waved his hand. He ordered the Black Soul army behind him to take action. Sumo shook his head helplessly. Why did these people have to court death? However, they absolutely could not let these people offend Li Zhongjiu. Whether it was public or private, they must protect Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran. Although Sumo knew that the two of them did not need any protection and could kill everyone in front of him with a sneeze, that was another matter. Immediately, the Vermilion Bird army stood in front of the Black Soul army. They did not budge an inch. General Su, it seems that you are stubborn. You actually dared to confront the Black Soul army in the sacred city. When I see the Emperor, I only need to explain this matter and you will lose your position as the commander of the Vermilion Bird army, Guolongquan said calmly. At the same time, he was very confused. What was wrong with Sumo? Why did he have to do this at this time? It seemed that he was determined to go against him today. He must have taken the wrong medicine. Of course, he could not let Suemo be too arrogant. Now, the Onyx Soul Army was the hero army of the commoners. They killed the enemy and defended the city. Not only did the Vermilion Bird Army not have any battle achievements, they even dared to make an enemy out of the Black Soul Army. They were simply seeking their own deaths. Vermilion Bird Army, listen up. Kill anyone who moves. Suemo directly issued a death order. As the governor of two armies, how could Guolongquan be frightened by a little girl like you? Onyx Soul Army, kill them all. Guolongquan also gave the order. None of them were pushovers. How could they allow a little girl like you to behave atrociously over their heads? Boom, boom, both sides unleashed their auras at the same time. Immediately, two storms, one black and one red, condensed in the sky. Stop. They didn't have time to fight. A voice that sounded like a lion's roar came from afar. Boom, as this voice rang out, the aura of the two armies collapsed at the same time. The newcomer wore a purple gold dragon robe. An imposing voice rang out, and this pair of sharp eyes caused everyone present to feel an intense pressure. Emperor, your humble servant greets the Emperor. The newcomer was the current Emperor Xingyan. When Guolongquan and the others saw the Emperor Xingyan, they were all shocked. They actually alarmed the Emperor Xingyan. Moreover, Emperor Xingyan rarely showed his strength. Today, his aura exploded. He was so strong. He was at least at the peak of the Origin Emperor realm. Emperor Xingyan was the former 14th prince. He didn't care about Guolongquan and the others who were kneeling on the ground. His heart was filled with anxiety as he quickly walked in front of Li Zongjiu. He suppressed his excitement. Disciple greets the master. Master's wife. Emperor Xingyan directly knelt in front of Li Zongjiu. After he finished speaking, he didn't get up. Because Li Zongjiu didn't allow him to get up. Therefore, he continued to kneel here. When he heard Emperor Xingyan's words and saw Emperor Xingyan kneeling in front of this young man, Guolongquan immediately felt as if someone had stabbed him in the back with a sword. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. Guolongquan couldn't believe it. What was going on? Guorenjia, who was kneeling a little behind, was stunned on the spot. What did this mean, master, master's wife, Emperor Xingyan's master and master's wife, just these two seemingly ordinary young people? Everyone knew that Emperor Xingyan's master was the legendary evil lord, evil lord. The legendary evil lord, when Guorenjia came to his senses, he felt as if he had been thrown into the water and then fished out again. It can't be true, right? Could it be that Emperor Xingyan didn't see wrongly, so there was such a misunderstanding? Should he take a closer look? This was a human life. He couldn't make a mistake. If he made a mistake, the problem would be serious. Get up. Li Zongjiu said lightly. You know to come and see your master's wife. You're considerate. Emperor Xingyan quickly got up. In fact, Li Zongjiu didn't really recognize him as a disciple. It was only because of some reasons at that time and because he was more sensible that Li Zongjiu reluctantly accepted him as a registered disciple. It could be said that everything today was given to him by Li Zongjiu. Without Li Zongjiu, there would be no Emperor Xingyan today. In fact, in the power struggle 5 or 6 years ago, he would have been killed. I've already arranged for people to welcome Master and Master's wife, but Master is too powerful. It's my fault for not being able to find Master in time. Please punish me, Master. In front of Li Zongjiu, Emperor Xingyan didn't dare to raise his head and speak at all. Was this still the great emperor who commanded the wind and clouds in the imperial court? In these years, Emperor Xingyan's political achievements could be said to be very outstanding. He directly led the Xingyan dynasty to become the leader of the 3 dynasties. Moreover, the country was rich and powerful. Now, everyone had food to eat. The country was truly prosperous and the people were at peace. Even when it came to internal and external troubles, they handled them very well. It was rare to see a great emperor who could manage the world so well. In fact, the establishment of the Onyx Soul Army was facilitated by Emperor Xingyan. It was the appearance of the Onyx Soul Army that became the first line of defense against the Abyssal clan. But in front of Li Zongjiu, he was as obedient as a child. How could there be a mistake? It had to be evil lord without a doubt. Don't give me such empty words. Little handsome over there, repeat what you said to your father before. Li Zongjiu pointed at Guorenjia and said. Guorenjia immediately felt his heart beating rapidly. It was as if it was going to jump out of his mouth. Su Mo immediately gestured to the 2 vermilion bird soldiers to bring Guorenjia to Emperor Xingxingyan's mask. But Guorenjia's legs were already as soft as cotton. How could he still stand? With a bang, he knelt down. Great Emperor, please spare my life. Great Emperor, please spare my life. End of chapter 1531. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.